With the remote projection removed, Han Xiao's vision returned to the room. Before he could move, there was a movement on the panel, and an emergency mission from the Empire popped up, which was to accept the recruitment to participate in the extermination war against the Kundi tribe. The content of the mission is based on the Black Star Legion camp, obeys the Empire's dispatch, and performs various war tasks. The form is similar to the previous secret war tasks, and Han Xiao is not unfamiliar with it. According to the reward standards of secret war missions, if you complete this kind of war mission with high evaluation, you should have a high chance of getting rewards such as legends, political assets, and generating new copies. Oh, by the way, the contribution can also increase a lot. Han Xiao touched his chin, but he was not sure. After all, in the secret war, Amethyst and Krent were in a similar position, and this time the Kundi tribe was just a slightly dangerous enemy to the Empire. There was no suspense to solve them, and perhaps the reward would not be greater than the secret war. However, he did not force this. His goal this time was mainly to try to activate various tasks from Nilo. Although he didn't plan to take action himself, Han Xiao was not ready to completely paddle. He didn't mind providing virtual technical support when the Empire needed it, and he was familiar with the advantages of the map, and Han Xiao did not intend to hide it. The map he mentioned is not a star map layout. The astronomical observation equipment of cosmic civilizations is not bad. Long before the first phase of exploration, the Red Empire had already drawn a star map of the shining world. What needs to be explored is the details of all aspects, such as the actual situation of each planet, needs to be explored on-site to determine. What Han Xiao is familiar with is the territory of the Kundi civilization, which will naturally not be marked on the unexplored star map. In other words, with its own intelligence support, the Empire does not need to explore the way slowly, but can directly attack the Huanglong and penetrate into the hinterland of the Kundi tribe. Of course, the premise is that the Empire believes in its own intelligence. In terms of war, even if it is at a high level, it cannot interfere with the Empire's military operation instructions. For unverified intelligence, whether it is the Empire or other high-level civilizations, it will basically take a wait-and-see attitude. Han Xiao didn't have much concern. He was already the title of charlatan. He also had Aesop, a bad old man who was famous for major forces. In addition, the Empire would also use a large number of prophetic abilities, so there was no problem for him to release information. However, in order to prevent some people in the Empire from ulterior motives from framed him and secretly contacting the Kundi tribe, Han Xiao could not give the Empire too detailed information. Although he can do whatever he wants with his current status, he can always avoid unnecessary trouble when he pays attention. This is my second time participating in a star cluster level war, but this is different from a secret war. Han Xiao breathed out. Secret war is a proxy war. Although it is quite large, there is no concern about the survival of the race. This time, what we're going to face is a star cluster-level civilization that will do all its combat power to defend its homeland, and its opponents will do everything they can. Even though the Kundi tribe is a nude indigenous star cluster of a technology tree, the intensity and scale of this war are still not comparable to any war I have participated in before. Han Xiao has no particular hostility towards the Kundi tribe, but he has no good feelings. If he were the Kundi tribe, he would not be happy that the unowned resources that he had at his fingertips were occupied by the strange civilization that suddenly emerged. When the Red Empire explored the light dust star cluster, it would be equivalent to blocking the Kundi tribe in this star cluster. The upper limit in the future will be at most a star cluster-level civilization. But now, I am a vested interest in the position of the Empire. The Empire explores the new star field in order to obtain new resources. It is impossible to stop under the premise of overwhelming military advantage. It can only be said that the two sides are essentially irreconcilable conflicts of interest positions. Since everyone is right, the only one who is wrong is the loser. Han Xiao wrote a message, putting the information of the Kundi people in it, and sent it to Terakov. Without waiting for a reply, he wrote another war mobilization order to inform the entire army. Call us back to join the war. In the Black Star Legion exploration ship, The team members in the cabin took out the communicator and took a look. They looked different. Some were excited, some were solemn, some were eager to try, and some were depressed. Nilo was a member of this exploration team at this time. When he saw the internal mobilization order of the Legion, he immediately became nervous. The war came too suddenly, and he was not ready yet. He had only participated in various competitions and had never participated in real wars. It was impossible not to be nervous. All kinds of chaotic thoughts surged into my mind, and Nello couldn't help but think about it. Can I take action when facing the enemy? What does it feel like to kill an enemy? Will I be killed by the enemy? Is Mia going to join the war too? Will she be in danger? Just as he was thinking about it, his shoulders suddenly sank. Nero looked up and saw that it was the captain of the team, a tough former free mercenary. Don't worry, boy. We will take care of you. The captain smiled heartily. Relax. The deputy captain who was reciting the spell model next to him also looked up and said casually, I have participated in a secret war. The battlefield is actually just like that. Either you kill me or I kill you, especially in this kind of interstellar war. Death is just a moment of trouble, no pain, so there's nothing to be nervous about. Hearing this, Nero scratched his head and showed a shy and forced smile. He was assigned to this team as a maintenance engineer, and his life was pretty good. Both the captains, the chief and deputy, took good care of him, and the other team members were also good to him. In this kind of grassroots combat team, the background is secondary, and it mainly depends on personal abilities. Nilo himself is not weak. His mechanical level is very outstanding, and he is trustworthy, so other team members are willing to take care of him. Nilo also likes this group of generous soldiers. Although he was nervous about the fact that he participated in the war, Nilo had no intention of contacting Han Xiao and did not want to ask for special treatment. If he did this, his godfather might agree to let him not go to the battlefield, but he would definitely look down on him. Nilo had studied for so long and did not want to disappoint his godfather. Nero walked aside, took out the communicator, hesitated for a moment, and dialed Mia's number. After a few sounds, the opposite side was connected, but he didn't speak, and he could only hear each other's breathing. After waiting silently for a few seconds, Nero couldn't help but speak and scratch his cheek. Have you read the internal notice? I'm going to the battlefield. Oh, don't you worry about me. What's there to worry about? I'm also called. Mia snorted. Nilo's heart skipped a beat and hesitated. Are you nervous? What's there to be nervous? Mia's tone was strange. When I became a Superman, wouldn't you know that this day would have happened? I'm looking forward to it. Nilo opened his mouth and had nothing to say, so he had to whisper, Then you pay attention to safety. We are not in the same team, and I can't protect you. Who wants you to protect? Mia rolled her eyes. You better take care of yourself and don't die. After that, the communication was hung up by the other person. Nilo put down his communicator and touched his nose helplessly. He still missed Mia, who was soft and shy when she first met. Since she awakened the martial arts system, Mia's violent tendency has become more and more serious. I don't know if it has released her self-depressed character for many years. There is no airtight wall in the world, and the Red Empire has not concealed it. Not long after, the news of the Shining World came back to the explored universe, and all major star fields knew that the Red Empire was mobilizing war. Most interstellar citizens have no special opinions. It is not a rare thing to deal with the indigenous people. They wish that the Empire would eliminate the resistance opponents as soon as possible, complete the exploration as soon as possible, and let them go to the Shining World for fun. There are also a group of anti-war factions who pity the indigenous civilizations and call for peace without war, but no one pays attention to them. These remarks cannot affect the practices of higher civilizations. Most forces do not care, but major superstar cluster-level civilizations are happy about this. They wish that the Kundis caused huge trouble to the Empire. With the primitive phantom energy, the Kundis have the ability to kill the Empire. The more the Imperial troops die, the better. If possible, it would be best to make the Empire's super A-level losses. No matter who wins or loses, they will make sure to make a profit or lose. The exploration of the light dust star cluster has been suspended. The Empire and its major allies are gathering fleets and collecting them all near the lighthouse star. In addition to the exploration army itself, the Red Empire also drew elites from the Central Star Sea and sent them to the Shining World to participate in the war. On the one hand, we do not underestimate the enemy, and, on the other hand, we are training soldiers. We have explored the universe, but we will not often encounter wars at this level. We will just treat it as a big training to train the elite troops that the army wants to cultivate. This time, because Han Xiao did not intervene in person, the person who led the Black Star Army fleet was Melos, who threw down his card friends and rushed from the Broken Star Ring. This time the army is divided into multiple legions. I am the commander-in-chief of all legions, responsible for formulating strategies. Each legion has an exclusive commander who commands different ally forces. The Imperial commander in charge of your Black Star fleet has also been decided. In the commander's office of Lighthouse Star, Terakov opened a resume and showed it to Melos in front of him. After taking a look, Melos felt familiar. Tenier Menlos? Yes, it's him. His military rank seems not high. Can he be competent? Melos was puzzled. Haha, don't worry, he is an officer currently trained by the Empire and has very outstanding command and commandability. Terakov smiled slightly. He arrived at the Lighthouse Star not long ago. You can meet him. As he said that, Terakov knocked on the table, and the door was immediately pushed open. An imposing officer walked in, followed by an adjutant who was indecisive. Meet again, friends of the Black Star Army. The powerful officer nodded. Oh, so it's you. The moment she saw this person, Melos immediately recalled. This person is the elite of the Empire who had undergone evolutionary block transformation, the future Imperial Marshal, and Tenier Menlos, who had a brief P1 intersection with Han Xiao a year ago. The adjutant next to him is his confidant Kebs. Melos stood up. The two shook their hands before they sat back. I haven't seen Black Star for almost 10 years. I'm very happy to hear that his status is getting higher and higher, said Tenny. Melos nodded, and then curiously said, You have been promoted in the past few years. I remember when you came, you were just the rank of colonel. I made some contributions, and that little achievement is nothing compared to Black Star. Tenny shook his head. This time I took the initiative to serve as the Imperial commander of the Black Star fleet, and try to help you reduce casualties. That's really thankful. Melos was a little surprised. As an ally, what he feared most was to meet an unreliable Imperial commander. No need to thank me. You can take this as a reward. Tenny waved his hand. When Black Star gave me a set of mechanical floating defense arrays made by Super A level and helped me through several dangers. I should thank him. So that's it. Melos suddenly realized that there was no love for no reason. It turned out that his boss was kind to others. He couldn't help but be amazed at Han Xiao's profoundness. After this battle, I will go to the Galu Star Group to visit Black Star, hoping that he will have time. Tenny nodded. Don't worry, the affairs of the army are basically all under our responsibility, and he is very idle all day long. Melos sold Han Xiao casually. The two chatted for a while, until Terakov deliberately coughed. They left the commander's office together. As partners who are about to fight side by side, both of them want to communicate more with each other. There were people coming and going in the base. Halfway through, Tenny met an acquaintance, also a senior emperor, an official recruited from other places. He greeted each other and stopped and started chatting. Melos didn't care much at first, but suddenly realized that the tall and thin adjutant next to the emperor had been staring at him with a meaningful look. Look at me. Hee hee. What do you think I'm doing? Melos couldn't help asking. The adjutant smiled, pointed to Melos's Legion uniform, and asked back, Are you a member of the Black Star Legion? I am Melos, the commander of the Black Star Legion fleet. I don't know what you call it. Melos nodded. Haha, call me Gouda. Haha, have we seen it? Why have you been staring at me? Melos was puzzled. Gouda smiled slightly. No, I just always admire Black Star. I have been a little curious when I saw the cadres of the Black Star Army for the first time. After that, he turned his head and had no intention of continuing to speak. Seeing this, Melos did not speak, looked at the man, and was secretly surprised. This guy named Gouda obviously had no momentum, but for some reason, standing next to him, Melas always felt an inexplicable pressure in his heart. At this time, Tenny also finished chatting with his acquaintance, and the other party took his adjutant, Gouda, away. Melas watched the two disappear the corner and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know that adjutant?" Teeny shook his head, but he kept talking to Kerbers, the adjutant who had been beside him. "You mean Gouda? I know him. What's wrong? I just chatted with him, and I'm a little curious." Kibos nodded and introduced. "This Gouda is not a graduate of the Imperial College. He has not been in the army for a long time, but he is a Superman with extraordinary potential. He was spotted by the officer just now and became an adjutant. He has outstanding abilities in all kinds of abilities. I heard that he has also been on the list of key training of the military." This resume sounds quite ordinary. Melas felt strange and didn't know how the impression just now came from, but he was sure it was not an illusion. "But there is nothing to worry about in this kind of trivial matter that has nothing to do with me." Melas continued to talk to Tinny and quickly left Gouda behind. The Empire was quite efficient. It took no time to complete the assembly from the attack to the army. Under the instructions of Terekov, the army officially set off and marched towards the depths of the light dust star cluster. Originally, the Empire did not know the territory of the Kundi tribe, and its original plan was to explore the way first. However, not long ago, Black Star submitted an information marking the approximate location of the Kundi tribe in the light dust star cluster. Although there were no detailed coordinates, it also saved the Empire a lot of energy to explore the way. Although the intelligence accuracy is still to be determined, the Empire can also carry out more targeted detection work. Countless scouts were released and advanced towards the Kundi territory marked by the Black Star, and the various legions began to move from different directions. With a whole star cluster as the battlefield, the movement force is the key, and the Stargate is the blood vessel connecting the army. Because of the original Phantom Trap incident, the Empire also defaulted to its opponents having Stargate technology, so each legion focused on protecting its own Stargate channels to prevent enemies from raiding. However, the army has been moving forward for half a month, and even an encounter has not happened. The enemy is dark, and we are bright, and the enemy seems to have disappeared. It was only a few days later that the situation was broken, and the Empire finally had its first exchange of fire with the Kundi troops. The firefighting location is a lighthouse star with many disasters. Half an hour ago, in the deserted universe belt far away from the lighthouse star, a Kundi fleet jumped out of the Stargate, quickly divided into multiple groups, entered the transition mode, and drove towards the lighthouse star along different routes. After the rampage of the Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect, the range of the cordon arranged by the Red Empire near the lighthouse star has been expanded several times. Not long after this Kundi fleet appeared, it was discovered by the space monitoring device in the area. This Kundi fleet ignored it, and moved straight forward. The main ship's command room is mainly crystal blue and dark gray, and various operating tables are structures suitable for crustacean creatures. The fleet commander is a large lobster man with a stature that is obviously stronger than ordinary people, with fiery red stripes on the carapace. The Kundi tribe is also divided into different branch groups. One of them has a characteristic. When different emotions arise, some parts of the carapace on the body will change color. The red pattern represents anger and excitement. The commander is in anger at this time, and the object of his anger is the enemy Red Empire. Yalu, an Iron Blood Sect officer of the Kundi tribe, is known for his radical style and voluntarily asked to participate in the attack. He and most of the crew members of this fleet knew that 80% of the trip were going back and forth, but he still refused. How far is it from the lighthouse, star marked by the star icon? Report to the commander. There's about 4 hours left. Go faster. Yilu's tone was full of evil spirits, and he wished he could immediately pour the shipborne shells into the enemy's hinterland. It has only been a few years since the Kundi people obtained a full set of Stargate technology and advanced jump engines. Even if the star cluster-level civilization has strong productivity, it is impossible to fight on a large scale. The Kundi people naturally lack experience in using these two technologies and cannot play many tricks. Until now, many Kundi soldiers are not yet adapted to these new technologies. 4 hours of traveling naturally won't have the effect of sneak attacks, but this is the limit that the Kundi tribe can do. At most, their stealth troops can only quietly put the Stargate in this position, and they can't hide it even closer. However, this fleet did not care about being discovered and adopted a plan of attack. In the data of the falling spacecraft, the location of the lighthouse star and the approximate warning range were marked, and it stated that this was the command core of the Red Empire. After targeted remote observations, the Kundis confirmed the authenticity of this point, so they formulated this plan to steal the family, taking advantage of the opportunity of the Red Empire, sending most of the troops out to attack themselves, and trying to launch a fierce attack on the Empire from behind. If the frontal battle is fought, the Kundi people know that there's a lot of danger, so they can only take risks. If they can blow up the enemy's command core, they will gain a phased advantage, and the enemy will inevitably lose an important retreat. This fleet is equipped with a large number of primitive phantom weapons. The Kundis believe in the power of this thing very much. As long as you get close to the lighthouse star and hit the planet with any shot, the strategic goal will be successful. The primitive phantom almost ignores defense, and most of the shields will only be assimilated by it, providing energy for its expansion. Although I knew that the accident was good, the crew of this fleet, including Yilu, basically had a firm belief and was not afraid of death. On the one hand, it is anger and hostility towards the Empire, and on the other hand, it is a deep fear in the heart. The reason for their fear happens to be closely related to Han Xiao. Originally, due to the disadvantage of combat power, the Kundi tribe paid great attention to hiding their positions. As long as the territory is not exposed, they could do a lot of things with the strategic depth of the light dust star cluster. However, after half a month of development, the Red Empire army did not explore too much and came straight towards their territory. This disrupted the Kundi's plan and made them panic. The exposure of civilized territory will result in the destruction of most of the methods prepared by the Kundi people and put all their troops in a dangerous situation. Countless people are glad that they sent away the vast majority of civilians early, otherwise they will be more passive. Forced by helplessness, the Kundi tribe had to launch this to be decided family-stealing plan. As the saying goes, all tactics change the family. Since their lair was exposed, the Kundi tribe tried to use a surprise weapon to explode the Empire's retreat. The initiator of this scene was Han Xiao, who provided information, who helped the Empire save a lot of energy and forced the Kundi people to choose to take risks. At the Lighthouse Star Command, Terekov and all the left-behind officers gathered in the command room, looking at the star map on a virtual big screen together, marking the red dots that marked the Kundi fleet slowly approaching, and there is also a countdown for the expected arrival in the upper right corner. As you can see, the enemy attacked the Lighthouse Star, and it will arrive in more than 3 hours. Terekov stood with his hands behind his back, looking around everyone, looking calm and without any pressure. Everyone's faces were as normal, and they were not surprised at this. This situation is a possibility that they deduced, and they had already made a response plan. In Terekov's strategic sandbox, there's almost no possibility of victory in the enemy's head-on battle, and the chance of taking risks is 95%. During the Exploration War, the Red Empire has been attacked for many times. It is experienced. The officers present are not only not panic, but they even want to laugh. Compared with their old drivers, this indigenous civilization with little war experience is still too young, and every move is within their expectations. Don't have a high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter. Do you still want to attack? Without the life of the Glorious Federation, he suffered from the Glorious Federation's disease. The Lighthouse Stars are full of disasters and difficulties. To be honest, they're all used to others coming to them directly. After the lessons learned last time, even if the large force was sent out, the Lighthouse Star retained enough fleets, and the expanded alert range made it take longer for the enemy to jump to the Lighthouse Star. A few hours were enough for the Allied troops of Gaolu, Renault, and Crown Ring to arrive here through the Stargate, and even the large army sent out could jump back through the Stargate built along the way. Everyone has known the situation. The only threat to the enemy's raid is the primitive phantom weapon itself. Tarakov paced and said slowly, "We have sufficient reserve time to intercept and eliminate all incoming troops. If any enemy ship is allowed to approach the lighthouse star to drop primitive phantom bombs, then we will be in trouble." I applied to use primitive phantom, just as Black Star said. "It is impolite to come, but not go." A hardliner sneered. "Yes, yes." Tarakov nodded. The use of primitive secret energy has been explicitly prohibited in the universe, but since the enemy has used it, the Empire will no longer hide it. Anyway, it will be polluted from both sides and vertically. You are either dirty or I am dirty, so there's no worries. However, although this killer weapon is allowed, Tarakov has other plans and said in a deep voice, "The lethality of the original Phantom is too great. If possible, try to use conventional weapons to fight and capture the enemy's spaceships and tribe members. This is a good opportunity to obtain enemy information. Don't forget that we are almost ignorant of their civilization now. In addition, let the virtual mechanics troops stand by. They should be able to use them. The Empire itself has a large number of virtual mechanics. When dealing with this indigenous civilization, it is not planned to use the power of super A-level allies. After all, the appearance via Black Star is still a bit high now. After detecting the enemy's attempt to attack, Lighthouse Star summoned garrison troops from all over the world through the Stargate, quickly assembled troops, and then sent out to intercept the sneak attack fleet from the Kundi tribe. Not long after, the two sides had an encounter in the desolate universe belt near the Lighthouse Star. This time, it was not as kind as the conventional naval gun fired in the war in the explored internal universe. Both sides were throwing primitive secret energy at each other, just like throwing shitbags. In the universe, the primitive psychic energy does not expand so quickly. After all, there is no matter from the entire planet for it to transform and swallow. But it is also dangerous because it will not dissipate. The original Ghost Light group stayed in the battlefield for a long time and became an obstacle that was almost dead when touched. The spacecraft could only avoid it continuously, and the Ghost group was still expanding and expanding, releasing a huge attraction, swallowing all kinds of broken spacecraft parts, like small black holes. In such a complex battlefield environment, everyone is afraid of the other party's long-range strikes, and the frequency of boarding battles has increased, mainly dominated by the Empire. The Kundi tribe only wants to bombard the enemy, and the side being boarded. Report to the commander. The spacecraft number 078, 075, and 102 were boarded by the enemy, and the guards on the ship were completely irresistible. In the command room of the main ship of the Kundi tribe, the virtual screen was played with a super-powered man slaughtering the Kundi tribe armored soldiers one-sidedly. Yilu looked at this scene with a bad tone. Is this the so-called superpower in the information? Is there a way to obtain extraordinary power without genetic debugging? Commander, the battle situation is not good for us. What should I do now? Hearing this, Yilu glanced at the overall situation. There was a gap in warship technology and military strength, and the fleet suffered heavy losses. Although this operation is similar to a suicide attack, it is obvious that it is difficult to move forward without even seeing the shadow of the Lighthouse Star. Everyone looked at him as if they were mentally prepared. Yilu gritted his teeth and pounded the table with a ferocious tone. It is my honor to fight side by side with you. The whole army obeyed the orders and activate the time and space cutter. On the other hand, at the beginning of the battle, Han Xiao received the news that he would project the long-range projection at the Lighthouse Star to observe the situation. The Empire's interception on the Kundi fleet was a shattering blow. The enemy had almost no resistance, and the generation difference of warship technology was not easy to make up. In the command room, Tarakov calmly commanded the overall situation, and Han Xiao was playing soy sauce. Seeing that the battle situation was very good, Han Xiao was a little confused. It's strange, the Kundi tribe seems vulnerable. How did the Empire cause trouble in his previous life? The current situation is different from what he expected. In his opinion, since the historical background of his previous life wrote that the Kundi tribe caused trouble to the empire, at least it had to fight back and forth, right? Why is the enemy so useless? A group of virtual mechanics troops are working next to them to crack the quantum network firewall of this Kundi warship, and progress is gratifying. In another 10 minutes, you might be able to capture a whole fleet and you don't have to take action on your own. The Kundi tribe has no chance to turn the tables, and they have been beaten to this day. It's strange and strange, Han Xiao murmured secretly. Just as he was thinking, the virtual mechanic team next to him suddenly exclaimed, with a puzzled look on his face, and hurriedly said, "Report to the commander-in-chief. There's a problem here." Terekov looked over and said in confusion, "What's the problem?" "This." In a moment just now, the quantum network node of the enemy fleet disappeared. We could not receive any signals, and the virtual invasion was automatically interrupted. Not a network interruption. Terekov had not had time to think about it. A strange scene suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, all the Kundi fleets seemed to be stuck and stopped in place. The Imperial Army would not stare together. It would gather fire violently, instantly blow up most of the warships, including Yi Lu's main ship. At this time, a sudden change occurred. I saw white noise and subtle spatial distortions on the appearance of these destroyed warships. Before everyone could react, the next moment, the spacecraft suddenly became intact and returned to the state before being hit. At the same time, the position moved forward for a long time without any movement and was in a state of pause. The Imperial fleet hesitated for a moment, opened fire again, and exploded the spacecraft. However, the same scene was staged again, and the position of the Kun fleet moved forward for a long time. This time, the Imperial fleet did not attack. After a few seconds, the Kundi fleet suddenly jumped again, and the position jumped forward for a long time. There was no movement process, as if it had skipped the frame. "What is this?" Terekov, who was watching the battle at Lighthouse Star, was immediately surprised. Buzzing at this moment, a harsh alarm sounded in the room. The space-time coefficient was detected to fluctuate violently. The degree of distortion was unknown, and the database model was matching. The matching failed. The database had no similar model, and a new file was being established. At the same time, the Imperial fleet on the front line also used all means to attack. But no matter how many times these warships were blasted, they could always return to their original state and move like a frame hopping towards the Lighthouse Star again and could not stop them. Seeing this, Terekov's eyes changed slightly. He exhaled, quickly adjusted his mindset, shook his head and said, "It seems that he underestimated them." He really can't underestimate any civilization. Everyone looked at each other with different expressions. They originally thought it was a battle to easily beat their opponents, but they did not expect that this indigenous civilization took out an unknown black technology from their crotch, which seemed to be related to time and space, and they did not know how the technology tree climbed. Just when a group of officers were in amazement, Han Xiao on the other side was also a little surprised and subconsciously put down his arms that were embracing. This kind of technology, he knows it, but I didn't expect that it actually originated from the Kundi people. In the historical background of my previous life, there is no description at all. This move is one of the killer weapons they have explored for the universe to fight the world tree. The same theories often lead to different application technologies. Cosmic civilization does not represent omniscient and omnipotent. Just as none of the three major civilizations master each other's characteristic technologies, the diversity of civilizations also ensures the diversity of the scientific and technological tree. Han Xiao is very familiar with the special technology shown by the Kundi people. This is a technology called space-time shearing, which comes from a branch under the space-time theory. Space-time technology is very advanced, but it is not rare. The three major civilizations, and even major star cluster-level civilizations, can be more or less. Even in the superpower system of magicians, there are space-time magic, such as Loki's Shavardo is one of them. However, space-time cutting also has its own unique features. The specific principles are not disclosed in the three major civilizations in the previous life. Han Xiao only knows a rough idea. This kind of time and space cutting seems to be a kind of ability to travel through time and space, but there are also big differences. In Han Xiao's view, the Kundi fleet is restored again and again, which is because they use time and space cutting to freeze the fleet before it is crushed. No matter how many times it is blasted, they can restore their previous state, just like the legendary invincible S/L magic. The fleet's movement like a frame jump is another function of space-time shearing. First, set a behavior trend as a parameter, perform realistic simulation, build a space-time model for the entire behavior from the beginning to the end, and then break through the space-time continuity and divide the coherent behavior model into time points. A simple description is to turn the behavior of "I want to do something" into a movie, and each time point is the picture of each frame. Then, the time chain of this preset behavior is intercepted. The time and space of one's own time are locked in it, and the past and future are cut off, and the present of this time chain exists only. It will jump at time points between the behavior model and omit the middle movement process, which looks like a frame skipping. Because without the process, the regular attacks of the Imperial fleet could not stop the Kundi's fleet from acting. To sum up, it is to transform into a tall ping warrior and move forward in a stuttering manner. Even if you hit me, you will only hit me in the previous frame. This technology has unique uses in many ways, but it is not without side effects. The space-time axis of the main universe is a huge chain system that cannot be calculated. No matter which point changes abnormally, it will be corrected by itself in the end, like a tight chain. For example, various magical magics, such as space-time delay and space-time stopping. After the magic effect is over, the mutation of space-time in the covered area will be quickly corrected, allowing the space-time coefficient to return to normal. All that can be retained is the changed material state, which has no effect on the space-time axis itself. The sequelae of time shearing is that after the continuity of time and space is broken, the space-time axis begins to correct itself. These objects that were skipped frames were forcibly reversed because of the space-time attributes, and their existence status has changed, which is equivalent to half a projection, which will continue to accelerate and collapse on the dual levels of space-time and matter. When the timeline correction force is caught up, all the time points of the entire behavior model collapse in a chain. The entire time chain of the preset behavior disappears, and their existence will be wiped out like a burst bubble, as if it has never appeared in this world. They solidify themselves on a time chain, and after completing the preset goals of the behavior model, they will also automatically disappear. Originally, the timeline is an infinitely extended straight line, and they intercept the line segment on this straight line and jump from the timeline to the line segment. Then their life is only the process of this line segment from the beginning point to the end point. This means that when using this technology, the fleet has already declared dead and has become a ghost that will disappear at any time. I remember when the three major civilizations used this technology in their previous life. They were equipped with a large number of space-time stabilization anchors and many auxiliary devices, which could significantly delay the time of collapse. If the Empire obtained this technology from the Kundi tribe, then the Empire's technology would inevitably improve it in several versions. Therefore, according to these two reasons, the space-time shearing technology in the hands of the Kundi tribe should be the roughest version 1.0, with more serious side effects and easier to target. Han Xiao's expression moved slightly, thinking in his heart. During the exploration, the indigenous attacks were attacked by the Empire, which could only cause trouble for the Empire, but now, the Empire can still get a good spoil. I don't know whether the Stowaway sent technology to the natives, or whether I know that the Kundi tribe has this technology. It is probably a bit unstoppable. Although the Stowaway had examined the strength of the Kundi tribe before sending technology, it is time and space cutting must be a confidential technology that the Kundi tribe has highly confidential, and it is not that easy to discover. Smuggling through the Shining World is similar to the Suicide Squad. Those superclusters or star cluster level civilizations will not send natural disaster levels to perform such tasks, and the smugglers will not have too many personnel. If they don't know, then they will suffer a loss. They want to drag the Empire back, but they gave him a treasure. Han Xiao smiled secretly. On the other hand, Terekov did not rest and made a quick arrangement. As an experienced senior officer, I have never seen any situation. Although Terekov does not know the technical principles of space-time cutting, the alarm says it is a time-space problem, so use the corresponding means. The country's family is enough to deal with various emergencies. Soon, an Imperial fleet on standby on Lighthouse stars set out, equipped with a large number of devices for time and space distortions, and was equipped with a large group of magicians who were familiar with space-time magic to intercept the Kundi fleet that was crazy about frame-hopping. Conventional attacks are useless, while space-time capabilities can have a certain impact on the Kundi fleet. After the Second Imperial Fleet entered the field, the situation changed rapidly. Various space-time spells and space-time devices made the distance between the Kundi fleets of each frame skipping, and the distance between them became shorter and slower. The white noise on the surface of the Kundi fleet was also denser, which meant that the collapse speed was increasing. Everyone watched the battle calmly in the command room. After a period of battle, and about an hour away from the Lighthouse star, the Kundi fleet did not appear again after the last disappearance. A surging energy rush broke out of thin air and spread far into the universe. There was no fierce scene of the death. The Kundi fleet was annihilated out of thin air, as if it was wiped out by an eraser, and released huge energy after collapse. Apart from that, nothing was left. In the universe, even Nirvana is light, but I believe that when these people make up their minds, they will be in a very tragic mood. Even though they know they will die, they will still beat the Empire. This thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind and shook his head. Solved. Terekov held the table with both hands, a little uncertain. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The time and space coefficient has returned to normal. The detection radar has no abnormalities, and no enemies have been detected. Well, it may be a sequelae of the enemy's technology, and it should be incomplete. Before it is confirmed that the enemy is completely eliminated, do not relax your vigilance. Continue to scan nearby areas, and also open the planetary shield of the Lighthouse star, while all emergency escape channels remain open. If the enemy suddenly appears around the planet, we can ensure that we can evacuate quickly. Terekov quickly arranged it. Because he didn't understand the enemy, he did not dare to relax his vigilance, and he was still as if he was facing a great enemy. Han Xiao knew that the enemy was cold, and narrowed his eyes and said to himself, "In the past life, the Empire also obtained this technology from the Kundi tribe, but I have no news proving that the Empire has implemented very strict confidentiality measures and should not allow allies to exchange for this technology. Well, I have to do it myself to get the time and space sheer technology." It was rare to encounter a powerful and characteristic technology, and Han Xiao was moved. It just so happened that the Empire didn't know what the principle of time and space cutting was. I could take advantage of the Empire not paying so much attention to it and steal the chicken. It cannot be used by itself, but in some cases, members of the Black Star Legion may be able to use it. Moreover, this thing can not only be used by one's own people, but also against enemies. I don't know if the time and space amber and time shearing can be combined and what effect will be produced. Han Xiao is a little curious. Deep in the light dust star cluster, a huge Kundi fleet is slowly moving in the universe. In the conference room of the main ship, there were a group of senior officials, including the leaders of the Kundi tribe. When the Red Empire was discovered to be coming towards their territory, the senior officials decisively left the home planet and acted with the fleet. Anyway, most of the tribesmen have been transported away, and temporarily giving up the colonial stars they have built over the years has become a strategic choice that they don't need to hesitate. Yilu's fleet has lost contact, and the raid plan has failed. Are they all dead? I can't confirm that the space-time cutter should have been used. So, can't even space-time cut technology deal with the Red Empire? Listening to a senior military executive report on the situation, everyone present was in a serious mood. The leader of the Kundi tribe was silent for a while and slowly said, Please adopt the scorched earth plan. Hearing this, everyone's faces, the color of the carapace, changed slightly. They formulated many combat plans, and the scorched earth plan was the last resort. They originally planned to use it when the defeat was decided, but they did not expect that the leader would be so radical and would be very excited when he came up. If you think about it carefully, the senior officials here actually have no confidence in this war. The main reason for staying in the battle is that they are unwilling to give up their homes to the robbers without any resistance, and they do not want the Red Empire to occupy their homes without paying any price. The content of the Scorched Earth plan is to use the infinite expansion characteristics of the original Phantom Energy to continuously catalyze it to destroy multiple galaxies, including the old homeland, so that the Empire can get nothing, and then they retreat to catch up with the departing tribe members. However, it is psychologically difficult to accept that you have destroyed your old home with your own hands. After glanced at it and saw that everyone was not speaking, the leader of the Kundi tribe said in a deep voice, since no one objected, then start to arrange it. As for the large troops approaching the Red Empire, they sent a fleet to fight, entangle the enemy, try to delay time, slowly let them enter our territory, and enter the blockade of the Scorched Earth plan. Everyone was in a heavy mood and destroyed their homes, so there was no way back. The Scorched Earth plan requires time to be arranged and catalyzed, and a fleet must be sent to entangle with the Empire, which means that many compatriots and soldiers will be killed on the front line. A few days after the attack of the home of Lighthouse Star, fire finally broke out on the front line, and more Kundi fleets appeared and finally began to fight with the multiple legions of the Empire that penetrated into the Light Dust Star cluster. The Organizational Legion, led by Tenny, also encountered more and more enemies. There is no shortage of opportunities for fighting, but what makes Han Xiao helpless is that Tiny is too good to fight. Under his command and coordination, the fleet's tactical cooperation is extremely smooth. He holds all the enemies he encounters and can easily end the battle at long range. There are few opportunities to connect to the side battle. Moreover, Tenny also had consciousness to protect the members of the Black Star Legion, which made it even more uncomfortable. After running with the army for nearly a month, Nilo had not even touched the Kundapapixia's little hand. If this continues, Han Xiao can't help but virtually invade the next wave of enemies, remotely control the Kundi tribe to attack Tenny. Fortunately, Tenny did not let Han Xiao stretch out his claws so quickly. In another encounter, the Black Star Army finally took on the task of taking the boarding battle. Nello finally welcomed his first time. Somewhere in the Light Dust Star cluster, the troops led by Tenny were attacked by a new wave. While shooting at the original Phantom with the enemy while moving, they sent small charged ships to shuttle through the complex battlefield, constantly approaching the enemy, intending to take a squat battle. This is the nemesis of the Kundi fleet without superpowers. In the previous battle, Tenny kept paddling with the Black Star Legion, and the meaning of maintenance was too obvious. In order to slightly balance the opinions of other forces under his command, this time he encountered a small group of enemies, so he asked the Black Star Legion to undertake the main battle mission. In the complex battlefield, a small shuttle-type battleship flexibly makes various maneuvering actions, shuttles through the crisscrossing energy cannons, and avoids the ever-expanding primitive psychic groups. In the cabin, armed landing teams were already on standby in various charge cabins, and the Team Milo was one of the teams deployed in this spacecraft. The inside of the charge cabin was iron gray, slightly dim. Only a row of red lights on the top were flashing, dyeing everyone's face red. The metal bulkheads are neatly distributed with electromagnetic discs emitting blue light. All the members of the Nilo team are divided into 2 rows and stand with different electromagnetic discs on their backs, allowing the back of the combat uniform to be electromagnetically absorbed to stabilize the body. The spacecraft was flying in a difficult situation, and the charge cabin was also shaking slightly. The rays of the naval guns that kept passing through the window passed through the viewing angle again and again. Nilo's face turned pale, and he was a little scared. "Boy, don't be afraid. Our spacecraft's maneuverability is far superior to that of the enemy. They can't hit us. The captain, wearing a heavy mecha, smiled and patted Nilo on the shoulder. Generally, people who say this will suffer in the next second. Nilo couldn't help but complain. There are simulation courses for landing in the charge cabin in the academy, and Nilo knows the whole set of precautions. But at this time, he still feels nervous when facing the actual combat environment. This is the first time you have fought side by side since joining our team. Let's see your actual combat effectiveness. Don't hold back. The captain said, "Hey, I understand." Nero exhaled and clenched his fists. It was a torment to be on standby in the charge cabin. Time seemed to be pulled for a long time. Nero didn't know how long it took, but suddenly a notice of instructions sounded in the cabin. The target has been locked, and it is expected to be put into the charge cabin in 45 seconds. Please be ready for battle. Repeat, please be ready for battle. The countdown appeared on the screen of the charge cabin gate. Seeing this, Nilo's heart tightened instantly. When he turned around, all his teammates' faces tense up. "The last equipment inspection," the captain shouted in a serious tone. Everyone had already prepared, but they still checked again, and Nilo also activated the mecha self-test. At this time, he was equipped with a special mecha that he had improved himself. The second generation of Ball can use a lot of resources, and the mecha, made of rare materials, has better performance than the Black Star Legion standard armor. Although he could get armor made by a more advanced mechanic as Nello, he still prefers to study new drawings himself. The prototype of this mecha is the mountain ape that Han Xiao once used, but Nilo does not have that high mechanical technology. He uses a simplified and reduced version that he has improved and named the model of this mecha Steel Ape, which mainly focuses on melee combat. As a serious crisp mechanic, the first thing that Nello considers to make armor is melee ability. Under the influence of Han Xiao and Mia, Nello also has a special liking for melee combat. Nilo's current level is C+, but he has perfect mechanical sense and the ordinary mechanical expertise he has obtained over the years. In fact, his mechanical ability can reach the level of B, and the quality of the equipment he has created is far higher than his level. Preparation. Countdown 10 seconds. Hearing the captain shout, Nilo took a deep breath, covered himself with the mecha mask, and made a battle preparation posture with his teammates around him. Rumble. The next moment, a huge force of propulsion suddenly supported the body. The bulkhead vibrated violently, and the charge cabin shot out with a bang. The location of the target and one's own side is marked on the screen, and the distance between them is rapidly shortening. Bang! The entire charge cabin shook and bit the enemy ship. The laser cutter, equipped with it, quickly cut a gap in the external armor of the enemy ship and crashed into the inside of the enemy ship. The door opened with a flash of light, and there was a mess of enemy ship passage in front of me. Everyone followed the captain out of the charge cabin and began to sweep the enemies on the ship. The enemy's reinforcements came very quickly, and the team encountered a large number of enemies. The warriors of the Kundi clan have undergone genetic debugging. Although they are not superpowers and do not have all kinds of strange abilities, they have good physical qualities, and their basic attributes are approximately equivalent to those of level 25 to 45, equivalent to between level E and level D. With various combat armor, their combat effectiveness is not weak. The team was blocked in the middle of the passage, and the enemy's reinforcements surged from both sides, advancing step by step, holding guns, and constantly firing into the middle. Nero threw out a compressed ball early, turning it into a miniature armed fortress to protect the team. The armored wall and a large-scale shield blocked the pinched artillery fire of the Kundi soldiers on both sides, and everyone fired and fought back in the fortress. "Boy, you did a good job." The captain encouraged Nilo, then pointed to the deputy captain and said decisively, "Take an assault. I'm responsible for the front. You're responsible for the back. Nilo, you're setting up a fort and mechanical warriors in the back to provide cover." After saying that, the captain rushed out of the fortress with a group of members and charged forward in front of the artillery fire. The advantage of being a Superman is to crush the opponent in individual combat power. As long as you rush into the crowd, you can get unparalleled. Nilo calmed down and immediately threw out a large number of compressed balls, forming various turrets. Tuta the turret fire at the enemies on both sides to provide cover for teammates. With his mechanical power, the power of the long-range weapon was extremely amazing. It instantly tore the formation of the Kundi soldiers on both sides, exploded shields and outer armor, and blew the Kundi soldiers to pieces, and splashed body fluids covered the bulkheads and ground. He instantly killed a large number of enemies, and a stream of gray air flowed into the death mark of Nilo's hand. This was a small gift Hela gave him a long time ago. The more enemies he killed, the slowly improving his mental power. Nilo did not officially play the role of this mark until now. With his firepower support, his teammates easily destroyed the formation of this group of Kundi soldiers and slaughtered them. Many teammates looked at Nilo's performance and secretly praised him. This newcomer has such a strong firepower. Is the normal sea-level mechanic so powerful? This kid has some skills and deserves to be related to Lord Haisheng. The team advanced rapidly, and the enemy's reinforcements were increasing. All of them were fearless and killed, with heavy casualties, and the situation was very tragic. Especially the martial artists led by the captain. They have extremely heavy fists and may not be able to break the enemy's armor, but their surging martial arts aura is enough to shake the Kundi soldiers in the armor to death. The broken corpses all over the ground made Nilo a little uncomfortable. Even if the mecha mask filtered the air, he could still vaguely smell the pungent blood. The Kundi tribe's attitude of not fearing sacrifice shocked Nilo a little, but he and his teammates were not ruthless in killing, and all the Kundi soldiers who rushed up were basically given for nothing. It was only the first time he felt nervous when facing a real fight, and he would not feel pity for the enemy. The Legion had targeted education in this regard. However, Nilo was also filled with a slight excitement in his nervousness. He did not want to stay behind to provide fire cover. As a Black Galaxy mechanic, his melee instinct is ready to move. He couldn't help but rush up to show his melee battle several times, but he was afraid of being criticized by his teammates. At this moment, a teammate's scream suddenly came from the team's communication channel. The Kundi soldiers were besieging the warriors of the Black Star Army close. A teammate's shield was broken and was immediately caught fire. The armor on his body was seriously damaged and black smoke rose. The whole person staggered back under the recoil force, as if he was in a brief state of dizziness. A large group of Kundi soldiers pulled out Gao Zhoubu's dagger from his waist, pounced on him, overwhelmed the man, and stabbed him with a dagger crazily. This teammate is a sea-level martial artist with strong physical fitness and arrogance. He shot one enemy after another while struggling. However, the continuous enemy rushed forward without fear of death, and the big man was covered in a battle between the two sides. The body was stabbed several times and fell into danger. The nearby teammates were about to turn around to help, when a black figure suddenly rushed up from behind and suddenly knocked away a large number of Kun soldiers, like bowling balls hitting a bunch of bottles. It was Nilo, who could not hold back his heart for melee. Several nearby Kundi tribes turned their heads to siege Nilo. Nilo's tactical screen showed the enemy's attack trajectory. He quickly dodged and squatted as instructed, and his movements were flowing. The enemy's dagger wiped the mecha's shield and fell into nothing, causing a spark of energy. Nilo Tongue popped up his wrist blade while dodging and continued to slash and slash with an extremely fast speed. The wrist blade cuts tofu and cuts the enemy's armor and body. The cold blade brings out hot blood, killing all the enemies. After helping his teammates to clear the siege, Nero did not return to the back and concentrate on shooting artillery, but rushed into the enemy again, chopping down one enemy after another and turning the enemy's formation to earth. Watching the enemies fall under his wrist blade, Nilo felt satisfied. Sure enough, the real mechanic is the one who fights hand in hand. This is the style of a mechanic. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed across the captain's face. Although he knew that Nilo, who joined temporarily, might be the strongest man in the squad, they had not fought side by side before today and did not know much about each other's abilities. At this time, Seeing Nilo killing a bloody path like cutting melons and vegetables, the captain muttered, "A good mechanic. Why are you rushing up to fight in close combat? Where did you get the problem?" In front of a group of superpowers, the Kundi soldiers in the spacecraft did not have much resistance, and the battle did not last long, and the enemy was soon wiped out. The blue-green bloodstains were spread throughout the command room, and all the enemy crew members were killed. Everyone put away their weapons and breathed a sigh of relief. Nilo retracted the compressed ball, a little distracted and dazed, as if he was still savoring the battle just now. Seeing this, the captain took the initiative to walk to Nilo, put his shoulders on his face, and smiled and said, "I just played well. How did you feel? Are you not used to it?" I am much better." Nilo quickly waved his hand. After a real fight, his condition was no longer so tense. Although he was a little nervous at the beginning, he gradually got better and more relaxed. The melee fighting was refreshing, which made him feel very comfortable. He does not feel much discomfort after killing. First, the species are different, so the psychological impact is not high. Second, the superpowers themselves have a certain degree of mental resilience and can easily accept various cruel scenes. Third, after possessing extraordinary power, their mentality will change, and they will want to exert their abilities. It's the first time it's all like this. Just see some blood. I'll get used to it in the future. The captain said casually, "If you have any discomfort, you can come to me. I'll give you guidance for those who have experienced it for free." "Thank you, but I don't need it." Nilo smiled and was a little moved. After this battle side by side, he couldn't help but develop a friendship with this team, and his relationship got closer. Nilo's first life-and-death battle was very smooth, which established him a lot of confidence. The encounter itself did not go on for too long, and the defeat of the Kundi fleet was no suspense, and the Imperial fleet soon began to clean the battlefield. Among the main ships, Tenny looked at the spacecraft sent by the Black Star Army to fight in basically intact, and returned to the troops one after another and nodded calmly. He felt very satisfied with the Black Star Legion. As the commander, there are many ways to help the Black Star Legion reduce casualties. He planned to treat this as a reward to Han Xiao. Didi. At this moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Tenny glanced at it. His face changed slightly, and he immediately answered the communication, and his tone was filled with a little respect. "Hello, Haixing. I'm still going to visit you after the war, but I didn't expect you to contact me on your own initiative. We haven't had a call for a long time, and I just happened to have something to do." It was Han Xiao who called. "I wonder what you were asking me for." Tenny didn't like to greet him and asked bluntly, "I heard you want to protect the Black Star Army's troops?" "Yes." Tenny nodded. "Haha, this is what I want to ask you. Don't protect my people too much. I send them to participate in the war. On the one hand, they are participating in the recruitment, and on the other hand, they are also training soldiers." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Then I understand." Tenny didn't say much nonsense when he heard this. Since the main master had spoken, he would not refuse. "Also, I hope you can take care of this person more." Han Xiao sent Nilo's information to Tenny, smiling inexplicably. "This kid is my student. I want him to exercise more. If it is convenient, give him as many fighting opportunities as possible. Also, if he encounters some unexpected situations, I am training him, so don't be surprised." He felt that he was still a little conscientious and did not interfere with Nilo's first battle to build confidence. But later on, he was going to do something, so he came here to have fun with Tenny first. Tenny looked at the information and nodded. "I will arrange it." "Then please, I'll wait for you in the Galu Star group after the war is over. Let's have a good chat then." "Okay." After the communication, Tenny looked at Nilo's information again and pondered himself. Is it a student of Black Star? That's a good arrangement. At the same time, another mixed army led by the Emperor, and the Emperor had just ended an encounter in another area. And after cleaning the battlefield, they continued to march. The commander who had just commanded a battle went to rest, and the work was temporarily taken over by the deputy commander. Gouda, as the commander's adjutant, also got a short rest time. After greeting many colleagues, Gouda returned to his room, took off his officer's uniform, walked into the bathroom, and soon heard the sound of water clattering inside. After taking a shower, Gauda put on a towel, came to the mirror naked, and looked at his body carefully. Her skin is pale, tall and thin, and her appearance is ordinary. Looking at the mirror, Gauda raised his hand, stroked his face in the mirror, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Young body is really good. In the interstellar war, support lines and supply lines, mainly based on Stargate transportation, are very important. The Imperial troops set out to plant Stargates along the way, connecting them into fast lines that can advance or retreat. In order to prevent the enemy from attacking these Stargate stations, each legion will put aside a part of its manpower to guard each time the Stargate channel is extended for a section. So the deeper the light dust star cluster, the size of the troops led by each emperor will gradually decrease. As the attacking side, the Empire had to drag the front for a long time, but this was the advantage of strong military strength and had the capital to squander. Because the size of the frontline troops gradually decreased and the intensity of the battle gradually increased, of course, the commander of each army was a promising young officer drawn from various places by the Empire, with rich experience in interstellar wars. How luxurious the lineup is. In Han Xiao's memory, almost all of these officers transferred are future military leaders. Among them, there are at least 3 people who are not under 10, who will command other major legions of the Empire. Faced with such a group of famous generals, the Kundi tribe was completely at a disadvantage in interstellar combat of the large army. Even if the Imperial troops were reduced, the Kundi tribe was still defeated repeatedly. After receiving Han Xiao's instructions, Tenny changed his previous style and began to let the Black Star Army troops undertake more war tasks, and took special care of Nilo, which Han Xiao mentioned. Basically, every battle will assign key combat tasks to the large detachment to which Nilo belongs, and fall on the heads of each squad, and the battle becomes extremely frequent. It just so happened that most of the graduates of the Super Energy Academy belong to different teams of this detachment. Continuous high-intensity and high-risk battles have caused these young students to bear huge loads. Even Nilo couldn't bear it. He felt strange in his heart, not knowing where their detachment offended the commander. Because of the continuous high-pressure battle, Nilo's mechanical loss was extremely serious, and he lost nearly half of the inventory. When there was no battle, he could not rest and had to repair the machinery hard for fear that he would not have equipment to use in the next battle. At this time, Nilo thanked Renard very much. "Isn't it just that I don't sleep? When I was forced to indulge in studying, I had already developed this ability. Not yet described, this is really a specialty on the attribute panel. Advanced fatigue resistance, physical recovery efficiency during resting plus 500%, physical loss speed minus 60%, reduce the negative state of mental fatigue caused by lack of sleep and rest, and at most accumulate slight mental fatigue. A talented person can develop a specialty even without sleeping, and Han Xiao doesn't know who to ask for advice." However, the other graduates did not have the inspirational experience of Nilo and were exhausted. Even Mia didn't have time to talk to him on the phone and have sex with him. There is no way to speculate on the commander's thoughts. Even if Nilo complains in his heart, it is useless. He can only fight continuously, not knowing that he has been arranged by Tenny. High-intensity combat will cause casualties, but this is how practical training is, and losses cannot be avoided. Nilo's team was fine. Although they were tired, no members had been killed. In the frequent battles, Nilo's bond with the comrades of the team members became stronger and stronger. The Red Empire had an overwhelming advantage in this war. Many days passed in a blink of an eye. The fleets of various Imperials have been advancing steadily, crossing multiple galaxies, and finally gradually approaching the border of the Kundi territorial border. The army was approaching, and the scouts moved first. The various legions close to the Kundi territory in different directions sent a large number of scout troops to enter the Kundi territory in advance to explore the situation. Among these scout troops, there were both long-range unmanned fleets and combat squads carrying ground landing troops. Without any surprises, the team of Nilo and others was selected as a scout unit to to carry out dangerous pathfinding missions. Just as the Imperial troops were exploring the Kundi border, a secret mechanical force sent by Han Xiao had already arrived near the Kundi home planet following his guidance. This is a black planet that looks like a barren planet. There are a large number of armed exploration satellites floating in outer space, as well as celestial camouflage equipment used to cover up the planet's surface. Through the high-speed cracking of camouflage detection eyes of the mechanical warriors, you can see the true appearance of the Kundi family planet. In fact, this is a sapphire-like planet. The ocean occupies most of the surface area, with sea cities and floating cities. So, this planet was like this. The mechanical forces stopped in a universe far away from the planet and all turned on hidden camouflage. Han Xiao's technology and mechanical power were enough to prevent the Kundi family's home star from detecting the existence of this group of mechanical warriors. One of the machines is Han Xiao's master clone, carrying his consciousness and is carefully observing the planet. After the Shining World opened in his previous life, Han Xiao came here to do a mission. At that time, the Kundi family's mother star had changed a lot and was completely transformed by the Empire. Because the Empire went directly to Huanglong, the population of the parent star was basically withdrawn, but the Kundi tribe did not blow up the parent star at this time. There were still many facilities on it, and the last small fleet was stationed in charge of temporary management. This place is now one of the core quantum network nodes of the Kundi tribe. Do work. Han Xiao twisted his mechanical neck. His mind moved and suddenly entered the field of vision of the quantum network. The field of vision has become dark again, leaving only the light balls representing quantum network nodes, with different brightness levels, and are connected to each other with slender light rays representing the information flow to form the structure of the network. Han Xiao directly locked the main quantum network node of the Kundi family's home star, and his consciousness turned into a stream of light. Suddenly, the firewall of the node appeared in front of him, like layers of dynamic data walls, with loopholes and gaps everywhere in his eyes. He did not want to disturb the Kundi people, so he took data diving instead of direct intrusion, and passed through the vulnerabilities of the data firewall and opened up the back door. The other party's quantum network technology is very bad, and any confidential permissions are useless. It's like coming to a house where the owner is not at home. The tools in his hand can open any room and safe. Don't ask. Asking is doing whatever he wants. Soon, the Kundi family's data library lost all its defenses and appeared naked in front of Han Xiao, as if it was a dessert waiting to enjoy. Philip, package and copy their database. Han Xiao greeted. His goal is only the imperfect 1.0 version of time and space-cutting technology, but since he has come, he might as well pack all the data of the Kundi people and take them away. Philip began to work hard. It took a while for the entire cluster-level information to be copied. Taking advantage of this time, Han Xiao simply checked all the objects connecting this node. Through path tracking, the whereabouts of all Kundi fleets can be located, which is just a convenient thing for him. Let me see where the Kundi troops are. When Han Xiao imported the coordinate data into the star map, he glanced at it, and suddenly his eyes moved and found interesting information. The Kundi fleet was roughly divided into 4 groups, among which the core fleet, mainly command center, was on standby and hiding within the territory. The second was the frontal combat troops blocking the Empire on the front line and opening a front line on the border, which was normal. The third was the fleet carrying civilians evacuated, which was already far away from the Kundi territory. The fourth type that attracted Han Xiao's attention was the fourth type. Countless teams went to the territorial borders in other directions and seemed to want to form an encirclement circle, but the distance was so far, it was obviously not a conventional encirclement. It seemed that it was performing special combat missions. With Han Xiao's current knowledge, he naturally would not be confused. He soon had speculation and felt moved. In this case, there should be only 3 possibilities. One is to escape, the second is to cover civilians' evacuation, and the third is to arrange special traps. Escape can be eliminated. The evacuated civilians have gone in the opposite direction and are not to go along with these fleets, but can also be eliminated. then the most likely is to arrange traps. As for what traps it is, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and analyzed, based on the methods and specific situations that the Cunny tribe can use. The enemy's most likely plan is to bury a large amount of primitive secret energy on the edge of the territory to catalyze its expansion, so that it can swallow up all celestial bodies in the territory, leaving no heir to the Empire. He didn't guess this casually, but there were too many such examples in the exploration war. Isn't so many artificial, desolate universe belts caused by the flood of primitive secret energy? So, the Cunny tribe wants to turn their hometown into a killing trap and lure the Imperial fleet out. Wow, it's very cruel. I want to bite the Empire before running away. Han Xiao shook his head. Only civilizations that do not realize the harm of primitive secret energy will use this thing indiscriminately. The formation of a natural celestial body takes billions of years, and the probability is random. Where the primitive celestial energy passes, it devours all celestial bodies, turning the universe into a vacuum zone, a deserted area, and no material resources can be found. That is the real no grass grows. Moreover, as long as pollution is not controlled, the original secret energy will expand endlessly. As the volume expands, the contact area with external matter or energy will also increase, and the expansion efficiency will become faster. If it is made to a terrible level, it may not even be able to manage it. By that time, all living beings will have to race against the doomsday. The three major civilizations are keen on exploring unknown areas. Another important reason is that they are afraid that in places they do not know, will there be strange high-level civilizations that will throw away the primitive secret energy but will not control it and allow it to expand endlessly. Sooner or later, the creatures in the entire universe will suffer. In the historical background of his previous life, there was no detailed record of the Empire's process against the Cunny tribe. Han Xiao didn't know whether the Cunny tribe had adopted a scorched earth plan last time. However, the celestial bodies of the light dust star cluster in the previous life were very complete, proving that even if the Cunny tribe implemented the scorched earth plan, it was timely stopped by the Empire. After thinking about it, Han Xiao was about to turn around and hand over this information to the Empire, which would definitely greatly improve the mission evaluation. Although the original secret energy is terrible, it takes a process to expand to a certain scale. The Empire has plenty of time to solve the problem. Han Xiao nu did secretly, feeling relaxed. Originally, it was just to copy the space-time cutting technology, but I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains. After a while, Philip copied the data. Han Xiao left behind the backdoor program, then cleared the traces of visiting. And after completing the finishing work, he immediately removed the quantum network vision and ordered the mechanical force to return. The Cunny family's mother star quickly disappeared from the perspective of the dominant clone. From beginning to end, his visit did not alarm anyone, and he was definitely a thief. The peak super-level virtual mechanic is unparalleled in stealing intelligence and is an existence that all three civilizations must fear. At this moment, the family has been reviewed, and the senior Cunny people, who know nothing about it, are holding a new meeting. The theme of the conference is related to the Superman. In the room, the leader of the Cunny tribe glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The enemy's superpower technology has given their soldiers strong individual combat power. According to the data of the falling spacecraft, this superpower technology is a method for individual lives to exercise by themselves. An individual can even have the power to destroy planets. The warriors we are proud of are simply vulnerable in front of the superpower." Everyone was in a heavy mood. The superpower system was a technology that required luck to discover. The Cunny tribe was obviously on the blacklist of the goddess of luck, just like Han Xiao. The superstar cluster-level civilization that caused trouble behind the scenes mentioned the existence of superpowers, but did not package the superpowers practice methods to the Cunny tribe together, resulting in the Cunny tribe still not having a superpower system. The leader of the Cunny tribe said slowly, "Superpower, this is exactly what we lack. Everyone, we have decided to leave our home. If we can get this technology from the enemy's hands, It will help us gain a foothold in the new home. You mean, I want the frontline troops to find ways to capture some enemy superpowers and come back as experimental materials. As long as they get their bodies, they can study the principles and mysteries of the superpower system. In this way, the combat policy of the frontline troops will be changed. Everyone cheered up and discussed. Most people want to have strong personal power and a long lifespan. Not to mention that the power of the senior officials who enjoy power has always been linked to power. If there is power that transcends the world, then boxing power is power. They covet the existence of superpowers. Now they not only have to use scorched earth plans to destroy the Empire, but also want to grab new technology from the Empire that they do not have. A few days later, the Kundi territorial border. An Imperial scout unit is moving quietly. This scout unit has more than 20 warships, most of which are Black Star Legion spacecraft, and is riding on combat squads, not only Nilo, but even Mia and a large group of college graduates. They have been in the territory of Kundi for several days and remain vigilant along the way, ready to deal with the encounter at any time, but never encountered the enemy. In the cabin of one of the warships, a large group of Legion soldiers surrounded the star map to discuss the current situation. Nilo pinched his chin and looked at the star map, and couldn't help but ask for doubts. It's really strange. Before we arrived at the territory of the Kundi people, we could encounter enemies who intercepted us every day. Now we have entered their territory, but no one has come to care about us. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him without saying a word. Mia, not far away, stood with her arms in her arms, raised her eyebrows. She spoke with confidence, her tone. Maybe the enemy feels that she can't stop the Empire and has all escaped. I don't think it's that simple. Nilo shook his head. This time, the team where Nilo was located was on the same boat as the team where Mia was located, and several other combat squads were accompanied by the same boat. After experiencing this period of war, Nilo's actual combat ability has been improved to a considerable extent, but his personal temperament has not changed much. After all, he has a baby face and cannot become vicious, so he feels very happy no matter how he looks at it. However, Mia has confirmed her combat power in actual combat, and her temperament has become more and more confident. At this moment, the fleet reached the preset target location and suddenly exited the jump state. Outside the window is a planet, which is also the current exploration target of their scout troops. Find planets suspected of Kundi colonial stars and try to land on the ground. And the surface of this planet has obvious traces of cities. Seeing this, everyone's faces tightened. It seems that I found a place, so everyone is more cautious. The fleet did not approach the planet and remained in a hiding state. It released a miniature space-based detection satellite, allowing it to slowly approach the outer space of the planet and constantly scan the planet's surface. In the cabin, the virtual screen shows a satellite scan. There are a large number of cities on the surface, but the streets are deserted and empty, with a lot of garbage remaining on the streets, like a scene left by evacuating civilians. This colonial star seems to be abandoned. Nero stroked his fingers with his virtual screen, constantly scanning unmanned cities. Look at the life signal detection. The team captain thrust his mouth. Nilo responded, switched to the control interface of the space-based satellite, and quickly set it up. This thing is a product of the Legion. Although it was not made by him, it was very simple to operate. There are about 2,000 Legion soldiers in this scout unit, most of which are C-level superpowers. Only the commander is B-level, and Nilo is the strongest man besides the commander, and he is also the best mechanic in this scout unit. Basically, all kinds of mechanical devices carried by the troops are handed over to him to control. Soon, the scan results were displayed on the screen. The life signal light spots on the surface were sparse. The wild was densest, all of which were wild beasts. In the city, there were only 3 or 2 scattered smart life signal light spots. Mia's eyes lit up. There are still people in the city. It should be civilians who are unwilling to evacuate. Nilo breathed a sigh of relief. Another task they had on this trip was to try to capture Kundi civilians and take them back for interrogation information. Boy, confirm the armed forces of this planet. "If there is no problem, we will land," said the captain. Nilo nodded and scanned. Everyone stared at the screen, waiting for the result. At this moment, in the quantum network that everyone could not see, a group of data that had been ambushed for a long time intercepted the information flow transmitted from satellite exploration without knowing it, and quietly tampered with the information that was presented to everyone. Well, there are no enemy ships around, and there is no abnormal reaction on the military base on the surface. It seems that the enemy has completely abandoned this colonial star and has not even left the troops. Nilo glanced at it and read out the scan results. The captain smiled. "That's easy. The commander has ordered. Everyone should pay attention. We're going to land." The fleet acted quickly, and most of the warships broke into the atmosphere and began to land towards the city. Only 3 warships, including the commander's spacecraft, remain in outer space as a response. At the same time, a medium-sized Cunny fleet is on standby in a floating military base at the altitude of this colonial star. There are about 100 spacecraft. The military base is in a state of camouflage and hidden camouflage. It has turned on the reflector, integrating with the environment, and looks like it is transparent. A large number of operators were busy in the main control room of the floating military base. In a blink of an eye, an operator who detects radar suddenly saw a signal of abnormal fluctuations in the atmosphere flashing through the radar screen. However, when he looked closely, the signal disappeared and showed that everything was as usual. "Did you see it wrong?" The Cundy operator was puzzled and asked the radar to conduct another detection. The detection results were released. Not only did the atmosphere have no problems, but even the radar of Nilo and others who were landing blatantly did not discover it. It should be a false alarm. Seeing this, the operator looked away. The scout team did not find this military base, nor did it see the scout team. It was close to each other, but it could not see each other, and they were both blind for the time being. The initiator behind it was Han Xiao's mechanical force hidden in the scout squad spacecraft, who used virtual technology to directly tamper with the scanning results of both sides. The situation completely fell into the script of Technician Han. Not long after, the spacecraft landed successfully in the city. The various combat teams put on their equipment and walked off the spacecraft and stood in the desolate streets. "Come on, let's assign a task." Many captains held a brief meeting, and finally all the teams were divided into 3 groups. One group of left-behind spacecraft to prevent accidents. One group went to capture the remaining civilians in the city and collected intelligence in the city. The remaining people scattered around to search for nearby special facilities, such as various factories, energy plants, etc. There was also an abandoned military base outside the city. The responsibilities were determined, and each team took action separately. Nilo and Mia's squad were responsible for exploring abandoned military bases in the suburbs, and they rode ground vehicles to their destination together. It was a heavy-armed levitation vehicle. In the carriage, the members of the 2 combat squads remained silent. Nilo looked left and right, coughed, stood up, moved to Mia, and sat down. Mia, who was protecting the weapons, glanced up at him, continued to lower her head to maintain her weapon, and said casually, "Why are you sitting here?" "Here to chat with you." Nilo scratched her cheek. "We have been busy fighting for this period of time, and we didn't talk much." "What's there to talk about?" Mia rolled her eyes and said angrily, "I don't have enough sleep time every day. Do you think I don't need rest like you?" Nilo was speechless, thinking for a while, and said, "Actually, I can teach you how to fight fatigue. I have a lot of experience in this regard. I, a martial artist, still need you to teach me?" Mia laughed. Nilo said seriously, "As a martial artist, you need to learn this ability more. Mechanics don't need physical strength, and you're different. If you don't have physical strength, the combat power of the martial artist will decline severely. I'm afraid you will encounter danger. You care about me." Mia glanced at Nilo sideways. "I said I will protect you." Nilo grinned. Stop laughing. You're so stupid when you smile." Mia snorted, turned her head, and after a few seconds, she turned around and asked casually, "How should you practice the anti-fatigue you mentioned?" Nero touched the bridge of her nose and said seriously, First of all, you have to change your sleeping habits and keep your brain running at high speed under fatigue. It was the most difficult at the beginning. I'm a veteran, and I have experience, and I can help you. Just find me when you want to sleep. Mia nodded, suddenly feeling something was wrong. If you want to sleep, come to you? Are you teasing me? A sense of shame and anger appeared in my heart. Mia punched Nilo's outer armor on the chest, making a dull sound. Did I say anything? Nero was confused. The armor was thick enough, and he didn't feel any pain at all. Mia was about to say something, but suddenly she found that everyone in the car had focused on the two of them at any time, and her eyes contained banter, comfort, envy, jealousy, and other emotions, as if she was watching a pair of lovers flirting. A touch of red cloud surged onto his cheeks. Mia gave Nilo a fierce look. Then she lowered her head and stopped talking. She lowered her head and tried hard to maintain the weapon. She held the sharpener and seemed to be trying to wipe out the sparks on the weapon. Nero touched his head and wanted to talk, but saw the captain sitting opposite the oblique corner winking at him and quietly started sign language. He clenched his hand into a fist and stretched out a finger with the other hand, put it in the hole of his fist and stabbed it twice. It was the common gesture of the interstellar world, and the meaning was self-evident. Boy, don't be slap. Go to the base when it's time to go. Old hooligan. Seeing this, Nero couldn't help but mutter. At this moment, the detection radar of everyone in the carriage discovered an abnormality at the same time. DD, 2 abnormal energy sources were detected. Everyone immediately put away their smiles and looked at the radar. They saw 2 signals suddenly appear on the screen, one pointing to the underground of the military base, and the other pointing to the wilderness further away, which is very far away from here. It's strange. Why didn't I detect it just now? I'm only now that I'm not sure if this thing is broken. The deputy captain patted the radar, a little confused. No matter what, I have to go and see it. The captain glanced at Mia's team and said to Mia's team, "It seems we're going to act separately. When we arrive at the military base, let our team get off the car first, and then you go and see the abnormal signals in the wilderness." After finalizing the plan, the hover car quickly arrived at the periphery of the military base. All the teams where Nilo was located got off the car and watched Mia drive away with her team. The two separated again. "Boys, stop watching, do things." The captain saw Nero staring at the direction of the car leaving, and reached out to snap his fingers in Nero's ear, asking him to take his gaze back. Nilo calmed down and kept up with the team members' pace, a little absent-minded. For some reason, just now, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. With concern, Nilo followed the team to explore the military base, found an abandoned elevator, arrived at the complex underground base, and went to explore the abnormal signals displayed by the radar. Alarm! Unknown target was discovered. More than 10 minutes later, the Kundi floating base in the sky suddenly stopped blind. After healing the cataracts for many years, he suddenly discovered the scout spacecraft landing on the surface. The garrison personnel at the entire base were startled and rushed to take action. The information was quickly delivered to the base chief. In the office, the base chief opened his eyes wide and was frightened and furious. When did this group of enemies land? Why didn't you notice it before? You have neglected your duty. The team leader in charge of radar defended. The radar did not respond at all. It must be the enemy's scouts who used more advanced concealment equipment to avoid our detection. It's so scary. They have this kind of technology. If they sneak attack this base, they might have succeeded. The base chief was frightened and was furious. Sneaking in secret. Is this what we don't exist? Sir, think about it. The enemy has such ability, but does not come to sneak attack us, but land on the surface. Why is this? Hearing this, the base chief's eyes flashed, and he slapped the table suddenly and said loudly, "I understand. They know that we are here, but they don't attack. This means that their troops are extremely insufficient. Even if they attack, they're not sure to kill us. They actually ignore us and dare to swagger under our eyes. They are too arrogant and must make them pay the price." After a pause, the base chief suddenly stood up and shouted, "Order the fleet to move to surround the enemy, and do not let anyone escape." Sir, try to catch the live ones, and the superiors should do research. This is an opportunity. The adjutant beside him reminded. The base chief's eyes were bright, and he was very surprised. He quickly said, yes, I almost forgot that the superiors wanted to be superpowered. This group of people took the initiative to deliver them to me. They captured them alive and took them back to work. Under the abandoned military base, the team of Nilo was exploring the underground base. The power supply had long been disconnected from here, and it was pitch black and extremely quiet. Everyone could only hear each other's breathing and footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, which felt quite a sense of horror. Nilo released several small mechanical Pathfinder bees, emitting strong light, leading the way forward and illuminating the environment of the underground base. Without electricity, all the access controls of the base were invalid and could only be opened violently. With a few high-energy hot melt cannons, the closed metal door could be turned into red steel, unobstructed. After following the team for a while, Nilo's intuition became stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but speak. Captain, I always feel something is wrong. What's wrong? The captain turned around and asked. I can't say it, it's just intuition. That's it. The captain frowned and made a gesture. Then you bring a few people to follow and guard the back road. I and the others go to check for abnormal signals. After saying that, the captain clicked a few teammates and asked them to follow Nilo, and then led the others to continue moving forward. Nilo waited in place for a while, and the captain's confusion finally came from the communication channel. We have arrived at the abnormal signal source, but there is nothing here. Nilo's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly opened the shared vision and saw the scene on the captain's side. It was an empty warehouse with no hair. However, the radar marking signal is in this place, the height and distance are fully adapted, and there is no mistake. Is it the radar false alarm? Nilo swallowed, or, boom! Before he could come to his senses, the next moment, a violent shock burst out. Alarm! High-energy strikes were detected. Please avoid it in time. Rumble the sound of artillery bombardment sounded in my ears, and the dome and pillar of the underground base collapsed suddenly. The structure of the base fell apart in an instant, and the floors on each floor shattered one after another, turning into dark, bottomless pits below, leading to deeper underground floors. Nilo had just time to open the shield to protect himself, but was shaken by the explosion's shock wave, smashing the walls of the corridor, falling down and falling down. The teammates were exclaiming from the communication channel, and he couldn't care anymore. At this time, he couldn't take care of himself, and was full of shock. How could he be attacked suddenly? It is clearly confirmed that there is no garrison on this planet. At this moment, Nilo could not think of other explanations. In his eyes, there was only one possibility. Oh, this colonial star is a trap. The enemy must have deliberately ambushed other places, jumped, and killed us. We were hit. As soon as the thought turned, Nilo hit the bottom and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! A human-shaped pit was smashed on the ground, stirring up a large area of smoke and dust. The huge recoil force shocked his whole body and couldn't help but groan. Before he could stand up, a large piece of gravel and metal fell with him, and suddenly magnified in his sight. Nero felt awe-inspiringly, gritted his teeth, and raised his arms, stretched out his shield, and protected himself. Bang, bang, bang. Countless debris fell, filling every inch of Nilo's vision, burying him tightly. At this time, in the abandoned city not far away, the Kundi fleet, which had been attacking fiercely, had already exchanged fire with other combat squads of the left-behind spacecraft, and burst into pieces with energy cannons, piercing through unmanned buildings. Rumble, a large number of buildings collapsed, and smoke filled with dust. Several Kundi warships were also hovering over the abandoned military base. The naval guns were fully opened, and the energy guns poured out to launch a bombing towards the military base. Bang, 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 bang. It was not until the entire base was blown down and turned into ruins that the warships stopped attacking and put away their naval guns. The cabin door opened, and a team of Kundi armored soldiers jumped out of the cabin, hit the ground one after another. adjusted their posture, formed an array, and headed to the underground base with weapons. The life signals of Nilo and others were exposed to the Kundian radar, and the goal of this group of soldiers was to capture their single superpower team alive without the shelter of the fleet. Okay, the combat operation went smoothly. At this moment, in the command room of the floating base, the chief of the Kundi base smiled with satisfaction. But he didn't know that a group of highly invisible mechanical troops were floating outside the window, staring at him silently. The bombing stopped. The abandoned underground base was in a mess. The collapsed gravel blocked countless roads, and the already complex terrain became even more complex, and the sound of gravel falling from time to time in the darkness came from time to time. The bottom of the base was filled with smoke and dust, and the falling chunks of gravel and broken metal plates piled into a hill, burying Nilo very tightly. Suddenly, a sound rang out in the darkness, like a sticky liquid flowing. Hoo! At the bottom of this pile of debris, there was a red light of about 2 meters in diameter, gradually becoming brighter and brighter, and the metal and rock melted, revealing a hole. Nilo, who was hunched over, limped out of the hole, and his hands kept emitting hot melt rays, and the high temperature caused the air around him to twist. Cough, cough, cough. The muffled cough sounded in the mecha mask. Nilo gasped for a while, cheered up, and asked the mecha to undergo a health check. The left leg bone is slightly dislocated. Are the mecha structure allowed to change and correct it? Yes. The left leg armor tightened a little bit to correct the misaligned leg bones. Nilo groaned and then felt relieved. Just now, all the debris of tonnage hit him. There was no problem with the mecha, but the recoil caused him to suffer a little minor injury. After all, he was just a fragile mechanic. The radar showed that the enemy was just above his head, and there was no time to rest now. Nello forced himself to calm down and hurriedly opened the communication channel to contact his teammates. "Captain, I am Nilo. Where are you in, and how are the situation?" A messy voice came from the channel, and there were intermittent pain screams. Nilo called for a long time before receiving the public news from the team. "The situation here is not good." The tactical screen inside the mecha mask popped up the face of a teammate, with a large number of scratches and bruises on his face, and his tone was rapid. "I am beside the captain." When the base collapsed, the captain was hit by a bunch of ship shells that penetrated the strata. Now he is seriously injured and dying. Many people are separated. No matter who hears this news, save people immediately and brings everyone over to gather. We must break out immediately. Nilo immediately turned on the health supervision in the team and saw the red screen full of red. Everyone's injuries were heavier than him, and several people, including the captain, were in danger. Because they fell into the base and were buried, he happened to avoid the subsequent bombardment of the ship gun, but instead suffered the least injuries. Without thinking, the halo of luck above your head is shining. Only I am in the most complete state. Nilo suddenly felt that the responsibility on his shoulders increased greatly and the pressure was high. He gritted his teeth and immediately turned on his teammate positioning. The positions of each teammate were marked on the tactical screen. The mecha operated intelligently at high speed and quickly planned the fastest rescue route. The rear thruster ejected the tail flame, and Nilo flew out of the big pit at the bottom of the base to rescue the scattered team members everywhere. The terrain was complicated, but there was no time to take a detour. His palm kept shooting hot cannons, melting through all obstacles blocking the front, rescuing a teammate before the Kundi ground troops arrived, and finally meeting at the captain. After exploding the metal plate blocking the road, Nilo flew into this messy room and landed on the ground with a clang. He saw the captain and a group of team members staying here. Everyone was injured. The captain was sitting on the ground, with his upper body leaning against the wall. His armor was charred black, revealing a large hole. He looked up with difficulty, squeezed out a smile, and his tone was weak. "Nilo, you are here. You're doing..." Cough, cough, "You're doing well." "Captain, stop talking." Seeing this, Nilo bent his 5 fingers slightly, and a short injection needle popped out of his fingertips, which was inserted into the captain's chest like a claw. The life potion made by Ararat was injected into the captain's body along the syringe tube, and his serious injury was cured in an instant. The captain's condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. He screamed comfortably, full of energy, and said, "Is this your special life potion made by Aurora? What a good thing." Aurora occasionally used his own superpowers to produce life potion, but the output was limited after all, and the life energy injected with the potion still had a shelf life. So not every Black Star warrior would be equipped. Most people only use normal healing agents, and with Nilo's family background, Aurora's potion was naturally equipped. All those who are seriously injured come over, there are still some potions. I will help you restore your combat effectiveness, Nilo said loudly. Someone couldn't help but say, "You keep some of it yourself. There will be a bloody battle later." What if you are injured? It's okay. I have other potions. Nilahan didn't care. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged. It was really good to have a rich man in the team. His thighs are here, and it's useless to hold them. Nilo cured his teammates one by one, and in the process, everyone urgently discussed tactics. The captain's tone was serious. "Everyone, the situation is very unfavorable to us now. We are trapped." The entire fleet was attacked by the enemy. The others were too busy to take care of themselves and could not handle us. We were already alone and could only break through on our own. There are 3 quirky warships on it now, and we do not have vehicles, which is very dangerous. If the enemy continues to bomb the fleet, it will be a desperate situation for us. But the enemy stops attacking and instead sends ground troops to approach us. The deputy captain's eyes flashed. This shows that the enemy may have the intention of capturing alive, and perhaps our only chance to escape. That's right. The captain pointed his head. If you want to escape, you must obtain air supremacy. The fleet has no way to pick us up. We can only grab a spaceship ourselves. The chance is very slim, but at least there is hope. This ruin is our barrier. If we run out rashly, the enemy ships can bomb us unscrupulously. We can only wait for the enemy soldiers to enter the underground base to exchange fire with us. In order to prevent accidental injury, the enemy ships will not open fire at will. Therefore, we must divide the troops into 2 groups. One team will deal with the enemy soldiers in this ruin, and the other team will rob the spaceship. At this point, the captain stopped, and everyone looked at each other. This is an important task that concerns everyone's life and death. Maybe there is only one chance. It is extremely dangerous and will be a life of death. So the question is, who should grab the spaceship? Logically speaking, the strongest person should be allowed to perform this task, and the strongest person in the team is Nilo, who has a deep background. Asking a young man with a big background to take on such heavy responsibilities and risk his life to act. Everyone was hesitant. Seeing this, Nilo, who was beside him, also realized it, gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and volunteered. "I'll go. No one here is more suitable than me." The captain looked at him, without hypocritical shirking, and nodded slowly, with a serious tone. "Okay, it's up to you. We will deal with the enemy and provide you with time. Remember, all of us are in your hands." "Understand." Nilo took a deep breath, calmed down his heavy mood, controlled the mecha to enter the highly hiding mode, and finally looked at everyone deeply, then separated from everyone and disappeared into the darkness. The captain let out a sigh and looked at everyone, his eyes becoming stern. "What should I do?" "No need to emphasize, no matter what, drag the enemy here." "We understand." The deputy captain nodded with complicated eyes. Except for Nilo. Everyone here knew the captain's subtext. In fact, these were 2 combat plans. They held the enemy and asked Nilo to grab the spaceship, which was just the first plan. And when this plan fails, they will not hesitate to implement the hidden backup plan. That is, to change from delaying to a death-breaking battle. Let the ignorant Nilo leave them and run away alone. It is not only because of the relationship between Nilo and the Legion commander, but also because they know that the young man's future achievements will be far beyond their imagination. Only by allowing a young man with great potential to escape can he avenge them. After sneaking in the dark for a while, the communication channel finally heard the outbreak of an encounter between the teammates and the Kundi soldiers. At this time, Nilo was not on the battlefield. He came to a collapsed hole leading to the ground, hiding his body and using radar to lock the spacecraft closest to him in the air. Nero's palm was covered in sweat, and he carefully released a unique floating guard. The color was black and gold, and the texture looked completely different from all other equipment of Nero, exuding an unparalleled sense of high-endness. After being released, he circled around Nero's head with agility. "Don't you, brother?" Nero touched the floating guard, feeling sure. "Don't worry, boy. I'm here with your elder brother. No one can hurt you." The floating guard suddenly spoke. "This is Nilo's last trump card." This floating guard was the gift that Han Xiao gave him when he first met him. The high-level orange-mounted machinery created by Super A-level is driven by dark energy and is attached with Emperor's gift and mechanical fusion gift. After Han Xiao obtained the fire of mechanical life, he transformed it into mechanical life, with independent consciousness and self-growth, and called himself the Heaven Guard. When Nilo was a child, the Sky Defender without mechanical bonus could deal with sea-level superpowers. Now Nilo has become a C+ Superman and has a perfect mechanical sense. The power of the Sky Defender can burst is obvious. Even Nilo is not weak in the actual combat standards of B. Most of the time, Nilo would not use this trump card, especially during daily competitions in the academy. Even if the martial artist in the battle broke into his face and beat him to the point of a blue nose, he never used this big, killing weapon. Even Mia, who has the best relationship, knows nothing about his true combat power. In the academy, Mia has had countless daily conversations with him, but in fact, Mia never knew how strong he was to give his all. Looking at the target marked by the radar, Nilo took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and made his whole body's strength boil. "I can do it." I was determined, and Nilo did not hesitate anymore, activated the thruster, and the tail flames ejected. Boom! The whole person started to eject suddenly, smashing the rocks at the entrance of the cave with a bang, soaring into the sky. The 3 warships in the sky immediately fired their naval guns and gathered fire at Nilo. The power of a naval gun volley was fatal to the C-class, but the next moment, the sky guards following Nilo shook slightly, and light outlined a polygonal golden shield protecting Nilo in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. All the ship guns bombarded, exploding a mass of firework-like light, while the shield only had slight cracks, and it was constantly repairing itself, forcing a round of concentrated fire. At the same time, several Kundi warships in the sky also understood Nilo's intentions and immediately unfolded their shields to prevent outsiders from boarding the ship. "Give me a channel," Nero thought, and the sky guard flashed a flash of mechanical light, which quickly deformed. A hexagonal muzzle was exposed in the middle, and a rich dark energy burst out, and a series of extremely penetrating black and red dark energy rays were shot out one after another. Swish, 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 swish. The rate of firing is simply amazing, and it feels like frequent urination and urgency. The target spacecraft's shield was blown open, and Nilo seized the opportunity and rushed into the gap. "Papa!" He raised his hand and bounced out several compression balls, and halfway turned into several laser-cutting drills with electromagnetic bases, which were absorbed on the spacecraft, quickly cut open the outer armor, and made a hole to lead to the inside of the spacecraft. Nilo rolled and slammed into the spacecraft. Without saying a word, he threw out a large number of mechanical warriors and set off wushuang inside the spacecraft, cutting melons and vegetables all the way, and the big wave of crew fell under his artillery fire. Because this spacecraft allowed some soldiers to deal with other members of Nilo, the spacecraft was not as efficient, and instead created convenience for Nilo. Nilo, who had full firepower, did not hesitate to enter the main control room without much time, took out the Legion-style invasion chip, and inserted it into the intelligent core of the spacecraft. He is not a virtual mechanic, but the Legion has automatic invasion equipment in this area. At this moment, Nilo suddenly staggered and found that the spacecraft was vibrating violently. Rumble looking out through the porthole, The other two spacecraft turned their heads and concentrated on fire at the warship he landed on, not caring about killing teammates. It's really cruel to attack his teammates' spaceship. Nilo was shocked, but he was not slow to move. He entered the command room and successfully seized the control of the spaceship. He directly poured most of the energy into the shipborne shield and controlled the warship to crash into the nearest enemy ship. Bang! The shields of the two spacecraft rubbed, splashing large pieces of broken light, and the enemy spacecraft temporarily lost balance and flew out to the side. By chance, the ship happened to fly towards another enemy ship. The two enemy ships collided and lost control at the same time. They were busy stabilizing the ship. The fire suddenly showed a short gap. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nilo drove the spacecraft, swung his tail directly, and used his hull to be between the two enemy ships and the ground troops. Come out quickly, I've grabbed the spaceship. From the coordinates I specified, I'll suck you up with the traction beam. Nero immediately shouted in the channel. Beautiful! The captain and others who were dealing with each other were overjoyed, and the offensive suddenly broke out. With their strong individual combat power, they forced through the encirclement of the Kundi soldiers. Bang! The next moment, a piece of ground in the ruins exploded, and the team members rushed to the surface, while the Kundi soldiers were still chasing behind. Captain, don't stop! Nero's face was happy and shouted hurriedly. At this time, we had a race against time. Nero had no time to control the two enemy ships that were adjusting from behind and fired at his but bombarding his tail shield. He immediately used the traction beam to attract the team members, and at the same time he released a large number of turrets to gather fire at the Kundi soldiers chasing behind to provide fire cover for his teammates. The towing beam successfully sucked all of his teammates into the cabin. The incident here also caused enemies in the city to fight with their own fleets. More warships rushed towards this side, far exceeding their own. Nero dared not fight. After rescuing the team, he immediately rushed to the sky and fled to the universe. Soon, the other team members also came to the command room and rushed forward to rub Nilo's head wildly. Boy, did a good job. Haha, I'm saved. I thought I was going to die this time. It's so smooth. It seems that luck is on our side. Everyone looked happy and praised Nilo without hesitation, and Nilo was quite excited. Don't be happy that early. We are not out of danger yet. Although the captain said so, he also had a smile on his face that he had survived the disaster. Although there's still a lot of spaceships chasing behind, compared to just now, the situation is no longer a desperate situation, and it is much better. After a while of happiness, everyone thought of other teammates who were in danger, and their smiles were restrained and their faces returned to a solemnity. We have escaped. What should we do if other besieged team members? Someone asked. There is no way. We can't help. There are too many enemies. If you go to help rashly, you can only get us in. The captain shook his head. He was very clear about the current situation. Relying on their ship alone would only give away the head in vain and waste the opportunity to escape. What we should do now is to escape separately instead of fighting in love, and their current situation is not as good as others, so we can only let other teammates ask for more blessings. At this moment, Nilo remembered something and his heart suddenly rose. By the way, I don't know how Mia's team is. When Nero thought of this, he couldn't sit still and handed the spaceship to his teammates to control. He hurriedly took out the communicator to contact Mia. The process of waiting for the answer is a torment, and time seems to be stretched for a long time. Nero waited anxiously for a while, but the call never answered. He could only send messages to Mia's teammates, but no one answered, and his whole expression became more and more nervous. It was not until the captain of Mia's team that the communication was finally connected, but the sound of fighting from the opposite side made Nilo's high-hanging heart sink into the bottom of the valley in an instant. Ahem, Nilo, have you escaped? It's me you were attacked too? How is the situation? We have a spaceship to support us. Nero said in a hurry and asked in a row of cannons. Don't come. You guys run away quickly. My team has been captured. Mia has also been captured alive, and I'm the only one who is still resisting, and I can't hold on soon. The enemy has several warships, and you can't save them. Go away quickly, cough, cough. After the other side said, the communication came to an abrupt end. Nilo's face twitched, turned his head and walked, strode towards the hatch door. The teammates around him also heard the communication just now. Seeing Nilo's actions, a group of people rushed up and held him down. Nilo, don't be unlucky. The captain shouted. I have to go and save her. Nero was held down by 7 or 8 big men, struggling and looking firm. Don't be stupid. Didn't you tell you just now? It's useless for us to save people. The captain shouted angrily. I know, so I don't plan to ask you for help. Nilo gritted his teeth, and his voice burst out from his teeth. This is my own choice. I didn't let you take risks. You can drive this spaceship. I'll save people alone. Don't stop me. You have no chance alone. It's just a die. Don't be impulsive. The captain suppressed Nilo. Nilo struggled for a long time before gradually calming down, sitting on the ground, covering his face with his hands, and silent. Seeing this, everyone let go of their hands, took a few steps, and left him alone. Feeling Nilo's sadness, the captain couldn't help but sigh, squatted down and patted Nilo's shoulder, and brooded for a while, but couldn't think of how to comfort others. He could only say depressedly, she was just caught and not dead yet. Maybe there is a turnaround. I'll find a way to save her in the future. We can only escape now. As soon as he finished speaking, Nilo suddenly looked up. His eyes were slightly red, and his tone was low. You are right. I was impulsive just now. Thank you for stopping me. I can't fall into the hands of Mia and the others. I don't know what kind of torture will be suffered. I still have the last hope. As he said that, Nilo stood up, took out the communicator, took a deep breath, and plucked up the courage to dial Han Xiao's number. He had made up his mind not to contact Han Xiao when he was serving, just to not disappoint his godfather. If it weren't for the fact that he could not trouble Han Xiao, the signal sound waiting for the communication sounded 3 times, and it seemed that life was like years for Nilo. After 3 precise sounds, the communication was connected to the opposite side, and Nilo's familiar calm voice came out. Nilo, what's the matter with me? Han Xiao had a subtle smile on his face. Godfather, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. Nilo rubbed his eyes and whispered, I'm in a dilemma that I can't solve. I hope you can help me. Tell me. Han Xiao replied lightly. Nilo quickly explained the situation, lowered his head, waiting for a reply. Looking at his appearance, Han Xiao touched his chin and smiled slightly. I refuse. Nilo suddenly looked up, looking shocked. Are you surprised? Han Xiao put away his smile. Your identity is different now. Not only my godson, but also a normal Legion soldier. I did give you very high-quality treatment, but it does not mean that I will give you special treatment forever. But, Nilo's eyes were red. It's not impossible to ask me for help. Putting aside your relationship with me, just from the perspective of business, what can you give me? Hire me to help you. Han Xiao said lightly. I don't know. Then why do you want me to help? Han Xiao blinked. My relationship with you is true, but I will not help you for no reason. The rules are like this. If you want something, you always need to exchange something else. If you throw away this identity, what else can you do to take? Nilo was confused and murmured, I don't. Seeing that Nilo covered his head with his hands and did not speak for a long time, his expression became depressed. Han Xiao slowed down and smiled. What? Have you felt despair? Think carefully. How long hasn't you said thank you to me? When Nilo heard this, he suddenly shook his whole body, lowered his head, and murmured to himself, I'm sorry. Please. I'm asking you. Have you felt despair? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and strengthened his tone. Nero was silent for a long time before he raised his head again. Biting his lips, his eyes were blurred, and he nodded to Han Xiao. It's right to despair. Remember what you feel now and never experience it again. Han Xiao sat upright and smiled. Don't worry. This time I promised you, and I will help you rescue your little girlfriend. Nero's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. He first fell from the clouds to the abyss, and then shot into the sky from the abyss. At this time, he was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. He pinched the communicator with both hands and almost cried with joy. Thank you. Thank you. Don't be happy so early. It's not free. Han Xiao supported his cheek with his palm and tempted slowly. You don't know what you can do, but in fact, you are not useless. At least, you have a strong mechanical talent, so why not just use this as a bargaining chip? What does this mean? Nero didn't understand. If you have to explain, you can understand that I don't want you to waste your talent. Don't ask what it means. You just need to answer me. Agree or refuse. Han Xiao smiled. Nilo still didn't understand, but he had no choice, so he gritted his teeth and focused his attention. I agree. Please help me. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was talking on a remote call in the Black Star Palace, had a movement on the panel. You trigger the special character mission, Nilo's request. Task introduction. Nilo agreed to your deal and was willing to exchange his talents and abilities for your help. Task requirements. Save Mia Morodo. Reward. Designate to learn one of Nilo's skills or expertise. It really came out. It turned out to be a task with a specified learning type. I thought it would be a random drawing ability. Seeing the content of this task, Han Xiao's eyes moved and a look of surprise flashed across. The type of this task is similar to employment. In previous life, when players took tasks from some NPCs, they can negotiate substantial task rewards with NPCs, such as money amount, skill learning, item rewards, etc. There's a life profession called lobbyist. It has the skills and expertise of the Eloquence series. Its purpose is to improve the success rate when communicating with NPC, and the effect is similar to that of the player's personal reputation. However, the probability of a task that specifies learning character abilities is extremely low and requires chance. Most of the time, the rewards of random drawing abilities are triggered. Han Xiao just tried to use rhetoric to influence the rewards after the task was generated based on the experience of players in his previous life, and did not have 100% certainty in the generation ability to draw tasks. In his plan, he thought that at most a random draw ability task appeared, but he didn't expect an unexpected surprise. In this case, there is no need to try your luck. Han Xiao immediately felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that at most he would get the reward of random drawing ability, and was worried that he would not get the perfect mechanical feeling once or twice. So he prepared many sets of scripts for Nilo, and planned to get it at one time, so he would try a few more times. However, with the specified type of tasks, there is no need to mess with Nilo anymore. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly had a guess, and his face suddenly became strange. I got this task, so it was also caused by Nilo's high-level lucky halo. If I got it in place at one time, I would not continue to cheat him, so Nilo would not have to experience the more cruel script later. It seems that this is not impossible. It's so scary, so scary. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, not knowing what expression to make. In fact, this time he deviated a little from his script. Originally, Han Xiao wanted to make Nero fall into a desperate situation and called for help from him. But he didn't expect that this kid was a little capable of fighting, and he was protected by the protagonist's halo, and he fought out a bloody path and escaped himself, almost disrupting Han Xiao's plan. If it hadn't been for 2 preparations and had a fake signal, and had the kid's little lover also tricked him into it, Nello might not have come to ask for help. Otherwise, it would have been in vain. Various thoughts flashed, and Han Xiao came to his senses. Seeing that Nilo was still waiting nervously online, he couldn't help but smile. Okay, the agreement is done. Let me leave it all. Nilo nodded repeatedly, wiped away his tears, and couldn't help asking, Godfather, when will you come here? I'm afraid that Mia will be able to delay it for too long. Mia will. He didn't know that Han Xiao's mechanical troops were hiding in the fleet, and thought that what Han Xiao said was to rescue Mia later. I don't know how many days it would take, so he was worried that Mia would be abused by the enemy during this period. Hearing this, Han Xiao suppressed his smile, gave him a meaningful look, and said lightly, Don't worry, it won't last long. After that, he hung up the communication without any intention of explaining to Nilo. After breathing out, Han Xiao was in a happy mood, switched back to the perspective of the dominant clone who was on the battlefield, and nodded. You can do it. Well, where is this? Mia's brain was in chaos. Her eyelids were extremely heavy, and she struggled to open her eyes halfway. The scene she was in at this moment jumped into her eyes. 5 meters away in front of me was a transparent nanoglass window. Several Kundi soldiers were looking at her, whispering to each other, as if they were saying something, but this window was blocked from the sound, and she could not hear anything. My whole body was filled with fatigue. My body was uncontrollable, like a ghost pressing on the bed. It was extremely difficult to move a finger, and it seemed that I had been injected with some extremely powerful sedative. She could clearly feel that her body was fixed to a device, and her hands and feet could not move. "What's wrong with me? Why are you here?" Mia racked her brains and tried to recall what she had experienced before she lost consciousness. The brain seemed to be filled with lead, and the speed of thinking was extremely slow. The fragmented memory scene slowly emerged in her mind. She pondered for more than 10 seconds before she remembered the causes and consequences. She followed the team to the field to check for abnormal signals. She encountered several enemy ships that suddenly appeared in the open field. The entire team was caught off guard. She was also affected by several naval guns, seriously injured, fell to the ground, and lost her combat power. Her brain was impacted, and she was drowsy. The last blurry scene I saw before she was completely unconscious was that the Kundi soldiers approached and squatted in front of her eyes, and I didn't know any further. So, I was caught by the enemy? What about the others? Mia was shocked and wanted to turn her head, but her head was also fixed. She could only try her best to turn her eyes and sweep her to the side from the corner of her eyes. She found a row of fixtures next to her, and all her teammates were controlled, and most of them were still in a coma. Just then, a weak, familiar voice sounded on the other side. "Mia, are you awake?" Mia hurriedly looked over with her light and found that it was the captain of the team where she was located. She said in surprise, "Captain, have you been arrested too? I can't fight against the warship, but the enemy did not kill us, so she captured all of us alive. It's good that everyone is not dead." Mia breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah." The captain smiled bitterly. "You were wrong. It might be better if you die than fall into the hands of these enemies." "Why?" Mia asked subconsciously. "Think about it. Why did the enemy capture us alive? If I guess correctly, they probably regard us as research materials. What awaits us in the future will be various inhumane anatomical and experiments. Every inch of our flesh and blood will become the enemy's experimental materials. Compared with this pain, death is nothing," the captain said in despair. "Others can't take care of themselves, and no one can save us." Hearing this, Mia shuddered. Although she is a superpower, she is just a teenager. She has never experienced such a desperate situation. At this moment, Nilo's figure appeared in her mind, and her heart couldn't help but feel ache and her face turned miserable. "Sorry, I might have to break my promise and can't go on with you." Mia's eyes were filled with mist. She lowered her eyes, tears brushing across her beautiful face, leaving 2 tears marks. At this time, the door opened, and several Kundi soldiers outside walked in, took out the syringe from the cabinet next to them, and walked towards the 2 people who woke up. Although the other party didn't say anything, Mia knew that the enemy intended to anesthetize them and prevent them from regaining consciousness. Mia wanted to fight to the death, but the cells in her body fell into silence and could not mobilize her strength. She could only watch the Kundi soldiers approaching her, her eyes full of despair. Boom! At this moment, a strong vibration penetrated the entire spacecraft, and several Kundi soldiers almost fell. Before Mia could come to her senses, a flower appeared in front of her. The Kun soldiers who were alive in the last second suddenly turned into several corpses that were slapped on the wall and turned into cakes. A mechanical warrior appeared in front of her, as if teleported. In fact, the speed was too fast. With her strength, she couldn't see clearly. Quirky. The next moment, the mechanical soldier crushed the device that imprisoned Mia and others, and took out Aurora Potion and quickly injected everyone. Everyone was excited and returned to their fullest state, groping their bodies, revealing the ecstasy of surviving the disaster on their faces. Everyone's eyes turned to the mechanical warriors, with surprises and doubts in their eyes. They did not expect that in such a desperate situation, there would be someone to save them. Mia's mood fluctuated, and she was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses. She stared at the mechanical warriors and couldn't help asking, "Who are you? Are you from the Legion? What? Don't you know me anymore?" The mechanical warriors laughed. Han Xiao. "I am Han Xiao." Everyone suddenly widened their eyes, looking shocked. It turned out that the Legion commander personally saved us. How could he appear here? Mia opened her mouth wide and suddenly realized, feeling that she had guessed the truth. A person of the Black Star level appeared here rashly, and there was only one explanation. That is, he was actually secretly protecting Nilo. Others also reacted one after another, and were lucky enough to have the honor of surviving the disaster. Fortunately, he was assigned to the same army as a guy with background like Nilo. Otherwise, such a turning point would not have occurred. At least half of his life was saved by Nilo. "Okay, my mechanical force has taken over the battlefield. You can follow me." The mechanical warrior controlled by Han Xiao waved his hand, calming everyone up. After thinking about it, he reached out and patted Mia on the shoulder and said slowly, "After the war, let Nilo bring you to me. I will introduce you to a few natural disaster-level martial artists and let them accept you as students." Mia suddenly widened her eyes, looking disbelief. She was stunned for a while before she realized that Han Xiao gave her the opportunity to become a disciple of the natural disaster level, and was immediately excited. She was both excited and flattered in her heart. She couldn't imagine that she would be treated differently by He Xing, and nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. "Okay, thank you so much, Mr. He Xing." "Nothing, I just think you have the potential to become a disaster level." Han Xiao smiled, turned his head to look at the other team members present, pondered for a second, and said, "And you can report to Melos after you go back. I will ask him to increase your Legion authority. You can be promoted from a new team or choose a new position, and your material rewards will not be missing." Unexpectedly, there are such benefits when you are arrested. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Outside the floating base, the mechanical troops that had been squatting were showing their fangs. Under the strength of the crushing level, the entire base had no room for resistance and was instantly invaded by virtual forces. All armed forces were disintegrated, and the entire base fell into Han Xiao's control. Both the soldiers and commanders of the Kundi tribe fell from heaven to the abyss and became prisoners. On the battlefield, the invisible mechanical troops finally appeared and joined the battle situation. Under the shocked gaze of the Legion soldiers, they destroyed all the enemy's warships. Nero and others were still running away, and a mechanical force suddenly appeared in front and opened fire behind him. Everyone hurriedly looked back and saw the beam of light passing by their spacecraft, easily piercing through the several Kundi warships chasing behind them. Boom, 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 boom. The fire lights up, and all the spaceships chasing them exploded from the inside out, blowing into fireworks in the sky. Seeing this scene, Nello was stunned. How come it came so fast? It's just a minute or two to ask for help. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Han Xiao's meaningful eyes when he hung up the communication, and suddenly realized, although my godfather wanted me to experience it alone, he actually sent troops to protect me secretly. Most of these mechanical troops were hidden in the army. When it was a real critical moment, he would help. So the call just now was just to educate me? Godfather. He has a knife-like mouth and a tofu heart. Realizing Han Xiao's good intention, Nero was moved, wiped away the tears in his eyes, and secretly commented on Han Xiao's personality. It was exactly the opposite of the true face of Han the Technician. Including Nilo's ideas, Han Xiao also calculated that the progress of the matter was all based on the script of director Honda. The entire battlefield was under the control of Han Xiao's mechanical troops. This small and medium-sized Kundi fleet could not make any storms. Han Xiao's mechanical troops quickly ended the battle, let all the Legion soldiers landed and gathered, and then sent Mia and others back. Seeing Mia safe and sound, Nilo's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, let out a long breath, and showed a comforting smile. That's great, you're fine. Mia saw Nilo at first sight and trotted to him. She wanted to give him a hug, but when she saw so many people next to her, she felt a little embarrassed. She just raised her fist and gently hit Nilo's armor on her chest and whispered, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come back." Nilo smiled. "I said I would protect you." Seeing him having a silly smile, Mia couldn't help but want to fuck him, muttering, "It's obviously Lord Blackstar who protects me." Ahem. Han Xiao coughed from the side, interrupting the conversation between the two. "Save someone back for you. Be cautious next time. Your luck will not be so good every time, and I won't be protecting you all the time." "Understand." Nilo turned around with a serious face and thanked Han Xiao solemnly. "Thank you. I will remember today's lessons and never act recklessly in the future. I promise you that I will not waste my talent." Han Xiao nodded with a smile, then turned to look at the other Legion soldiers present, nodded slightly, and said slowly, "Although I intervened in the battle, no matter what, you have captured so many Kundi prisoners, I will not steal your credit. You send these prisoners back and go to Melos afterwards, and he will arrange extra rewards for you. This time, in order to allow Nilo to pass the tribulation, this group of Legion soldiers who were traveling with him were also within Han Xiao's use. Han Xiao had already prepared compensation for this, and he would not be stingy in this regard. When he took advantage of the other party, if the other party was his own, Han Xiao would give a reward from Bennett to Godora to the Amethyst Civilization to the Red Empire. He has always had this style and has never changed. The invisible mechanical troops were monitoring the situation throughout the whole process. A battle without any danger was exchanged for the opportunity to be promoted and raise a salary to become a cadre. This deal was not bad, and Han Xiao was the one who made the most profit. After a few words of comfort, Han Xiao was not interested in staying to see Nero and Mia flirt with each other. He immediately withdrew his consciousness and switched his vision back to his original body. "It's finally done." Han Xiao suppressed his excitement and couldn't wait to settle the task. Nilo's request completed. You get a reward. Specify to learn one ability, skill/feature of Nilo. Please select one of the following abilities as a reward. A list of abilities pops up on the panel, and all of Nilo's skills and feats are listed one by one. Han Xiao knew Nilo's abilities clearly and glanced at him. Among so many abilities, the two specialties had the highest priority. One was Perfect Mechanism, and the other was Advanced Lucky Halo. There is only one ability to select. Between these two abilities, Han Xiao is a must-have for Perfect Mechanical Sense, which is one of the best template specialties in mechanical coefficients. Basically, every serious super A-level mechanic has it. Advanced Lucky Halo. As for, he also wants it, but the priority must be slightly higher. After all, this ability is not helpful to combat power, and it will also weaken his Lucky Attribute Special Edition skill in disguise. Moreover, his basic luck attribute is slightly lower, and this ability has limited effect. He is also afraid that it will be more difficult to draw a task settlement card after his luck is high. Besides, with Ding Kedao, Han Xiao's demand for luck is not so urgent. Perfect Mechanism is the goal in the plan, and the goal was achieved in one go. Han Xiao was very satisfied with this efficiency. In order to reward Nilo, he decided not to let Nilo feel the pain for the time being. As for Advanced Lucky Halo, find another opportunity to arrange him again in the future. Han Xiao touched his chin. After putting away the devilish thoughts, Han Xiao calmed down and clicked on the target on the interface. The next moment, a strong mechanical current flowed out of the brain. Selected. Your expertise, Junior Mechanism, has disappeared. You have obtained Perfect Mechanism. Above the mechanical god throne, crackling sounds suddenly sounded, and thick arcs of mechanical force flashed out, whipping the ground like a whip, leaving charred traces. The brain stings slightly, feeling like an electric current stimulation. With dazzling bright light flashing in his eyes, Han Xiao could clearly feel that the cells in his body were operating at full power, and he kept spewing energy. After a few minutes, this symptom slowly faded. The world in the eyes undergoes subtle changes, with clearer mechanical perception and a deeper vision into the microstructure. It's really amazing. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and felt the change. Using a character card feels completely different from having this expertise. The current perfect mechanism has changed himself. The basic attributes of individuals remain unchanged, and what is strengthened is his mechanical strength and his perception of machinery. In his senses, machinery becomes more familiar and affinity. The core effect of perfect mechanical feeling is that the total mechanical affinity is 1.4x. According to Han Xiao's attributes, the improvement brought by the increase is around 2,000, 3,000 mechanical affinity, which directly leaps through several spans. The two secondary functions are: one is that when mechanical force bonus, the mechanical quality is increased by 1 to 2 levels, and the highest is not exceeding the pink quality. Currently, Han Xiao's equipment is basically orange equipment, and this bonus is useless to Han Xiao today. Another function is more important. The effect is that the active skill level of all mechanical systems is +4, which can break through the upper limit. It is very practical. Not to mention anything else, at least several new apostle weapon quotas have been added. Mechanical expertise belongs to personal talent abilities. The difficulty of learning in the later stage varies from person to person. Some geniuses can easily understand it, while some people can still not learn even if their personal strength is so strong that they still cannot learn it. Han Xiaoyan's junior mechanical is used to do tasks, and the chance of upgrading to perfect mechanical by himself is basically 0. Generally speaking, this kind of talent should be either passively awakened or actively cultivated from an early age and form habits when it is the strongest plasticity. As the saying goes, it will become famous all over the world. It is all young, and it is the best time to cultivate talent when you are young. As you grow older and have stronger strength, the difficulty of learning personal talent expertise increases. I finally got the perfect sense of mechanical strength. My regular combat power is finally the same as when I used the character card. Han Xiao was satisfied. He had been looking forward to this ability for a long time. Now it's not embarrassing, haha. Only the power belonging to oneself is the most reassuring. It transforms the trump card used for explosion into normal combat power and greatly improves its stability. Now it has completely settled in the qualification of a peak super-level mechanic and has greatly shortened the gap between the military country and its own strength. However, it is still too early to fight with Madison. They still have a perfect sense of mechanical force, and only made up for some of the gap at this time. Han Xiao was not in a hurry. Although he was both at the peak of the A level, he was different from everyone else after all, and he still had clear and sufficient room for growth. Before the next major upgrade, Han Xiao did not want to have new entanglements with Madison for the time being. When Madison felt that he had consolidated his position and could not shake it, he would develop secretly, so as not to see through his strength and improve his speed and adjust his policy to deal with him again. Although Han Xiao is not afraid of how Madison does him now, he does not want to make trouble before completing the foundation of the Shining World. After all, Madison is protected by the glorious Federation, and his family is very rich and cunning, so he has no choice but to deal with the other party. However, although the perfect mechanical sense has become the norm in combat power, it does not mean that the trump card has been lost. Han Xiao's heart moved. The character advent card is not related to its own abilities. For example, the character card in the state amplification type. Even if the character itself is in the same gain state, the character card can take effect and give double bonuses. In other words, a perfectly mechanical character card is still useful to you. If you get a perfect mechanical feeling, you'll have the opportunity to double the bonus. How terrifying would it be if it is stacked in 2 groups? It should be the only double perfect mechanical feeling in the universe. This is probably a bit sour. Han Xiao muttered secretly, and it felt terrible just thinking about it. If it is used in front of Madison, people are afraid that they will have broken their views. So it's best to leave the blank character card to Renard or Nilo. Whether it's time to get it or not depends on your face. Han Xiao felt a sense of perfect mechanical feeling, and then turned off the introduction of his expertise. Return to the skill list. Drop down to the drawing ability bar and look at a new drawing you have recently obtained. Space-time clipper. Use a unique space-time technology to open a new branch that exists briefly outside the main trunk of the main time axis. Specify the set action plan. Form a time chain with beginning and end, and break through the space-time continuity and make time point jumps so as to reduce the process and can be used on any object. This device has an irreversible negative effect. Objects cut by time and space will be corrected by the main timeline. Once completely corrected, the object will be annihilated with the cut branch time chain. If the time chain is completed smoothly, the object will also annihilate and disappear. Note, if you are a fan of suicide attacks, then this device must be suitable for you. Although the technology is not mature, it is suicide anyway. I believe you will not care about these details. After Han Xiao stole the space-time and space-time cutting technology from the Cunny people, he learned it and then spent some experience to deduce this technology. Finally, he obtained a new drawing recognized by the panel and spent some time to create a finished product. Standing up and walking down from the throne, Han Xiao came to the warehouse next to him and took out a rectangular device that was more than 10 meters high and 4 or 5 meters wide. This is the finished product of the space-time shearer, which looks like a 3-story building. These days he has conducted some simple tests and debugging of the space-time shears. The operation is normal, but the startup time is a little longer and it does not work out of thin air. He needs to connect the link pipe dedicated to the space-time shears on the target in advance to take effect on the object and the space inside the object. Of course, Han Xiao would not use such a dangerous device to himself. But he thought about it carefully these days and found that this thing seemed to be of great help to the mechanic. The most suitable object for using space-time shears is the mass-produced mechanical force. It is not a pity to consume mechanical warriors at all. With this extra function, you can perform some tactical tasks that you could not have done before. The qualitative improvement of combat capabilities is equivalent to using endurance to exchange for several levels of tactical assault. For mechanics with legions, it is naturally extremely cost-effective. Secondly, it can also be regarded as a new type of strategic killing weapon. Compared with portable phantom bombs, biochemical gene weapons, the space-time shears are more concealed and difficult to detect, and are suitable for assassination and destruction. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. But if you can use less, use less. In the future, when the Empire realizes the power of space-time shearing, it will begin to conceal and monopolize this technology. Although with my status, the Empire will not force me to take back the technology in my hands, it will also require me to keep it confidential together. There is no need to hide it from the Empire's matter of having space-time shearing technology. He just stole a piece of inventory before the Empire monopolizes and did not intend to conceal it, and there was no need for it. Let the Empire know that he also has this technology and can also improve his status. After all, he got it before the Empire pays attention. It is legal and not a shameful thing. There is no need to hide it. Moreover, if you use this technology to others in the future, it will be exposed sooner or later. Maybe the Empire will help him conceal it. Anyway, no matter what, he will not spit out the fat meat he eats in his stomach. Shaking his head and putting away these thoughts, Han Xiao took out a space-time amber, hung it in midair, and then connected it to the external interface of the space-time shearer. Today, he is preparing to test whether space-time amber can be affected by space-time shearing. This is the first time he has done this experiment. The operation of the space-time cutter is a bit complicated, and Han Xiao worked it for a while before starting it. Buzzing the entire device immediately vibrated, and colorful streams of light poured into space-time amber along the pipes. He took a few steps back and waited silently for a while before the vibration of the device gradually stopped. The shearing is completed. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he disconnected the nanoparticles that hung the space-time amber. He saw that the space-time amber fell down, and the process was smooth, and the frame was not skipped according to the preset program. Squinted his eyes, he stepped forward and picked up the space-time amber, put it in his hand for a while, confirming that there was no change at all. It seems that space-time amber is immune to space-time shearing. After reaching the conclusion, Han Xiao breathed a little relieved, which was good news for him. Space-time shearing cannot crack this cosmic wonder, which means that space-time amber is still an unsolvable means. Even if the Empire or more forces obtain this technology, the space-time amber in his hand still has an irreplaceable role. After thinking about it, Han Xiao conducted a new experiment. Perform space-time shearing on a normal machine, and then wrap it in space-time amber to see if the side effects of space-time shearing can still take effect. The principle of space-time amber seems to be a solidified special space-time, and the machinery wrapped in it does not withstand the side effects of space-time shearing, and seems to ignore the correction force of the timeline. But at the same time, the normal effect of space-time shearing will not take effect. After removing the space-time amber, the machine was corrected by the main timeline and annihilated itself, releasing a huge amount of energy, almost blowing up the warehouse. In this case, it means that space-time amber can only temporarily freeze objects and help them to avoid them, and it cannot offset the side effects of space-time shearing. So it can only be used as a coffin? It really means the same as amber. Han Xiao dusted off the dust on his body and fell into thinking. Or there are other ways, such as setting up the action of time and space cutting in advance, then sealing it, borrowing the immune attack characteristics of amber, sending it to the target position in a normal way, and then unbuttoning the amber to activate the effect of time and space cutting. Well, this is equivalent to delay detonation. After thinking about it, Han Xiao instinctively felt that this is a promising application direction, and it takes time to explore more possibilities. After testing it several times to ensure it is correct, he put away the space-time shearer, thought for a while, took out the communicator, and contacted Terekov, commander of the Imperial Exploration Army. After the connection was made, Lauda's big wash basin appeared on the screen with the background of the tactical conference room, which seemed to be in a meeting. Black Star, what's the matter? Are you having a meeting? Then I'll call you later. It's just a routine meeting. It's not as important as you. Just say anything. Han Xiao smiled. The enemy's movements have been strange recently, and you have discovered them too. Well, the enemy seems to be trying to lure the enemy into depth. Do you have information on this? Almost a while ago, I sent troops to explode the enemy's database and found that the enemy was using scorched earth tactics, wanting to use primitive phantom energy to devour these galaxies and cause damage to the Imperial fleet. I have mastered the coordinates of the enemy's burial phantom energy and the movements of all their fleets. Good job. Terekov's eyes lit up, and he felt quite relieved. Most of the other super-level wars were ignorant of this. First, as a strong man, he always paid attention to his character and had no interest in bullying an indigenous civilization without a super-energy system. Secondly, he was afraid of his opponents throwing primitive secret energy around, and was afraid of embarrassing people, so he only sent his subordinates to respond to the call. Black Star is the only super A-level ally who helped himself. He is worthy of being a talent valued by the Empire. It's just 2 words, reliable. I'll send you the information later. Don't forget to remember the credit for me. Han Xiao said half-jokingly. Haha, don't worry. This credit will be recorded for you. Terekov was in a good mood and felt more and more happy Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled and hung up the communication. Perfect mechanism and time-space shearing technology have been obtained. He plans to end this war as soon as possible and resume normal exploration work as soon as possible. Another purpose of providing this information is to improve the evaluation of the Kundi War mission. Anyway, his other goals have been completed, so he will also save the credit and help the Empire solve the opponent as soon as possible. Because he did not intend to conceal his time and space shearing technology, Han Xiao did not care and took out the information directly. Terekov was very efficient. After obtaining Han Xiao's intelligence, he immediately made arrangements. Several legions on the front line sent troops to secretly go to the coordinates displayed by the intelligence to destroy the enemy's scorched earth plan. In the information given by Han Xiao, the coordinates and movements of all Kundi fleets were also marked. The Empire was equivalent to opening a perspective picture and the enemy's every move was as clear as possible. The legions on the front line no longer advanced slowly, but instead dispersed purposefully and headed straight for the various main fleets of the Kundi tribe. The Kundi people still don't know that all their plans have been exposed, all under the control of the Empire. At this time, they are still implementing the combat plan step by step. With Han Xiao's help, the Empire saved countless energy and easily completely crushed the Kundi people in terms of intelligence. The balance of victory and defeat in the war has completely tilted towards the Empire. Han Xiao's intelligence cleared the fog of war for the Empire. A group of famous imperial generals on the front line acted decisively and bravely attacked, allowing the war to sweep the territory of the Kundi people in just 1 month. Each legion took action separately, intercepting and killing the main Kundi fleet on standby at different positions, launching a fierce battle in the starry sky, and the battleship array advances horizontally and sweeps across the stars. Under the roaring artillery fire of the Empire, the Kundis were caught off guard and retreated step by step, losing a large number of main warships. In a certain galaxy, an Imperial Legion was fighting fire with the main Kundi fleet. The enemy was in a defeat and was ruthlessly slaughtered. Kundi warships were shot through by phantom cannons and turned into fireworks in the universe. The enemy's main ship was surrounded by groups, and the naval guns of countless Imperial fleets around were aimed at the main ship. Once there was any abnormal movement, they would open fire and explode. The reason for surrounding but not killing was because they wanted to capture the commander of the enemy's fleet alive. A small spacecraft flew out of the Empire's array, carrying Imperial officers who were preparing to take over the main ship. The enemy's main ship removed its shield, which seemed to indicate surrender. The small spacecraft approached smoothly and embedded in the enemy's main ship's interface. The size and proportion of the two were like a sesame seed and a grape. Swish! The sound of air valve sounded. The door of the main ship's landing passage opened, and a pale Imperial officer stepped into the enemy's main ship, which was Gouda. The adjutants around the Imperial officers shoulder a variety of functions. Some adjutants are similar to private secretaries, and some adjutants work part-time in dangerous battles, and Gouda belongs to the latter. The 3 layers in front of the front surrounded a large number of Kundi soldiers, all holding their weapons tightly, revealing strong hostility. Gouda glanced and ignored it. He reached out and adjusted the interstellar universal translator in his ear and slowly spoke. "Who is the commander? Stand out." The Kundi crowd suddenly had a commotion, and a tall pippy shrimp in a uniform walked out. It was the commander of this fleet with a solemn tone. "Invader, why do you understand our language?" The two sides have been fighting and have never exchanged information. For this group of Kundi non-commissioned officers, it was the first time that they had face-to-face communication with the invaders. They were surprised that Gouda could actually speak their language. "It's just a tiny little technology." Gouda's tone was calm. "The intelligence that Han Xiao gave to the Empire is a complete set, which naturally includes language. It does not require the Empire to decipher. You can communicate easily by directly importing the language into the interstellar translator." The commander of the Kundi tribe did not ask questions and said in a deep voice, "Please stop killing my compatriots. We have been defeated." "Yes, as long as you surrender and hand over the command of the fleet to me, we will stop attacking," Gouda said lightly. "Okay, come with me." The commander of the Kundi tribe turned around to lead the way, and the soldiers around him gave way. Gouda glanced at him, and a joke flashed across the corner of his mouth, and followed him with great strides. The group followed the passage and turned around the corner. The atmosphere was silent along the way, and no one spoke. After walking for a while, Gouda suddenly chuckled and said slowly, "I have taken us around for so long. Are you ready for your trap? Don't let me wait too long." As soon as this said, the Kundi commander who was walking in the front suddenly stopped and turned around, looking surprised. Exposed. But since he discovered it, why are he still so calm? Although he was seen through, his decision could not be changed, and the tone of the Kundi commander suddenly became ferocious. "I want me to surrender to the troops who slaughtered me? Dreaming. Let's die together." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent vibration came from under his feet. Gauda looked down, and the metal deck quickly expanded and bulged, cracking through the cracks, and a dazzling blue light shone out. I have arranged the original secret energy on my ship and planned to self-destruct. Gauda was only halfway through his words, and a huge sound wave resounded throughout the main ship. Boom! The next moment, the secret energy burst out, instantly swallowing the bodies of everyone, including Gauda and the commander of the Kundi clan, filling every inch of space. At the same time, the outside Imperial fleet discovered an abnormality. The surrounded enemy main ship exploded from the inside out, turning into an ever-expanding primitive psychic energy group, quickly invading the surrounding area, approaching the Empire's encirclement. The commander of the Kundi tribe brazenly exploded with the idea of pulling these Imperial fleets to be buried with them. In the command ship in the distance, the Imperial general who was in charge of commanding this legion snorted coldly. It's true that you want to self-destruct. The psychic energy treatment team, do it for me. The order was issued, and the Imperial warships in the innermost layer of the encirclement had a circular device exposed on the bow of the ship, which vibrated slightly, resonated with a silhouette, forming an invisible transparent cover, completely wrapping the original psychic energy group inside, and the space showed obvious distortion. The Empire fleet has long been prepared to deal with phantom self-destruction. This device is a special equipment specially designed to deal with phantom pollution. It requires cooperation with each other to wrap the phantom group. The phantom group generated by the self-destruction is still very small in size and easy to deal with. I saw that the expansion speed of this primitive phantom group began to slow down, expanding from outwards, slowly turning into contraction inwards, and constantly shrinking. The whole process lasted for dozens of minutes, and this primitive phantom group gradually changed from the size of a main ship to a sphere with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters and was still compressing rapidly. The most common way to control psychic pollution is to use special equipment to compress its volume, increase the energy density, turn it into a psychic seed, and then use special devices to stabilize the psychic energy for storage. This method is cleaner and has no side effects. The only problem is that it takes a long time, and it will be difficult to deal with when the psychic energy expands to a certain level. At this moment, a figure floated out from the phantom group, and it was Gauda. Not only was he unscathed, he even had a haircut in his hand. He even held the Kundi commander who was still jumping around. The entire main ship was swallowed by the assimilation of the original phantom, and only 2 people were still alive. The commander of the Kundi tribe stared at Gauda in horror. He had made plans to die and wanted to die with the enemy, but at this moment, he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Gauda glanced at him, slapped him casually, knocking him out, then stretched out his other palm and grabbed the psycho group. Who? Traces of mist-like secret energy flow appeared around. In the blink of an eye, this primitive secret energy group turned into a spot of light the size of a rice grain, shining with dazzling blue light. This is a newly formed phantom seed, like a blue gem, falling between Gauda's fingers, dyeing his fingers and face into a blue color. Holding an unstable super energy source in his hand, Gauda looked calm, took out a spherical storage device after taking out his hand, and stuffed the ghostly energy seeds into it. He then made a gesture to the Imperial fleet, asking his colleagues to turn off the control device that compresses psionic energy, and then return to the command ship with the Kundi commander and psionic energy seeds to meet his superiors. I did a good job. I will record this achievement for you personally. The general of the Empire personally welcomed Gauda and patted Gauda on the shoulder with relief. It was because of his ability that he chose to let Gauda board the ship. The original secret energy is extremely domineering. Even if it is super A level, it will suffer continuous high damage when it is in it. However, the superpowers have always had unlimited possibilities, and a very small number of superpowers can allow users to survive in the original secret energy. Gauda's superpowers are one of them, and their meaning is very special. Before Gauda, The whole universe only speculated that there was such a super high-risk ability, but there were never any real cases. Gouda, perhaps the first person who has been discovered from ancient times to the present. At least his ability is closest to this super high-risk ability. On the surface, he was just a super powerful imperial military who had just entered the disaster level. But due to the special nature of his superpowers, he had already received attention from senior officials and was on the list of superpowers to be observed. The Empire regarded him as a super A-level seed to cultivate him and had high expectations for him. Hearing his boss praise, Gouda was not surprised by his favor and disgrace and smiled faintly, stopped, and stood aside. His eyes were not rude, and no one knew what he was thinking. The Empire launched multiple fronts at the same time and blossomed in full swing. The Kundi army was defeated step by step, and the Empire's sudden full-scale attack disrupted their position. Everyone, we are losing this war. In the high-level conference room of the Kundi command ship, the Kundi leader supported the table and glanced coldly at the high-level present. The defeat was within our expectations, but the process was out of control. A senior officer said in a solemn tone, "Our main fleet that was hiding in different positions was accurately hit by the enemy, with heavy casualties. Things were strange, and the enemy seemed to have mastered our coordinates." The Kundi people's combat plan was to slowly lure the enemy into the depths, introduce the Red Empire into the hinterland of the country, and then the main fleet hidden outside worked together to raid the opponent's Stargate, trying to cut off the enemy's retreat, and then use the Scorched Earth plan to erase the country with as many enemies as possible. However, the precise strike of the Red Empire had disrupted the Kundi strategy and made them think about the terrifying things. Their own intelligence seemed to have been leaked. We cannot tell now whether the enemy uses special observation methods to locate our hidden main fleet or have mastered our internal intelligence. If it is the former, it is better, but if it is the latter, our situation will be very serious. The enemy may have had an insight into our Scorched Earth plan and even mastered the coordinates of all troops, including us. Someone said, uneasy, the leader of the Kundi tribe. Anyway, we have to make the worst plan. We have not mastered application-level quantum network technology yet, and the enemy's technology is more perfect than ours. Perhaps we should give up this convenient communication technology for the time being. In this way, we will be more passive. Stop talking about it. Now the general situation is hopeless, and it is time to evacuate and rely on the Scorched Earth plan. The leader of the Kundi tribe said in a deep voice, "The only question is whether the enemy has insight into the Scorched Earth plan. If it is exposed, we need to make remedial. How to remediate it? The troops that implement the Scorched Earth plan have set out for a long time. Even if the enemy masters the coordinates, it will take a certain amount of time to catch up. So just cut off their links with the command center, close the quantum network, and cut off all information exchanges with the outside world, so that the enemy will lose their coordinates again." Hearing this, Zhongzhe couldn't help but nod. This move is a way to turn the Scorched Earth plan troops into a blind and deaf ghost fleet. Someone asked a question. Since the enemy knows our plans, they will definitely prepare methods for handling. Even if we don't know the coordinates of the original secret energy, we can observe the location of the secret energy explosion and quickly manage it. In this way, the effect of the Scorched Earth plan will be greatly reduced and will be extinguished by the enemy first. Yes, our strategy has failed to some extent. The leader of the Kundi tribe said in a decisive tone, but we must try to keep little resources for the enemy. In any case, the enemy will suffer a certain degree of loss. The high-level members present looked at each other, and no one opposed it. Seeing that everyone had no objection, the Kundi leader opened the virtual screen in the conference room, entered his own permissions, and opened a confidential interface, which monitored the location and status of all Scorched Earth plan troops in real time. At this time, the interface shows that all troops are rushing to their destination normally and are not attacked. It seems that everything is normal. Everyone was relieved to confirm that the Scorched Earth plan was operating normally and had not been destroyed by the enemy. This was the only backup they could count on at the moment. Everyone contacted the executor of the Scorched Earth plan on the spot and quickly connected the communication. The other party's figure appeared on the virtual screen. The senior management has an order for you to change the target location of the burial energy, cut off the quantum network link, close all information channels, stay away from the burial location after the task is completed, and then restore the link to report to us. Do you understand? I understand. After a few instructions, the leader of the Kundi tribe hung up the communication. After a few dozen seconds, the real-time monitoring of the scorched earth troops on the virtual screen became dark one after another, and they were soon disconnected. Although it is not the best way, it is at least safer. Seeing this, a senior executive couldn't help but sigh. The leader of the Kundi tribe nodded, looked around everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Since we have been deployed, we can start evacuating. Remember to bring all the super captives we have captured." Now that the situation is over, the Kundi tribe decided to recall the troops and evacuate them in a scattered manner. In the previous battles, they did not find anything. They did catch one of the few superpowers, regarded them as important experimental materials, and planned to take them away together and take them back for research. At the same time, a scorched earth plan force on one of the borders of the Kundi lands is being attacked by the Imperial fleet. A Kund warship has been taken to the side, and the Imperial Superman is clearing soldiers from enemy ships everywhere. The captain blocked the gate of the command room and eagerly sent communication applications to the command center again and again, but the whole thing fell into the sea and there was no movement. What the hell is going on? The senior management has not answered the emergency communication yet. The captain was shocked and angry. At this moment, a cold light slashed through the alloy gate of the command room and swept through the captain's body. "Sajie!" The captain screamed and fell to the ground with a plop. Blue blood flowed out, leaving only half of his breath. An Imperial officer holding a metal knife walked in, glanced at the communication call on the virtual screen, and then looked at the captain's unwilling eyes, smiled, and turned off the communication casually. "Don't work hard. You can't contact your own people." Hearing this, the captain suddenly widened his eyes. "Can they?" Brush! A sharp sword light flashed by, and a huge shrimp head flew up in the air, and blood splattered on the bulkhead, like a clumsy abstract painting. Putting away the weapons, the Imperial officer turned around and left without explaining his plans to the enemy. This is a compulsory course for Imperial soldiers. In fact, Han Xiao transferred more than just intelligence. As the saying goes, sending Buddha to the West. Since he decided to help, he handed over the vulnerability program he left in the Kundi quantum network to the Empire and controlled it to improve the task evaluation to a greater extent. In this way, the entire command system of the Kundi tribe was completely reduced to the Imperial toy without any ability to resist and could only be played into 18 postures. All the pictures seen by the Kundi Command Center, including the communication objects, are illusions created by the Empire. They thought the scorched Earth Plan troops had ordered, but in fact they didn't say anything, and these troops did not receive the command of the command. At the same time, the information connection between these troops and the command center was controlled by the Empire, and all information was intercepted. The Empire also blocked the communication channels between the two sides, just like two deaf people shouting at each other, and there would be ghosts of the hearing. The Kundi tribe completely turned into a little deaf-blind. The command center thought the situation was going according to the plan. It was just an hallucination that the Empire had caused them. As the command system of the brain was paralyzed, the troops outside could not call for help and could only be gradually eroded by the Empire. Without the support of the Interstellar Society, the Kundi tribe is a lame star cluster-level civilization. The quantum network technology is really bad and is completely vulnerable to Han Xiao. If it were the Sirius star cluster-level civilization that had explored the universe, Han Xiao would not be able to control the other party's quantum network so easily. The existence of virtual mechanics is a strategic weapon in intelligence, and Han Xiao is at the peak of Super A level. Recently, he has also obtained the perfect mechanism, and his role in war is irreplaceable by the other four superpower systems. It's enough to make the enemy die without knowing how it dies. In a starry sky, far away from the country, an immigrant fleet carrying all the Kundi civilians turn around without knowing it and headed towards the direction when they came. There was no display on the star map, and the people on the boat were unaware of anything and did not know that they had returned along the way. The Empire has no habit of letting go of the enemy and has set up a game of all the battles. The cunning people had no way to escape. The Milky Way is hanging upside down, and the stars and sand are like waterfalls. Somewhere in the front line of the Kundi tribe, a remaining Kundi main fleet is slowly swimming in the universe. Not long ago, this fleet, codenamed Sea Flag, experienced a fierce battle and was raided by an Imperial general. The command ship and the guard fought to break through and escaped with a broken tail. Now there are only more than 20 escort warships left next to the command ship, and other warships will either be annihilated or broken up. The Sea Flag fleet is affiliated with the 3rd Space Corps of the Kundi tribe. The commander who commanded this fleet is Oliel, a famous general of the 3rd Corps. He is known as the star of the future of the 3rd Corps. A few years ago, the Marshal of the 3rd Corps had reached the age of retirement, and Oliel was regarded as the first candidate for the position of Marshal of the 3rd Corps. However, due to the receipt of information about the falling spacecraft several years ago, the senior management made the decision to mobilize the war, and all officers delayed their retirement and were recruited, which delayed their resignation. At this moment, the Heike fleet, which had just suffered a defeat, was hiding while waiting for the next order from the command center. In the bridge of the command ship, the atmosphere was silent and depressed, and everyone was immersed in the grief of defeat and loss of comrades. Oliel stood silently in front of the porthole at the front, leaving only the figure of his back to all the operators and adjutants in the room. The carapace color mixed with sad green and angry red. In the war just now, he was almost led by his opponent's commander, and the war was defeated, which was part of his reason. Everyone knew that the commander was the most stressed person and did not dare to go up and disturb him. The adjutant hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage to walk to Oliel and whispered, "Sir, no need to say." Oliel turned around, his body gradually turned back to a calm blue, and slowly said, "This is not my personal failure, but the failure of civilization. What I lost to is not the opponent, but the entire civilization of the enemy." Oliel knew that his commander's talent could not match the Imperial generals, but he believed that it was not just a matter of personal ability, and the gap also came from the civilization's heritage. During the battle, he made his most delicate operation and decision so far. He asked himself about his performance this time, and even the military academy could be regarded as an important course case. However, what shocked him was that the enemy's reaction was incredibly fast, and he could see through his arrangement almost instantly, just like playing chess between the two sides. The enemy saw through his backhand that racked his brains and ambushed 10 steps later, just like memorizing the chess score. Meeting such an opponent will be a heavy blow to the commander's confidence. It does not mean that Oliel's level is not good. In fact, he is already considered a famous general in the Kundi standards. The reason for this situation is that the ability of famous generals in the Empire is far superior to his, but the deeper reason is the gap in civilization's heritage. The rise of the 3 major civilizations is accompanied by the wailing of countless races, and comes step by step from the war. All war cases are written in the courses of the military academy, so no matter what the situation is encountered, officers can instantly come up with corresponding solutions, and their ideas are more flexible. The Kundis have experienced too few interstellar wars, and war cases are far from comparable to the Empire. All the tactics used by officers are old things that have been exploring the universe for many years. This is the difference in the background. After actual combat, Oliel was pessimistic. He could not see the possibility of winning local wars. The current step-by-step defeat of various fleets is the best proof. In fact, he is not the only one. Unlike the radicalism of the senior leaders of the Kundi tribe, these soldiers who fought on the front line basically have pessimistic views on this war. They were angry that their homes were coveted by the enemy, but they did not think that sacrifice in this war was necessary. However, military orders were like mountains, and the commands of the senior management were the will of the soldiers. He sighed secretly and put away these pessimistic emotions. Oliel looked at the adjutant and asked in a deep voice, "Is the command of the command coming?" I just sent it over. He asked us to stand by here, recover the broken fleet, and then go to join the main fleet of the Third Corps to plan a round of attacks on the enemy Stargate. Oliel heard this and slapped the table suddenly and said angrily, "Nonsense! Isn't retreating yet? Is the command really crazy? We have just been broken up, and we still have to stay in this dangerous area to find our old subordinates. Will we not chase them when we are enemies? Moreover, the main fleet has been defeated so much that it has to force the convergence to attack the enemy Stargate? This is to let us die." Many officers in the room felt that such tactical arrangements were problematic, but they dared not speak out, and they all stared at Oliel, waiting for the commander's decision. Oliel paced back and forth twice and spoke in anger. "Contact the marshal to me. I want to ask him personally what's going on with such a decision." The adjutant nodded and immediately operated. The communication interface popped up on the virtual screen. After waiting for a few seconds, the call was connected to the opposite side, and the figure of the marshal of the Third Corps appeared on the screen. "Oliel, I heard you were attacked, but fortunately you are still alive. There are reasons for luck." Oliel calmed down. "I received the command from the command, and we are planning the attack on the enemy's Stargate." "Yes, this is the command from the command. Don't you think there's a problem? The battle situation has deviated from the original plan. You should not continue to fight now, as it will only sacrifice more troops in vain. I know, I also think it's time to retreat. I'm negotiating with the senior management. Before that, follow the orders." Upon hearing this, Oliel fell silent and hung up the communication. The adjutant asked carefully, "Sir, what should we do now?" Oliel looked at him and suddenly said, "How many warships do we have?" 24. "Call the captains and pull them into the communication channel." Hearing this, everyone immediately took action. Oliel stood there with his hands behind his back and waited for a while. Avatars appeared one after another on the screen, which were all the remaining captains. At this time, Oliel made a gesture and slowly spoke. "Remember, I will only say it once next." He said a series of unnutritional encouragement and repeated the command. During the process, he kept making various gestures, and all the captains stared at him attentively. "Okay, that's all I have to say. Let's take action." Finally, Oliel put down his hand and ended his speech. The captains' avatars on the screen became darker one after another. At this moment, the adjutant glanced at another command screen and exclaimed, "Sir, all the captains have turned off the intelligent core and blocked all external information. We can't contact them anymore." However, Oliel had expected it and nodded calmly. "Very good. You can turn off the intelligent core of our spacecraft." Everyone was shocked and suddenly understood something, a little disbelief. "This means, is it going to be a deserter?" This. The adjutant was stunned. "Why don't you go quickly?" Oliel glared, and his tone suddenly became stern. The adjutant hesitated for a moment and ran to arrange it. He soon asked someone to turn off the intelligent core of the command ship. In this way, the remnants of this sea flagship fleet became a ghost fleet that had lost contact with the outside world. Oliel then slowly let out a breath, looked at the puzzled people next to him, and explained, "Sorry, all this is for caution. If you guessed correctly, our quantum network has been completely penetrated by the enemy." As soon as this statement was made, everyone was shocked. After glanced at him, Oliel said slowly, "I know the marshal very well. He is a rigid soldier and never questioned the military orders of the senior management. Although it is an extraordinary period and everyone may change, we cannot let go of any doubts. I suspect that the one just now was not the marshal at all. The enemy may have infiltrated our command system. Everyone is understandable. I don't need to say more about the consequences. So the war is over. I can't act according to their instructions. Now I can only save myself." My gesture just now was a set of special codes. Only a few people know that I asked all the captains to cut the links. From now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Everyone was stunned by these words, unable to accept such a large amount of information for a while, and their brains were blank. The adjutant gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage and said, "Sir, this is a deserter." Oliel was not angry and glanced at him indifferently. "This is a battle that we'll definitely lose. No matter what you think, I will not send my remaining subordinates to the battlefield to sacrifice." "Desert? No. Maybe we are the last survivors of the Kundi people. Then where should we go now? The farther away from here, the better." Oliel looked out of the porthole, and his eyes were on the depths of the starry sky. "I think there might be something wrong with the route." In a narrow and cramped spaceship room, several ordinary Kundi people were surrounded. This is one of the spaceships in the immigration fleet carrying civilians. Most of the people on the ship are uneasy and confused about the future, and the atmosphere is sluggish. Because of the large population, each spacecraft is filled with a group of civilians in a room, and the ones living in this room are brothers born in the same nest and are related to each other. "Brother, what did you find?" a short brother asked. The eldest brother in this nest of brothers is a burly pippy shrimp with a low tone. "I have a friend who is a crew member of the guide ship. He told me an inside story. According to the plan, the fleet should have arrived at a planet for a short rest yesterday, but I didn't meet the planet yesterday, and the fleet has been moving. Can they adjust the plan? Or do you ask your friends again?" "My friend has never been able to contact and cannot ask people." The eldest brother said in a deep voice, "I think there may be something strange." "Brother, can you be too sensitive? If there is any problem, the above will definitely notify you." "I have a bad intuition. I can't say it." The eldest brother shook his head. "Hey, why do you think so much, but you can't help? We just follow the fleet's arrangements." One of the brothers said casually. At this moment, the younger brother next to him suddenly spoke. "Brother is right. There is something wrong with the fleet's route. We are returning to the same route." Hearing this, everyone looked at him one after another. "Don't talk nonsense. How did you find it?" The younger brother pointed to the porthole. Everyone looked over and saw that there was simple graffiti on the porthole, drawing a series of circles with diameters from small to large. At this moment, there was a planet outside the window, which was perfectly embedded on the circle in the middle. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed. Living in a house, no one has any secrets. A planet appeared in the fleet's vision some time ago. I used a brush to outline the planet on the porthole every day. The circles grew from small to large, and from large to small, changing every day, representing the distance. At this moment, the planet actually coincided with the outline of a few days ago, and everyone understood what this meant. "I'll go and ask." Seeing this, the eldest brother couldn't sit still, and everyone hurriedly followed behind. The group hurriedly passed through the second half of the cabins that were as crowded as a refugee camp, and came to the middle cabin passage, and found several soldiers accompanying the ship to reflect the situation. "You said something went wrong with the route." A soldier took out his ears and said impatiently, "This is not something you should worry about. What are you worried about?" "This is true. I can show you the evidence. Okay. The soldier waved his hand. "The guide ship has a star map. If it really deviates from the route, it will definitely be adjusted immediately. You can go back and wait with peace of mind." The eldest brother had no choice but to take a group of brothers back and wait. However, after 3 days in a row, they stared at the graffiti on the portholes day by day and found that the fleet was still returning to the way they came, without any adjustments. The eldest brother contacted his friend who revealed the inside story every day and only contacted the other person on the third day, but the answers from the other person made him feel cold. "You said you deviated from the route?" No. Our star map shows that the route is completely correct. Didn't you encounter the supply planet I mentioned? "Oh, this is a mistake in long-distance observation. The star map is not very inaccurate. We have reported to the above. Our star map has been updated. There is no problem now." "What graffiti record?" "Well, you may have made a mistake. It is a new planet marked by the star map after the update, not the one I have seen before. Anyway, the navigation device on my side shows that the route is always moving forward." Turn off the communicator with a cold face, and the eldest brother was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Do you believe me or the people above?" Many brothers looked at each other, hesitating. "What do you want to do?" The younger brother couldn't help asking. My intuition is getting stronger and stronger. There must be problems here. Maybe the people above are sending us into the fire pit. The eldest brother lowered his voice. I don't want to stay on the spaceship. I'm going to steal supplies and life-saving poles, and we will run away by ourselves. Are you crazy? Someone was stunned. This is seeking death. The fleet will definitely catch us back. Even if we succeed, the stolen supplies will be consumed sooner or later, without food or fuel. What should I do then? And do you have a star map? If you don't know the star map, how can you run? I can get the permissions of the star map and life capsule from my friends. As for the supplies, the medium-sized life capsule has complete facilities. As long as I arrive at that planet, I can use the collected device to replenish the fuel inventory, which is enough for us to use for many years. Solving food problems requires a greenhouse incubator, crop seeds, and nutritional pacemaker. These things can be obtained on the ship. During the crop cultivation, we can sleep in a freezer cabin. The eldest brother whispered, I have been thinking about the way back for 3 days. This is not a decision I made with a slap on my forehead. Everyone shook their heads repeatedly. A large army that separated from the tribe and built a new home. How many people ran to the unknown universe to survive? Just thinking about it makes me think this plan is too crazy. I'll go with you. At this time, the younger brother stood up and shrugged. Brother, you know me. I don't like being bound by rules. Since I have left my home, I don't plan to continue living a stable life with the flow. The universe is so big, I want to go and see it myself. Whether you say I like adventure or pursuing excitement, I'll be the only one of me. The older brother nodded and looked at the other brothers. I know everyone has concerns. The universe is too big. If only a few of us, this will be the loneliness and fear that touches the deepest part of the heart. Maybe it's proven that I'm wrong in the end, but I don't want to wait passively, and I don't force everyone to go with me. The second brother hesitated for a while, made up his mind and said, Brother, I'll follow you too. You are the person I trust the most. I believe in your judgment. Hearing this, more people were shaken. Someone shook his head helplessly. Oh, forget it. Just leave. From the moment I left my home, I just thought that this life was dead. So what if I take a risk? We are brothers and cannot be separated. These brothers grew up together since childhood and have long been used to hunting together. After some entanglement, everyone finally agreed to the elder brother's plan. What's amazing is that after making up the decision, the previous hesitation and anxiety disappeared and turned into unparalleled excitement and expectation. Brother, I have a suggestion that we should at least bring a girl. As soon as this said, everyone laughed loudly. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and the room was filled with joy. It's right. We should bring more than one. We should bring more. Maybe we will become a wandering civilization in the future. In the next period of time, the brothers acted separately, used their respective connections to prepare quietly. Since the immigration spacecraft carried a large amount of daily supplies, the things that everyone needed could be found on the ship. The only problem was how to get them. With courage, money, connections, and a little luck, everyone raised most of the supplies they needed in various ways and completed the scout. It was soon the day of the operation, and the progress was beyond imagination. Based on the information obtained from the site, everyone sneaked into the life-saving capsule dropout, stepped onto a medium-sized life-saving capsule, turned off the intelligent core, and switched to manual control mode. The eldest brother's palm was parked above the launch button, and he did not press it for a long time. Have you thought it through? As long as you press this button, you will never look back. If you're caught, we will be regarded as prisoners. There's not much difference from prisoners now. The people above look at us more like a group of hard workers. The younger brother smiled freely, but he changed his name and called population resources. I have long wanted to get rid of such an identity. Nothing nonsense. The elder brother shook his head and laughed and slapped the button hard. Swish! The life-saving capsule suddenly fell and shot into the universe. After leaving the spacecraft, everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked out the porthole, but suddenly became stunned. They saw that other spacecraft in the immigration fleet also shot out sparse life capsules, like scattered sparks scattered. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On another border of the Kundi territory, the core fleet where the Kundi command is located jumped out of the Stargate, and then turned around to recycle the Stargate for retreat. Okay, we have arrived at the target area. According to the last code order, all the surviving fleets will converge in this area. In the command center, senior Kundi leaders gathered to check the messages sent by other troops before the last time the network link was disconnected. The Scorched Earth troops sent a report, and the phantom energy in various places has been successfully detonated, and the plan has been implemented. Other fleets outside sent a report, retreating towards the direction we designated. The situation is fine. The leader of the Kundi tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, everyone's spirits were a little better. The situation finally got back on track. Because he was worried about the leak of information, the command center did not dare to maintain a long-term link, so he gave up real-time communication and did not dare to pass commands normally. He was worried about being intercepted by the enemy, so he changed it to a special secret code. However, before everyone could take a breath, the radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Note, pay attention, an unknown large fleet was found ahead. Everyone was suddenly shocked. How could we encounter a fleet here? Is there an ambush? Let's see if it's an enemy. Many senior officials hurriedly conveyed orders. After only a few seconds, the captain sent a report. Dear leaders, we have confirmed that the other party is not the enemy, but our fleet. Hearing this, many senior officials immediately breathed a sigh of relief and felt that they were almost scared of a heart attack. I'm scared to death. It turns out that they are my own people. The troops that received the order arrived early, and the speed was faster than us. At this moment, the captain spoke again, his tone becoming extremely strange. Everyone misunderstood. The other party is not our armed fleet, but an immigrant fleet that had been sent out long ago. For some reason, they all ran back. As soon as they finished speaking, the audience became silent. All the senior officials here were stunned for a second and suddenly became confused. Didn't you let them go long ago? Why did you appear here? Who asked them to come back? The leader of the Kundi tribe suddenly stood up and was frightened and angry. At this moment, all the senior executives here couldn't sit still, were frightened, and found that the situation was completely out of control. The immigration fleet is the last hope of the Kundi people, and it is their weakness. Their confidence in daring to start a war on the country was to send all the tribesmen away. At this time, when they saw that the tribesmen who should not have appeared came back, all the senior officials panicked. At this moment, the conference table suddenly popped up with a virtual screen, with white noise flashing in the picture, and finally a figure wearing the uniform of a senior imperial officer appeared. All the Kundi senior officials present were attracted by the eyes and were shocked. The figure stood with his hands behind his back, with a demeanor and an old but powerful voice. He slowly spoke. I will introduce myself. I am Terakov, the Marshal of the Red Empire Exploration Army. I am the one who confronts you during this period. Seeing this scene, everyone present understood. They thought the enemy had just monitored their intelligence, but now it seems that it is not just an intelligence leak. The enemy can actually initiate communications at will, and 80% of them have already controlled all their networks. This was the worst case, and for a moment, everyone's minds went blank. Terakov glanced at the leader of the Kundi tribe, with his face bent. All your information is controlled by us. We have already cut off the contact between your command and the outside world. The reports you have received during this period are all forged by us. In fact, one of your troops is no longer 10, and they are basically declared to be destroyed. Don't have unrealistic hope. We have seen through your scorched earth plan and completed the final interception a few days ago. You no longer have the armed forces to resist. This shrimp and pig heart directly destroyed the beliefs of most of the senior Kundi tribe present, and they were stunned and slumped on the chair. The leader of the Kundi tribe, trembled violently. Terakov didn't blink for a moment and said lightly, Now, on behalf of the Red Empire, I will issue an ultimatum to you. Our long-range psionic weapon has been deployed and locked down your immigration fleet. I will give you 5 minutes to consider and choose to resist. Clan extermination. Try to contact the immigration fleet. Clan extermination. Cut off the quantum network link. Clan extermination. No reply for more than 5 minutes. Clan extermination. As long as you choose to surrender and uninstall all weapons, we promise not to fire, and our destiny will be left to you to decide. His tone was as calm as if he went out to buy vegetables in the morning, erasing a race. For a senior commander of the Empire like him, he would not even blink. But in the ears of the senior Kundi people, every word is bloody and cruel. The Empire secretly transferred back the Kundi immigrant fleet, and another goal was to disintegrate the fighting spirit of the Kundi core fleet. When the survival of the entire race is put on the other end of the scale and becomes a bargaining chip, it can always collapse the enemy. This is the Empire's experience over the years. Compared with the exploration history, the 3 major civilizations now no longer slaughter the civilians who are unable to resist, otherwise they would not be given a chance to choose. The confidence to open the net comes from the crushing level of civilization strength. After the ultimatum was issued, Tarakov's figure disappeared, and the picture became a 5-minute countdown. It's over, it's all over. The war shouldn't have started at the beginning. See what we did? As time passed, most of the senior executives here collapsed and despaired. It's not that everyone hasn't considered the situation they are facing now, but before the butcher knife really falls, everyone has more or less luck in their hearts. There was a chaotic conference room in front of me. One by one, the senior executives with high power lost their calmness and all lost their composure. Looking at this scene, the leader of the Kundi tribe sat in his seat silently and slowly said, "There is no hope. Surrender." Do you know how to surrender now? What have you done long ago? The senior executives who usually feared the leader also took the initiative and pointed at him and cursed, "If it weren't for your stupidity and radicalism, would we have fallen to where we are today?" That's right. If we didn't start a war from the beginning and flee directly, we wouldn't be in a desperate situation. That's right. Everything is because of your decision-making mistakes. You are the eternal sinners of the tribe. Seeing these senior executives who had more or less flattered themselves, venting their anger at themselves, the Kundi tribe leader laughed sarcastically. The escaped person is always the smartest. Not only do you have to hand over your home, but you also have to take the initiative to run away without causing trouble to the invaders and be generous. The whole clan was forced to leave his homeland, and everyone was equally confused and panicked. If they fled without fighting, once the dignity of the clan was broken, it would be difficult to reshape. If we could kill enough enemies or sacrifice enough soldiers, it might be possible to get rid of this decadent loser mentality, arouse the motivation to unite with the enemy, and usher in a new golden age. Unfortunately, in the end, he said nothing. The war ended with the surrender of the Kundi people, which lasted not long, and from the beginning to the end, it only took 3 or 4 months. Compared with previous lives, the time for the Red Empire to end this war was more than doubled. The root of this change is Han Xiao's contribution. Providing coordinates allows the Empire to save the energy of finding enemy base camps and control the enemy's quantum network to defeat the enemy at the intelligence level. These 2 important reasons have greatly accelerated the process of the war. The plot changes are extremely significant. In the records of previous lives, the Kundi tribe caused considerable trouble to the Empire. Now, with the help of Han Xiao, the Kundi tribe did not cause any trouble to the Empire and could not cause any storm. From beginning to end, the Empire was pressed to the ground and rubbed against it, without any power to fight back. The Empire took over the remaining Kundi fleet and transported everyone to the return journey. The technician Han, who was fishing far away in his nest, also received a prompt from the panel at the same time. Shining World Kundi War completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. You gained 45 experience. Random reward X4. Contribution to the Red Empire plus 7,500. Legend plus 1. Star Cluster Legend. Light Dust Star Cluster Meritor of the Kundi Battle. You participated in the battle between the Imperial Exploration Army and the indigenous civilization of the Star Cluster, and made outstanding contributions, Civilization Destroyer. Milestone opens. Milestone activation requirements. Participate in 3 large-scale interstellar war missions about the survival of civilizations, galaxy level and above, and help your side successfully defeat their opponents. The mission evaluation must not be lower than excellent. Current progress, 1/3. Tarakov favorability, +30. Ulan Riel favorability, +5. Tini Amino's favorability, +10. Copy generation. Kun War. It's finally finished. The efficiency is still quite high. Han Xiao's eyes moved. Although he did not fight in person this time, his intelligence help also made a perfect level of mission evaluation. The reward is good, and although the experience is not as good as the boss task to find a super A-level game, players can basically not do super A-level challenge tasks. The experience of 45E is very profitable for players in the later version. Han Xiao is not picky about food. Anyway, this time he is mainly fishing, and the reward is basically free, so he's happy to get it. For random rewards, the introduction is a good thing. Keep it there, wait for a good day to open the game, and make 10 consecutive draws. The 7,500-point empire contributed quite generously. The Kundi people are just an indigenous civilization and are not threatening the empire. Han Xiao estimated that part of these contributions came from a sharing of information on space-time cutting technology. Although you have learned all your ultimate knowledge, the contribution of the empire is still very useful, and you can exchange it for various rare resources or military support from the empire. Moreover, if one day there is a super A-level willing to stay in the Legion, I might have to spend my contribution to exchange for the ultimate knowledge of other systems. Ultimate knowledge is monopolized by higher civilizations. There is no specific reason. Generally, super A-level exchanges for ultimate knowledge from other systems are not allowed, and the contribution is not enough. Using ultimate knowledge to attract talents for one's own forces is equivalent to stealing the business of advanced civilizations. They do not agree, so there is a tacit understanding among allies of super A-level, and they basically will not impart ultimate knowledge to each other. Only those with cadres above a level have the right to exchange. Of course, there are very few exceptions of this kind. After all, most of them are unwilling to be inferior to others. Han Xiao remembers the milestone of the destroyer of civilization. In a universe that has been exploring, civilizations at galaxy level and above are protected by the peace treaty, and there will be almost no war of extermination. Generally, only players in the chaotic and evil camp have the opportunity to activate this milestone. The effect is very good, where the civilized destroyer milestone with damage of all types +6%, attack sputtering range +25%, and it has its own deterrent aura. However, it is also very expensive to get this milestone. It is very rare to participate in or even provoke a life-and-death war for galaxy-level civilizations. There is a high chance of encountering greater war of war. In the camp of order, there are even fewer opportunities to obtain this milestone, but the advantage is that it will not be wanted, which will bring legitimacy to evil deeds. There was no political assets, which was expected by Han Xiao. The weight of the Kundi tribe is still a little bit poor. Whether it is eliminated or not is not important enough for the empire, but it has won the favorability of the empire's senior leaders. In addition to Lao Ta and the head of state, a large number of future empire-famous generals, including Teni, have more or less added some favorable feelings, which is a reward for fighting side by side. The final generated dungeon, Kun War, is like the Secret War and the Berry, and it is a series that can intercept each battle into a separate dungeon crystal. Because the Kundi tribe is a group of younger brothers, only the Battle of the Large Fleet is weighted as the difficulty, so the challenge level will not be high, but the reward will not be low, which will be given to the players. After counting the results, he turned off the panel and breathed out. Perfect mechanical sense, time and space shearing, and mission rewards. This time the harvest was very rich. The Kundi people were the only obstacle. After solving them, the second phase of exploration can be back on track and carried out smoothly. Han Xiao pondered in his heart. Because of his intervention, the results of the Kundi people have changed. In his previous life, the Empire spent a lot of time on the road exploration, gave the Kundi immigrant fleet enough time to move, ran too far, and allowed the Kundi army to get buffered, unlike now, being caught off guard. Without understanding the map, the Empire was delayed for a long time by the strategic depth of the Kundi territory, giving the Kundi more time to study the Imperial tactics. This led to the fact that when the Empire infiltrated the Kundi command system, the Kundi did not always remain in the dark, but discovered doubts and led the battle situation into a more troublesome game and resisted fiercely. Therefore, the Red Empire did not choose to persuade the surrender, but directly destroyed the Kundi tribe. Because the infiltration was discovered and the distance was several times longer, more reaction time was given. So some of the immigrant fleets successfully ran away, unlike now, almost being caught by the Empire. But this is not a good thing. What Han Xiao didn't know was that the new home chosen by the Kundi tribe is still in the territory of the Shining World. After all, they do not have the concept of star domain scope. With the exploration and development, the Empire discovered the new home of the Kundi people. At that time, the Empire had already attached importance to the space-time cutting technology, so he raised his butcher's knife to kill people to silence the Kundi people. The new home of the Kundi people became dust in the universe and was secretly executed. And now, fate has come to a new fork. Han Xiao touched his chin, entered the field of vision of the quantum network, and conducted remote projection towards the lighthouse star, intending to see how the Empire was preparing to deal with the Kundi tribe this time. In the office of a lighthouse star commander, two figures stood and sat. Tarakov was standing, and Ulan Riel's remote projection was sitting. The war was over, and the Empire captured a large number of Kundi-picked shrimps. What we need to worry about now is the follow-up problem, whether to kill or raise, and the head of state and a group of senior officials need to make a decision. Tarakov was reporting to Ulan Riel at this time, and finally mentioned the issue of prisoners. The escort troops are expected to arrive at the Lighthouse Star in 7 days. Master, what should these people do? Ulan Riel crossed his hands, supported his white chin, and said in a deep voice, "The senior management has discussed it. Some people agree to eradicate the roots and destroy them. Some people think that it needs to be confined and educated. The final decision has not been finalized yet. Do you have any suggestions?" Tarakov pinched his beard with his jaw. The war is very smooth. Since the enemy has chosen to surrender, I don't think it is necessary to carry out unnecessary killing. You can choose several planets in the Empire to let them settle down and take strict supervision. You are not allowed to enter the interstellar society for the time being and then carry out cultural transformations for several generations. If the result is good, it is not impossible to transform it into our vassal civilization, and then let them go of the restrictions on entering the interstellar society. During the war, he was decisive in killing and would never blink no matter how many enemies he killed. After winning, he was not hesitant to kill. Ulan Riel pondered. In this way, they will divide their thoughts and need their leaders to help do something. Yes, we are preparing to interrogate their leaders remotely. By the way, our people conducted a comprehensive examination for the senior leaders of the Kundi tribe and found that there was a certain abnormality in their mental state, which seemed to be affected by the undercurrent of the mind, amplifying the nerve areas in their brains that control anger and impulses. Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Ulan Riel's eyes. Haha, it's the good thing that the superstar cluster civilizations did. They not only packed and threw away the technology, but also quietly released the undercurrent of the mind. Otherwise, the other party might not be so radical. Who is the most affected by the undercurrent of the mind? It's their leader, right? Well, you guessed it wrong. The leader of the Kundi tribe was the least affected externally. Ulan Riel shook his head helplessly. That's quite interesting. Is it the logical difference between different species? Didi. Just then, the fixed communicator on the table rang. Tarakov stepped forward and pressed it, and the voice of the secretary came from it. Commander-in-Chief, Black Star is online. Is it connected to his remote projection? Why is it coming at this time? Tarakov muttered and shook his head. I am reporting to the head of state. letting him wait for a while online. At this time, Han Xiao waved his hand. No, let him come in, not an outsider. Okay. Since the head of state doesn't mind, it doesn't matter. Soon, Han Xiao's remote projection also appeared in the room, and he saw Han Xiao at first sight. Taoist, you are here too. Hey Xing, I heard that you have made great contributions to this war. Han Xiao nodded with relief. I just did a little insignificant work. Han Xiao said modestly and glanced at the two of them. What are you talking about? Nothing. I'm just discussing how to deal with the Kundi tribe. There is no result for the time being. Han Xiao briefly repeated the words just now and asked casually, Hey Xing, do you have any suggestions? I have no objection. I'm here to ask how the Empire should deal with it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. No objection is also an opinion. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said nothing. She turned her head and signaled that Terakov would continue to report, saying that she didn't mind Han Xiao's listening. After listening to the report, Han Xiao encouraged the two of them and then went offline to Japan. Seeing the head of state leave, Terakov turned to look at Han Xiao and smiled. I'm going to interrogate the senior officials of the Kundi tribe. You're here together? Well, I'm very busy. Han Xiao scratched his chin and half-jokingly said, But since you invite me, I will reluctantly go together. He was interested in the end-of-the-road leader figures and felt that it might trigger a special task, like the previous Dark Star leader. All the organized legions merged to form an extremely large fleet, escorting all the spacecraft of the Kundi tribe and moving towards the lighthouse star. The dense warships dragged the transitional light with dense formations, and the tail flames contrasted with each other, as if forming a moving sea of light, setting off brilliant waves in the dark universe. The Imperial warships were mainly distributed on the periphery, and within the siege were tens of millions of Kundi spacecraft, carrying the entire population of the Kundi people. All ship-based weapons have been unloaded, and the power of the energy core is limited to the minimum level to ensure the operation of the spacecraft. The thin shield is broken by poking it. All armed forces are lost on the ship and completely taken over by Imperial soldiers. These Kundi spacecraft have been transformed into prison ships. The main ship of the Kundi tribe was transformed the most thoroughly. The cabin was transformed into a prison cell, and various facilities were completely dismantled. From the mechanical style of heavy industry to the minimalist style, basically the load-bearing wall was left. The command hall had been taken over by Imperial soldiers, and two long-range projections suddenly appeared in the hall, which were Han Xiao and Terakov. See the commander-in-chief. As soon as the two of them went online, the neat salutes of Imperial soldiers rang around them. Han Xiao happened to have a chance. Lao Ta made a plan to inspect the prisoners today, and had already issued a notice, and the soldiers on the ship were waiting specifically to greet him. Senior Imperial officers who commanded various legions were also present, all with their adjutants, and used remote projections to gather together. Thank you all for your hard work. Terakov smiled, nodded with a friendly attitude. These young elite officers are all the stars of the Imperial Army, and will be the baton of these veterans in the future. Terakov was quite pleased to see the Imperial talents. Han Xiao glanced at the officer present and couldn't help but shake the eyebrows of the sage. Wow, they're all big names. A group of future famous generals and military leaders stood in front of them waiting for inspection, and it felt like a group of people hanging in the Imperial Merits Exhibition Hall walked down the portrait of the wall. Because he knew the future identities of these people, Han Xiao felt that the scene in front of him was quite commemorative and couldn't help but want to take a photo. His Excellency Black Star, you are here too. Tenny was also among them, saying hello, smiling at the corner of his mouth, obviously in a good mood. Meet again. Han Xiao nodded and saw that all the officers looked over, so he simply said loudly, Congratulations to everyone for winning this war. It is an honor for all the outstanding military talents. The Scope PY attack has extraordinary effect. Black Star's identity is here. Although he is an ally, his status is now higher than that of this group of young, elite generals who have not reached their peak. No one doesn't like good things. When everyone heard the boss praise, they all smiled like they were pyramid. Where The information provided by His Excellency He Xing is the cornerstone of victory. In terms of credit, you are the greatest. We do all hard work, and the contribution of His Excellency He Xing is the main reason why we easily win this war. It is impolite to come, but not to go. Some people immediately started to blue each other. Of course, there were also officers with cold and taciturn personality who did not speak up and just nodded in agreement. Han Xiao responded with a smile, and suddenly paused slightly, his eyes fixed on the adjutant beside an imperial general, who was Gouda, with his subtle smile on his face. "Hey, you are." He narrowed his eyes, looked at the person a little, and found that he had no impression. Seeing this, Gouda smiled faintly and took the initiative to speak. "I have long been revered, Lord Blackstar. I gotta know this. This is Gouda, one of the superpowers that the Empire focuses on training. I heard that he survived the primitive phantom self-destruction, which is very outstanding." Tarakov smiled and introduced to Han Xiao. "Hello, Gouda." Hearing this, Han Xiao greeted casually, secretly entered the field of view of Quantum Network, opened the internal interface of the Empire, logged into his account, and checked the information about Gouda registered with the Imperial military. It is a habit for him to check a person's background when meeting him. With his authority, it is no problem to query the basic information of some Empire members. The next second, Gouda's information popped up in the picture in the brain. Han Xiao browsed it and saw that it recorded Gouda's innocent service resume, which seemed to be fine. He stroked down. Just as he was about to see more detailed information, the interface suddenly showed a warning of insufficient permissions. "Can't watch it? It seems that he is very valued." Han Xiao would not be idle and cracked the Empire's network to cause dissatisfaction among the senior management. He turned off the interface and started to think. Lao Ta said that Gouda has been on the list of superpowers to be trained. With the size of the Empire, the focus of training is basically aimed at Super A-level seeds, or even Super A-level. There are two types of superpowers to be trained. One is special abilities, and the other is outstanding potential. This guy is at most a natural disaster level. He can survive in the original secret energy, so he is 80% the former, and I don't know what abilities he has. Han Xiao pondered secretly. In his previous life, the main camp of Honda Technician was the Red Empire. He was very familiar with all the big figures in the Empire. If Gouda was really a Superman trained by the Empire, he should have an impression. But he was sure that he had never heard of this name, and he had no memory of Gouda in his mind at all. There was no such figure in the Red Empire in his previous life. Has the plot changed again? Han Xiao murmured in his heart. I don't know where a new person popped up. Although he was puzzled, he was not very surprised. I have done so many things myself, which has long caused the butterfly effect. It is not surprising that some people who have never been famous in their previous lives suddenly appeared. Not to mention anything else, Intel, which is running a budding consortium, is a good leak that he dug out from every corner. Staring at Han Zhao's handsome face, Gouda's mouth curled up slightly. Hello, Haixing. We may become colleagues in the future. Isn't it now? Han Xiao put away his thoughts and came to his senses. Haha, you understand what I mean. Gouda smiled indifferently. If you have ambition, then I'll wait. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. What he meant is that he felt that he would definitely be able to become a Super A-level. This guy is quite confident. He secretly remembered Gouda, and Han Xiao turned his eyes away. After chatting with everyone, he finally gave the universal conclusion of, I have the chance to treat you to dinner in the future, and the officers went offline one after another. Han Xiao and Tarakov were left, and they patrolled the entire spacecraft under the leadership of the soldiers on the ship. The Kundi civilians on the ship were detained in a concentrated manner, while the senior officials were all imprisoned separately. Han Xiao followed Lao Ta to inspect the civilians' detention area first. Cramped and crowded, just like a refugee concentration camp. Countless Kundi civilians crowded together, with their emotions such as fear, anxiety, confusion, etc., swept over the imperial soldiers standing guard around them from time to time. Before the war began, many civilians were actually unwilling to leave, and they didn't even see the shadow of the enemy. Many people believed that the so-called invaders were fictional. Now, the Kundi civilians are only panic in their hearts, just like they don't know when the butcher's knife will fall, and they are anxious and trembling. The race that once dominated this star cluster and became a prisoner of a higher-level civilization. There was a huge gap in the hearts of every Kundi civilian. After inspecting the civilians, the two of them came to the area where the senior management was detained alone, stood outside the interrogation room of the Kundi leaders, and observed each other through a single-sided window. Although he was imprisoned, the leader of the Kundi tribe sat upright and maintained his demeanor, staying alone in the interrogation room, closing his eyes to rest. When you ask later, we'll just go in and listen. Han Xiao turned to Lauda and said, looking at the leader of the Kundi tribe. The person in charge of the interrogation was Lao Ta. He was just here to visit, and the leader of the Kundi tribe probably didn't know him. Tarakov nodded, expressed his no objection, and whispered to the soldiers beside him. Open the door. In the interrogation room, the Kundi leader sat upright in his seat and tried his best to sit upright. He was not as calm as he seemed, but he had to pretend to be calm. In his eyes, he represented the last dignity of the Kundi people. Brush! The door slid open, and the leader of the Kundi tribe heard the sound, opened his eyes, and saw two figures walking in. One was the enemy Commander Tarakov, whom he had met, while the other was extremely unfamiliar. He was wearing a complex and gorgeous black windbreaker with gold patterns. The way he wore his clothes looked like a big shot, and he didn't know what it was. This is our second meeting. Tarakov quickly entered the state, with a stern face, and said lightly, We have fulfilled our promise and have not carried out massacre. You should tell me everything you know, including your ideas and logic when making decisions, the reasons for attacking us, and tell us all the causes and consequences. Remember, your answer will affect our attitude towards dealing with you. It is best not to deceive you, otherwise it will not be me who regrets it. Virtual technology can steal the other party's intelligence, but there is no way to know the judgment process and thoughts in others' minds. This is the focus of today's interrogation. The leader of the Kundi tribe knew that this would happen sooner or later and did not dare to have the intention to hide it, and at the same time, there was no point in hiding it. He had a heavy mood and took the matter all. Listening to the other party's story, Tarakov entered content in the report from time to time. Han Xiao came over and took a look and saw several words such as xenophobia, indigenous arrogance, revenge culture, and coexistence discomfort. Not a good word. He blinked. This interrogation report is likely to affect the Empire's ultimate treatment of the Kundis, and these words are undoubtedly dangerous. After a while, the leader of the Kundi tribe finally came to an end. Your arrival has taken away our development space, so we would rather find a new home that is not disturbed than live with you. This will only allow us to experience long-term and passive competition, and the development prospects of civilization are limited to death. Upon hearing this, Tarakov nodded, too lazy to hide it. You are right. We will never allow you to rise. There are few civilizations who are saints. The Red Empire develops a shining world, of course, not with the idea of benefiting all living beings, and there is no intention to let the indigenous people rise. The maximum kindness is just to leave some space to allow the other party to continue to survive. For most backward indigenous people, it is not a bad thing. The three major civilizations use the interstellar society to assimilate them, which is equivalent to giving them advanced Enlightenment education. However, for a civilization like the Kundi who has reached a certain scale and has begun to pioneer interstellar territory, it is an absolute disaster. The three major civilizations are not interested in cultivating more stinky brothers who covet their dominance, which will inevitably squeeze the development of higher indigenous civilizations. From the bottom of my heart, the Red Empire actually did not hate the Kundi's act of taking the initiative to start a war. It just happened to conquer the other party's civilization with force, which was just right. But Tarakov changed his tone. At this point, you must have figured it out. The falling spaceship you got was provided by some of our opponents, and the purpose was to treat you as a gun and use you to deal with us. Their information contained real technology to enhance your force, but the technology is true, But the information about the Empire is a bunch of lies. He did not tell you what level of strength the Red Empire has, deliberately making you mistakenly think that you have the power of a battle. The falling spaceship is a poisoned fruit, and under the sweetness of advanced technology, there's a deadly toxin hidden. So, in your opinion, obtaining phantom energy, leap, Stargate, and other technologies is equivalent to filling most of the gap in strength between the two sides. You think you have obtained the same weapon as us, just like an ancient man fighting a modern man, holding a cold weapon in his hand. Although the times are different, the outcome is still uncertain when fighting. However, the fact is that the weapons in our hands have exceeded your several iterations. Just like you are still waving swords, we have already shoveled you and the planet with a Star Destroyer. As a result, you see that we originally had the possibility of peaceful coexistence. Although you will lose room for upward, you can at least ensure the independence of civilization. Complaining with all is sometimes a good choice. Hearing this, the leader of the Kundi tribe shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Watching the road ahead is blocked but indifferent. That is not the way we Kundi tribe is. We would rather give a try." Well said that. A civilization without ambitions and no future, I understand you. It is really unwilling to give up your home. Tarakov did not object, but nodded in appreciation, then slowed down his tone and shook his head. But your only mistake is to choose the wrong opponent. The leader of the Kundi tribe lowered his head. He did not regret his choice, and he was still full of resentment. However, what he hated the most at this time was not the Red Empire, but the mastermind behind the Kun tribe. In his eyes, that is the root cause of the cheating of their clan. Okay, let's get here. Thank you for your cooperation. At this time, Tarakov stood up, summoned Han Xiao, and prepared to leave the interrogation room. Wait, the leader of the Kundi tribe suddenly spoke in a low tone. You actually won't destroy us, but plan to keep us in captivity, right? Well, there is this possibility. However, we will not use your physical means of intellectual castration, and at most we will only start from the cultural aspect. The leader of the Kundi tribe understood and took a deep breath. So, I must die, right? Tarakov paused, did not choose to hide it, and nodded. You are a symbol of people who vent their anger, a target for the tribe's people to despise, a lesson to stay in history, and a useful propaganda tool. Han Xiao shook his head when he heard this. These people speak in a foggy way, but fortunately he can understand. If the Empire chooses cultural transformation, it is necessary to choose a puppet to lead the Kundi tribe, and the candidate for the puppet will never be the leader of the Kundi tribe. The purpose of this guy is to be regarded as a puppet by the Empire and perform a grand blaming ceremony. And this scene will end with his execution. I understand that one person needs to bear the wrong thing. I don't care whether it's left a bad reputation. The leader of the Kundi clan has long had a desperate ambition. I can cooperate with you to act in this play, but I have two requests. Don't look at me like this. I know I'm not qualified to make conditions, but I can only tell you, just treat this as my last wish. Then you tell me. First, we have surrendered. It doesn't matter if we kill me, but I hope other compatriots can be properly placed and don't die again. Second, the tone of the Kundi clan leader suddenly became ferocious. I want to use our people behind the scenes to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Tarakov remained indifferent, pretending that he didn't hear it, and turned around and left. Seeing this, the leader of the Kundi tribe silently lowered his head. He knew in his heart that the other party would not accept his request, but today might be the last chance to speak, and he had no choice. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in his lower vision. The leader of the Kundi tribe looked up and saw the man in black who had been by the side after entering the door without saying a word and had no idea of the details, walked up to him and looked down at him from a high point. Before he could doubt it, what he heard next almost jumped up in shock, suspecting that something was wrong with his ear. I'll accept your request. The leader of the Kundi tribe was stunned. Tarakov stopped and turned around suddenly, with a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Han Xiao looked calm and continued. I will report to the Empire that you will place your tribe in my territory and try your best to take care of it. As for the mastermind behind it, it is not difficult. He has a style of not getting up early without profit. Just when the leader of the Kundi tribe made his last wish, a new task really popped up on the panel, which he guessed. The moment he saw the requirements and rewards, Han Xiao decided to take this task. Who are you? Hearing these words, the leader of the Kundi tribe finally couldn't help asking Han Xiao's background. You can call me He Xing. As for who I am, well, my title is relatively long, and I guess you don't understand what it means. Just do this, you only need to know one thing. Han Xiao smiled slightly. I can do your entire civilization alone. You? The leader of the Kundi tribe was stunned and looked up at Han Xiao in a daze. Can we win over our Kundi people by one person? This was the first time he had heard such a domineering self-introduction. What is the origin of this stranger in front of you? He subconsciously didn't believe it, but he instantly realized that he was facing a more advanced civilization. The other party had a superpower system, and everything was possible. He had to put aside his outdated ideas. He didn't understand Han Xiao's identity in the Empire, but the one who dared to say such words must be a big man that he could not imagine. If you think so, this self-introduction is really straightforward, which makes him understand the status of others. He is a prisoner without negotiation capital, but this great man who has never known each other actually came forward to agree to his final request. Why is that? Mercy? Alms? Or pretend to agree so that he can cooperate? He was filled with surprise. When I made a request at the beginning, I didn't have any hope at all. I didn't expect that someone on the other side would respond to him. For a moment, the Kundi leaders felt unbelievable and didn't know what to say. Are you worried that I'm joking? Han Xiao glanced at him and said slowly, to put it bluntly, you have no value for being deceived by me. Since I promised you, I will definitely fulfill it. The leader of the Kundi tribe couldn't help asking, why are you helping me? Good question. Han Xiao smiled. I am a humanistic person, kind and often kind. Just think that I sympathize with the experience of the Kundi tribe. Anyway, handling your request is just a small task for me. On the side, Tarakov's mouth twitched faintly. Brother, can we have some shame? If the Kundi tribe is defeated, you will have half of the responsibility. It seems that we are the only ones who are the wicked. This thick skin is probably able to withstand the ghost cannon. Well, it seems that it is really okay. Tarakov was slandering on the side, but the leader of the Kundi tribe was extremely moved. It was like a traveler who was at the end of his journey and was about to fall into the deepest darkness, but in the last light of his vision, he saw someone reaching out to him and willing to pull him. Thank you. It's my luck to meet a person like you at the last moment of life. Unfortunately, I have nothing to repay you. The leader of the Kundi clan clenched his fists, suppressed his excitement, and his tone was full of gratitude and sigh. Haha, it's okay. I don't need a reward. Han Xiao called out, and he didn't believe it. Hearing this, the leader of the Kundi tribe was even more moved. This person named Blackstar is such a good person with a heart of the universe. Bang! Tarakov covered his face and was unable to complain. This scene is simply full of absurdity of fate. The whole clan has been fucked by others. Do you still want to be grateful to him? I was convinced not only to kill people, but also to silently punish my heart, so that the enemy would be grateful to the murderer without knowing anything. What a bad taste. At this moment, Lao Ta came to a conclusion. Blackstar is indeed a pervert. It would be better to stay away from him in the future. I am almost retired, so don't be led by others, and I will not be protected in my later years. Han Xiao smiled, turned around and left, walked out of the interrogation room with Tarakov, leaving the Kundi leader alone in the room to move. Walking out of the room, Tarakov immediately turned his head and looked puzzled. Hey Xing, what did you promise him to do? He really didn't expect this to happen. He thought He Xing was just coming to make a fuss, but he didn't expect to do this suddenly and didn't know what the motive was. Han Xiao spread his hands and smiled. I'm in a good mood today and want to be a good person. So it wasn't your bad taste just now, and I was deliberately joking with him? Of course not. I'm very serious, okay? Wait, I have bad taste. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Tarakov frowned when he ignored Han Xiao's complaints. But you had just expressed your attitude of not interfering in the handling of the empire in front of the head of state. Now what you mean is, Are you ready to change your attitude and support the leaving of these prisoners? There is no unchanging thing in the world. I suddenly changed my mind. Can it be? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. I understand. Terekov nodded. I will report your opinion to the head of state later. As for the people above to consider the exam, it is not my business. That's enough. Han Xiao smiled. At this time, Terekov looked around and lowered his voice. Tell me honestly, what are your intentions? Didn't you say that? I'm in a good mood today. Terekov looked at me as if I was old. You didn't lie to me. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Okay. Let me tell you, the population of the Kundi tribe is a megapixel, reaching the scale of a star cluster-level civilization. Although it requires a long-term cultural transformation, after the transformation is over, so many people are a valuable resource. If it can be placed in my territory, I will have a large amount of labor, consumers, and military sources in the future. The empire is great, and the Kundi tribe does not need the Kundi population. But for me, it is an opportunity for development. Upon hearing this, Terekov smiled indeed. Right, this is the Black Star I know. How could it be that kind-hearted? It's really you. After thinking about it carefully, Terekov felt that Han Xiao's plan was fine. If the empire left behind the Kundi people, it would need to choose a place to resettle. The population greatly affected prosperity. At that time, allies would definitely target this piece of fact. In his opinion, Black Star made an advance request. As for agreeing to the so-called last wish, he knew Han Xiao's fuckingness too much, and this was probably a formality and an excuse. While Terekov was thinking, Han Xiao quietly looked at the prompt on the panel. You have accepted the S-level mission. Kund leader's last wish. Mission introduction. The Kundi tribe failed in the war, and the entire tribe became a prisoner of the empire, and the future is uncertain. In despair, the leader of the Kundi tribe has a desperate ambition and made a final request to you. Task requirements. 1. Place the Kundi tribe and provide protection for it during the cultural transformation. 2. Retaliation to the mastermind behind the use of the Kundi tribe against the Red Empire. Fail conditions. The total number of Kundi population is lower than 80% at the beginning of the mission. Complete the first requirement. Reward 60 experience. Kundi favorability plus. Current relationship is minus 1,500. Relationship. Hate. Random reward x2. Political assets Kundi plus 4. Kundi enters awakening era. Super awakening rate plus 10%. Complete the second requirement. Reward 120 experience Kundi. Favorability plus. Designated blank character card x1. Expertise. Swearing enemy. Special skills. Wrath of the Kundi. Enemy of swearing. The more blood you accumulate, the higher your damage will be. The bonus can be stacked to 25%. After leaving the combat state, reset. This effect can be applied to summoning objects and mechanical equipment. Leader certificate. When you're the leader of the camp, you receive a full bonus. The bonus range increases with the size and level of the camp, without limit. Kun's Wrath. Status skill. After activation, it will lose 5% health/S and last up to 40s. You'll get a total bonus coefficient of mind resistance 2.0x. All damage plus 5%. Intelligence minus 5%. Charm minus 20%. Luck minus 10%. At the same time, you are immune to all abnormal mental states outside of anger. The skill cooldown time is 5 minutes to make you angry and fill your mind. When he saw the mission introduction just now, Han Xiao decided to do this mission because the reward was beyond his expectations and gave him a big surprise. It's really too rich. Han Xiao had no expression on his face, but in fact he was filled with joy. Although the leader of the Kundi tribe is not a superpower, his identity as a civilized leader of the star cluster level gives him an extremely high reward limit. The first requirement is that experience and random rewards are relatively normal. What Han Xiao attaches importance to is a political asset reward of up to 4 points. In addition to improving the efficiency of experience acquisition, it also means that he has considerable voice in the Kundi people. The Empire wanted to transform the Kundi into a vassal civilization. But even if it was lame, it still had a star cluster-level foundation. Han Xiao's remarks to Terekov are not false. If the Kundi people are located in their own territory, their huge population will provide them with many benefits. After completing the task, the Kundi tribe will enter a new era, and the super energy awakening rate will increase. 10% seems to be not many, and the number of people trapped in megabytes is not a small number. The reward also includes a high degree of favorability of the Kundi tribe, and the relationship will be directly raised to respect, which means that the Kundi tribe will become its own support to a certain extent. The superpower is equivalent to the source of troops. However, the introduction of most S-level tasks is relatively simple. The first task requirement is to provide asylum. It is not mentioned how much it is to be completed. Han Xiao estimated that it will be successful after the Empire lifted the closure of the Kundi tribe. Therefore, it should be a long time and is more passive. The second requirement is different. According to the request of the Kundi leaders, the goal is to retaliate against their masterminds, which makes them much more proactive. What made Han Xiao decide to accept the task was the second reward. Needless to say, the designated character card is a good thing, and the three abilities of the reward almost blinded his eyes. Swearing enemy, a very practical expertise, and it is very suitable for you. For normal people, the situation where this feat takes effect is that the less blood volume, the higher the damage. When stacked to the highest damage bonus, there is almost a trace of bloody skin, which is equivalent to a dying violent tyranny. However, with Han Xiao's blood recovery efficiency, after stacking the full damage bonus, the blood volume can be fully regained in minutes. This 25% damage bonus is the same as that falls from the sky, which is almost a free gift. It is also suitable for summoning objects and mechanical equipment, which directly raises the output of the entire mechanical legion. Leader Certificate, this is one of the most powerful abilities, which is very magical. In his previous life, he was very famous in the player group and had the title of Half-Template. Players can also have this ability. As a leader of the camp, you can activate the effect of your expertise, which is very template-oriented. Players can also build their own armed organizations like superpowers to recruit normal NPC characters, and the guild itself is also a form of camp and is recognized by this expertise. In the future version, players will get a stable channel to obtain the Leader Certificate. In order to activate this expertise, a large number of players built their own camps or formed gangs, and their careers have entered a new stage. The bonus of the expertise depends on the size of the camp. For ordinary players who have no money, time, and appeal, even if they have this expertise, it is not very useful. Only some local tyrants, studios, and guilds can use this expertise best, and a very small number of people can get considerable bonuses. In his previous life, Han Xiao, as a lone wolf, had never activated the Leader Certificate, but he knew very well the bonus of the Leader Certificate. Quite powerful. If I had this expertise now, the effect would be unimaginable. Han Xiao was secretly excited. He now had a very high enthusiasm for all the ability to significantly increase his strength. The last skill, Kun's Wrath, also made his eyes shine, and it is also a good skill. The total addition coefficient of mental resistance of 2.0x is equivalent to a double resistance, which is extremely considerable. In terms of spirit, it has always been Han Xiao's shortcomings. The ability to improve his mental resistance will attract his attention. Moreover, within the duration of the skill, you can also be immune to all negative mental states. It is extremely perverted, which basically means immune to all mental control skills. The skill consumes blood, which can cost 5% of the blood per second, and the blood volume is cleared in 20 seconds. The state can only last for up to 40 seconds. The percentage of blood loss is very strong. It can be turned on for a few seconds at most. But Han Xiao's current blood recovery efficiency is not low. According to his total health value, under the ideal situation, the blood recovery efficiency of the blood blue conversion is equivalent to about 10% of the blood recovery per second. It can hold on. It is not a problem for Han Xiao to open for 40 seconds. The only thing that puzzles Han Xiao is the skill name. Since you are angry, shouldn't you increase your attack power? Why is it improving your ability to resist strikes? Could this be the incompetent fury, the legendary thing that you can kill me if you have the ability? These 3 skills are very practical. As long as I can complete the task, my actual combat power can increase a lot, especially Leader Certificate. The sooner I get it, the better. Han Xiao thought in his mind. The second requirement is to retaliate behind the scenes. The task does not explain how much revenge is considered successful. It requires one to explore the method by itself, just like the Godora blood mission in the past. However, such a generous reward was really touching, and Han Xiao decided to try his best to complete this task. He was extremely happy that he had such an unexpected joy in this trip. After releasing the remote projection and returning to his office, Terekov immediately contacted Ulan Riel, sent the interrogation record just now, and reported Han Xiao's behavior to the head of state. You mean that after Black Star inspected the prisoners, he changed his attitude and expressed his support for education? Yes. Ulan Riel thought about it. What's the reason? He said it was for population resources. Tarukov repeta Han Xiao's remarks. Ulan Riel narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. Since it is the opinion of an ally, it must be considered. On the balance of interests of the Empire, the status of Black Star is far higher than that of the defeated Kundi tribe. After all, there are not often pillars of the country, but there are a lot of vassal races. Moreover, Black Star is also an important contributor to this war, and his opinions will be taken seriously by the Empire. In fact, for the Empire, relocating the Kundi tribe is just a very ordinary thing and is not that important. There is no problem in the territory of the Black Star Legion. It not only increases the population of the Allied territories, but also allows allies to help supervise, which can save a lot of manpower. However, after all, they're more than Haishing's family. Whether to give this piece of fat to Haishing needs to balance the opinions of all parties. As for dealing with the mastermind behind the scenes, not only the leader of the Kundi tribe, but the Empire also has the same intention. Although the opponent in the battle is the Kundi tribe, the supercluster level and star cluster level civilizations that package and deliver technology are the real culprits, and the Empire has no habit of letting go of the culprits, even if the reasons for revenge are not mentioned. The exploration of a shining world is not over yet. If those opponents who are secretly planning create the Kundi scenes and cultivate more indigenous civilizations to cause trouble, it will greatly hinder the process of the Empire. In public and private matters, the Empire cannot easily indulge the guy behind him to continue to make trouble. Han Xiao's statement was exactly what the Empire wanted. Since that's the case, we have to investigate carefully. Which force is throwing the spaceship to the Kundi tribe? A cold light flashed in Ulan Riel's eyes. The Kundi War took place in the Shining World. The Empire kept the war process confidential and did not issue any statements to the outside world. So this incident did not cause any storm in the exploration universe, and not many people were concerned about it. Only some special forces are paying attention. The Old Galaxy, the Three Kings. This is one of the landmark planets of the Old Galaxy, and it is the capital planet of the Modo civilization. The Modo civilization, also known as the Modo Three Kings Federation, is one of the 4 supercluster-level civilizations that control the Old Galaxy. The Three Kings Federation refers to the national conditions of the Modo civilization, which is traced back to the exploration history. At that time, the Modo civilization was the only one who dominated the Modo civilization. During the exploration of the war, the Modo people tried to annex the other 2 powerful civilizations by force, but they did not have the same crushing power as the Empire against the Kundi people and could only gradually erode. The war dragged on extremely long, and other enemies on the outside were eyeing it. Under internal and external troubles, the 3 parties chose to cease war and peace, and all made compromises and concessions. The most powerful Modo people did not need to return all the captured territory, so the 3 borders bordered. After the restoration of trade and daily circulation, the races of the 3 families began to live in harmony and showed a trend of integration. Afterwards, the situation of exploring the war became more and more dangerous, and the Modo people and two old opponents felt difficult. Because of their proximity, the three parties protected each other's backs. After a long period of negotiation, they finally decided to form an alliance, watch over each other, and strive to survive the dangerous exploring the war. As the war spread and time passed, the three parties gradually expanded outward, and the territory, technology, economy, and military fields all reached the star cluster level standards. Moreover, none of these three parties have xenophobic thoughts. During the long foreign war, the situation of racial integration between each other has become increasingly obvious, and the senior management has also carried out a certain degree of intermarriage and marriage. If it continues to develop normally, these three companies may become rivals who are united and intrigued by each other, like the three major civilizations. But they are not winners of exploration and can only obey the rules of the three major civilizations, and no one is allowed to fight again. After the war ended, what followed was the division of interests. The surviving high-level civilizations in major star fields finally began to establish order. In order to establish their own status in the new era, every high-level civilization has become extremely active on the diplomatic and political stage. At that time, there were three supercluster-level civilizations that were the most powerful and established their leading program. The Modo and the other two were only star cluster level at that time and were not qualified to obtain a seat as the star domain manager. The three families think about it. Anyway, you slept with my brother and I married your sister. Almost all of them are family members. They are connected to each other's territory and have a good integration of races. So just merge, so you have the opportunity to get the title of a superstar cluster-level civilization, and you have much more say. When other star cluster-level civilizations heard this, they stopped doing it at that time. Oh, you three want to merge, so should we merge too? Isn't this cheating? Examples of peaceful mergers of civilizations are rare, but they have not happened in the exploration history. Peaceful merger requires a foundation, and the three Modo families are just as qualified. The three parties have maintained political alliances for many years and have long advanced and retreated. The race is still highly integrated. The mixed race population accounts for 24% of the total population, and the economy and culture are even more harmonious. Many outsiders regard them as one early. Finally, after a complicated operation, the application for merger of Modo civilizations was approved by the three major gangsters, which established a system of joint rule by three leaders representing their respective cluster-level races, turning the number of superstar cluster civilizations in the old galaxy into 4, and Modo civilization became the star domain manager as it wished. Since its development, the Modo civilization has completely secured its qualification as a supercluster-level civilization and is a powerful civilization that has been in the first echelon of exploration of the universe. At this moment, on the capital planet, the three kings of the Modo civilization gathered together to listen to a report. Information shows that the Empire has taken back its troops, proving that the indigenous people have been resolved. It took 116 days, and the Empire's casualties are minimal. There is only one figure in the conference room, a mixed-race senior executive in an official uniform standing in the center of the room, reading the intelligence aloud towards the projection of the three kings on the virtual screen. He was thin and sinister, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. This person's name is Maddie, a senior cadre of the Modo civilization, and is responsible for work such as espionage and secret operations. Like other supercluster-level civilizations, the Modo civilization has also launched smugglers to the Shining World, and Maddie is the person in charge of the project. He proposed a plan to use the Kundi tribe to kill the Red Empire, and he also decided on the strategy of letting the stowaways drop into the fallen spacecraft. Those natives are useless, and they can't even make the Empire lose more troops. One of the leaders shook their heads. Aboriginal people are just natives after all, so you can't ask too much about them. Maddie's expressionless face. The life and death of the Kundi people is not within his consideration at all, and it is just a tool that can be used for him. What are your plans next? Maddie said lightly. I have allowed the smuggling troops in the Shining World to continue to explore and find the next indigenous civilization that can be used. With this indigenous example, other supercluster-level civilizations will follow our approach, which will not only cause more trouble for the Empire, but also use the Empire's hands to eradicate possible competitors in the future. Well, it's best not to let the Empire find out that this matter was planned by us. Another leader pondered. Don't worry, 3 of you, Maddie sneered. I have made arrangements long ago. It's impossible for the Empire to know who did it. A few days later, the Imperial troops who went to the expedition finally escorted the Kundis back to the Lighthouse Star, and the Empire's senior management also decided on the handling plan and notified Han Xiao. The Empire decided to place the Kundis in your territory and carry out cultural transformation. During this period, they will cut off their ties with the interstellar community and will be taken care of by you. Tarakov and the communicator brought this good news, and Han Xiao, who was teasing Philip, suddenly smiled. Okay, let me leave it to me. Thank you, Master Chung, for my behalf. Han Xiao nodded. This decision proved that the Empire balanced opinions from all parties and was willing to allow him to obtain the population resources of the Kundi people. Among them, Ulan Ruayer's opinions must have played a key role. In this way, the first requirement of the mission was basically stable. Han Xiao muttered secretly, Well, someone will connect with your Black Star Legion at that time. Tarakov nodded, changed his mind, and said, There is another thing to tell you that the Empire is investigating the mastermind behind the Kundi tribe, but there are few clues. The falling spacecraft is a common style, and the factory number cannot be found. We must first find the stowaway who put the spacecraft on it. You may need your help in this regard. I have no choice. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. It was related to the mission, and he was very willing to help. Locking the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes is a necessary prerequisite for completing the task. The group of stowaways probably have already run to the unfinished star field behind. It is no different from finding a needle in a haystack, and it is very difficult. In this regard, I am afraid I will ask Uncle Aesop for help. Although the mission introduction is vague, he is sure that relying solely on the Empire's sanctions will definitely not meet the second mission requirement, and in the end it will depend on himself. It means that I have to go and compete with a complete star cluster level or even a superstar cluster level. Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. Of course there are dangers, but it is not without advantages. After all, the favorite thing about the 3 major civilizations is to bully these superstar clusters. So, I've done a little too much, maybe it's okay. Han Xiao pondered in his heart. By the way, the live broadcast of the senior Kundi executives is about to begin. Will you mention you? Watch it together. At this time, Lao Ta spoke. Okay. Han Xiao put away his thoughts and nodded. At the same time, the main ship of the Kundi tribe, an Imperial Intelligence Agency operator dressed in a red officer uniform and black gloves, walked into the cell of the Kundi leader and threw down a document. The leader of the Kundi tribe, who was leaning against the wall, slowly opened his eyes, picked up the documents in front of him, and slowly began to read them. He looked carefully before closing the document and slowly spoke. Is this the ending you prepared for me? I will cooperate well. I know, but I still need some insurance. The Imperial Intelligence operator expressed expressionlessly, reached out to hold the head of the Kundi leader, and implanted a ball of mental balm. This does not affect the independent consciousness of the Kundi leader, but he can remotely control his thinking at any time to prevent him from changing his mind. I have made an agreement with Lord Haishing that I will not do anything randomly. You are doing this in vain. The leader of the Kundi tribe shook his head. The Imperial Intelligence operator did not answer and said in a deep voice, Come with me. The time is up, and the live broadcast is ready. He slowly let out a breath, and the leader of the Kundi tribe stood up, lowered his head, and carefully tidied his clothes. After tidying up for a full minute and making sure there was no trace of dust on his clothes, he raised his head again, strode out of the cell, and went to meet his death. P.S. The new month has begun, and it should enter 4.0 at the beginning of the month. Please guarantee a guaranteed monthly ticket. ***. The main Kundi ship was imprisoned with a large number of civilians, and the ground was covered with simple bedding. One person sat, or lying, you were next to my legs, and I was pressing your back. The scene was very crowded, just like a refugee camp. Brush. The hatch door opened, and a group of service housekeeping robots walked in with trolleys loaded with buckets of pasty food. It's time to eat. The Imperial soldiers, standing guard, shouted, and the crowd suddenly became turbulent. Since being imprisoned, these Kundi civilians have been in panic all day long and are afraid of their future destiny. But in terms of material things, they were not tortured. The Empire distributed food on time and did not abuse prisoners. This calmed the Kundi civilians a lot, and no one took unwise actions. The housekeeping robot walked through the crowd and distributed food to everyone. The prisoners all sat up, swallowed with warm nutrition paste, whispered to each other, chatting in groups of 3 or 3, and the atmosphere was quite stable. In the crowd, 2 Kundi tribes, one big and one small, were crowded together. The younger one was obviously a kid from the Kundi tribe. He was eating nutritious paste in small stutters, and the adult female Kundi tribe next to him poured half of the mush in the bowl to the child. "Mom, don't you eat?" Seeing this, the child raised his head. "You eat first, and I will eat when you are full." The adult Kundi tribe looked at him gently, and the two were a mother and son. "No, eat together." The child shook his head and muttered, "It would be great if Dad was here too, Mom. Where did he go?" Hearing this, his mother was silent. Seeing that the child was staring at him, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Your father may be on another spaceship and cannot come to see us. When we settle down, he will look for us." "That's great. I miss him so much." The child became happy. "Then when will we settle down?" "It's probably soon." Her smile became more and more reluctant, and she had no confidence in her heart, and she had to pretend to be confident. She forced herself to comfort the child a few words. Seeing that the child continued to bury her head, she quietly turned her face away and wiped away the tears that almost couldn't help but overflow. She knew in her heart that her husband might have been killed because she was the wife of an officer. After the war started, she and her children were sent away as soldiers' families, and because of the Imperial operation, they were sent back and became prisoners. Although the Empire closed off external news, since the Kundi tribe was defeated, it is not difficult for her to imagine the losses on the battlefield. She was unable to communicate with the outside world. She didn't know whether her husband was dead or alive, and she still had the last faint hope. However, in front of her children, she had to forcibly endure her confusion, anxiety, and could not show it. She was under great pressure in her heart. After the child fell asleep in the middle of the night, she was the kind of person who sobbed quietly with tears. She didn't know what this civilization called the Red Empire would deal with them, so she could only deceive her children. Didi, at this moment, rows of virtual screens suddenly popped up around the shipyard, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. All screens flashed synchronously, and then a familiar figure appeared. "It's the leader." The crowd immediately became turbulent, and many people stood up and stared at the screen. The same scene was also staged in all Kundi prison ships. After the Empire took over, the news was closed. Most people did not know the current detailed situation. This was the first time that external news had been received, and the first time they met the leader on TV. The mother also hurriedly put down her food and pulled the child to stand beside the virtual screen to watch. On the screen, the leader of the Kundi tribe sat meticulously, facing the camera, and slowly spoke. "Friends, I have a heavy news to announce. We completely lost this war. About 70% of the military force was annihilated, and the number of the dead and missing fleets was as follows." He read a long list of deaths, and the hearts of all the soldiers' families immediately raised, for fear of missing any number. As the fleet numbers were read out, from time to time, people sat down to the ground with their hearts as if they were dead, and heart-wrenching cries kept ringing in the crowd. The child was confused when he heard it. Suddenly, he felt his mother beside him shaking and almost pulled him down. He hurriedly turned around and grabbed his mother's hand. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" It's okay." The mother was trembling slightly. If she was a human, her face would be pale at this time. She finally held the child's shoulder and stood firm, forcibly keeping her tone calm, but she could not cover up the trembling voice. Just now, she heard the name of the fleet where her husband served from the Kundi leader. The last glimmer of hope was broken, and her eyes turned black, and she almost fainted on the spot. Thinking that the child was still next to her, she forced herself to suppress her emotions. At this time, she couldn't even cry, and she was stunned and felt as if she was dead. Crying sounds came one after another, and the sad atmosphere suddenly filled the room. Finally finished reading the list of deaths, the leader of the Kundi tribe said in a deep voice, "I have to bear the main responsibility for the failure of the war. The failed decisions between me and the senior leaders have led to the evil consequences today. In fact, this war can be avoided. It is not the enemy who takes the initiative to provoke the war, but me. The Red Empire comes from afar and explores the unknown. They are actually a peace-loving civilization, but arrogance and hostility blinded my heart. I was used by a third party and am hostile to the Red Empire. I was innately placed on the enemy's position and wanted to take the initiative to take the lead, so I arranged an attack, which aroused the anger of the Empire. We had the opportunity to live in peace, no war, no blood, and only the integration of culture. Unfortunately, because of my mistake, we missed this future. My arrogance cut off the bridge of peaceful contact between the two sides. Everything is my responsibility now. My decision-making mistakes have sent the entire civilization into the abyss." As he said that, he retrieved the document, which arranged the internal confidential information of the first Phantom bomb trap and the casualty statistics of the Empire exploration team, to prove that he did not speak nonsense. Then, the leader of the Kundi tribe stood up and gave a deep gift to the camera. "I have personally ruined your past lives. Countless families have been broken because of this war. I'm sorry." Hearing this, everyone understood that this was the edict of guilt, and at the same time explained the reason for this war to the people. Looking at this scene, many people were angry. "Sorry? Is it useful to have you ruin the entire race like this? If you hadn't provoked the war, those soldiers would not have been killed. We are still living normally, so how could we become prisoners? It's all because of you. Our civilization has encountered a crisis of life and death, and all of this can be obviously avoided. Just say sorry." After apologizing, the leader of the Kundi tribe returned to his seat, expressionless, and continued, "I know you are very concerned about how the Red Empire will deal with us. All compatriots, please rest assured that the Red Empire is a civilization more advanced than us. They will not massacre civilians, nor will they castrate IQ. They decided to let us go, place us in another galaxy, restore us to freedom, and help us build a new home." Upon hearing this, everyone's tense nerves relaxed, which was their most concerned issue. It was a blessing to be able to save a life, but the other party was willing to let them go and return their freedom to these prisoners of war. It seems that the Red Empire is indeed a peace-loving civilization. This idea comes to mind some people. When our side provoked a war, the fault was first the Empire treated the prisoners well, and the benevolence and righteousness came later. Compared with the two, the hatred of the Empire was slightly weakened. Of course, reason and objectivity do not exist on this issue. Even as the party that provoked the war, most of the Kundi people still have more or less hatred for the Empire, among which the families of the fallen soldiers hated the most. However, because of this explanation, their anger was more directed at the leaders of the Kundi tribe. At this time, the leader of the Kundi tribe brought up another document, which contained Han Xiao's brief life history, which was the information provided by the Empire. "Our new home is the territory of a great man in the Red Empire. His name is Black Star, which will provide us with shelter. This is a respectable person. It is his statement that made the Empire determined to give us freedom." Everyone looked at Han Xiao's image on the document and secretly remembered the person who spoke for them. On the other side, in the office of Lighthouse Star, Han Xiao's projection was watching the speech of the Kundi leader with Tarakov. Seeing this, he glanced at Tarakov with a funny look. "You are really helping me thoroughly. Not only do you give me the Kundi population resources, but you also help me establish an image for free. You're welcome. Tarakov took a sip of the plant health drink and smiled faintly. The speech continued. The leader of the Kundi tribe introduced the situation of the new home and looked forward to the future misleadingly. He never mentioned cultural transformation and closure of the interstellar network. Then he changed the subject. The decision-making mistakes lead to the current result. The senior management has to shoulder huge responsibilities. All the senior management involved will be executed. I will take it as a warning, reflect on the lessons learned this time, continue to lead the ethnic group in a more rational way, and build our new home. Boom! As soon as this statement was made, the crowd was in an instant and exploded. Why should he continue to lead us if he made such a big mistake? I executed all the senior officials, but he did not punish him at all. It was too hypocritical. He wanted to seize the position of the leader and never let go, right? Almost everyone was angry. You have made the tribe like this. Why do you continue to be the leader? Have we agreed? Other senior officials have been executed, but your explanation to us is just a light saying, I'm sorry. What's the point? Even if you don't die, at least you have to step down. Keeping your leader with a thick face is not your desire for power. The tribe is defeated, but you are fine, and you're still sitting in this position. Why? It seems that he is blaming himself, but in fact he has thrown all the blame to other senior executives, which is simply disgusting. At this time, the Kundi leader stood up and showed a formulaic smile. I will go to every spaceship to comfort you and encourage you, hoping to bring you the courage to start over. Failure is not scary. I can make the Kundi great again. This sentence should be inspiring, but at this moment, almost everyone stared at the Kundi leader on the screen angrily. The Kundi leader stood up and walked out, with the floating mechanical lens following. At this time, the door of the cabin opened and a Kundi people walked in. The civilians present turned to look and whispered, Who is this person? How can he act freely? I know him. He is one of the secretary around the leader. He has appeared on TV before. The secretary clapped his hands, calmed everyone down, and spoke. Everyone, the leader will come here to express his condolences for the first stop. I hope everyone will show gratitude later and enhance the image of the leader. Everyone present was furious. At this time, do you still have to make a show? We families who just learned that our relatives died in the war should cooperate with you and show gratitude. Many people clenched their fists and were so angry that they shivered. They didn't know how to describe their feelings anymore, and their anger and disgust towards the leader almost reached their peak. Soon, footsteps came from outside the cabin, and the cabin door opened again. The Kundi leader stepped in, with his secretary and a group of followers beside him, with a smile of condolence on his face. Seeing his smile, many people were so angry that they almost boiled. Still laughing? Damn it! But when he saw the followers beside the leader of the Kundi tribe, everyone present became angry but not dare to speak out, and could only stare at him with an angry and hatred look. After glanced at everyone, the leader of the Kundi tribe kept a smile and said, Everyone, how are you doing during this period? I know that you must be in a state of confusion. Don't worry. If you have any worries, you could tell me. Whoosh. Just as he was talking, something black suddenly flew out of the crowd and hit the spotless clothes of the Kundi leader with a snap. Everyone looked down and found that it was a job, and all the nutritional paste inside was poured out and stuck to the clothes of the Kundi leaders. Get out! An angry voice rang out among the crowd. Someone started to stare, and others were immediately brought up. They immediately picked up the jobs around them and threw them at the leaders of the Kundi tribe. Papa! Bags of nutritional paste hit the Kundi leader, and his clothes became sticky, and he could not see their original color. He was as if he had been fished out of the clouds, in a mess. Stop! The followers of the Kundi leader hurried forward to block the overwhelming rice bowl and protect the Kundi leader. At this time, the civilians who could not be thrown behind also wanted to throw things on the Kundi leader, holding their rice bowls and pushing forward, causing the wall of people to start pushing forward, staring at the Kundi leader and his group of people to retreat. Don't squeeze. Get out of here. A follower shouted loudly, pushing the crowd in front of him, unable to help but increase his strength. Suddenly, a female was pushed out by him and fell to the ground. The next moment, A tender roar rang out of the crowd. "You hit my mother, I'll fight you." The follower's leg suddenly fell to pain. He looked down and saw a child holding his thigh tightly, biting his legs, and his teeth piercing his carapace. "Get out!" He trembled in pain and couldn't help but slap the child in the face, slapped him aside. Everyone around saw this scene, and their emotions exploded. "You still dare to beat the children? Beat them!" Everyone's anger that could no longer be held back burst out. Reason fell apart in an instant, and everyone rushed up with a roar, attacking with their fists, teeth, and carapaces. The crowd was excited. The situation turned into a bloody incident, and the scene was completely out of control. Bang! The leader of the Kundi tribe was thrown to the ground by a group of people, and the people around him were beaten wildly, causing him to bow. At this moment, his neck suddenly hurt and was bitten tightly. His sharp teeth pierced his carapace and bit into his throat, and blood suddenly flowed. The leader of the Kundi tribe suddenly shook his body and looked at it with his light. The person who bit his throat was a female Kundi, the mother who had just been beaten. The other party bit his mouth tightly, and his eyes were deeply reflected in his mind. What a pair of eyes full of anger, hatred, and despair. Crack! Ah! She pulled off the throat of the Kundi leader with force, held it in her mouth, and raised her head to hold it out a sharp roar from her throat. A stream of blood poured out from the gap in his throat, and the Kundi leader gradually became weak, and his consciousness became heavier. Looking at the tribesmen around him who wantonly ravaged his body, his mood was unprecedentedly calm. Finally, the performance is over. Dong! His brain was suddenly attacked by heavy objects, and his consciousness disappeared into complete nothingness. The Imperial soldiers standing guard immediately intervened to control the riots, but deliberately slowed down and allowed the chaos to last for a while. Finally, the bloodshed was terminated by the Imperial soldiers, and a pool of blood was left on the ground. More than a dozen people fell to the ground. Everyone saw the body of the Kundi leader at a glance, which was in a mess and invisible. The riot here was recorded in full by the floating lens that followed, and the other Kundi people on the ship saw this scene. "I actually beat him to death, good job." A racial sinner like him shouldn't continue to live. There is only this way to punish him. Many people only feel very satisfying. In the outer corridor of the cabin that was not captured by the camera, the Imperial intelligence officer wearing black gloves leaned against the wall and threw away a small emotional intensification device. He stopped hearing the movement inside, and he stopped his palm, took the emotional agitation device, pressed the closing button, put it in his pocket, turned around, and strode away. This scene is over. Tarakov turned off the virtual screen. "You really use everything." Han Xiao curled his lips. "It is not up to the Imperial execution, but let the Kundi tribe kill their leader by itself. This matter will remain in the history of the Kundi tribe forever and become an unforgettable negative textbook." In a short period of time, the inspiration of the Kundi tribe may feel very pleased, but this matter remains in their minds and continues to have an impact. The spirit of the entire clan will collapse because of this matter, making it more convenient for you to carry out cultural transformation. This is gentle enough than extermination of the clan. Tarakov was expressionless and silent for a long time, and suddenly turned around and looked Han Xiao in the eyes. "Black Star, find a mastermind behind the scenes." Han Xiao crossed his legs, folded his hands on his knees, and nodded slowly. "Well, leave it to me." More than 10 days later, the Imperial fleet and the Black Star Army jointly escorted all the Kundi civilians to the Odoran galaxy of the Gaolu Star Cluster, which is one of the territory of the Black Star. The handover between the Black Star Legion and the Empire was very smooth, and Han Xiao chose to place the Kundi tribe in this galaxy. He had landed his hand and was not panicked. With a wave of his hand, he temporarily lent hundreds of habitable planets to the Kundi people to live in. After sharing it, the average population of each planet was about 10 billion. With the productivity of the interstellar society, a planet is more than enough to bear tens of billions of people and has good living conditions, But compared with the original situation of the Kundi people, it is undoubtedly much more crowded. Before obtaining Stargate technology, the Kundi people were lame, and the movement power in the universe was relatively poor, resulting in the inefficiency of transporting people. Although the Kundi people occupied several galaxies and created thousands of colonial stars, the territory was quite large. In fact, due to the limitations of the cosmic mobility, most colonial stars have not had a large population. After going there, I basically settled down and do not circulate much. At this moment, the fleet deployed the Imperial Planet Transformation Fool Pack, quickly built simple cities on the surface, and then landed to transport all Kundi civilians to these planets in batches. On the landing platform on the ground, countless Kundi immigrants obediently followed the instructions of the Empire, walked out of the spaceship, and stepped onto the strange land. It was like a tide leaking from the cabin door of the berth spaceship, gathering into an endless sea of people. Countless people looked around curiously, looking at their new home in the future. At the same time, in the command hall of the main base of the inner ring of the Black Star Palace, countless staff wearing Legion uniforms work in their respective positions. In front of the hall is a huge screen made up of hundreds of virtual small screens, monitoring the immigration status of each planet. Han Xiao stood in the middle of the hall with his hands behind his back, tilting his head and seeing all the surveillance images. It is really a big project to migrate the population of the entire star cluster-level civilization. Aurora sighed with her waist on her back. After the death of the Kundi leaders, they had no leader and could only obey the arrangements. They were very obedient and well-behaved, so the migration went smoothly. Melas nodded. He also came with the fleet. He hadn't seen Han Xiao for a long time. He missed him very much and turned his eyes from time to time to peek at Han Xiao's back. There are not many accidental casualties. It's very good. Han Xiao did. Suddenly we have obtained so many population resources. How should we use them? So we use remote projection, tweaked the hair on our temples, and asked softly. Han Xiao raised his hand and stroked his chin and said slowly, "These population resources cannot play an immediate role. The Empire has arrangements for them. They are responsible for cultural transformation. During the transformation, the Kundi communication network will be blocked, and the interstellar society and the development of technology will not be allowed. The only suitable for teaching is super knowledge, and they must be allowed to grow slowly. The time for these population resources to play a role has not yet come. We must support them temporarily. After the Empire is lifted, they will be the talent reserve base and an important source of troops. So, in order to achieve this goal, you must mix some extra things in the cultural transformation of the Empire and build the ideological construction of the Legion. The population of thousands of people is more than the members of the entire Legion. If you want to harvest so many leek seeds, you must first plant them in the ground to fertilize them, so the Black Star Legion's inner status in the Kundi tribe is strengthened. Although the rewards of the Last Wish mission contain a lot of camp favorability, normal ideological construction is also indispensable, and twice the result is achieved with half the effort. Speaking of this, Han Xiao suddenly paused and pondered. Also, spreading the doctrine of the mechanical divine in the Kundi tribe, so that more people can believe in the mechanical divine as much as possible. During the transformation period, the Kundi tribe was unable to climb over the wall to access the internet, which was equivalent to being isolated from the world. There was no better missionary environment than this, which just happened to allow the mechanical divine as an alien sect to impact the faith of the Kundi tribe. Without the interference of external information, the object of their belief is naturally the only one. In this way, the Kundi people can become a treasure land for the king of the mechanical divine cult. For other mechanics, developing Protestants is the best way to activate the Machina key. Although the missionary efficiency is very inefficient, it is at least better than none. What Manison wanted was the faith of the existing believers, which was the greatest fact. In addition, he was happy to see others preach. Anyway, he was sitting at the position of the strongest mechanic, and the plate was expanded, which was only good for him. The faith of the believers would always flow to him. and he would not lose anything. For Madison, the development of Protestants was to plant leeks for him, and he just needed to harvest them when the right time was right. Therefore, as long as he didn't want to take away his position as the leader of the mechanical god cult, Madison would not come forward, and he would like to have more and more believers in the mechanical god cult. Everyone was chatting, and at this moment, an operator next to him gave a reminder. Legislative Commander, the immigration has been completed. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the screen. The surveillance screen showed that all the Kundi civilians had stepped onto the surface. Okay, put the virtual sky curtain. As the words fell, the spacecraft from each planet projected the virtual sky curtain, unfolding above the heads of the Kundi immigrants, and everyone looked up. I saw Han Xiao appearing on every huge sky, smiling and speaking, and a loud voice swept across the sky. My friends of the Kundi tribe, I am Black Star. Now, I will be responsible for the work of relocating you, so for a long time in the future, you will often see me on TV. Today, you will move into your new home. These planets are my territory. You can ask for help from members of the Black Star Legion stationed on various planets at any time, without worrying about safety. I also express deep regret for your experience. The Empire is pursuing and using your behind-the-scenes planners. I will try to find them, punish these people, and seek justice for you. In short, I wish everyone to get rid of the pain of the past and embrace a new life as soon as possible. Han Xiao did not make a long statement. He is not qualified to make the Kundi tribe grateful, so he clicked and sang a red face. The virtual sky disappeared, and many Kundi immigrants looked at each other, causing a slight commotion. Compared to the Empire, most people have a decent impression of Black Star, but they are not friendly. He said he wanted to help us get justice. I don't know if it's just a talk. After the drastic changes, it is difficult for the Kundi people to believe the verbal promises of outsiders. After finishing the simple speech, Han Xiao nodded to Melas next to him, and Melas immediately walked out of the room. After a while, there was a burst of dense footsteps outside the hall. Melas walked in with a group of academy graduates led by Nilo. They returned with the fleet and were received by Han Xiao today. You are here. Han Xiao glanced at the students. After about 4 months of war experience, many people have lost their childishness when they first met, and their temperament has changed a lot. After being trapped in the enemy, Nero received a lesson and kept reflecting. Now he has a little calm aura, and Mia on the side seems much more capable. However, Han Xiao couldn't help but look down at the palms of the dogman and woman holding each other. Ahem. Seeing Han Xiao's gaze, Mia felt embarrassed to let go of her hand and pretended to be nothing. The two were originally classmates and close friends, but they were a bit ambiguous. After the last incident, the ambiguous index rose sharply. Although no one broke the window paper, the oil and honey has been adjusted recently, and it acted like a real couple. Why do you feel like I have become a matchmaker? Han Xiao twitched, calmed down, and praised him. I am very pleased to see your changes. Now you're qualified Legion soldiers. Hearing this, these students couldn't help but straighten their bodies and were quite proud. After encouraging everyone, Han Xiao turned to look at Mia and smiled and said, I promise to find you a natural disaster-level teacher. From today on, Melas is your teacher, and he will do his best to teach you. Melas had learned about this before. He was the most loyal to the Legion, without any complaints, and nodded with a smile. Although I am very busy, I will try my best to give you time to give you some advice. Don't worry, I am different from Renard. I like a relaxing education. Thank you, Mr. Black Star. Hello, teacher. Mia looked surprised and hurriedly thanked Han Xiao, then stepped forward to pay homage to Melas. Seeing this, a large group of students behind couldn't help but show envious expressions. Who is Melas? That was the senior executive of the Legion, the first veteran to work hard with Black Star. Being able to become his student will definitely become the backbone of the Legion in the future and will undoubtedly embark on a smooth road. However, these people were not the ones who envied the most. Nero was so jealous that he gritted his teeth. I also want a normal teacher. Why did I meet Renard? Han Xiao withdrew his gaze, stared at Nilo, raised his eyebrows, and said, What's your expression? It's nothing. Nilo felt distressed and didn't want to say it. He paused and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Godfather, I seized an enemy's weapon some time ago in the battle. I think it's strange and want you to help you take a look. Is there anything strange? I got the spoils from a Kundi officer during the battle on the sidelines. I asked my teammates to help me identify. Nilo scratched his head. That seems to be a magic weapon that is highly enchanted. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. Enchanted weapon? This thing is very common in the interstellar world, but the Kundi tribe does not have a super energy system, is a purely technological civilization, and does not know a little magic. Then how did the magic weapons in the hands of the Kundi officers come from? Show me. Han Xiao suddenly became interested. I put it in the room and didn't bring it with you. I'll take it here for you later. Nilo scratched his head. Hearing this, Han Xiao was about to criticize him when the communicator suddenly whirled, interrupting him. I took out the communicator and saw that it was Aesop who called. Why did the old man contact me on his own initiative? Han Xiao muttered secretly, waved his hand to the screen and walked aside and connected the communication. Aesop, what's the matter with me? It should be because of what you have. Aesop looked impatient. I foreseed you would contact me just now, so I took the initiative to find you and ask if you have something to come to me. Han Xiao shook his face. It's okay to take the initiative. Your ability is really useful. Yes, I do have something to ask you for help. I need your ability to use your ability to predict the whereabouts of a group of people. Shaking his head, Han Xiao roughly told the story of the Kundi tribe. Aesop was also very straightforward. Send the information to me later. The more information, the more accurate the prophecy will be. I know. Han Xiao nodded, paused, and suddenly changed the subject. How are Emmys and Hela? Take risks everywhere. What else can you do? Aesop rolled his eyes. You can't contact her. Ask me what I'm doing? Okay, I'll hang up after I'm fine, and I'll tell you when the prophecy comes out. After saying that, Aesop directly cut off the communication. Han Xiao had no choice but to put away the communicator. If there's an old man in the family, what if there's a treasure? What is the solution? However, he did not intend to rely entirely on Aesop, and stepped out of the hall, went straight to the airport dock, and opened one of the hangars. There was a severely damaged spacecraft in the hangar, which was completely scrapped. This spacecraft was the fallen spacecraft thrown by the stowaways on the Kundi tribe, and was seized by the Empire after the war. Han Xiao specially applied to Tarkov, and Lao Ta sent someone to send the spaceship over. Technology, magic, and metaphysics were all used, but the Empire did not find any clues on the fallen spacecraft, so I didn't mind letting Han Xiao check it, as long as I could find clues. Aesop's prophecy can only look at what will happen in the future, while Han Xiao's special skill, Bold Explorer, can see clips of an item's past experience. He felt that two-pronged approach could always make something. The palm of my hand was touched by the charred outer armor of the spacecraft, which was bumpy, and the armored metal seemed to be eroded by some kind of corrosive liquid, not round and smooth at all, and it was cold to get it. Look at what clues can be found this time. Han Xiao exhaled and activated Bold Explorer. My eyes suddenly turned dizzy, and everything in front of me was like broken glass, swelling everywhere. Suddenly, these fragments were thrown back in an instant, pieced together and reorganized, and the world changed a lot. The scene in front of me turned into an industrial dock, a huge spacecraft skeleton suspended in the air. Countless mechanical arms are assembled with parts, and the movement of countless mechanical curricula is like a neat symphony. Han Xiao observed the surroundings and quickly remembered the environment in his mind. The next moment, the vision was broken and reorganized again, and this time it turned into a space. A formed spacecraft fell to a planet and broke into the atmosphere, like a red fire meteor. It was vaguely distinguished that this was the way the falling spacecraft looked intact. At this moment, the picture came to an abrupt end. The original vision was restored, and I was still standing in the hangar, stroking the falling spaceship. Bold Explorer ended. Your lucky attribute is reduced by 60%, lasting for 14 days. Han Xiao is accustomed to ignoring the side effects of his skill and not reducing it, which is no different for him. Recalling the clip he saw just now, his eyes flashed slightly. This clip reveals the scene of the ship leaving the factory and crashing. Although the process is short, it seems to have a good clue. During the dock clip, he quickly recorded the surrounding environment and found a detail. The workers working in the dock all had the same mark on their clothes. He entered the Empire database and checked it out quickly, and soon came up with a matching target, the trademark of a shipbuilding company located in the Old Star River. The manufacturer has locked it. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. Generally speaking, shipbuilding companies will keep the production numbers of all ships left factory. Although they don't know that the number of this ship is relatively small, it is at least a clue. It seems that we have to send a mechanical force to the old galaxy. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something. By the way, the old galaxy is Manison's nest. I recently accepted the invitation from Honor to do an event. The location is the Suzhou Rini Planet Lighting Plaza Experience Store, number 1588, Huchi Road, Gusa District, and the time is 1600 hours on August 4th. Friends who are interested in finding me to play can come and play, equals ** smiley face. After writing down the name of this shipbuilding company, Han Xiao left the hangar, returned to the room, remotely activated the mechanical troops of the Broken Star Ring headquarters, took the spaceship, and took the Cross-Star Domain Stargate route to the old galaxy. Since the quantum distanceless transmission channel and dominant clone, he has arranged mechanical troops in many bases, so he can dominantly arrive at any time in case of emergency needs. Manison is the most powerful super A-level camp in the old galaxy. The Black Star Army has no power there. Now the relationship between the Machinery Kingdom and itself has dropped to freezing point. You have to be careful when you go to other people's land. Boys should know how to protect themselves. As soon as he sent a mechanical force from a long distance, Nilo came over with the strange, enchanting weapon. He said, "Godfather, this is what I said." Han Xiao took this thing from Nilo and looked at it carefully. This is a spear in the style of a cold weapon, broken from it, leaving only the half of the spear tip, which is blue-black all over with a texture like bronze and a misty golden light flowing on the surface, as if magic is surging. The moment I held the broken spear, a prompt popped up on the panel. Staker God, broken, genre, enchanted melee weapon, quality, epic, orange, equipment requirements, above level 230, 800 strength, 1000 agility, 600 mysterious, attribute bonus, power plus 146, agility plus 171, mystery plus 223, basic attributes, basic attack power, durability, energy value, enchant, staker God, incomplete. When the attack target is higher than level 200, all damage caused by this weapon plus 240%. Enchant, advanced enchantment, phantom speed, attack speed plus 60%, each attack. Has a 1.5% chance to release 2 phantom attacks, and the damage is 75% of the attack. Enchant, Divine Lock, double forbidden chi. When you hit the opponent's body or mental body, you have a 20% chance to attach the forbidden chi state to the opponent. The opponent cannot refine and mobilize the power. After the effect takes effect, it will be cooled for 30 seconds before it can be triggered again. Enchant, Psychic Wave. This rune can absorb multiple energy to replenish energy values by itself, maintain various enchantment effects, and when the energy value is higher than 50%, your attack will bring large-scale sputtering damage. Enchant, Molecular Penetration. Basic armor piercing plus 1600 defensive power through the target. Enchant, Demon Energy Breaking, basic critical rate plus 33%, 20% of critical damage turns into real damage. The remaining 16 enchantments, folded and expanded. Remarks: this weapon is in a damaged state, and the equipment requirements, basic attributes, and enchantment effects are all greatly reduced. Han Xiao was shocked. In a damaged state, the equipment requirements can reach level 230. If it is in a complete state, wouldn't it be a weapon that can only be used if it exceeds a level? Enchantments are all advanced rune spells, especially the enchantment of Storm God, which attacks enemies with a level of more than 200, and even in normal attack damage can be 2.4 times the original. What concept? WDNMD. Gate. The more enchantments, the higher the load. This weapon can withstand so many high-level enchantments, which means that the material is extremely strong, and it must be made of rare raw materials. How could the Kundi people have such things? Tell me about the process of getting this weapon. Han Xiao nodded. Okay. Nilo responded and explained. It was a very conventional landing battle. My teammates and I rushed into the cabin and exchanged fire with the enemy's large force. I rushed straight to the enemy's officer. This guy's armor was chopped down by me. I remember your teachings and did not forget to finish the attack. But the ground was suddenly blown up and we all fell down. There is a dark warehouse below. I saw this weapon in a transparent vacuum safe box. The officer quickly opened the safe box and picked up the weapon and rushed towards me. I originally wanted to hide, but halfway through he suddenly exploded, and I got this weapon. Blasted? Well, that guy should have a low level and failed to meet the requirements of the God Slayer. He could not bear the magic power contained in the weapon and died after exploding his body. Han Xiao secretly speculated. The more powerful the superpowered weapon, the more powerful the individual needs to control it. If it cannot meet the requirements of equipment use, most of the situations are just not able to exert the effect of equipment. A small number of weapons are risky and can't bear it, and it will explode. It is common in enchanting weapons. The products of the magician have always been killed or buried after sales service. I have never heard of it. How can I be so conscientious? Han Xiao shook his head and complained in his heart. The God Stir is probably used as a super A-level weapon. Since it is a famous weapon, maybe it is recorded on the internet. Han Xiao landed in the Empire database and searched for the name of the God Stir. A lot of information popped up on the page immediately. I clicked on the top file and took a look, and my heart immediately moved. According to the information, the God-Steering God is a weapon made by the super A-level dwarf magician, God Craftsman, Thorn Uranium Nuclear. He is a master of magic weapon forging. He died in the 79th year of Xinghai Li. He has created countless magic equipment in his life and made outstanding contributions to the magic forging of the entire universe. He is a figure that magic students will definitely see in textbooks in forging and enchanting classes. The file says that the God Slayer is a super A-level weapon customized for his friend Thorn, and is just one of the components of the Slaying God set. Slaying God set is a masterpiece left by Thorn, ranking third in the list of Master Thorn, the 100 Legends works. The single equipment is only Orange Epic, but the entire set reaches the golden level of the Universe Treasure. Historically, there was only one owner in the Slaying God suit. That was Thorn's friend, a super A-level martial artist nicknamed Holy Spear. The Holy Spear disappeared in Xinghai for 103 years, and the suit disappeared with him. The reason for his disappearance was not discovered. This is an unsolved case. At this time, Philip emerged. Master OM, I detected that this weapon had weak multidimensional energy remaining. Will I conduct a detailed test? Han Xiao nodded, took out various detectors, and scanned the God Spiritorial. The result was soon released, showing the multidimensional energy components and imprints on the weapon, among which the proportion of negative energy is the highest, and the traces at the break are the most obvious. Obviously, this weapon was cut off by someone with negative energy, and this energy is common in the secondary dimension. So this guy named Holy Spear is likely to die in the secondary dimension. Han Xiao's heart moved, which was very reasonable. Exploring the secondary dimension is full of unknown dangers. A loser like a martial artist who can't clone, teleport, or build robots can only use his body to take risks in the secondary dimension, and he will accidentally turn over water. He is not as casual as a tall, rich and handsome as a magician or a mechanic. According to historical statistics, there are two most common ways to stop the slap in the Super A level. One is to be killed by other Super A levels, and the other is to die in the secondary dimension and become missing people. When it comes to contact, Han Xiao probably has a guess. These weapons drift in the secondary dimension, accidentally encountered a wormhole or a cleft in time and space, and fell back to the main universe. And the landing point happened to be in the light dust star cluster, so they were discovered by the Kundi people. I don't know when this happened. It seems that the Kundi tribe was unable to study the mystery of magic from this thing, and probably did not pay much attention to it. Thinking of this, Han Xiao glanced at Nilo helplessly. Can you pick up this? It seems that I'm still too light. To you, your conscience is indeed redundant. Godfather, what did you find? Seeing Han Xiao not speaking, Nero asked with a gaze. Cough. Han Xiaogan coughed twice, with a serious look on his face. According to my identification, this is a very dangerous enchanting weapon. Your strength is not enough to bear the load, and it will be dangerous to use it forcibly. So stay with me for the time being, and leave it to me for safekeeping. No. Nilo's face collapsed, and he looked suspicious. Why didn't I feel the load when I held it? Are you fooling me? It's one thing to hold it, and it's another thing to use it. Will I joke with you? Who do you think I am? Will I lie to you? Han Xiao was so angry. Nero wanted to say something. Han Xiao covered his mouth directly, pressed him around, and pushed him out of the room. Bang! Before Nero could react, the door closed behind him. Through the door, Han Xiao's shouts came from him. If you have nothing to do, just stroll around. If you find something good, remember to take it over and let me identify it. I think beautifully, I won't come. Nilo looked angry and ran away angrily, like a child whose red envelope was confiscated by his parents. In the room, Han Xiao made a safe and locked the God-Still Master in. He would be interested if he could get the whole set of slaying God suits, but only one part is not very useful to him. The probability of getting the set is too low, and he dare not count on it. But for the guys who are close to fighting and eating, the God Stiller is a treasure. The usage limit of level 230 is roughly equivalent to the peak A+ natural disaster level. I have such masters under my command, and Hardaway is one of them. However, Hardaway is just a psychic, and he has no extra bonus when using weapons. He is only suitable for being beaten and not suitable for hitting people. He is completely a pure meat shield. He is not like himself. He is meaty and has output, and he is handsome. In Han Zhao's opinion, Rothel is more suitable for using the God Stossage than Hardaway. This is equipment tailor-made for martial artists. Only martial artists can exert their maximum power. Although Rothel has not reached its peak now, if he gets this weapon, his assassination ability can be improved by 1 or 2 levels immediately, and he will not be too far behind the peak. Moreover, the task of dealing with the behind-the-scenes planner probably needs to use the Assassin Master Rothel. The matter of the Kundi people came to an end. After all the refugees were placed in the Black Star territory, the Red Empire worked tirelessly and immediately resumed the exploration project. The war delayed for several months, but the progress did not fall, and the Empire gained a lot. Taking over the Kundi tribe territory is equivalent to directly obtaining the Stargate channel of several galaxies in the middle of the light dust star cluster, saving time to slowly establish the Stargate. In addition, the planetary data accumulated in the Kundi database has reduced the scope of exploration. In this battle, the Empire has greatly increased the exploration progress. Without obstacles, the second phase of exploration work returned to normal. In the universe that has been explored, the Empire did not publicly promote the battle, but in private, it began to send a large number of intelligence personnel to quietly collect clues and find the mastermind behind the scenes. Aesop gave a prophecy, pointing out a certain area where the stowaway who sent the spacecraft would pass. But this area was in a further distance without a Stargate channel, so the Empire could only send the spacecraft to jump over, and I don't know if it could catch up. Fortunately, Han Xiao made preparations and waited for a while. The long-range mechanical troops finally arrived at the old galaxy and headed towards the manufacturer revealed by Bold Explorer. 3 Wangxing. In the quiet corridor of the Government Affairs Palace, 2 people walk side by side. One is Maddie, a high-level intelligence cadre, and the other is a high-ranking official with a high-ranking civilized and powerful position, and his rank is Maddie's leader. The two of them were chatting casually while walking. "You're responsible for using the indigenous projects and directly responsible to the Three Kings. This is a rare opportunity." The senior official walked with his hands behind his back and said slowly, "Maddie, I have always believed in your ability. But can you really guarantee that the Empire cannot find the truth? If something goes wrong, the Three Kings will remember you and your future will end here." "Haha, I have said many times. The Empire cannot find that it was ours." Maddie shook his head and sneered. "I had handled all the traces a few years ago. The production number of the ship that was put on has been completely cleared, and it has been cleaned with magic many times, which can interfere with the prophetic ability. The Empire cannot find a trace of information on this ship. What clues can they have? Take a step back. If the Empire really discovered the origin of the spacecraft, I also asked the intelligence operator to clear all the production records and transaction records of the manufacturer early. The Empire could not find anything. The operator disguised himself, and his resume was not suspicious. Outsiders would only think that he was dead. His personal confidential files were temporarily deleted from the database by me, and I was transferred away by me, and no one could find him. And it was not us who bought this spacecraft, but a private consortium, which had been overturned several times and was once taken away by star thieves and unexpectedly crashed, and no one survived, becoming a missing ship. It was only secretly seized by us more than 10 years ago, without leaving any records. So if the Empire investigated the transaction line, it would not be possible to contact us at all. There are plenty of years, and I have also arranged some additional means. If the Empire continues to follow up step by step, it will only be guided to suspect another supercluster-level civilization. In any case, the Empire cannot produce evidence. It was us who did it." Maddie spoke with a confident tone and confident. After all, it was a few years ago that he had started to remove traces a few years ago and was very confident that the Empire would not find clues. When the senior official heard this, he nodded slowly. "I'll be relieved if you say this." The silver-blue planet slowly rotated in the universe in front of him, like a gem rolling on black velvet. The starlight reflected on the smooth silver outer armor of the dominant clone. A water-black mechanical warrior followed silently, blending with the darkness like an invisible one. This is a comprehensive industrial planet of the old galaxy, and a large number of consortiums have factories here. Bold Surveyor revealed it is a branch factory under a shipbuilding company located on this planet, the origin of the falling spacecraft. This shipbuilding company is the most ordinary shipyard. It only mass-produces various basic models of low-level spacecraft, does not carry out any research and development or improvement, and earns only a production fee. Shipyards like this still have a certain market in the universe, and mainly accept private orders. After all, basic spacecraft are cheap and have a large demand, while other high-end shipyards will not invest large-scale resources to produce such basic spacecraft without core competitiveness. Before Han Xiao sent out the mechanical troops, he had already checked the foundation of the shipyard in the database. It was just a small private enterprise with no back-end. If the planners behind the scenes chose such a shipyard, they have cleared their traces if they guessed correctly. Han Xiao pondered. Although I know what I know, I still need to check and confirm the results. Entering the field of view of quantum network, the virtual network world has once again turned into a virtual network world. The outline of the planet in front of me has become blurred, leaving only countless luminous quantum network nodes, connected into a mottled and dazzling sea of light. Locking the quantum network node of the shipyard, Han Xiao poked it directly in. The data firewall of a small private enterprise is similar to that of air, and it has no effect on him. It lubricates all the way, goes straight to the deepest point, releasing a huge data stream. In just a moment, the shipyard was leaked by Han Xiao, and all the information was leaked to Han Xiao. He opened the production log and transaction records and glanced at it, and found that the earliest record was only 3 years ago, and the history of the shipyard was far more than this time. Sure enough, the guy behind the scenes made trouble. Han Xiao said inwardly, He checked other records and said that an accidental explosion occurred at the shipyard 3 years ago. When producing spacecraft, there was a sudden problem with energy, and the entire shipyard was blown up, the host was burned, all the previous data was lost, and the paper files were gone, and it almost affected the surrounding companies. After inspection is a natural failure with a very small probability. Of course, Han Xiao doesn't believe it. This must be a man-made disaster to destroy the evidence. If you're the mastermind behind the scenes, you not only have to clear the records of the origin, but also take a few hands in the middle to turn the spacecraft into a ghost ship that has not been recorded for a long time, so that the clues will be cleaned up even cleaner. There is no record, and I don't know the ship's factory number. This clue has been cut off, most of the clue. The pupils of the clone of Han Xiao's clone were flashing with lightning. But it's not without gain. At least, this clue reveals that the origin is in the old galaxy. So, the most suspected person of the old galaxy was the superstar cluster-level civilization in the Four Powers, and the scope suddenly shrank from the entire universe to a star domain. Of course, it is also possible that other civilizations in the star field deliberately purchased spacecraft produced in other places, and they were interested in making a fuss. But now he is giving priority to situations with higher probability. Although there are no clues at the moment, in the previous life, the Empire also encountered events similar to the Kundi people in subsequent explorations. The indigenous people were strengthened and came up to give them their heads. After the incident with the Kundi tribe, the Empire found the suspects of some of the incidents. Among the suspects of the old galaxy, the one who was named the most frequently was Maudwa civilization, one of the 4 superstar clusters. They often make trouble and walk by the river. How can they not wear their shoes? The Empire is not a vegetarian. The behind-the-scenes planner can clear clues from past, but he cannot change the clues of the future in Han Xiao's memory. It's equivalent to you not committing a crime yet, but I see that you will commit a crime in the future. He didn't know if the Kundi incident was done by Moto civilization, but since the other party had a criminal record, the suspicion was the most serious. Because the clue was broken, Han Xiao had 2 ideas for the time being. The accidents at the shipyard are man-made, so you could try to find out the entry and exit records and surveillance of the planet 3 years ago to see if you can find out who caused the accident and follow the clues. It is simple for the planner behind the scenes to tamper with the data of a small private enterprise, but the difficulty of trying to tamper with the global monitoring of the planet has increased the difficulty of many levels. If the other party had done something wrong in this regard, Han Xiao would also accept it and regard it as this road would not work. The second method is a stupid method, using the elimination method. There are only a few civilizations that can cause trouble in the old galaxy. One by one, looking for clues. If you do this, the first thing Han Xiao needs to investigate is the Moto civilization, the most suspected one. He has always liked to take 2-pronged approaches and immediately screen out entry and exit records 3 years ago and match the satellite surveillance on the day of the accident. The powerful computing power was running at high speed, and the result was quickly reached. No suspicious people approached the shipyard that day. Isn't an outsider committing the crime? Well, there are 2 possibilities. One is that the planner behind the scenes tampered with the surveillance of the entire planet and concealed the traces of outsiders, and the other is the employee work case. The former has no choice but to take a shower and sleep, and Han Xiao can only walk around the employee work case. Assuming it wasn't done by outsiders, it would be just an insider. Suppose I am the perpetrator and am lurking in the act after being ordered by my superiors. Then after creating a disaster and completing the task, there is no need to stay in the shipyard, so I will need an excuse to escape. In this way, Han Xiao's heart moved and opened the obituary of the shipyard's dead employees announced 3 years ago, which listed the employees who died in an accident. After an accident 3 years ago, all the surviving ship workers underwent strict interrogation and many left. However, according to Han Xiao's understanding of intelligence personnel, the possibility of the other party evaporating the world by using fake death is higher. Because this is more clean, excellent intelligence personnel must have prepared multiple identities for themselves, and death is equivalent to destroying their identities, cleaning up the bonds, and greatly reducing worries. Therefore, the perpetrator may be on the list of deaths. The life history of interstellar citizens can be checked through other channels. It is not difficult for Han Xiao to find the resumes of these people. The professional experience and entry and exit records are clear, and there is no problem. What he wants to confirm now is whether anyone's resume is suspected of forgery. It is easy to tamper with information, but it is not difficult to verify it. It is just a complicated matter. That is, on-site visits, searching for past companies and relatives and families on a resume, and asking if there is such a person. If someone is found to forge his resume, he can be listed as a suspect. The next job is the way he just thought of. Compare the suspect's information with the files of the Moto civilization and other superstar cluster civilizations to determine whether the other party is the perpetrator and the other party's power. If the perpetrator lurked in the shipyard, he must have used a fake identity and his appearance may have been disguised, but this is not unsolvable. The shipyard's data is gone, but the planet's satellite surveillance is still there, storing satellite videos of their usual activities. With Han Xiao's virtual technology, a model parameter can be set, and these videos and the files of confidential personnel of those forces can be imported into it, conduct a super large-scale comprehensive analysis, determine the similarity, and to a certain extent, the disguise can be seen through. In this way, the comparison with the files of civilized confidential personnel can be completed. So the question is, how can I get the files of these confidential personnel of superstar cluster-level civilizations? The Black Star Legion is in the old galaxy, but it has no power. Han Xiao patted the metal head. Others don't know, but a guy like Manison, who has a strong desire to control, must have held a large amount of confidential information from these super cluster-level civilizations in his hand. Even the Guangwei Federation has to prevent the virtual invasion of the Armed Forces Kingdom. So he has an 80% record. How could these super cluster-level civilizations survive? It would be a pity if he didn't become the first-ranked virtual technology in the universe. Okay, it seems that I really have to go and find a military country. When outsiders mention the power of Manison, they are generally called armed country or armed clan, or directly refer to his power with the name of Manison. His name itself represents his own power, and there is no name like the 20 organization. Manison's territory is located somewhere in the old galaxy. It is nominally a galaxy-level civilization, but in fact, it is a territory controlled by Manison. Han Xiao's master clone came to visit Manison with the mechanical troops. He had sent a private message on a date before coming. Manison expressed his agreement to meet and set the location on a planet where the mechanical tribe lives. He has many planets under his jurisdiction, which is just one of them. The master's clone arrived at his destination, and there was a mechanical planet in his sight. The huge phantom protective cover wrapped the planet. There were a large number of mechanical warriors patrolling the entire outer space. After a rough look, it looked like about 300 to 400 million. This was just an outer patrol team of a planet. The old guy is worthy of being an old guy, and his family is very rich. Han Xiao shook his head. Manison has a vast sphere of influence and has deployed machinery factories and legions in multiple star fields. The developed mechanical civilization is an important support. The specific force is a mystery, and the major forces only know it is an astronomical number. Han Xiao's troops didn't wait long, and a hole was opened in the planet's protective cover, and a team of mechanical warriors from Manison came to lead the way. Following the guide, the master's clone slowly landed, and the surface of the vision became clearer. This is one of the planets of the mechanical tribe. You can see cities located on the Earth, and pedestrians like small ants are moving between streets. These are all mechanical tribe members. Manison is the second Super A level in the history of the Armored Clan. Although he has transformed into a new species, he still regards the Armored Clan as a clan and serves as the leader of the clan. However, unlike those like Cisco who value ethnic groups, for him, the mechanized clan is just an important resource and does not have so much sense of responsibility and feelings. As a group with Super A-level inheritance, the mechanical tribe has superior mechanical talents and provides Manison with a large number of high-quality talents. Many of his mechanics are from the mechanical tribe. Moreover, more than 80% of the population of the mechanical tribe is a firm believer of the mechanical divine church. After a group of planes flew for a while, a huge mechanical floating island soon appeared in sight, which was one of Madison's palaces. The dominant clone and the mechanical forces landed on the landing platform of the floating island. Dung 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 dung. The soles of feet stepped on the ground, making a heavy metal impact sound. As soon as I landed, I heard someone talking not far away. "Ha, Black Star, you actually came to visit me on your own initiative, which was a bit beyond my expectations." After hearing the sound of the footsteps of the slab tower, Madison's master clone came over. The person who came to meet him this time was still not the original body. Seeing this, Han Xiao sneered in his heart. "Ha, little crispy, so cowardly." After complaining secretly, Han Xiao calmed down and said, "You invited me to visit you several years ago. It has been delayed. Recently, it's just a walk, so come and have a look." His tone was calm, without mentioning the unhappiness between the two. The electronic sound that dominated the clone was also emotional and could not hear the emotion. Madison smiled, not mentioning the last rift. He defeated more than one mechanic of the divine host. In the eyes of big men of his level, the contradictions in this regard were enough to be slaughtered before they met. One code is one code. As a person at this level, even if there is a competitive relationship, he can still sit down and talk about things calmly. Since that's the case, come with me and I'll take you to visit my base. Madison turned around and led the way in front. Due to the last virtual showdown, the relationship between the two sides dropped to freezing point, but Black Star was at the peak of Super A level. He came here to visit him specifically, and Madison would not be rude, let alone refuse. The two of them walked around the base and saw very common base facilities. They didn't see anything special. Madison was not interested in showing his various trump cards to a potential competitor, just like Han Xiao didn't show him space-time amber. Han Xiao had expected that, and knew that Madison was not the kind of person who liked to show off his trump card, so he did not have other fantasies. He was mainly happy to do serious things during this trip. After a little walk around, he and Madison entered the conference room, sat down and started talking about the topic. Everyone has used the clone, so there is no need to drink it. Madison leaned back against the back of the chair and said lightly, "What's the matter with me today? I want to borrow some information." Han Xiao said slowly, "What aspects?" "I want to borrow the files of the 4 superstar cluster-level civilizations of the Old Star River and other star cluster-level confidential personnel." Madison was a little surprised and sat upright. "What do you want this?" "Look for someone." Han Xiaoyan was concise and to the point. He has collected the planned information. On the list of deaths, someone did forge his resume. Next, he only needs to compare the files of confidential personnel. In this regard, it is the best choice for seeking military equipment. The old group of hooligans in Xinghe was not a lame civilization like the Kundi, but a serious superstar cluster-level civilization, with technological strength second only to the 3 major civilizations. Invasion in person is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also has a low success rate. Even if you go in, you will be discovered at any time and you cannot get the complete information. You can't do it yourself hastily, and it is impossible to be lawless. Moreover, there are more than one file that needs to be compared. If you want to complete the screening, you have to invade all 4 superstar groups. Even if the perpetrator is found, you will offend the other 3. If you're not found, it will be even worse. Wouldn't it be a good idea to make enemies for nothing? Han Xiao doesn't want to do such a loss-making business. On the other hand, Han Xiao also felt that the planner behind the scenes must have done something, and it is very likely that the perpetrator's files have been deleted. Even if he could invade, it would be useless, and he could not even find a single hair. The machine country is different. As a boss of the Glorious Federation, his role in the old galaxy is equivalent to that of a town, and he has been collecting intelligence for Glorious. There are 4 good neighbors like this. My next door is happy, and he goes around to other people's houses from time to time, stealing and backing up a large number of confidential files. And there are also, therefore, in the China of machinery, you can get the complete files before the 4 superstar cluster-level civilizations are deleted and modified. Manison thought for a few seconds, shook his head, and said, "It is impossible to borrow. I only accept transactions." "Okay, what do you want?" "Time and space, Amber." Manison reiterated the old story. "Impossible." Han Xiao flatly refused. "You old man, I'm afraid you're just thinking about nothing. Want to exchange for the treasures of the universe with just one piece of information? You are really a business genius. Only Tianyi Bank can accommodate a genius like you. No one can do it." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Manison spread his hands and stopped talking. The meaning was obvious. "If you don't accept the price I offered, then what conditions are you going to make?" Han Xiao thought for a while. "I can publicly express my support for you as the strongest mechanic in the universe. I was originally. Why do I need your support?" Manison asked back, "Isn't it good to consolidate your position?" "I don't need it." Manison waved his hand. "My country of military strength still needs a navy?" "Funny." Han Xiao touched his chin. "Or let's make an agreement. Within 50 years, I won't challenge your position." When Manison heard this, he said with interest, "You mean, do you think you only need 50 years to surpass me?" "Everything is possible." Han Xiao did not comment. Manison smiled lightly and said lightly, "No, I don't need this method to ensure status." Han Xiao leaned forward. "How about it? Just think that I owe you a favor. The favor that still needs to be worthy. Judging from the relationship between us, your favor has no meaning to me." Manison shook his head, indicating that you're no longer in my PY range. After a pause, he spoke again without waiting for Han Xiao to answer, and slowly said, "Forget it. I can give you the information you want, but you can't give me what I want. Let the Red Empire talk to me." Han Xiao pretended to be silent. "Since that's the case, why don't I try to convince the Empire and provide you with a long-term totem of evolutionists?" Manison was not interested. "It's almost the same for you to give me the evolution block. Are you awake or asleep now?" Han Xiao ustuna kumfusha. Manison was thick-skinned and didn't care. "But the totem is useless to me." "Are you sure?" Han Xiao knocked on the table. "You can't use the totem yourself, but you are still leading the armed tribe. Totem is still useful to them." Hearing this, Manison calculated. Seeing this, Han Xiao shrugged. "No matter how much price you have, I can't give it to you. You have to know that other forces have more or less mastered some of the secrets of these civilizations from various channels. You're just more complete and not unique. If you don't agree to this condition, then this transaction will only be invalid." "Okay, I agree." Manison nodded slightly. "It takes only a simple task to do things like intelligence. It does not require cost and can gain additional evolutionary totem." Manison thinks it is acceptable. Although he doesn't value this transaction, totem is indeed a little useful for the machine tribe. Then it's decided, I'll go and fight for it from the Empire. Han Xiao said, "This move is not in line with the rules, but as long as you control the number of totems for sale, the Empire will not be confused with such details. Due to the suppression of glory and void spirit, many totems are now circulating. Although the Empire is not sold publicly, if it can be exchanged for the information needed, the Empire will not be too rigid. With Han Xiao's status, these can be discussed. He originally planned to exchange the evolutionary totem for this information. As for the verbal support and verbal agreement mentioned before, if Manison dares to agree, he dares to say it. Han Xiao is not a person who is as good as Heber. According to the plan, he still has a lot of room for improvement and does not intend to continue fighting with a military country now, so he doesn't care about such verbal promises. If Manison agrees, he can save the evolutionary totem. Manison only knew that I had high potential, but he didn't know how fast I was in the speed of accumulating strength. His impression of me was still maintained at the last time when I met. He didn't know that I had completely obtained the perfect mechanical sense. As long as he didn't fight with him, it would be difficult for him to discover. Han Xiao said intimately, "In exchange for this file, it was for the Kundi mission reward." Manison might think it was just a job on the Empire, but he didn't know what ability I could earn from it. The two reached a consensus, and Han Xiao sent an application to the Empire. The senior officials knew that he was tracing the identity of the behind-the-scenes planner. After discussing it, they decided to pass Han Xiao's application. After discussing for a while, the number of totem supply was determined, which was only hundreds, which was harmless. Manison would not be confused about such minor transactions and threw the information over directly. After receiving the information, Han Xiao stood up and said, "The totem will be delivered in a while. I'll leave first." Yes. Manison had no objection and watched Han Xiao leave, then secretly withdrew from the perspective of quantum networks. The last virtual showdown defeated Black Star, but it does not mean that Manison was not afraid at all. He was worried that Han Xiao would come and imitate himself to make a virtual invasion, so he had already prepared for it and reinforced the quantum network nodes here one layer after another, setting traps. Virtual mechanics of their level. If they want to invade the other party, they can only attack head-only, and they cannot bypass the firewall and avoid being discovered by the other party. If the Black Star does not admit defeat and wants to invade, there will be no good results. He didn't expect that Han Xiao came and went in a hurry, without any intention to cause trouble, and all these methods were in vain. It seems that he has no idea to continue to compete with me. It should be that the Empire has carried out ideological work on him. According to Han Xiao's performance just now, Manison had speculation and pondered secretly. The spacecraft was far away from the territory of the armed tribe, and Han Xiao immediately took action, took out the parameter model that had been prepared long ago, put in the information that had been prepared, and began to match it. With the support of efficient computing power, the matching is quickly completed and a target is locked. Modo civilization. It's really them. Han Xiao glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and the screen showed that the perpetrator who forged his resume was an intelligence operator of Modo civilization. If it was Modo civilization, Han Xiao searched in his memory for a while, remembered some famous figures of Modo civilization, and felt aroused his heart, and took out the communicator to contact a number. After 2 sounds, the communication was connected, and only a gentle breath could be heard, and the other party did not speak first. "Rotel, are there? Come to the old galaxy. I have a mission, and I have a gift to give you." "Okay." After saying a few words, he hung up the communication. Luther cherishes his words as gold. A reliable adult male can be called up in just 1 sentence without him giving him more instructions. It can now be confirmed that the Modo civilization was the initiator of the Kundi incident. However, Han Xiao doesn't know who the specific planner is. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the task requires revenge on the mastermind behind it as much as possible. Then, it is better to cut the mess with a quick knife. The Maudwa civilization has famous figures with names in all walks of life and future. I will kill you all. P.S. I haven't played on Weibo, but it was only opened at the end of last month. Search for Chijinchi Pagea. If you're interested, you can follow it, ***. Of course, Han Xiao would not be too unscrupulous if he said so. Although the task requirement is to retaliate against the entire Modo civilization, most people are innocent. If it weren't for the task, they wouldn't want to do such a thing. The main culprit was the leadership of Modo civilization. Han Xiao decided to first attack important cadres who had certain problems. As for celebrities in other industries of Modo civilization, it is better to observe the direction of the task before talking about it. There is no need to be so extreme at the beginning. It would be fine if it was a famous figure in the superstar cluster-level civilization that had not grown up. Killing some high-powered guys will definitely cause a rebound, and they are not a mud. Moreover, the impact of a high-level civilized official and cadre being assassinated on a large scale is too bad. Not only will the Modo civilization be angered, but other star cluster-level civilizations will also share the same hatred for the enemy. In this case, everyone will be in danger and will stand on the same front. Therefore, the benefits of having a backer are revealed. Although the Empire will not do large-scale assassination in person, it does not mind that allies do such dirty work. In particular, the Modo civilization is still the culprit of the Kundi incident. Although the Empire's war losses are small, it is not without it. If it does not cause a wave of bloody storms, how can it be worthy of the soldiers killed by the Kundi? Moreover, being under the three major civilizations, suppressing these supercluster-level civilizations has always been an invisible political correctness. If it weren't for the endorsement of the Empire, even if I am now a leader, I would have made me feel flirted. Assassination has never been a poor practice that can't be on the table, but it has always been effective. History from ancient times to the present has proved one thing. That is, no one can't die, and without anyone, the wheel of history is still rolling forward. The difference is just whether it rolls fast or slow. If the Empire suppresses Modo civilization in various fields, it will be uncomfortable for the supercluster level, but it will be difficult to hurt the body unless the Empire ignores its own economic and political losses and is willing to spend a lot of money. And assassination is cheap, has a ruthless style, and is sufficiently shocked, which can also have the effect. Han Xiao decided to do this dirty work, on the one hand, for the reward of key tasks, and the blacksmith must be strong himself. Improving strength is the hard truth, and, on the other hand, the Empire must punish the planners. So we are not afraid of no impact, but we are afraid that the impact will not achieve the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. We must not only let more people know about the assassination, but also make the forces suspect that this was done by the Empire. In this way, other supercluster-level civilizations will know that they cannot be implicated, and even if they are dissatisfied, they will not take any action. Mod with civilization causes trouble first, and the opponent is the force that suppresses you. Who can blame? In this way, other civilizations will not be on the same front as the Modo civilization. Although they will inevitably feel sad when the rabbit dies, the warning effect the Empire wants will also take effect. As for the inconsistent rules of assassination of cadres, I am the ruler, you have the kind of way to sue me in person. In terms of reasoning, we must be a rogue. Unless we can be strong enough to make everyone obedient, the idea of conquering people with virtue is basically a whimsical idea among civilizations. Han Xiao retook out the information given by the military country. The confidential personnel files were used to confirm the target of revenge, but now they can be used to choose the target of assassination. The people in charge of the Kundi plan are 80% of senior officials and cadres from various secret departments, and their information is included in the files. Han Xiao decided to attack these people first. Anyway, they're not good things, so they should be treated as charity. If you kill these cadres, the work of the secret department of Modo civilization will be cut off for a period of time, and there will definitely be losses. I'm a well-known figure now. I'm not suitable to do these things myself. Luo Taier is the most suitable candidate. Han Xiao nodded secretly. This is not only a task, but also a training. He has always had high hopes for Rothel. This guy has the fate of an intermediate protagonist, which is different from the other protagonist-type characters under his command. He is taciturn and reliable in his work. It makes people feel reliable at first glance and is worth cultivating. Without waiting for a long time, in the desolate universe belt somewhere in the old galaxy, Luo Taier, who came from afar, completed the docking of Han Xiao's mechanical troops. Hello, Black Star. Walking into the cabin, Luo Taier came to the clone of Master Han Xiao and said hello softly. Han Xiao looked him up and down. After a few years of separation, Luo Taier was wearing a simple, pure black hood robe, and a black scarf covered his mouth and nose, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. After years of training, Rothel's breath became more ethereal and hidden, and there was no sound in any movement. When he deliberately put away his breath, his whole presence greatly decreased. He is a martial artist in the agile assassin genre, and has a secondary profession of assassin. He possesses various hidden expertise, and has the talent of self-learning in this regard. The matter of the Assassin Coassistance Association has long been put on the agenda. Rothel has already collected a group of newcomers, trained in person, and developed secretly. I haven't seen each other for a long time. There is a list and information here. Han Xiao knew Luo Taier's personality well and did not greet him. He handed over paper information. After taking the information, Rothel looked down and looked carefully. The next moment, a ball of aura suddenly appeared in his hand. Call. The high temperature ignited the data and quickly turned into fly ashes. At first glance, he is a professional killer, not professional without burning. Han Xiao secretly complained. There are quite a lot of people, and it will take time to kill them all. Rodhell gently shook off the paper dust on his hand. Don't worry, I will provide intelligence support. Han Xiao waved his hand, then took a long box from the mechanical warrior next to him and handed it to Rodhell. This is a gift for you, let's see. Rodhell opened the box, and a dazzling golden light overflowed. He narrowed his eyes and saw clearly what was in the box. It was the God's Thorn. While waiting for Rodhell to arrive, Han Xiao asked a new force to transport the God Stillard from the Shining World. Rodhell looked at the broken spear and slowly reached out his hand to hold the spear rod. The next moment, his pupils shrank significantly. Suddenly, a golden halo rippled from the position where the palm of the hand contacted the broken spear. Buzz! Golden energy threads spread up along Rothel's arms and soon climbed to the heart. Rothel's exposed pupils faintly cast a golden light. Hey, you are. Han Xiao was a little surprised when he saw this scene. When he and Nilo held the God Stillage, this kind of change did not occur. Could this weapon have a special bonus to the martial artist? However, the item introduction was not written, and there were no other martial artists who had touched the stinging gods, so why did only Luo Taier have such abnormal reactions? He waited patiently for a while, and the abnormality on Rothel's body gradually faded. The golden light in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes turned into a quiet dark black again. How is it? Han Xiao asked. Rodhell did not answer, but directly showed it with his actions and let go of his palm. The pricking god floated around him, flexibly hovering in the cabin, without remote control of the whole process. Suddenly a golden light flashed, and the god spiritor suddenly disappeared. Luo Taier opened his sleeve and could see a tattoo on his wrist, which was exactly the way the god spiritor was. Then the tattoo flashed and turned back into a spear. This is one of the portable enchantments brought by the god spiritor, which can be transformed into a portable enchantment storage. But in the hands of Han Xiao and others, it is a gray frozen state. Seeing this, Han Xiao felt a little moved and probably understood. Did you establish a soul link with it? Well, for some reason, this weapon resonates with me. Rodhell nodded, stretched out his hand, and the prickling god returned to his palm obediently. Han Xiao became sore in an instant. Even if Nilo is gone, you don't even be a human being? Just touched it and resonated with a golden suit component. Why is this good thing not my turn? Thinking back to the beginning, it took a lot of effort to make the space-time amber and evolutionary block fall in love with me. At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly paused and suddenly thought of something. The Godster. This name. He suddenly realized that the name of this weapon seemed to coincide with Rothel's previous life experience. Luo Taier ran to assassinate the strange god in his previous life, and the wind was slight and the Yishuhan was cold, and he never returned. And the person who assassinated the strange god was the one who stabbed the god. Thinking of this, Han Xiao's eyes changed. Damn, it turns out that Nello dug out this thing. It turned out to be for you. Haven't I become the old man who gives gifts? Is the lucky halo still connected? Can you still need a green lotus? Han Xiao felt tired and weak. Do you like it? Thank you. Luo Taier didn't show much emotion, but seeing how he played with the god stinger couldn't put it down. He knew that he liked this gift very much. Just like it. I'll leave the task to you. Han Xiao said. Rodhell put away the stinger, and Zheng nodded. It's 2 months later. Moto Civilization, a colonial star. In a casual bar, there were guests in groups of 3 or 3. Some came together and chatted in a low voice, while some were sitting alone at the bar drinking and chatted with the bartender who wiped the glass from time to time. In the interstellar era, individuals still have the need to communicate, and places like bars for shooting rubber are never out of date. The guests present played their own games, but suddenly, the conversation became less, and everyone stopped chatting at the same time, turned to look at the virtual screen floating above the bar. At this moment, a news was playing on this virtual screen. The scene was quiet, leaving only the sound of the news. Yesterday, a horrific assassination case of Superman occurred in Pidgey Star. The deceased was an important confidential official, Maddie. He was attacked while out for business. At the time of the incident, Maddie had sufficient bodyguard around him. However, a strange spear suddenly appeared and nailed him to the ground. Then the spear disappeared, and the murderer disappeared without a trace. It is reported that this is the 5th senior cadre who was assassinated recently, which has aroused strong attention and indignation from the leadership. Not long ago, the Three Kings personally signed a wanted order demanding that the murderer be arrested and brought to justice. Every time this murderer commits a crime, he uses a spear. We don't know about him. Although many overseas organizations have announced their responsibility for the matter, we still don't know what force the murderer belongs to and what purpose it is. The murderer can grasp the secret whereabouts of senior officials and can also log on to the planet through secret channels to avoid entry and exit records. There must be special forces behind it. The specific reason has not been found out. After listening to the news and obituaries silently, everyone looked at each other with bad expressions. Some people couldn't help but worry. What's going on recently? Assassination incidents have occurred frequently, and the targets are still those senior officials. It's simply incredible. Yes, this kind of violation of rules has not happened for many years. Even cadres dare to assassinate them. It's too much. The guests present were filled with righteous indignation, but apart from the anger, everyone felt panic and uneasiness. The unrest at the upper class has always caused panic, and officials were assassinated one by one. The impact is really bad. It is not just a few cadres killed. This is a major security incident that will cause panic in the whole society. Normally, when encountering such a thing, the first thing that the Modo civilization thought of was to block the news, but they could control the media in this article, but could not control the media of other forces. The first person to report this was countless overseas media, and the evidence was as strong as a mountain, and it was impossible to hide it. It instantly caused everyone in the star field to know it, and countless people were upset. Modwa's civilization knew with his, but that this was the means of the forces behind the assassination. The bartender shook his head helplessly, withdrew his gaze, and was about to continue wiping the wine glass. But suddenly he found that there were a few more coins on the bar in front of him. Now there are very few people using cash, but it is not issued. The bartender glanced in confusion and saw an empty wine glass on the table in the corner. He couldn't help scratching his head, looking uncertain. Does it be guessed at that location just now? How come you can't remember it? At the same time, Han Xiao was called by Terakov again to express his discussion on the lighthouse star in the world. In the office, Terakov showed a document to Han Xiao, who was sitting opposite him. According to Aesop's prediction, we caught the stowaways in an unopened area a few days ago. After interrogation, we confirmed that your intelligence was fine. The planner behind the scenes was indeed Modo civilization. Thanks to your help this time. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. He had reported to the Empire long ago, but the Empire was more cautious and just acquiesced to his assassination. He did not completely finalize that the Modo civilization was the mastermind behind the scenes. It was not until he caught the stowaways who had personally plundered the memory and interrogated it. Terakov said in a deep voice, "Also, we have squeezed out from their minds who is the person in charge of the specific project. He is Maddie, a senior intelligence cadre of Modo civilization. You have to help him kill him." I'm afraid it won't work." "Why?" Terakov was surprised. "Because a dead person cannot die a second time." Han Xiao shook his head and smiled, operated it a few times, and released the news from the old galaxy on the screen. "This guy's been killed. You are late. You are so quick to start." Old Tao was stunned. "You look for me today, probably not just to say this. Nothing can be hidden from you. Terakov beat you up. I mainly convey the meaning of the head of state and the top leaders to you this time. Good news or bad news?" "Well, I don't know." Terakov said slowly. "The behind-the-scenes planner has confirmed that the Empire is going to take action, and the head of state agrees with the recent assassination activities, which has caused some damage to the social stability of the Modo civilization. Don't worry about this. If Moto civilization has any opinions, we will take it back and will not affect you. But the Empire will not provide you with practical actions, and you should not do too much. As long as the assassination is moderate, it is not easy to deal with it. I know this, and I will grasp the measure. Han Xiao waved his hand and muttered secretly. If I hadn't been convinced in my heart, maybe even the 3 kings would be on the assassination list. Well, also, the Empire is preparing to impose certain sanctions on Moto civilization in the economic field, but don't have too much expectations. We will not invest too much in this regard. After all, you also know that the 2 companies of Guanghui and Zuling are still suppressing us, and we have to bear the expenses of shining world exploration and do not have much energy to focus on Moto civilization. So we mainly express our attitude and warn other super-cluster-level civilizations. Han Xiao frowned slightly. In this case, the warning effect is not enough, and will make outsiders see that the Empire is too weak at this time, and it may become even worse. The Empire wants to issue a warning, but does not want to pay too much resources, which is not in Han Xiao's interests. The task requirement is to cause losses to the Moto civilization as much as possible. Your own assassination activities may be effective, but this S-level task is too simple and does not show the specific progress at all. You cannot intuitively see how long it will take to complete the goal, which is difficult to deal with. If the Empire doesn't work hard, it will be more things to do. I understand. Terekov looked helpless, but the Empire is indeed under too much pressure. If the target is an ordinary star cluster civilization, the Empire might just do it, but the superstar cluster civilization is not so easy to deal with. If the pressure is high, wouldn't it be enough to let go of the sale rights of the evolution's totem? Han Xiao shrugged. The Glorious Federation and the Void Spirit sect pressed forward step by step just to make the evolutionary totem. The Empire was slow to let go, so the pressure would naturally increase. It doesn't matter to Han the Technician, and even the Empire blocked his interests. If he was relaxed, he would have ushered in a large wave of new orders, as well as long-term charging service fees, which would make a complete profit and a steady stream of funds. Whoever masters the evolutionary block will seize this huge business opportunity that can last for countless years. Some senior executives in the Empire still want to exchange the block from Han Xiao to make the Empire huge profits. So during the second phase of exploration, Infinite Consortium still did not get idle and was still competing with the budding consortium under the Legion. This is not something I can participate in. Terekov was unwilling to talk about this topic and changed the subject, but you don't need to worry about the issue of Moto civilization. The Empire just can't take action, which does not mean that there is no sanction. I can tell you the truth. The Empire will completely liquidate this matter in the 4th phase of exploration. Hearing this, Han Xiao's heart moved. Isn't the 4th issue a stage of shining the world's opening to the outside? The Empire's liquidation at this time is a very good time. Those superstar cluster-level civilizations are doing things to get more benefits in the shining world. When the time comes, the Moto civilization team will flock to the Empire's territory. Isn't it possible for the Empire to target and knead them at will? If you were a little more ruthless, you might make the other party lose nothing in the shining world and lose nothing. Being recorded in a small notebook by the Empire, the future of Moto civilization is dark. Thinking of this, Han Xiao had no objection. He thought slightly and said to himself, "The old galaxy was someone else's territory after all, and I was not able to retaliate. When they came to the shining world, that was my home court, and it was convenient to retaliate. In this case, it was hard to say the first requirement of the Cunny mission and the second key requirement was very likely to be completed in version 4.0. Han Xiao originally planned to save money in a low-key manner during the version update period, and could accept this time, which even coincided with his original information. Various thoughts flashed, and Han Xiao smiled slightly at Lauda. Okay, when they come to the shining world, I will hospitize them. A consensus reached on the Moto civilization. The two talked about the business of shining the world for a while, and then gradually turned to chatting. Recently, the Imperial Academy of Sciences is learning space-time shearing technology. My old friends in the Academy of Sciences told me that this will be a new direction for studying space-time theory, which can lead to extremely strong application technology, allowing us to gain a new killer weapon in space-time. Thank you. Terekov took a sip of tea and chatted casually. It's a good thing, but even without me, the Empire can still seize this technology. Han Xiao lowered his head, swept the cup casually, and watched the cup pass back and forth through the remote projected palm, and couldn't help but look at the old tower who was drinking water. Detecting Han Xiao's eyes, Terekov put down his teacup, coughed dryly, and said, "The Glorious Federation has strategic technology, such as high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter in terms of time and space. But our Empire is not as good as theirs for studying time and space. The time and space shearing technology obtained this time may not necessarily become another representative technology of the Empire in time. So it is inevitable to implement confidentiality regulations. I know that this technology will not be circulated for me." Han Xiao nodded. In the past life, the time and space shearing technology was exclusively enjoyed by the Empire. Now that I have mastered this technology, the Empire cannot monopolize it, so I can only accept it with my nose and ask Han Xiao not to disclose the secrets. During this period, Han Xiao's level and attributes did not increase much, but he gained a lot of powerful abilities and expertise. If the Armed Kingdom makes a comeback and runs to invade his database like last time, he will no longer be afraid and will not repeat the same mistakes and be taken away by the Armed Kingdom. Terekov suddenly thought of something and laughed. Speaking of it, the technology of time and space cutting is the greatest wealth of the indigenous civilization of the Kundi people. Madwa civilization is obviously one step ahead of us, but in the end they missed the technology because they wanted to use a knife to kill people. They're still in the dark and don't know what they have missed. If Madwa civilization knew that their plan not only cheated itself, but also gave the Empire a huge wealth, they would probably regret it to death. Seeing that Madwa civilization failed to steal chickens, both of them laughed and were in a happy mood. After laughing for a while, Terekov exposed the topic and suddenly changed the subject. As far as I am concerned, it may not be appropriate to talk to you about the next words, but I still want to ask you, what arrangements do you have for marriage? Han Xiao's face suddenly became strange. What? You want to talk about a matchmaker? As both of us, it would be not good for you to ask me such private questions directly. Terekov's face was a little awkward, but he continued to say, "The Empire attaches importance to the covenant with you and pays great attention to your life. You may not know that you are very popular in the circle of children of the Empire's seniors. Many daughters of the Empire's seniors want to know you." Seeing his helpless expression, Han Xiao changed his mind and immediately understood. The cosmic civilization basically does not interfere with the private life of Super A level, but the Black Star Legion and the Red Empire are in the honeymoon period of cooperation at this time. The potential displayed by Black Star has already made countless senior officials highly hope. In addition, Han Xiao has always been the fifth Diamond Prince, so the idea of marriage has become lively, but it cannot be forced. The Empire has no royal system, but marriage is still a timely means of winning over. Some senior officials have this idea, and others are happy to see it. With the relationship between marriage, the bond between the Black Star and the Empire can be qualitatively changed. In this way, the issue of evolution blocks is slightly easier to deal with. After the marriage, the Black Star will continue to keep the blocks, and some opposition senior officials will not be so difficult to accept. On the other hand, cosmic civilization has always attached importance to Super A races, which is the cradle of superpowered people. The Empire also wants Han Xiao to leave his offspring and Super A races as soon as possible. Simply put, it is to urge marriage. The idea of marriage may not be Ulan Rueyer's instruction. It is estimated that many senior officials came to Lao Ta and asked him to bring me a message, wanting to give me his daughter. Han Xiao muttered to himself. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't say anything, Terekov had to bite the bullet and continue to speak. "If you have time, You can also attend more banquets held by senior officials in the empire. Many children of high-ranking officials want to know you. Just want to know me? I'm afraid I want to sleep with me. Humph. Boys are away from home. They have to protect themselves so that I won't give you a chance. Let's talk about this later. Han Xiao made a ha-ha and opened the topic. Is there any other trends in the empire recently? I think about it. Terakov thought for a while. By the way, a super A-level person from the Zuling sect has not appeared for a long time, which is unusual. Who? Han Xiao has not paid attention to this matter recently. Nigga, remember him. He was also a member of the attack on the Lighthouse Star. He was the only one who escaped with the Scepter of Gods. Oh, it's him. Han Xiao remembered that the group of Super A-levels were basically all sealed into amber, and only Nigga survived. Nigga has not appeared publicly over the years. The Zuling sect claims that Nigga has been recuperating. However, as time goes by, the situation has become more suspicious. Even if it is recuperating, there is no reason not to appear in the past 10 years. There is probably a hidden story in this. The Zuling sect is lying? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Well, I think Nigga is likely to be missing or even dead. From this perspective, I think Nigga may not have returned to the Void Spirit sect with the Scepter of Gods, and someone intercepted him. Lauda's tone was quiet. What you mean is, the Scepter of the Gods is not in the hands of the Zuling sect now, but they pretend to behave and pretend that they have it. Han Xiao touched his chin. It makes sense. Over the years, I have successively unblocked the Super A-level of the Zuling sect, but they have not applied for the unblocking of the Scepter of the 10,000 Gods, saying that they think the Empire will never agree. But if you think about it carefully, this statement is very strange. Yes, Terakov shook his head, but the Scepter of the 10,000 Gods has no effect in anyone's hands. Without your help, no one can use the Scepter of the 10,000 Gods, and it cannot pose a threat to us. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he pondered. In this way, the Empire will become the only user. Maybe he has the chance to exchange the Scepter of the 10,000 Gods from others. In this way, one of the killer weapons of the Zuling sect will become our weapon. It's not that easy. It depends on the meaning of the senior management. Lauda was not optimistic. The two chatted for a while, and Terakov had a regular meeting, so Han Xiao would not disturb him. Removing the remote projection, returning to his room, recalling the conversation just now, Han Xiao pondered himself. The revenge against the Moto civilization must be waited until the fourth phase of exploration. Before the opening of 4.0, try to make more preparations. As he said that, Han Xiao opened Philip's database to check the current scale of the Black Star Legion. After years of development, the Black Star Legion has firmly taken the position of leading the Broken Star Ring. Although it has encountered some challenges, as long as it is in it, its position will not be so easily shaken. In the Shining World, the Legion has also obtained a territorial foundation and has broad room for development in the future. In other star fields, the Black Star Legion has also established branches to a greater or lesser extent, but its scale cannot be compared with the Broken Star Ring and the Shining World. The main force is still entrenched in these two star fields. Now the second phase of exploration has returned to normal. Although more people have poured in the third phase, without obstacles like the Kundi people, the entire universe will develop steadily for more than 10 years, and it will only become restless again when the fourth phase of the opening stage. During this period, the Legion had enough time to build the Shining World and gradually improve all aspects of the territory. Mechanical civilization and the Black Spirit clan can also achieve great development, and the same is true for the transformation of the Kundi clan. Han Xiao thought secretly that these are important bargaining chips for the Legion to develop to the next stage. He couldn't help but sort out the sources of external pressure he was currently experiencing. Needless to say, the conflict of interest is difficult to reconcile. The Infinite Consortium has been competing for the market and probably won't stop. The Empire has been under pressure for the totem of the evolution, and it is not easy for itself, and it may still be variables. The coordinates of the World Tree are also an irregular time bomb, which may subvert the entire universe at any time. Now, there's another Moto civilization on the list, and there are many issues that need to be dealt with. Han Xiao shook his head and breathed out. There are many enemies and very strong. If you want to deal with them, the camp power and personal strength are indispensable. When the player returns, my combat power will increase rapidly again, and it will be safer to deal with these problems at that time. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Although his efficiency and earning experience is not low, it is incomparable to the terrifying speed of cutting leaks. He didn't plan to wait, and he couldn't get up. He planned to use this time to explore the manufacturing methods of cosmic treasures. Mechanics always have ways to improve their strength. Generally, it would be great if you have a cosmic treasure in your super A-level hand, while Han Xiao has 2 in your hand. The more you have, the better, and he doesn't mind having a third one. When it comes to version 4.0, the next batch of super A-level newcomers will be gradually born. Hey, if you're not careful, I will become a senior. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Hela, who was seducing the cultivation. I haven't seen each other for a while, and he still misses him a little. Since he walked out of the small place of Hylon Star, the two have always been together for a long time. It is estimated that when she reaches version 4.0, she will be able to enter the Super A level and let the goddess of death reappear in the universe. Han Xiao has high hopes for Hela. Currently, the only one among the cadres who have the most chance to become Super A level is Hela. Hardaway, Rothel, Ferdin, and Lockie also have potential, but they're still too far from being Super A level. Maybe I can think of some ways to strengthen the cadres of the Legion. Han Xiao thought for a while and retrieved a piece of information. This is the legacy of the alien god and information about the Chaos secret energy. According to the information, the time when the Chaos secret energy appeared was in version 4.0. Although I can't use this special ability, it does not prevent me from capturing it and slowly finding a suitable host. Opportunities are rare, and he doesn't plan to miss them. The territory of the Red Empire, a transit hub station in the Constellation Corridor. The stripper bar is lively and noisy, and the music is deafening, but the atmosphere is completely opposite in a remote booth in the corner. The two sat opposite each other, one of whom was wearing a hooded trench coat and could not see his appearance, while the other was a smart creature covered in lumps, looking a bit like an upright toad and wearing a pair of glasses. This is what you want. The toad man took out a small storage chip, pushed it to the other side, and whispered, "The information is all inside, so find a matching machine to check it out." Yes. The hood man took over the chip and acted to leave. At this time, the toad man couldn't help calling him and asked in a deep voice, "I don't understand. I have been whitewashing for many years. I have long since broken contact with the intelligence organization. There are very few people who know my identity. Why can you come to me? Who are you?" The hoodman's voice was hoarse and said lightly, "Don't you think it's unnecessary to ask someone who covers his appearance?" After saying that, he left the trading site, made a big move, and quietly took an interstellar flight at the hub station, far away from this place. In the cabin room, he lifted his hood and revealed a pale face, which was Gouda. Take out a machine, disconnect the network, insert the storage chip bought from a special person, and soon, a copy of information appears on the screen. After taking a look, Gouda's mouth curled up a curve. That's right. It's the information of Chaos secret energy. P.S. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. I originally wanted to take a leave to date, but suddenly I found that I didn't have a girlfriend, so I'd better just write honestly, treasure hashtag. The old galaxy, the Moto civilization, the Three Kings. The recent assassination of official assassination has had an extremely bad impact on society. The identity of the murderer is unknown, but judging from multiple clues, there is a shadow of the Red Empire behind these incidents. It is obvious that Matty failed and his methods were unable to hide them from the Empire. In the Internal Affairs Pavilion, an important meeting is underway and many ministers gathered to discuss recent events, and everyone's expression was ugly. The serial assassination of officials affected social stability, made countless citizens in Moto panic, and the entire ruling class also had no face. His own security was threatened, and all of these high-ranking ministers were furious. It's too arrogant. Did the Empire really treat us as those low-level civilizations that are powerless to resist? If we join forces with other superstar cluster-level civilizations in the Old Star River to separate and let this star field break away from the rule of the three major civilizations, it will see how he ends. An irritable military minister was furious and slapped the table vigorously. Say less of such angry words. Someone reminded me next to me. Others present did not take this seriously. Although all the superstar cluster-level civilizations have been resentful to the three major civilizations for a long time and want to replace them all the time, there is no way out for independence. Unless you are sure, no one will support you. After venting it, everyone returned to the topic and discussed what to do. No matter what, we must first prevent more assassinations from happening, but we cannot negotiate with the Empire and surrender. There is nothing to say about them. They must want to confirm that we use the indigenous crimes and let us compensate the losses of the Empire and the indigenous war. We dream of it, yes, claiming that the incident has nothing to do with us. If the Empire provides evidence, is forged to bite to death. Also, we must determine that the Empire assassinated our officials without any basis and apply to the Civilization Council for sanctions such despicable means. Guanghui and Zuling should stand on our side. We can win over more supercluster-level civilizations. The universe is not the one man of his empire. Someone shook his head, not optimistic about this plan. The shining world is about to open up to the outside world, and probably few people want to break up with the Empire on the surface. What should I do? I can't let the Empire murder our cadres. Just fight for a tooth. He assassinated our officials, and we assassinated their officers, as if there is no superpower in anyone's family. Someone couldn't help but object and said, "The people who assassinated the Empire? Have you forgotten the Peak Sorrow incident?" After hearing this, most people's faces appeared. They have not forgotten this shameful history of thousands of years ago. The Super A levels of the three major civilizations hurt each other because of heavy damage and fear of losing the strategic advantage of personal power. So they made up a false charge and slaughtered all the Super A level allies of all super cluster level civilizations, including the Moto civilization, and then left. This move not only severely damaged the superstar cluster level civilization at that time in terms of personal power, but also left a long-term negative impact, which made many super-level people worry about their personal safety and dare not accept the superstar cluster-level win. The three major civilizations used this to capture more super-level people in their own hands, which was almost a desperate plan for them. So the Modu civilization knew that others could assassinate their people as revenge and warning. Once they assassinate the other party, they would provoke the ruling power of the three major civilizations, which would cause bloody storms. Guanghui and Zuling would no longer watch the show and would join the Empire to deal with Modu. In terms of maintaining the authority of rule, the three major civilizations are urinating in one pot. They have experienced this kind of hooligan behavior many times, and they have already accumulated deep resentment. Don't go too far. The assassination is actually just a trivial matter. The Empire has its own qualities. They dare not force us into a hurry. But we can't fight back. We must also pay attention to the strength of the counterattack. The Empire itself cannot move, so we can only take a step back and get their allies. Well, it's limited to the power. Don't kill the Super A level. I think Bioni is very suitable. His power is rooted in the old galaxy, and it's easy to deal with him, which can also show our attitude. Everyone said a few words and decided Bioni's bad luck in the future. For supercluster level civilization, unless it is a guy like the Mechanic Manson, the Void Lord Xir, the Black Star Han Xiao, etc., the average super level is really nothing in their eyes. Even the star level can kill super level, let alone supercluster level civilization. If the Empire has someone to assassinate our officials, this revenge will definitely be repaid. As for the fact that we were conspiring to cause the Empire to suffer losses in war, we should be at fault first. So what? Isn't this the purpose of this? Everyone is a hooligan, so no one can talk about anyone. At this time, Someone was worried. These are all small things. What I care about is that the Empire will restrict us from entering the Shining World in the future because of this matter. What are you afraid of? The Shining World will be open to the public sooner or later. Even the Empire cannot stop this trend. If they specifically prohibit us from entering, then we will make trouble. Not only us, other superstar cluster-level civilizations will definitely stand on our side and see if their empire can withstand the pressure. The Moto civilization is not worried about offending the Empire and losing the opportunity to enter the Shining World. All superstar cluster-level civilizations knew in their hearts that even if the Shining World was open, the three major civilizations would definitely suppress their development. So they had already formed a strategic alliance in private and decided to join forces to break the situation. The Shining World is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and super cluster-level civilizations are willing to unite for this. Even if only Madwa and his family are suppressed in the Shining World, other super cluster-level civilizations will also support them. Although everyone does not like to help their competitors, in comparison, it is more important to work together to break the blockade of the three major civilizations. On this issue, super cluster-level civilizations understand the principle of losing their lips and being cold, and will not sweep the snow in front of the door and be divided. Besides, the Empire is now unable to use the painless means of assassination to warn. Madwa's civilization discovered this and was not very weak. They were secretly ready to fight, just waiting for the Shining World to open up. Superstar cluster-level civilizations have the confidence to compete with the three major civilizations. After all, they are different from the star cluster-level civilizations. There is no room to curry favor with the three major civilizations, and they cannot overtake without causing trouble. You can only fight and grab. At the headquarters of the Infinite Consortium, the Mechanic Manson, the Void Lord Xur, and the Beast Zugaruten visited Sorokin again. I wonder what the three of you are asking me for today. For people sat around in the bright and clean Consortium head office. Sorokin glanced at the three of them with a faint smile. Do you remember our deal? Garuten said in a muffled voice. Of course, I'm responsible for commercial competition with the Black Star Army, squeezing their business space, exerting external pressure to help you plan for the evolutionary totem. Sorokin said slowly. Saori spoke with an ethereal voice, but your achievements over the years don't seem to be very good. The Black Star Army withstood the pressure of the Infinite Consortium and did not achieve the expected results, which made the forces behind the three people not very satisfied. Manison and the other three came to hold accountable today on behalf of the forces behind them. Sorokin didn't care and said slowly, I said that the Black Star Legion is not that easy to deal with. We hope you increase your efforts. No problem. Sorokin smiled softly, but I have shown sincerity. It's your turn now. If the horse ran away, let the horse eat grass first. The three of them understood that Sorokin was asking the forces behind them to fulfill part of the original cooperation promise. Otherwise, they would not give any suggestions. Manison said slowly, there's no big problem. Those resource support, policy benefits, and deep-level cooperation projects will be implemented soon. Then I'll wait. Sorokin smiled. It just so happens that my next plan also needs to wait for the opportunity. What plan? Garuten asked. Sorajin cleared his throat and said slowly, after these years of competition, the Black Star Legion and I have been stalemate. It is difficult to open a new breakthrough when breaking the star rings. So I aimed at the Shining World, which is the new focus of the Black Star Legion's development. I have inside information. The Empire will open up the Shining World to the outside world during the fourth phase of exploration. At that time, it will be a carnival in the entire universe. Countless forces will pour in, forming a new pattern, especially in the commercial field. Countless consortiums are waiting to seize the market, which is also my opportunity. He has long been eyeing the Shining World development, waiting for the Infinite Consortium to enter and seize the market. At that time, he can use economic means to put pressure on the territory of the Black Star Legion. When the Legion gets the benefits of the territory, it has to bear the responsibility and risks of management. Sorokin wants to open up a new battlefield in another Legion base camp. The resource output, demand, and circulation in the territory are huge markets. Infinite consortiums have ways to use wealth to seize market share and squeeze out the living space of other normal enterprises in the Black Star territory. At that time, whether it is remote control of some interstellar enterprises to affect resource circulation efficiency, or using trade means to add obstacles to the economic construction of the Black Star territory, or building smuggling and intelligence channels in the Black Star territory around markets in different industries, all of them can bring more pressure to the Black Star Legion. These are the methods familiar to the Unlimited Consortium. Of course, Sorokin's main goal is to expand and develop the Infinite Consortium. Compared with the benefits of the Shining World, the cost of suppressing the Black Star Legion is not worth mentioning in his eyes. The small friction between the Red Empire and the Modo civilization has not evolved into a more serious conflict under the restraint of both sides, and has not had much impact on the overall environment for peaceful development of the entire universe. The main theme of the era of exploration and expansion affects all aspects. Most civilizations and civil forces are obedient and have always paid attention to the development progress of the Shining World. In order to open up the Shining World one day in the future, they silently prepare manpower and material resources. Affected by the general environment, the Starry Sea pattern remains calm, and sometimes small fuss is harmless. In this environment, the second phase of the Empire's exploration was successfully completed, and the third phase of the exploration was carried out. The Empire used this as a bargaining chip to sign more allies and vassals, making the troops in the third phase of the exploration grow again. In peacetime, the pace of time seems to become more silent, as if after looking back, I realize that year after year has passed. Without too many twists and turns, the Empire completed its goal as scheduled, and the third phase of exploration came to an end successfully. On July 15th, 729, Xinghai Li, the Red Empire finally issued a long-awaited decree in the entire universe. The fourth exploration phase soon shines on the world and is officially open to the public. It was like detonating a plight bomb. The universe that had been calming for more than 10 years was instantly boiling. The news that the Shining World is about to explore and open in the fourth phase swept the world like a hurricane. The whole universe has been looking forward to this day for too long, and every star field has become lively. Civilized and non-governmental organizations in various regions are recruiting soldiers and recruiting people in large quantities. In addition to power, countless interstellar citizens also took action, unable to wait to travel to the new star field, and many people wanted to try their luck, find opportunities to make money, or choose places to settle down. Countless troops and resources have been mobilized, and now the Empire has only confirmed the period. Before the Shining World truly opens, so many people and resources will be waiting for the Broken Star Ring. It is obvious that the Broken Star Ring will quickly saturate and become lively in the short term. Just like diversion, the emergence of a new star field will share the population and resources of the entire explored universe, and even the original pattern of each star field will fluctuate. A huge wave of immigration is gradually taking shape, rushing from all directions to the Shining World. Like a new gold rush, the wave of the times is rolling forward with one creature after another. The reddish-brown or planets are covered with excavation wells, and transport vehicles pass through the collection factories. Prisoners wearing special prison miners' armor are digging or in the mine veins. Bunches of industrial waste gas rise from various refineries, like fingers pointing to the sky. A deep and graceful ring prison is located in a crater. The deep galaxy in the sky plates the cold glow on the iron-gray outer wall of the prison. Congratulations, you are out of prison, stepping out of the dividing line between freedom and imprisonment. Even the air filled with industrial waste gas seemed to become fresh and sweet. Seeing the always severely stern gatekeeper smiled at him, Evans felt as if he was a different world. The heavy, stuffy, sweaty, and smelly prison miner finally left him, wearing only simple casual clothes and a light suitcase in his hand. He doesn't remember how long it took him so much. A floating vehicle was parked not far away. This was the prison shuttle bus responsible for picking up and dropping off prisoners to the airport in outer space. At this time, a man in military uniform stood beside the car, waving at it with joy. Although I haven't seen each other for many years, Evans still recognized it at a glance. The man in the military uniform was his childhood friend. He couldn't help laughing and quickly stepped forward, hugged the other person heavily, and his thick chest muscles collided, making a dull sound. "I'm here to pick you up. Are you doing well in prison all these years? Work, eat, and sleep every day." After many years of reunion, both of them were excited and had almost endless things to say. Evans grabbed the little boy's arm, looked up and down, and sighed, "Time flies so fast. Before I went to jail, you were still a thin little kid who followed me with snot bubbles. Unexpectedly, you are all becoming a soldier now. You have changed a lot. Let's stop standing, get on the bus." The two of them took the shuttle bus to the airport and took the directional flight. They took a few dozen minutes to reach the Colonial Star not far away. They walked all the way and chatted happily all the way. The Ur planet where this prison is located is an industry established around colonial stars, bringing together all kinds of prisoners and acting as minor coolies on the Ur planet. Back in the bustling city, my childhood friend had already booked a room in a famous hotel to treat him, to welcome Evans. After being in prison for many years, Evans hadn't eaten anything other than nutritional cream for too long. He swallowed up the wind and swept away the remaining clouds. He swept away 80% of the meal alone until he was over. Holding his bulging belly, Evans breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. At this time, the child took out a box and put it on the table to open it. It contained essential items such as interstellar communicators, translators, etc., as well as a simple and lightweight mecha that was folded. "I have prepared all these things for you, and I have also opened an account for you, and I've saved Einel in it. I have accepted the other things. You can take these Einel back. I don't need them. I have a meager salary and working in prison, and I have saved some money." Evans waved his hand. "How can this be done? You saved my life before. If it weren't for you, how could I have the current life? Please be sure to accept my reward," the little guy said loudly. He has always been grateful to Evans. In order to protect him, Evans killed a vicious Superman and was sentenced to prison. The ability to transcend mortals will magnify the dark side of some people. Some people enjoy the privileges and conveniences of superpowers, but instead seek superiority from ordinary people and enjoy abuse, insulting, and ridicule ordinary people and rely on their abilities to do evil. The two of them once met such a Superman, and their lives were threatened. Evans was just a mortal, but he tried to kill the evil man of the E-level rank. The young man has now become a non-commissioned officer and has also detected a superpower gene and awakened to a superpowered person. However, Evans has long detected that there is no superpower gene and will be immortal for the rest of his life. He has always felt regret for Evans. With Evans' ability, if he also has the talent of a Superman, he will definitely be much better than me in the future. Alas, it's a pity that this is fate. Haha, I've received my heart. I don't want your money. If you are brothers, don't think about repaying me with material. Evans smiled generously and had a firm attitude. "If you want, you can live in my house." The little boy was unwilling to give up. "You're already married, so I won't bother you. If you want to join the army, I can find someone to eliminate your case." "No, I'm an ordinary person, and I'm also a cannon fodder when I join the army." Evans knew that he would never be a Superman, but he didn't care much. He did not lament the bad habit of unfair fate. In his opinion, it would be better to do more things if he had time to sigh. "Then what are your plans in the future?" The little boy was helpless. "Well, find a job first. Let's talk about the others later." Evans picked up the communicator, opened the internet channel, browsed the recent recruitment information, took a look, and was shocked. I saw that the recruitment information was dense, and no matter what force released the recruitment content, the first core requirement was exactly the same. Workplace, shining the world. As long as this requirement is met, as long as it is not a wanted criminal, no matter what you do, we will do it. The child came over to take a look and shook his head. Some time ago, the Red Empire finally confirmed the time when Shining World was opening up. Strengths in various regions are recruiting people willing to Shining World, and the whole universe is lively. Evans pursed his lips. In his impression, the concept of Shining World was still in the Red Tide period. During this period of time, he was isolated from the world, and the outside world has changed a lot. Looking down at the recruitment information on the screen, Evans nodded slowly. Shining the world. Then go and have a look. It's finally about to open. Star-eyed gods, Cisco stood in front of the window, with 7 eyes looking at the night view of the city outside the window, and his heart was surging. After the Lighthouse Star incident, he kept keeping a low profile and rested silently. After more than 10 years of downplay, the negative impact of being forced by Han Xiao to announce the transfer of ownership of the evolutionary block has been basically eliminated, and he is still the leader of a great man in the eyes of most people. Although they were very close, but because he was a vain spirit, he could only watch the Black Star and the domineering man take the lead in the Shining World. Cisco was envious and impatient. He had been waiting for the opening up to the public for a long time and wanted to get a share of the pie. In his opinion, the Shining World is also an opportunity for the Star Pupil God Clan, and it is constrained everywhere in the ghost place of the Broken Star Ring. This situation will become more and more serious with the expansion of the Black Star and the Overlord, and he has to open up a new way for the Star Pupil God Clan. In this way, the Zuling sect has an excuse to intervene, vigorously support itself, and seek more benefits in the Shining World, and the Star Pupil God Clan can also benefit a lot. When he thought of the past, Han Xiao couldn't help but appear in Cisco's mind. Black Star. He has also been silent for more than 10 years. It seems that after reaching the peak and exceeding the A-level level, he can no longer move forward. P.S. Today I will sort out the follow-up outline and write less. By the way, I will recommend the book To Crack the Spy War Old Hutong. The author is an old master, and the 300,000 words have been put on the shelves. It will lead you into the 1936 that is about to usher in the war. Today is the day of the annual Black Star Party, and representatives of countless forces are gathered at the headquarters of the Black Star Army, located in the Broken Star Ring. Over the past decade, the Black Star Party has become a landmark event of the Black Star Legion. Compared with previous years, the guests attending the banquet today have increased many times. Many people come from other forces in the Star Field and are organizations preparing to snap gold to Shining World. Now Shining World is about to open, and more people come to check in and work hard to make friends with the Black Stars entrenched in Shining World. After the 3rd phase, the total number of star clusters explored increased to 9, of which the Dawn Star Cluster is the entrance to the Shining World and is under the control of the Empire. Most of the Gaolu, Renault, and Guanhuan in the 1st phase were distributed to important allies. The infrastructure was quite complete, and a preliminary force pattern had been formed. The 5-star clusters explored in the 2nd and 3rd phases have broad development space, and the Empire has vacant amounts of places to prepare to allocate the construction cost to the forces in the entire universe. In the official statement released by the Empire, the Black Star Army was divided into 2 new galaxies, located in the 2nd phase of the Russo Cluster and the 3rd phase of the Mako Cluster, which were adjacent to each other. Only a small number of other allies were subsequently assigned to the territory. Compared with the 1st phase, the Empire will no longer take out too much territory to allocate it, but will consider installing pillars of the country and strong allies in the subsequent cluster area, so as to maintain the Empire's control over various clusters after opening up to the outside world. Holding 9 galaxies in hand, the Black Star Legion is currently the largest force in the Shining World territory, second only to the Empire. So many forces hope to curry favor with the Black Star Legion and want to get convenience when exploring the Shining World. The banquet hall at the headquarters is crowded with people and bustling. Different intelligent species are chatting with each other everywhere, and their dresses are even more bizarre, as if the world of Ethnic Era Expo. Many of them came to attend the Black Star Party for the first time, gathered together in groups of 3 or 3, observed the venue, whispered, and identified the Black Star Army cadres among them. The woman who has a circle of star cluster-level civilization representatives is Sivia, the Chief Affairs Officer of Black Star. She is the Chief Manager of Black Star. She is said to be very capable and manages the Legion in an orderly manner. The next one is the Fleet Commander Melos, who is his student Mia, who entered the natural disaster level field a year ago and eliminated an interstellar civilization rebel with natural disaster level command, and is said to be the lover of the young Commander Nilo. Look there, that is the Deputy Commander of the Legion, Riki, the former Band UMNO of the Red Rogue Cultivator, the Honorary Minister of the Ministry of Magic, and at the same time manages tens of thousands of Black Star Super Energy Academy. Last year, he was on the list of Super A-level seeds of the Broken Star Ring. He is surrounded by Tomar, a magic genius. I heard that Austin wanted to poach this person a few years ago, but was rejected by Black Star. The one who was looking at the drawings in the corner was Reinhard, who was in charge of the logistics department. The gloomy person next to him was Shazik, the Deputy Director of the Intelligence Department, and the Senior Intelligence Department of the Mungbun Consortium with a small mustache. The heads of most departments of the Black Star Legion and important cadres are here. I calculated that there were more than 30 natural disaster levels present. This is only a part. I heard that the most elite guard officers under the Black Star are always in the Shining World. Those who are powerful guys like Hardaway and Fording are not here. The entire Black Star Legion is estimated to have 60 or 70 natural disaster levels, and there are 2 super A-level seeds. The strong are like clouds. Black Star has been living in seclusion in recent years and has hardly appeared publicly. You can only see him at the Black Star party. I don't know if there will be a chance to talk to him. Everyone was chatting in a low voice, and at this time, a long-range projection suddenly appeared on the platform. Many guests were always paying attention to this place, and their eyes were immediately attracted, and they bowed their heads and greeted the figure together. "Hello, Black Star." Han Xiao nodded, smiled, and said softly, "Welcome to the Black Star Army as a guest." More than 10 years for his lifespan, it was just a blink of an eye. Time could not leave traces on him, and he was still a baby. As soon as the main owner appeared, the venue immediately became more lively, and countless people rushed up to chat. Han Xiao had long been used to it, smiling and greeting people who were respectful, excited, or greedy, and observe these people, by the way. In his impression, a considerable number of forces here are quite active in the Shining World. In addition to the 3 major civilizations and superstar cluster level, some neutral civilizations and civil organizations also play an important role in the Shining World. The complex interest relationship has built a stage for players to engage in 4.0 activities, and also gave players the opportunity to fully exert their subjective initiative to cause trouble. Nowadays, due to Han Xiao's efforts, the Legion has gained an advantage in the Shining World in advance. The 9 galaxies as the foundation can connect more forces based on this, form a new network of interests and relationships in the Shining World, and expand its power. This is also the reason why he held a banquet today. While dealing with everyone, Han Xiao secretly recorded these forces, confirming the situation in his memory. The guests were having fun at a party. After seeing off the guests, the cadres followed Han Xiao to the office. Legislature Commander, the Shining World is about to open to the public. This day is still here. We need to make more preparations to meet the impact of the general trend. Sibius said, "Just act according to the plan." Han Xiao nodded. The Legion has been preparing for more than 10 years and has basically made preparations for it, and the rest is only a few that are finished. When a Shining World is open, it is the day when the 4.0 version is opened. At that time, players return and turn on the Cross-Star domain mode. Players from all regions will flock to the Shining World. In this world server activity, their careers will enter a new stage. Compared with other players who went to the Shining World in the first episode, Black Star Legion players undoubtedly have an advantage, and Han Xiao asked them to contact the Shining World in advance in 3.0. Han Xiao has been waiting for this day for a long time. Now the Black Star Army has the confidence to welcome the impact of players in the new stage. and this is also an opportunity to expand the Leak land on a large scale. With his efforts, the Legion has become the largest private force in the world's territory, which can provide players with more convenience and higher attractiveness. Over the past decade, the combat power and service capabilities of the cadres under his command have improved, and Han Xiao has not been idle either. He expanded the mechanical army and improved the Dimension Factory. At the same time, he has also continuously transformed more first-generation mechanical lives to help the development of mechanical civilization. Although he still has not figured out the way to make cosmic treasures, Han Xiao occasionally sent mechanical troops to find opportunities everywhere, gain some easy-to-get expertise, complete tasks, and stockpiled a lot of random rewards. The main task of Shining World has also been done several times. The experience I got was basically spent on upgrading my skills to gain potential points and use it to improve my professional knowledge. Therefore, my personal level has not been much improved, and it still looks like I am in my early 300s. In addition, Han Xiao also referred to other Super A levels and collected more energy cultivation methods, and slowly increased the upper limit of energy through long-term exercise. Due to the existence of the panel, his skill training speed can be quantified, and his efficiency is far beyond other Super A levels, and the overall improvement is considerable. After more than 10 years of accumulation, Han Xiao's foundation is now not weak, and he is barely worthy of his identity as a peak Super A-level mechanic. However, the low-key years of these years are in contrast to the past. It is estimated that many outside forces believe that my personal strength has stagnated. Now, everything is ready. Only the east wind is needed. Just wait for the opening of 4.0. My strength can truly usher in a new period of rapid growth. Han Xiao said intimately, "Godfather, I have a request." At this time, Nilo stood up. "You said." Han Xiao turned his head and looked over. Now Nilo has grown up. Although he looks like he is a baby face and has not grown taller than 10 years ago, he has lost his childishness and a much more stable temperament. Over the years, Nilo has served as his right-hand man and helped a lot. "I want to take a leave for a while, go back to Hailangsing to accompany my father, and take me aback by the way." Nero's tone was slightly deeper. "Well, then you go back and accompany him. Bennett is getting older and older. As the leader of Aquarium Star, he's been busy with work. Nero occasionally asks for leave to see him, so Han Xiao naturally has no objection." After checking the work of all the cadres, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao glanced at it, waved his hand, and asked everyone to retreat, and then answered the communication. Tarakov's figure appeared on the virtual screen. "Black Star, the Shining World is about to open. You have known what to prepare for a long time. I have something else to do today. Say, in recent years, several star fields have born in new Super A levels. I guess you have paid attention to it. One of them chose to join the Empire and will soon go to Red Ring Star to meet the head of state. The Empire is preparing to summon Super A-level allies to meet him. Are you planning to meet him? Every newly joined Super A-level treatment is like this, and Han Xiao was the same at the beginning. Over the past decade, new Super A levels have been born one after another, but they are all in other star fields. There are still no newcomers except Han Xiao, and now, he can't be considered a newcomer. After taking a look at the information sent by the Empire, Han Xiao felt a move. This person was the Super A-level person who joined the Empire at this stage in his previous life, and he made the same choice this time. "Okay, then I'll go see him too." Han Xiao agreed, but his thoughts couldn't help but float away. 4.0 is about to open. I don't know how Hela is doing. At the same time, a desolate universe belt, Emeth floated in the outer space of a planet, overlooking the Earth, and her dark eyes reflected an endless dark red. The red energy was like a tide, washing the planet's surface, and countless bones were swept by the red energy and instantly turned into powder. The hard Earth seemed to have turned into clay, forming a crater with the source of the energy explosion as the center point, and the area is still expanding rapidly. Suddenly, the flood of red energy turned into a tsunami-like wave, soaring into the sky, and on the top of the waves, a red figure stood, as if walking in the sea of blood. As the species transforms, the delicate face becomes even more cold, full of coldness that ignores life and death. Seeing this, Emmers chuckled. Welcome to the super A-level field. The red energy in the sky quickly retracted back into Hella's body, and the red light in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her entire aura had been transformed. After about 20 years of training outside, Hella finally took this step. In her previous life, she became a super A-level student earlier than this, and she has such potential. It has transformed into a super A-level species. Hella's appearance is more refined, her skin is clean and flawless, and her genetic level is greatly optimized. Although his growth rate cannot be compared with that of Black Star, Emmys is also amazed at Hella's talent. Compared with the metamorphosis time of super-level species that starts for 100 years, Hella's special S-level superpowers have greatly shortened this process for her. How do you feel? Emmys looked up and down at Hella, his eyes full of appreciation, as if he was looking at a work of art. It's amazing. Hella felt the change and thoughtful. It turns out that this is the world in the super A-level eyes. Everything is different. Haha, let's experience it slowly, we have time. Emmers chuckled. Hyla exhaled, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Now I should barely catch up with Black Star. You can go home. Emmers controlled the force field, took out a communicator, handed it to Hyla, and smiled and said, "Do you want to share this good news with him?" Hyla took the communicator, hesitated for a few seconds, and shook her head. "No. Wait until I go back in person. Give him a surprise." Zodiac Corridor, Red Ring Star. A disk-type spacecraft passed through the psychoenergy band ring and slowly sailed towards the Imperial Mother Star. In the cabin bridge, a tall figure stood in front of the porthole, silently staring at the red ring star that was getting closer and closer. This person's body is bright and silver. His skin is like flowing liquid metal. There's only a pair of metal-like eyes on his face. Other places are as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the galaxy outside the window. He is not wearing clothes and has no sexual characteristics on his body. He was a new super A-level born 5 years ago. He was once a super A-level seed of the Sea of Stars. 100 years ago, he used a special method to lock himself into the star core of a dying star and conducted a life-threatening trial. 100 years later, it was like breaking out of the cocoon and completing the transformation of species. What was born from the star core was already a new life. He abandoned his name and called himself Silver Shadow and formed his own super A-level force in the Sea of Stars. In recent years, he has shown his edge, has done many deeds, and has developed very rapidly. He soon has a place in the Sea of Stars. Now, Ening has agreed to the Red Empire to join the Empire. Today, she will come to Red Ring Star to meet the head of state and meet the Empire's super A-level circle. At this time, a cadre came behind him and whispered, "Old Ening, we're going to land soon." Yes, Ening's voice echoed with a metal vibrating buzz, and his tone was cold like an electronic sound without emotion. The cadre hesitated for a moment and asked, "Hiss, Ening, why do we want to join the Empire? Do you doubt my decision?" Ening didn't look back. Don't dare, don't dare. The cadre hurriedly denied that he had joined Ening's army for not long, but he dared not offend him. At this time, he couldn't help but hesitate. I just feel that the conditions offered by the Glory Federation and the Void Spirit sect are more abundant. Ening refused to say that. It happened that the Shining World was developing and the attraction of the Empire prevailed, resulting in the Guanghui and Void Spirit having to offer higher prices, not because they valued me. However, the power of the Sea of Stars is close to saturation, and only the Shining World can give me enough room for development, and choosing an empire is more suitable for me. However, these are not the main reasons why I joined. Then what are you for? Evolutionary Square and Black Star. Ening paused. If the Black Star, who has mastered the Evolution Square, I would not have joined. Yes, the Empire said that it had summoned some super A-level to see you. I don't know if Black Star is coming. If he is here, you can just make a request to him. The cadre said, as far as I know, those old Super A levels rarely appear in this new welcome ceremony. The most likely thing to see is Ulan Riel's guard Dark Emperor Claudi. I don't know if Black Star comes or not. Inning said lightly, but if he comes, you can talk to him. You want to talk to Black Star? The cadre was shocked. He was at the peak of Super A level more than 10 years ago and ranked one of the mechanical gods. Although he has not made any moves in recent years. But I know what you mean. Needless to say, the Super A level circles of the three major civilizations have always had the habit of making things difficult for newcomers. If you want to get the right to speak, you must speak with your strength. Since you are destined to fight, it is better to find someone who is powerful. Inning turned around and said coldly, the Dark Emperor, Dragon King, and the Phantom God, the three old red empires have the highest status as Super A level. The one behind them is the Black Star who became a Super A level 20 or 30 years ago. He has a 99% chance of taking over the top three. He will be the pillar of the empire in the future. I have to listen to him. In just over 20 years, the Black Star has grown to this point. I'm very interested in him. If I want to ride on me, I have to test whether he is as powerful as the rumors. Soon, the spaceship slowly landed in Tyron Hamel Palace, the political core area of Red Ring Star. Inning took the cadres off the spaceship, followed the reception staff, and walked into the gate. Boom! At this moment, a strong Super A-level momentum burst out from afar, pressing towards him hard, obviously a conventional act of warning. Inning was not showing any weakness, and her aura that was Super A-level rose and pushed back with a tough sternly. Bang, bang, bang. Circles of invisible shock waves seemed to burst out in the air. Aware of his attitude, these Super A-level momentum retreated like a tide. Go to see the head of state first. Inning looked coldly at the direction where the momentum exploded and followed the reception staff who seemed to be smiling and laughed to the other direction. At the same time, in a room in the distance, many Imperial super-level allies stayed here. The newcomers nowadays are really arrogant, and no one is willing to give in. Bioni sighed. Yes, I miss me, cough cough. Wei Lu was embarrassed to cough twice, and quietly glanced at Han Xiao's master clone sitting in the upper head. Han Xiao smiled and joked. You didn't even win as a newcomer at the time. That's different. You are a special existence that breaks historical records. Now you're all at the peak, and you are Super A level. It shouldn't be embarrassing to lose to you at that time. Wei Lu laughed dryly and covered up his embarrassment. No, it's very embarrassing. Swordman Fu coldly finished the blow. Everyone here laughed. The room was filled with joyful air. Over the years, Han Xiao has established deeper friendships with most of the Imperial Super A allies. Due to his strength and legendary factors, he has gained greater voice in this circle, second only to the Dark Emperor, the Dragon King, and the Phantom God, and has become a veteran from a newcomer. Now, among the Imperial Super A-level allies, the only stubborn little Baba is left without buying his account, and everyone else is in awe of him. There were 9 Super A-level people present today. Neither Lao Long nor Kant came. More people than Han Xiao came last time. The last newcomer who experienced this kind of situation was Han Xiao himself. When he saw Inying, he seemed to see himself as he was back then, and he was also very sharp. He was not interested in bullying newcomers with this group of Super A-level players, so he was not included among the people who had just burst into power. He chose to come to meet Inying, mainly because he thought of his previous life experience and was a little interested in this person. If you remember correctly, Silver Shadow is a Super A-level special existence. He mutations during the transformation of the species and refines himself into a cosmic treasure, but at this time, this hidden attribute should have not yet awakened. In the later version of the previous life, Inying has a loud nickname among the player group, Super A-Bus. According to incomplete statistics, there are no less than 20 Super A levels used by Silver Shadow in the World Tree War. The one who used the most was the late Carlotte, which had the nickname Carlotte for public buses. Although Han Xiao wanted to turn the bus into a private car, this idea was a bit unrealistic, so he mainly wanted to contact the other party first. At this time, Raven Lauder looked around and asked, "Maybe we have to compete later, Who would like to join? I'm not interested. Swordsman Fur refused coldly. Don't look for me. Bioni waved his hand. You know I'm not good at singles. Viru hesitated for a moment, because Han Xiao taught him the lesson. He was not enthusiastic about such things now, and shook his head. I don't go. Blackstar, are you interested? Maxarul looked over. I don't fight unnecessary battles. Han Xiao waved his hand. He didn't want to bully a newcomer worthy of being acquainted with. Moreover, Red Ring Xing is the capital of the Empire, and he does not have many mechanical troops here, so he still needs to be repaired if he is destroyed. You don't go, then I'll do it. The little transparent cur spoke helplessly. Everyone looks sideways and looks suspicious. If you don't brag or not, Cole is recognized as the most delicious person, and he is even worse than Bioni. I'm a martial artist who is good at single-handed fights. Where are your eyes? Kayle was angry and embarrassed. I'm afraid you're embarrassed. Swordmaster Fu said concisely. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone teased Kerr, Han Xiao moved to Bioni and asked in a low voice, How are you doing recently? What else can you do? Bioni said angrily, It's all thanks to you. Moto civilization suppressed my tribe every day. Last time, he launched a round of long-range interstellar missiles on my fire nuclear land and plowed me. Do you pay for it? If you don't pay, you have to find the Empire. It was the Empire that asked me to do this. Han Xiao coughed. Over the years, Rothel has made trouble in the Moto civilization and assassinated one target after another. I don't know how many times it has angered the Moto civilization. Moto vented all his anger on Bioni, an imperial ally who was in the old galaxy. He's been suppressed in the past few years, and the fire in the city gate affected the pond fish. Although Rothel is cautious and reliable in doing things, he is not without danger. He grows rapidly in danger again and again. Although he also has a component of luck, he is not as exaggerated as Ferdin and Nilo, and he relies more on his own ability to get rid of danger. His Assassin Mutual Aid Association has also developed well, and has trained a group of interstellar killers. It is nominally a black market bounty killer organization, and is secretly the Shadow Walker, who directly belongs to Han Xiao. After chatting for a while, Yingying's aura suddenly moved from far to near, and slowly approached. Everyone knew that Yingying had finished talking with the head of state and was coming over, and then calmed down his smile and tightened his face. Brush. The door opened, and two figures walked in. One was Claudia, who was expressionless and walked straight to Han Xiao to sit down. The other is Yingying. He stood in the center of the room, looked around, observed the super A-level present, and finally focused his eyes on Han Xiao's master clone. Are you the Yingying of the Sea of Stars? Weilu spoke first, pretending to snort coldly. You don't seem to respect us very much. Yingying said lightly. Why should you respect you? It's quite arrogant. But unfortunately, this is the Red Empire. The Empire does not allow such awesome people to exist. Kayle sneered on the side. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao couldn't help but look at him more. How come the format of this sentence sounds so familiar? Yingying looked at Kayle, was silent for a while, and asked, Do you have a person like you in the Empire? I have never heard of it. Kayle's eyes turned cold. He was just pretending, but it was revealed at this time. The baby was really unhappy. In the Super A-level circle, status and voice are all earned by strength. I believe you understand this rule. Kerr put his arm on his knees and leaned forward. You joined the Empire and passed the head of state, but you haven't passed our level yet. How about it? Do you dare to compete with me? You? Forget it. You are not my opponent. Yingying's tone was calm, as if she was just explaining a fact. Before Kulu could continue speaking, he turned to look at Han Xiao and slowly said, If you want to compete, you have to choose a powerful person. Black Star, do you have the courage to fight with me? Han Xiao was stunned. Why did you suddenly get involved with me? I'm just here to make soy sauce. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they suddenly became interested and had a playful look on their faces. As soon as he entered the Super A level, he felt that he was so strong that he directly challenged the people at the top. One or two of this type of freshman Super A level occasionally appeared, so everyone did not think Yingying's performance was strange. As a newborn calf, it is normal to have a sharp spirit. It is also a good quality to dare to challenge the stronger ones. Han Xiao was about to refuse, but suddenly he found that the panel was moving and immediately swallowed the words that reached his throat. After glance at the prompt, he couldn't help but scream. Silver Shadow took the initiative to invite the battle and directly sent out a Super A-level challenge mission. Just like the tasks of Heber and Manison, it has rich experience rewards and can also draw an additional ability from the opponent. After years of research, Han Xiao has a good understanding of the triggering mechanism of this kind of task. If the Super A level actively openly fights to him, the chance of a task is very high. Although there are only a few people present at this time, they're all big names in the universe, and the influence factor is enough. This newcomer was too generous, so he gave me a skill when he came up. Han Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Okay, don't provoke me, I'll just promise you. Ening nodded and suddenly said, It's useless to just exchange, let's bet something, right? Han Xiao was curious. What do you want to bet? I want to borrow the evolution block. If I gain the upper hand, or even win, please fulfill it. If I lose, I will agree to your request, not to cross the bottom line. Okay, a small matter. Han Xiao nodded, no matter how he was. At this time, Claudia, who was watching coldly, said lightly, Go to the Yoning Ban ring to fight outside. Don't fight near the Mother Star. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly felt a little strange. It seems that you said so last time, and even the lines have not changed. You were just here to be the referee, right? In the office of the head of state of Tyran Hamel Palace, Ulan Riel stood by the window and looked up at the sky carrying a group of Super A-class spacecraft that took off and disappeared from the sky. First of the people, Black Star, and the others have left. There are several senior officials in the room, all of whom have advocated the transfer of evolutionary blocks over the years, including the hardliner Quirky and Ludwell, who once indirectly received help from Han Xiao. Ulan Riel turned around and said lightly, Well, Claudia said they went to the Yoning Ban ring to compete. Then, Beccarodi pondered for a while and said, Honor in Chief, what do you think of this plan? Ulan Riel frowned slightly. Gauda's ability is indeed the first example in history, but even our technology cannot be done. Are you sure he is confident? Not yet. Beccarodi shook his head. He told me that only when he reaches the Super A level can his superpowers analyze the principle of evolutionary energy. You know, the superpowers have always been the creators of miracles, and many special technologies are brought by the superpowers. Super A level. Ulan Riel shook his head. He thinks he can reach this level? Even if it is possible, how long will it take? I don't know. I can only wait. Upon hearing this, Ulan Riel couldn't help but remain silent. Seeing this, Quirky couldn't help but continue to persuade. Master, this is a good opportunity. Black Star has proved over the years that the probability of the Empire's exchange for evolutionary blocks from him is very small, and we cannot use tough measures against him. However, if we analyze the evolutionary energy on our own, simulate and copy it, even Black Star has nothing to say. This is not considered offending him. Even if he is dissatisfied with it, there is no reason. There is no regulation that we cannot study evolutionary energy. This is a technological advancement, and he is not qualified to point fingers. I know, Ulan Riel frowned. However, Gauda's request was that he could only contact the body of the evolutionary block. If something abnormal happens and is discovered by the Black Star, he might get evil Black Star. This is a small risk, but we're not trying to grab his block, and it is not that serious. Besides, Gauda is now an important training target for our Empire's direct line. Providing him with evolutionary quotas in the future is originally the Black Star's duty. Ulan Riel was a little hesitant. Evolutionary blocks are things of the Black Star, and the Empire cannot grab them, but it will be different if it is studied by itself. From a personal point of view, Ulan Riel has no objection to Black Star and loves it very much. But as the head of state, she had to consider the issue from the standpoint of the Empire. The interests of the evolutionist totem are too great, and she will be recharged every 10 or 20 years, so that outsiders can monopolize it. and she will be worried after all. Doing this does not necessarily mean robbing the interests of the Black Star, but preventing the Black Star from losing the evolutionary block one day. Therefore, the Empire is best to study the mystery of the evolutionary block as a backup. Vecchiaroti struck while the iron was hot. What he said makes sense. Ludwell agreed faintly. Speaking of which, Ludwell used to owe Han Xiao a favor, but over the years he advocated investing in the Broken Star Ring, suppressing the Infinite Consortium, and repaying a lot of favors. Today, he did not object to Burgundy and even supported this plan together. It was not that Ludwell had any objections to Han Xiao, but that he was just trying to take his position. In his opinion, the feasibility of this plan is indeed very high. Ulan Riel thought for a while, exhaled, and said slowly, Belkaladi, Black Star is back in a while. You invite him to talk about the matter in your name, and ask him for the last time if he is willing to exchange evolution blocks for other things. If he still refuses, then turn this plan into a regular. Remember, the fewer people know about this, the better, especially don't tell Black Star. If he knew about this in advance, he will definitely try every means to obstruct it. Let's talk about everything when the dust is settled. Hearing these words, joy flashed in Beccolodi and others' eyes, and they nodded one after another. Clear. Not long after, a team of Super A-level came outside the psychological energy banning belt and chose an unmanned area as the battlefield. Han Xiao and Yining came out from behind, facing each other in the battlefield, and other Super A-level people who were watching the fun stayed outside the battlefield. And the swordsman Fu built a spiritual chat group and ate melons next to him. Yining actually chose Black Star as its opponent. I don't know how long it can last. Wei Lu shook his head. Swordsman Fu said lightly, even if you beat Cole, your voice is only the second last. It's better to choose the Black Star, as long as it can cause some trouble for him. Even if you lose, the effect will be better than choosing Cole. Cole, although it's the truth, you will have no friends when you speak so directly. Sisters, Lavanlaud pondered. Yining seems to be quite confident, as if he is really sure. Maybe he has some special abilities. I heard that he is a martial artist. He looks more like a psychic. I checked his deeds. He is very fast. It is said that he has special flying skills, which can continuously accelerate and even artificially reach the intermediate warp speed. He seems to have some void bloodlines. Maxerol pointed to Yining in the distance. Also, you can use microscopic vision to look at his body surface. The seemingly smooth silver shell is covered with extremely subtle, forbidden magic power circuits. It should be asked to ask the Super A-level magician of the Sea of Stars to bless him. Hearing this, many Super A-level adjustments to their vision and entered the microscopic state, and found that there were indeed dense energy circuits on Yining, just like a semi-invisible tattoo. There are several Super A-level magicians in the Sea of Stars. This wild loop drawing style should be the secret lord of the elderly idol group. Although this guy is one of the behind-the-scenes controllers of the interstellar black market and is semi-neutral, his charges are not cheap. It seems that Yining has invested a lot. Ravenlaud was unhappy. What is the elderly idol group? That's the ancient man. Swordman Fu paid attention to another point and squinted his eyes. He has too many enchantments on his body. He can withstand such a powerful load. His body seems to be too strong. Well, that's true. Bioni was helpless, but no matter how strong the body is, can he be as strong as the Black Star? I'm just saying it. With Han's IZU in front, everyone is no longer surprised by all kinds of flesh shields. Speaking of this, since the war with the Armed Kingdom, Black Star should have not fought with the Super A level for almost 20 years. When it reached that level, even he could not maintain the once horrifying growth rate. Wei Lu shook his head. Claudia, who rarely spoke, said lightly, it is close to the known limit of personal power. Going up further, it will be necessary to break the limit of the entire explored universe. In history, many Super A levels want to create new levels have failed. How could it be so easy to do it? Everyone was chatting, and Han Xiao and Yining had already opened up the formation. The dominant clone was suspended in the universe with a small mechanical force, with a small number of them, and strands of blue and gold mechanical currents were wrapped around the pitch-black armor. He, a mechanic, stood still, but the Inying opposite him took the initiative to distance him. This situation is rare, and many Super A-level viewers smiled at each other. It is estimated that there is only the mechanic of Black Star in the universe, which can prevent a martial arts opponent from daring to amaze the face. Inying wandered around Han Xiao, looking for flaws and opportunities, but was slow to attack. Han Xiao watched him circle around in the same place, without any sign of attacking for a long time, and couldn't help but speak. "When are you going to? Come here." Inying did not answer, and continued to circle around, gradually accelerating. The flight speed became faster and faster, and the figure gradually blurred, like a silver comet, dragging a series of silver afterimages, like the flame tail of a meteor. Through the void vision, Han Xiao could clearly see that Inying was not only fast. The space around him had a certain distortion, constantly squeezing the back, forming a tidal-like phenomenon, allowing him to slide on the waves and provide additional acceleration. At the same time, the familiar void energy was revealed on Inying, proving that the other party also had some void genes. Han Xiao is quite familiar with Inying's general ability. In the Super A level, Inying has several well-known characteristics. First, it is fast speed, can maintain a long-term transition of warp speed, and, at his peak, it can reach a high warp speed level. Second, the body is extremely tough and almost indestructible. Third, species talent is rare. The fourth is the bus. Silver Shadow's health is not high, but its defense is extremely exaggerated, and even Heber cannot be compared with him. This is related to his attributes as a treasure of the mutated universe. Due to various special abilities, although Silver Shadow is currently a freshman, his actual combat power should be above Kohler and Bioni, and is on par with Veru and Herbert, slightly weaker than Maxerul, Ravenlaud, and Swordsmanfer, and belongs to the middle ranks. Spiritually, it is also Silver Shadow's shortcomings. As one of the superior responsibilities of the Empire's Super A-level combat power, Han Xiao firmly sat on Daitai and didn't mind letting Inying use all the means. After all, the other party has a special role and is worthy of making friends with him, allowing the other party to show his own style, gain voice in the circle, and be a beauty of adulthood. It's not that Han Xiao is bullied, but knows himself and his enemy. He has calculated the possibility of fighting again and again in his mind. The conclusion is, with his current strength, he is enough to fully control the situation. He does not need any fancy operations to deal with Inying. Just F2, A is over. The flying dragon rides his face and can't lose. Let your sword play fancily. I raised my hand and shot it down. Han Xiao patiently waited for Inying to speed up, and only occasionally let the mechanical troops shoot long-range shots. Finally, Inying felt that she had completed the preheating, so she suddenly turned her head and launched a charge, like a ray of light, crossing a large distance in the blink of an eye, rushing towards Han Xiao's mechanical troops. The combat intelligence Sparta was allowed by Han Xiao and responded immediately turned on the space solidification device and the space-time stability anchor. The stability of the surrounding space suddenly increased, and part of the Silver Shadow's speed came from the distortion of space. At this time, the speed instantly slowed down a lot, but it was still very fast. Even at the disaster level, he could not see his figure at this time, and could only see a thin silver line. Relying on the high speed, Silver Shadow fought with the mechanical forces, and the phantom cannons often fell out, while the silver martial arts waves continued to hit the Matrix Phantom combined shield of the mechanical forces, which could not be penetrated. After Yudo tried for a while, Inying turned her head and rushed towards the mechanics' pluripotent shield, like a silver comet. Just as it was about to hit, the silver comet suddenly changed and split like a cluster warhead, turning into hundreds of tiny silver meteors, scattering in all directions in an instant, quickly bypassing along the surface of the Psycho shield, turning its head into the formation of the mechanical force from the direction without protection on the side. Each child body is a ball of silver liquid metallic substance, and its appearance has all become a reduced silver shadow, which is part of his body. This is Silver Shadow's species talent. The transformation in the star core has brought him mutation. His body can achieve the effect of nano-splitting and change its shape, all controlled by him. Moreover, the split child body also has a considerable degree of combat power. Because the total strength remains unchanged, the combat power of the child body depends on the energy ratio and volume size distributed by the Silver Shadow. The Void bloodline allows him to use the Void dimension to supply energy to the child body long range, and the blood volume of the child body is also determined by the volume ratio. The Silver Shadow's cosmic treasure attributes brought him terrible defense, which would not be divided equally. So even if each child is not strong in combat, it is almost indestructible, which is his advantage. Because of such special ability, Inying is a rare, tall, rich, and handsome man in the bitter martial arts family, and does not need to do everything personally. Some of the sub-body relies on high speed to rush through the mechanical troops. However, due to the dispersed power, the attack frequency is fast, but it cannot destroy and strengthen for countless generations. At the same time, the mechanical warriors who have also received the bonus of Han Xiao's mechanical force can only continue to leave traces of shallow or deep on the outer armor of these warriors. On the other side, the other sub-body merged again, turned into silver shadows with a smaller size, headed straight for Han Xiao, and rushed to him in the blink of an eye. The master's clone was still moving, and his eyes sprayed a faint blue arc. Supreme Virtual directly entered the soul. The next moment, Inying lost control of her body, crashed at high speed, and she was overturned. Even the scattered sub-body all lost control and was easily captured by the mechanical forces. Han Xiao turned his body slightly, and Inying rolled past him. He reached out his hand accurately, grabbed Inying's ankle, and pulled Inying back. Inying's shortcomings are spiritual aspects, and Supreme Virtual is not only a mental attack, but also has the difficulty of cracking virtual technology. With Han Xiao's virtual technology and level suppression, it takes a long time for the Silverine consciousness to escape, which is enough for him to make Inying into 18 postures. Nanomechanical tentacles extend behind the dominant clone, firmly binding the 3 layers of Inying inside and outside. At the same time, the tentacles carry electromagnetic, space, and other control devices. Disc-shaped miniature phantom floating cannons pop up on the shoulders of the clone, suspended around Inying's head. The mechanical troops in the distance also scattered and rushed over, turning their guns at the controlled Inying and releasing the reverse phantom shield, locking Han Xiao and Inying inside. In this way, Inying had to break through the shield if she wanted to run out and take away the space for his acceleration. At this time, Inying finally got rid of the supreme virtuality, suffered heavy damage to her spirit, and entered a variety of negative states. As soon as her consciousness returned, she found that she was firmly controlled. Do you still want to continue? Han Xiao smiled in the mental chat group. Such a situation cannot hurt me. Inying struggled for a while, and found it difficult to break free, so she pulled out her head and abandoned most of her body to escape from control. Her head turned into a villain, standing on the smooth silver cross-section of her neck. I know that your body has extraordinary resilience, and my troops may not cause much damage to you. Han Xiao nodded and smiled. However, you cannot gain the upper hand on me with this. Believe me, I have rich experience in this regard. In fact, I actually defeated Inying. If the time and space amber are here, it will be easy to deal with. The sub-body split by the Silver Shadow is very small, which is convenient for the formation of the space amber, which can easily seal the sub-body and constantly weaken the Silver Shadow. However, this is just a dominant clone, and the time and space amber are in the body. Inying pondered for a while, withdrew her arrogance, and nodded. You won. He originally wanted to catch Han Xiao off guard by relying on high speed, sub-body, splitting, and strong body, mainly just to gain the upper hand for a while, and he did not have the confidence to defeat Blackstar, even a dominant clone. But the offensive that had been brewing for a long time was easily resolved by Han Xiao and fell directly into the control of the enemy, which made him clearly feel the crushing gap in strength, and the battle situation was completely within the control of Black Star. Most of his body fell into Han Xiao's hands, and it became even more embarrassing to continue fighting. Moreover, Black Star was kind and let him show his combat power. Ying appreciated it and stopped when he clicked it and did not want to pester it. Although he challenged the strong, he was not trying to find abuse. Hearing this, Han Xiao let go of the ban, let Ying return to its original state, and said with a smile, "You owe me a request now." "What do you want me to do?" Ying asked. "Well, I owe you first. I'll find you later when I think about it." Han Xiao thought about it and did not raise it immediately. He wanted to study Ying's body and create the hidden attributes of cosmic treasures. But now the relationship between the two is not as good as this, so they may not be willing to take out their bodies for themselves to study. This is very risky for Super A level. So it is better to PY more and make this request. After all, this is not a one-time transaction. You still have to make good relationships. Only in the future will Ying be willing to use it for him frequently. In his previous life, Carlot was Ying's close friend, so he could enjoy so many free private services. Speaking of which, Carlot should join the Imperial military now. It is still early for him to take shape. I don't know if his experience has changed with my interference. Okay, I will remember it. Ying nodded. If you have time, you can come to the Broken Star Ring or the Shining World to find me. If you encounter any problems, you can also ask me for help. Han Xiao laughed. Ying nodded silently. He was very helpful to He Xing's friendliness. He acted like a big brother, just like he said, "I'll cover you," and he felt a little emotional. Other Super A-level newcomers. Only He Xing is different. This is the demeanor that the Empire should have in the future. Seeing the battle ended, the Super A-level watchers around him surrounded him. This result was not beyond everyone's expectations, but the performance of Black Star was so steady that many people were amazed. After 20 years of taking action, Black Star gave everyone the feeling that he no longer took a detour, but instead crushed the front with a dignified front and was at ease. Although there was no fight, everyone knew what Ying showed her ability and secretly judged what would happen if she met him. The conclusion was that although Ying was a newcomer, her combat effectiveness was very good, and neither Kerr nor Bioni was sure to win. Especially Kale. He couldn't help but secretly glad that Ying did not agree to his invitation to exchange, otherwise he would be really embarrassed. And when dealing with such a silver shadow, Black Star is so relaxed, and the levels are really different. In addition to Claudia, the Super A-level presence was even more respectful to Han Xiao. Back to the spaceship and set off to return to the Red Ring Star. While communicating with Ying, Han Xiao opened the panel and looked at Ying's Super A-level challenge mission, which had already shown completed. There was no immediate settlement. After he was ready to return to his consciousness, he would find forwarding to find a happy time before settlement of the reward. This important step cannot be ignored. After returning to Red Ring Star and exchanging communication methods, Ying said goodbye to everyone and went to the residence, preparing to rest for a while. Han Xiao was about to remove the dominant clone, but an Imperial officer came up. His Excellency Black Star, Mr. Beccarodi invites you to meet. Beccarodi? Han Xiao knew that this was an important leader of the Imperial hardliners, and he was not on the same line as him, and he didn't have much intersection. He couldn't help but feel curious. What did he ask me for? He wants to talk to you about the issue of evolutionary blocks. Han Xiao's heart moved. Over the past decade, because Guanghui and Zuling have not stopped suppressing, some of the senior executives of the Empire have still insisted on the issue of the ownership of the evolutionary blocks. Beccarodi seems to be a hardcore supporter, and he has heard of it. What did he talk to me about? Han Xiao was a little curious and nodded. Okay, lead the way. Please come with me. The Imperial staff went to lead the way, and the two came all the way to a government building. And, through layers of restrictions, they came to a private conference room. As soon as Han Xiao entered the door, he saw an old but majestic Imperial officer sitting in the main seat, with a tight skin, deep wrinkles, a little big nose, a thin lips pursed very tightly, and a deep eye socket, looking like a very tough person. Hello, Hei Xing. I am Bekarodi. This is not the first time we have met. Bekarodi squeezed out a smile. But this is the first time we met in private. Han Xiao sat down at the other end of the table and shook his head to answer. He had only met this person at the high-level meeting of the entire empire before and had not communicated much. I'm not a nonsense person, so I just talk about the serious business. Bekarodi held the table with both hands, sat upright, and said in a deep voice, "The empire hopes to exchange some things for evolutionary blocks, and you can open the conditions at will. Want to exchange for my evolutionary blocks?" Han Xiao's eyes moved. In fact, this kind of sign has long been around, and many small measures have been taken, but until today, the senior leaders of the empire have truly made it public to him. This is not what you mean by yourself, right? Han Xiao smiled. Yes, I hope you understand that this is not a personal grudge. We wouldn't have done this before, and it's nothing to put the evolution blocks in your place, but the legacy of the gods has brought about the evolutionary totem and more evolutionary civilization technologies. The evolution blocks have become the core of these technologies, and their significance has changed. The Empire hopes to master this strategically level cosmic treasure, but it has been dragged until now due to the support of the head of state. Han Xiao nodded. He could understand this point. As a civilized regime, he has many concerns. This kind of strategic significance can only be assured if you hold it in your hands. The interests are on the one hand, and on the other hand, a qualified civilization, and it will never be possible to completely rely on individuals and allies. Not to mention the Red Empire, whether in the glory or the void spirit. As long as the evolution's totem and a series of supporting technologies appear, they will make the same choice, even worse. If he is a super A-level direct, high civilized person, he might just ask him a hand in it directly, so he would not ask him to make any conditions at will. I am an external ally, and the Empire cannot force the private things they own to their public. Otherwise, it will have a very bad impact. So I chose the exchange method. For advanced civilizations, Super A-level is just a tool for fighting, and civilization itself is the protagonist of the universe. However, for Super A-level, few people are sincerely serving civilization, but they're just taking what they need and using each other. It's really generous to let me ask you to make the conditions at will. Han Xiao smiled. There must be an upper limit. Why not offer your price? Okay. Bekarodi nodded. The Empire is willing to exchange cosmic treasures for your evolutionary block. Han Xiao shook his head. You said just now, the meaning of evolutionary blocks is different. If you change one, do you think I will lose? You misunderstood, not one. Bekarodi smiled faintly and said slowly, 3 cosmic treasures exchanged for 1 evolutionary block. This is the sincerity of the Empire. What do you think? I had to eat today before typing, and it was almost past 12 o'clock. 3 for 1. Han Xiao was shocked. The Empire seems to have invested a lot of money, and in terms of quantity, it is indeed very sincere. Cosmic civilizations have the technology to create cosmic treasures, and combined with the accumulation over the years, they have a strong foundation. Bekarodi touched the table, and a virtual screen popped up in front of Han Xiao. This is the exchange list provided by the Empire. You can choose 3 of them. Han Xiao took a look and knew in his heart that the cosmic treasures on the list were not the entire estate of the Empire. After thinking about it, he asked, what if I want other cosmic treasures in the Empire? If you want to exchange for cosmic treasures outside the list, there is no treatment of 3 to 1. Some of the strategic cosmic treasures that are more important to the Empire are impossible to exchange them with you. You must understand this. In addition, if you have the requirement to customize cosmic treasures, you can also propose them to the Empire, which requires review. Bekarodi said, this was as expected by me. Han Xiao nodded. Just think about it. The treatment of empires 3 to 1 is definitely not unlimited, and it is impossible to exchange evolutionary blocks with its own strategically level universe treasures. Most of the things that are willing to exchange are cosmic treasures that are applied to individuals and do not help the overall civilization. The importance of cosmic treasures depends on their specific role. In Han Xiao's view, this thing is just like magic weapons. The top ones are some unsolvable cosmic wonders, such as space-time amber. There are many kinds of human-made cosmic treasures, such as Austin's Secret Arts Temple, Bioni's Fire Core Land, the glorious high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter, the virtual spirit of the Scepter of the Gods, etc., which mainly depends on their respective effects. The evolution block is the core of the technological creation created by the evolutionist civilization and the power of the family. The technology has long been lost and has been accompanied by a series of application technologies. Now that the legacy of the alien gods is revealed, many advanced civilizations have obtained these technical data, which means that whoever obtains the evolutionary block will be able to inherit some of the core technologies of a quasi-cosmic civilization, which is completely exclusive and of great significance. Han Xiao pondered and carefully browsed the exchange list again, secretly analyzing the pros and cons in his heart. In the World Tree War in the previous life, the three major civilizations took out a large inventory of cosmic treasures to provide arms for the super A level of the universe. Many cosmic treasures on the list have shown effects. Among them, the most are magical equipment and mechanical weapons, most of which are single combat equipment, armor, near and far combat weapons, special devices, etc. Among them, there is also a complete golden suit created by the god craftsman Thorn, ranking 5th in Thorn's top 100 legendary works. A small part is a cosmic treasure with special effects. Han Xiao had basically learned about it in his previous life. For example, a thing called a shadow lantern. The wick is the source energy fragment of a shadow dimension. The light emitted is the shadow, which has many special effects. The main effect is to open the dimension portal, transform the area you are in into a dangerous shadow dimension, change the existence nature of things in the area, and at the same time allow strange shadow creatures to arrive continuously. For example, the Key of Destruction, which is one of the representative technologies of the Red Empire. It can be mass-produced and can be used by even ordinary people. The effect is to remotely call on firepower strikes from various armies of the Empire. This requires the cooperation of the Imperial Army. Most of the Imperial Army are equipped with supporting devices of the Key of Destruction. Once the Key of Destruction is activated, a special energy storage space will be temporarily opened. At the same time, a channel will be formed outside the naval guns of these armies, which will last for several seconds to several minutes. During this period, the army will get a signal and immediately launch a volley of naval guns. All the energy emitted will be transferred to this temporarily opened secondary dimension. The Key of Destruction can open the channel at the other end, fire a cannon at its location, and use powerful firepower to conduct a dead-end attack. The range covers a very wide range, which is enough to clean up everything in the area. The instantaneous explosion power is higher than the original Phantom energy. However, because it is an indiscriminate attack, it is basically used in situations where there are fewer enemies and more enemies. Compared with the high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter, the Key of Destruction is not as flexible as it is restricted by space stability anchors, space-time magic, phantom energy restriction rings, etc., and may fail, but it also has its own advantages, that is, it is portability, mass production, and no threshold for use. As long as you know how to operate, you can also use it, but it is not a product sold. Only when you perform special tasks will the Empire distribute it in batches. Caught off guard, ordinary Super A levels will also be killed by the terrifying firepower of the Key of Destruction. During the exploration, the Empire used this technology to kill many of the original ones, leaving their corpses to ashes. However, with the development of space technologies in various civilizations, the Key to Destruction is now a little outdated, and everyone will guard against this move of the Empire. In addition to these, there are some miscellaneous things, such as the golden mechanical drawings left by the Super A-level mechanic, the magic forging drawings left by the magician, etc. The Empire has a lot of things in stock, and I want to exchange cosmic treasures that I can't use for evolutionary blocks. As for things that the Empire has not studied and naturally will not be put on the list, Han Xiao wanted to find a bargain, but unfortunately he didn't give him chance. How is it? Have you made a decision? Bekarodi asked after waiting patiently for a while. Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds and shook his head. It's a bit sudden. I haven't thought about it yet. I can't give you a reply now. Let me think about it for a while. Well, yes. Bekarodi nodded. His tone slightly sank. I believe that after careful consideration, you can make a wise choice. Don't let the Empire's sincerity be disappointed. I hope you can make a decision before the Shining World opens. It depends on the situation. Han Xiao nodded, then stood up and followed the other party's secretary out of the room, leaving the government building and going to his small base where he stored the machinery troops. He was thinking about the pros and cons along the way. First of all, in terms of interests, if you hand over the evolution block, you can get 3 cosmic treasures. According to the list, the things you exchange should be all cosmic treasures for combat purposes. Of course, there are some uses, but if you exchange a strategic treasure for 3 equipment for fighting, Han Xiao always felt that it was a bit of a bad idea. Just like at the end of the 20th century, he clearly had technical information on the development of the future internet and had a lot of profit margins, but he exchanged information for several fighter jets. The metaphor may not be appropriate, but gave him the same feeling. It would be best to give it for free. It's a pity that I'm thinking about nothing. There are additional benefits. That is, the Black Star Legion will no longer stand at the forefront, and Sorogen's Infinite Consortium will not continue to cause trouble, and there is no need to worry about another sudden attack from Guanghui and Zuling, which can bring long-term stable development. The previous grudges are not included. Han Xiao also analyzed what impact does the loss of the evolution block have on himself. The evolution block is a unique strategic treasure. Although it has no combat power, the effect is reflected in all aspects of the development of the camp. If it is handed over to the Empire, the Black Star Legion will lose its specialties in this camp, and its attractiveness to players and other characters will inevitably decrease. For example, today's Silver Shadow will not be so enthusiastic about him. Now that the Shining World is the foundation, the interest consortium born from blocks has gradually stabilized, but the business of the evolution blocks is still an important pillar of the Legion's finances. Handing over the block is equivalent to handing over the terrifying profits of the evolution's totem to the Empire. The expansion and maintenance of the current scale of the Black Star Legion requires continuous consumption of massive funds. Without totem transactions, a large amount of cash flow will be reduced, resulting in a shrinking of the Legion's scale. If it is not good, it will slow down the expansion speed. This is an inevitable result. Although the use of evolutionary blocks requires consideration of the meaning of the Empire, the ownership of the right is still your own. Once the ownership of the right is lost, the meaning will be different. This means that other forces no longer need to seek cooperation from the Black Star Army. They can get the evolutionary block service by directly looking for the Empire, and they're kicked out of the game. This has more or less impact on the Legion's various businesses, and the financial losses generated are not limited to the totem transaction itself. Moreover, if you want to evolve the service of the block in the future, you have to exchange your contribution or money from the Empire. At the same time, without the uniqueness of the evolution block, the influence of the Black Star Legion will decline. Even if you're famous, no matter how famous you are, you cannot give the benefits others want, and you will naturally buy it less. To sum up, if you hand over the evolution block, the difficulty of the Black Star Legion continuing to grow will increase exponentially. Han Xiao didn't know whether the Empire had the profound meaning of restricting the continued growth of the Black Star Legion. Do you think that his Legion had developed to this level, which was enough? It wouldn't be true, but the minds of the superiors were always difficult to guess. The Jiahua is an example of being willing to make things bigger. Although Guanghui does not regret it. If they do it again, they may not hope that the Jiahua's power will expand to this level and will be difficult to control. But if you reject the Empire's proposal, there will be trouble. From Berkodi's words, Han Xiao smelled a different subtext. The Empire was eager to get the evolution block. Does it mean to have the right to sell the totem? Otherwise, why did it only come up now? After the Shining World is opened, countless forces will pour in, which will inevitably have an impact on the Empire. If the right to sell is opened at this time, and the Empire will also reduce its pressure sharply, and its control over the shining world will become unbreakable, and it will not be afraid of external shocks. It is hard to say. Han Xiao does not have enough information in his hands and dare not determine what the Empire is thinking. If this is true, then refusing to propose is to disrupt the Empire's strategic deployment, which is equivalent to being ignorant of the situation. Bicolotti showed sincerity on behalf of the Empire, speaking politely and being sincere, but in fact it was also considered a disguised force. Once rejected, some senior executives of the Empire may feel that I am ungrateful and therefore feel dissatisfied. Technician Han believed that if he refused a hand over the evolutionary block, the Empire would not give up easily, and 80% would adopt unknown follow-up measures. It is impossible to seize allies, but small means must be one after another. It really gave me a difficult problem. Han Xiao sighed, unable to make a choice. When the evolutionary totem came out, he knew that there would be trouble in the future. But the Empire helped to withstand the pressure and lasted for more than 20 years. The trouble finally came to him. I have to think about it carefully. I will contact Ulan Rue'er in a few days and explore the wind. Han Xiao said intimately. Not long after Han Xiao left, a figure walked into Bicolotti's conference room, which was Gauda. More than 10 years have passed. After Gauda accumulated enough service experience outside, he was recalled by the Empire and formally trained the potential of the same group of direct line schools to focus on training. The birth of Super A-level is full of uncertain factors, and even cosmic civilizations cannot be mass-produced, so the methods adopted are basically spreading a wide net, and at the same time, training batches of direct natural disaster levels. Due to the huge talent base and advanced training methods, the conversion rate is not zero and the output interval is not fixed. This is how the Dark Emperor Claudi was trained by the Empire to the direct Super A-level training. At this time, Gauda was wearing a special Imperial officer uniform without military rank marks, and was thin and had no difference in appearance than more than 10 years ago. "You're here, sit down." Bicolotti nodded faintly when he saw him. Gauda sat in the seat where Han Xiao had just sat and chuckled. "How was the conversation?" "I don't know. He Xing promised the best, and it can save a lot of trouble. I don't think he will refuse such good conditions. He Xing is a smart person, and smart people know the current affairs." Gauda smiled without saying a word. It's hard to say that according to the Hero Soul's personality model, he is a typical profit seeker. He may not be able to impress him even if he changes one, and the probability of rejection is 63%. Bicolotti shook his head and changed the subject. "I won't talk about him anymore. In short, no matter whether he agrees or not, your superpowers will be needed to analyze the principles of evolutionary energy." "Haha. Please wait for the call at any time." Gauda seemed to smile. "I know your superpowers are unprecedented, but how sure are you able to use superpowers to analyze the principles of evolution blocks? Don't say you can't do it in the end. Now it's 0. When you reach the level A, you're 70% sure. So, when will you reach the level A?" Bicolotti asked. Gauda smiled, but said nothing. Seeing this, Bicolotti knew that there was no answer to this question and shook his head. "Anyway, it's good that you know it. Remember, as long as you can analyze the mystery of the evolutionary block, it will make a great contribution to the Empire, which will be of great help to your promotion, and the head of state will also pay more attention to you." He firmly supported the evolutionary block handover, and Sorokin, who could only rely on private transactions, put pressure on the Black Star Legion, but due to the cooperation between the Black Star Legion and the Berry Consortium, it has not produced much effect. It was not until Gauda entered his sight that Bicolotti saw new hope. As a direct potential supernatural person trained by the Empire, Gauda has been attracted by many factions of the Empire in the past decade. The closest relationship is the hardliner who is Bicolotti, who made political investments in him early and put his faction mark on him. After a pause, Bicolotti changed the subject. "Put this aside in advance. Let's talk about the chaos secret energy you mentioned. This is the information revealed by the legacy of the alien gods. This primitive superpower body is very dangerous. If you cannot become a host, even a natural disaster level will be backfired. Are your ideas too risky? No. Vecchiaroti frowned. Are you sure your superpower can control the chaos secret energy when a natural disaster level? Yes, this can make me reach super a level faster and grow faster. Gauda smiled. You better be sure. Vecchiaroti said in a deep voice. The chaos secret energy is the heritage of the alien god. This one has not been trampled into the hands of the Empire. You get this information from other forces and handed it to the Empire. This is very good. At that time, other forces will seize the chaos secret energy, and the Empire will intervene. I have reported your application. In the end, will the Empire hand over the chaos secret energy to you for use? It's still under review. No, Gauda smiled faintly. After removing the dominant clone, Han Xiao's consciousness returned to his original body, and the scene in front of him turned back to the mechanical god's room in the Black Star Palace in the Shining World. He took off the evolutionary block he wore on his neck and mentioned that he looked carefully in front of him. The small silver square reflected a shimmering glimmer. It has been more than 20 years since I got you from Cisco. Han Xiao stroked the evolutionary block, and a cold touch came from his fingertips, and a sense of intimacy rose from the bottom of his heart. According to the incomplete information of the evolutionary civilization in the legacy of the alien gods, Han Xiao has long resonated with the evolution block and established a soul connection. If I hand it over to the Empire, I don't know if the Empire will ask him to cut off the connection and replace it with a direct imperial system, such as the Dark Emperor, to occupy this quota. Shaking his head, Han Xiao temporarily put this matter in his heart and thought about it slowly, put on the evolutionary block again, stood up and left the room, and went to the inner ring base outside the palace to look for Fording. After taking a look at Philip's surveillance footage, he found Fording chatting with Aurora, Hardaway, and others at the Veteran Cadre Activity Center. Han Xiao took the floating vehicle and entered the base all the way to the guard's exclusive activity room. As soon as he walked into the room, he heard Hardaway's smug voice. I felt that a few days ago, my superpower strength improved again, and the deep genes had undergone a subtle change. I felt that the door to the super a level had opened a corner for me. Aurora looked at Fording. How many times has this been said? The 233rd time. Fording smiled. That's right. I'm saying that I'm going to be at the A level every day. It's been more than 10 years, and there's no movement at all. Aurora couldn't help but complain. Don't believe it. Every time I've finished competing with the Legion Commander's Apostle weapon, I've made progress, but the amplitude is a little smaller. Hardaway snorted. Trial? You mean being beaten? Fording spread his hands. What's wrong with being beaten? My superpowers are like this. Hardaway was angry. At least I've been holding on for longer than you. In any case, I'm also the ace of Black Star. Hardaway's superpowers are to improve body defense and become stronger. Being beaten is his way of transformation of species, using external forces to transform his own cells and genes, just like forging himself with the help of other people's hands. Because he is already a superpower at the peak of the disaster level, only attacks with super A-level power can stimulate his transformation. After the birth of the Apostle weapon, led by Yozu, Han Xiao handed over the work of beating Hardaway to the Apostle weapon. As he continued to grow stronger, the power of the Apostle weapon also increased. Since they could fight with Super A, they were naturally enough to beat the natural disaster level. Hardaway would occasionally go to find the Apostle weapon to compete for abuse. Due to his outstanding defense, he was able to hold on to the Apostle's weapons for a long time, surpassing other guards. After receiving more than 20 years of beating, Hardaway's progress has accumulated a lot, and its combat power has been significantly improved. As a super A-level seed, he has always claimed to be the first general under the Legion. At this time, everyone heard the footsteps, turned to look at Han Xiao, who was walking in, and stood up to greet him. Sit down, I just come and take a look. Han Xiao waved his hand, walked to Fording, and put his big hand on his shoulder. Come again. Fording had no choice but to raise his hand and pound Han Xiao's chest without struggling. Over the years, he has become accustomed to the fact that a man's friendship is very simple, and as he touches, his relationship becomes better and better. Nowadays, as the Black Star's reputation grows, more and more cadres feel restrained when facing Han Xiao. In the Legion, only a few old friends, including Fording, can be so casual in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao rubbed his O's energy while feeling satisfied, and turned his head to look at Aura, looked up and down, and asked, "How is your life energy accumulation?" Aura smiled, as if the sun was lit up in the room. "It's already huge. I can feel that as long as you accumulate for more than half a year, you can cross the threshold of the natural disaster level." Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded. Aurora's life power made her life energy rise every moment, causing her body to continue to transform, improve her physique, optimize her genes, and maintain her youth forever. At level B, the way of upgrading life superpowers is unique. It is difficult for Aurora to exercise deliberately. She needs to wait for her own life energy to automatically accumulate until the total amount exceeds the next level standard, and she can advance smoothly. There are pros and cons of this approach, but the disadvantage is that it is slow progress. A certain amount of life energy is generated according to the level every day. Using superpowers to consume life energy will make the upgrade progress regress. Previously, Aurora created a lot of life potions, but has not reached the natural disaster level yet, and this work is rarely done now. But the advantage is long-term. That is, there is almost no bottleneck. As long as the life energy reaches the standard, it can be advanced naturally, which means that it is only a matter of time for her to advance to a level A, but it may take hundreds or thousands of years. Speaking of which, Hela is seizing other people's life energy to enhance itself and accelerate its advancement, while Aurora shares his life energy with others, slowing down his own growth rate. Their superpowers and advancement methods are completely opposite. "By the way, Uncle, when will my sister come back?" Aurora couldn't help asking. "I don't know." Han Xiao shook his head. "I sent them a message a few days ago, but they didn't reply to me, nor did they answer my communication. Maybe they went to some secondary dimension to take risks, and they couldn't receive the signal from the quantum network. Well, I haven't seen each other for many years. I miss my sister." Aurora puffed her cheeks, a little frustrated. "I think a little bit, too." Han Xiao nodded. "I wanted to." Hardaway echoed. The two of them immediately turned their heads and stared at him, with a surprised expression of "What does it have to do with you?" Hardaway wrapped her hands in front of her chest and snorted coldly. "She has been away for 20 years, but she still has the honorary title of Captain Guards. Fording is only a temporary replacement. I'm still a deputy captain until now, and I can't find anyone to challenge her position." "So that's the case." Aurora breathed a sigh of relief and patted her trembling chest. "I thought you had any ideas about my sister. Your sister is so cold. How can you look at me?" With Han Xiao's gaze, Hardaway coughed dryly and muttered in a low voice, "Why don't I dare?" When he first joined the Black Star, Hardaway had no qualifications, so even though he was a super A-level seed, he was willing to temporarily surrender to Hela and be just a deputy captain. And so many years have passed, Hardaway has also changed from a newcomer to an old qualification, and has improved his strength and confidence. In addition, Shanghai has left for 20 years. He feels that he has the qualifications and does not want to be below other natural disaster levels anymore. He wants to have a higher position and become the captain of the guards. This is beneficial to his fame in the universe. The title of the Black Star Army Guard Captain is like the chief vanguard officer in the field of war, and Hardaway occasionally considers this issue while pursuing strength. "Okay, when Hyla comes back, as long as you can beat her, you will be the captain of the guards." Han Xiao smiled. "Okay, that's it." Hardaway was excited. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao left the room and left the corridor. As soon as he went out, he opened the panel and chose to settle Ening's Super A-level challenge mission. Silver Shadow completed. You have completed all the task requirements, and you have obtained 245 E-experience. You have obtained People Advent Car Silver Shadow, People Advent Car Silver Shadow, Comet Slide. In a short time, Agility Attribute plus 15%, Movement Speed plus 45%, Acceleration Efficiency plus 300%, cancel the speed limit, can accelerate endlessly for 12s, and the maximum number of times of use, 0-4. You have receive reward. 1 ability to draw Silver Shadow, skill expertise. Tip: Silver Shadow is a martial artist, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Random drawing. The drawing is completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Charge Endless Power. Skill: your next melee attack will give additional damage according to the sprint distance. The longer the distance, the higher the damage, and there is no upper limit. At the same time, you will suffer a recoil, withstand 70% of the impact damage of this attack, consume 200 strength, 3000 physical strength, and cool down for 240s, breaking others or smashing yourself. This is a problem. 2. Dark Energy Drawing. Skill: you can absorb the free dark energy in the universe, restore 15% to 25% of the energy each time, consume 800 physical strength, cool down for 24s. 3. Nuclear Force Structural Reinforcement. Expertise: the cells that make up the body form a more stable distribution structure. You gain 12% absolute resistance to physical damage. You are immune to real damage. Special attacks such as armor piercing and shock are invalid to you. Non-immune, converted to normal damage. 4. Self-refresh. Skills: remove all negative states acting on the body, except silence and free of chi. Consume 300 power and cool down for 420s. 5. High-speed critical strike. Skill: passive skill. When you start to accelerate, your body's melee critical hit rate and critical damage multiple will increase rapidly, providing up to 80% critical hit rate and 375% critical hit damage. When you maintain the speed, the effect is constant. When your speed decreases and the peak speed of this movement process is not restored within 2.5 seconds, the effect will begin to irreversibly fade after 8 seconds and return to 0. After zeroing, cool down for 120 seconds and reactivate. Life lies in movement. Run, don't stop. The quality of the draw this time is quite high. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. There is a template expertise, and other skills are also very high quality. In addition to the European chi factor, the main reason is that the average quality of Silver Shadow's abilities is not low. After a closer look, Han Xiao first ruled out darkness can be absorbed. Martial arts rely on strength to make a living, which is a very important means of replenishing chi, but he has more efficient beating and returning to the blue, so he doesn't need this. Generally speaking, after having the template expertise, Han Xiao usually draws templates, but the core effect of this nuclear force structural reinforcement is real damage immunity, which is repeated with the abilities given by the budding leader. The other 12% absolute physical resistance and no fear of shock, armor penetration, and other damage have effects, but the cost performance is not that high. He is already very strong in terms of flesh, mainly relying on his terrifying recovery power to be domineering. The improvement of this defense is very weak. Last time he ravaged Xiao Baba, he got the legend fixed damage reduction, which is enough for him. This time, the inner desire to output finally turned over and sang the surf and revolted. After thinking for a while, he made a choice. You understand the skills, charge, endless power. This is more suitable for me, Han Xiao said intimately. High-speed critical strike. Although it is good, it is limited to the melee critical strike rate of the main body and must be triggered by mobile combat. It is very suitable for Silver Shadow's combat method. With its flexible speed, it leaps back and forth like a flying sword, but it doesn't match itself that much. In contrast, Charge Endless Power is very powerful. According to the sprint distance, it provides unlimited additional damage, and it also has to bear 70% of equal damage, which is powerful and has great side effects. As the saying goes, heaven is to the left and iron-headed kids to the right. Even if they die in battle, they will fall on the way to charge. This is an attack method of both sides being injured and dying together. Just so happens, in terms of the world, Technician Han is a well-deserved expert, leading the industry for less than 100 years or 80 years. I have the means to recover from the fight against the blue and blood blue. Not only is I strong-headed, but I'm not afraid of back injuries. Moreover, I'm a tall, rich, and handsome mechanic. I don't have to go there myself. I can hit the dominant clone as well. This way, I don't even have the risk. It's more suitable for this ability than Ing himself. As long as the movement distance is sufficient, it is possible to hit millions of damage on one head, and it can be used as a means of finalizing the truth. This ability is reliable. Finally, I have a more powerful attack skill. Ing is so generous. I will give me such a good meeting gift. Han Xiao felt happy. This little brother is very nice, so he has to take care of him in the future. My current combat method is very perfect, fleshy, and output, strong explosive power, and there are many control mechanical devices. The mechanical force is huge in scale and can cooperate hundreds or thousands of tacticals. There are advanced machinery, such as the dominant clone and the apostle weapon, which has strong restraint. The mental resistance is also high enough, and the skill of Supreme Virtual, the Void Bloodline, also give me powerful maneuver power and special control skills. Han Xiao secretly analyzed the current combat method. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was very strong. It was a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Among the 5 superpower systems, the superpowers are the earliest, with the highest combat power in the early stage, while the mechanics and magicians shine in the later stage. Compared with the other 3 systems, machinery and magic, which use knowledge as the source of power, have very comprehensive qualities and few shortcomings. For mechanics, low brittleness and low mental resistance are relatively prominent weaknesses. However, in Han Xiao's dictionary, there is no word crunchy, and most of the weaknesses and spiritual resistance have been made up for. There is no obvious shortcomings now, and it is very strong and almost a hexagonal warrior. Now I have obtained the super high explosion single body damage skill of Charge Endless Power, which makes the combat method more perfect, because when the Legion is fighting, Han Xiao's body or master clone is usually wandering and will not immediately go forward to fight and get entangled in close combat. Now, with this momentum skill, the distance you wander can be converted into damage, which gives the body or clone a layer of tactical effect. After enjoying this Jin Shanshan skill for a while, Han Xiao turned off the panel. Back in the room, he suppressed his joy, took out the communicator, pondered for a while, and then called the head of the Empire's private line to explore the wind. After a few sounds, Ulan Riel's delicate and majestic face appeared on the screen. It seemed that Han Xiao would call her. "Hey Xing, you are here. How is master?" Han Xiao nodded and went straight to the point. "Do you know about Bekarodi?" "Yes." Ulan Riel nodded. After taking a look at her calm expression, Han Xiao confirmed that the imperial decision-makers really wanted him to hand over, and the head of state was also on that side. Han Xiao paused and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" "I hope you can hand over the evolutionary blocks. This is related to the important strategy of the Empire." "Is the important strategy that you finally plan to sell the totem publicly? I hand over the blocks to you, and what I lost is a huge benefit," Han Xiao tentatively said. Ulan Riel shook his head and said slowly, "The Empire does not intend to sell totems publicly. This decision is for risk considerations, and the benefits outweigh the disadvantages for you. The pressure of glory and void spirit is getting greater and greater. Although the Empire has withstood most of the pressure, if you continue to hold the evolution block, it is difficult to keep glory and void spirit from taking risks again and launching new sneak attacks. I believe you also understand that the evolution block is in your hands, and there is always a risk. It is much easier to deal with you than forcing the Empire to compromise. If you leave it to the Empire for safekeeping, then the enemy will have no chance." "You don't seem to have any confidence in me." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I thought you were optimistic about me. I do look forward to you very much, but you're just one person after all," Ulan Riel explained. "After the lesson last time, if Guanghui and Zuling take action, they will definitely be able to use the peak super a level of Manison and Sui. You're not a match for the military country now, and with other peaks Super A level, the risk is too great. You said something, but they have not taken action over the years, and it is hard to say the future. Han Xiao did not comment. The situation is different. Super A level is generally distributed in different star domains. Once mobilized, we can basically receive the news and be prepared in advance. However, the opening of a shining world is an excellent opportunity for Guanghui and Zuling. Most Super A levels in the universe are rushing to the Broken Star Ring. So many people gather, Guanghui and Zuling can easily gather advanced combat power to quickly attack your base camp. Because the other party has reasonable reasons to gather, it is difficult for us to beware of the opponent's sudden attack like last time. Han Xiao touched his chin. Indeed, due to the news that the Shining World is about to open, major forces gathered in the Broken Star Ring, including many Super A levels from other star domains, all of which are coming here. In the past, those Super A level distributions were distributed in other star fields, and they were very far away, and it was difficult to deal with themselves. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity of opening up, other forces have rushed over and got closer, and their situation has indeed become much more dangerous. It can be predicted that during the period before the official opening of the Shining World, the already chaotic Broken Star Ring will become even more chaotic, with river-crossing dragons everywhere. It is hard to say whether this local snake can suppress it. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't say anything, Ulan-Rayur advised. Black Star, although the future profit of the evolution block is large, it seems to be a bit of a loss to switch it out easily, but it is better than losing it. I'll think about it. Han Xiao shook his head, not saying anything to death for the time being. Don't rush to answer me. Ulan-Rayur didn't force himself, and change his subject. By the way, there's something you need to do. What? Now the Empire is building a large-scale cross-star domain stargate with a Broken Star Ring leading to the Shining World. Before the official opening, a large number of forces in the universe will be stationed in the Broken Star Ring, causing an impact on this star field. So I need you to maintain public order and suppress all external forces and Super A levels. Don't let them mess around with the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao was interested. I remember that the Broken Star Ring is nominally a glorious territory. Well, but the Empire has a stronger power over there, and maintaining stability is also beneficial to us, and I don't want any accidents to affect the opening of the Shining World. You can find Heber for this work. The Overlord has no deterrence. Only you are qualified to suppress all foreign Super A levels. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He likes to hear these words, but he didn't expect that the noble head of the Empire would flatter him. The panel also showed an additional camp task that shines through the main line of the world. The requirement was to maintain the stability of the Broken Star Ring before opening, and the reward was just average, giving experience and contribution, as well as some money and resources promised by the Empire. Okay, I will take charge of the Broken Star Ring. I hope other Super A-level players will sell me a lot of face. Han Xiao agreed. Even without this mission, he would do this. Broken Star Ring is the Legion base camp, and stabilizing the rear is just as important to him. He does not allow outsiders to ride horses in his vegetable fields, especially those freshmen who are Super A level. At this stage, they need to make a name for themselves and like to make trouble the most. Han Xiao hangs up the communication and lets his consciousness go to the planet of mechanical civilization. Since we're going back to the town, the troops left at the Broken Star Ring headquarters are not enough, and a new wave of troops needs to be mobilized. Just in time, the mechanical civilization has developed safely for 20 years and has been on the right track. He is preparing to pull a group of apostles' weapons back. The scene in front of me changed. I was inside a mechanical palace, and the master clone sat on the throne of the palace. Han Xiao had a long-term clone in mechanical civilization and would occasionally come over to inspect it, so Yozu and others built a palace of the Tower of Heaven that was thousands of meters high, and enshrined his master clone here. Han Xiao controlled the master's clone to stand up and walked out of the palace that penetrated the sky, overlooking the earth. In his eyes was a rolling and row of mechanical cities, and countless mechanical lives flew across the sky. This is the main star of mechanical civilization, the Apostle Star, which is more perfect than it was more than 10 years ago. After more than 20 years of sleepless development, mechanical civilization has completely transformed this planet, established countless facilities on the surface and underground, gained strong productivity, and began to explore other planets around it. At the same time, the population has grown and the population has increased geometrically. These are the sources of troops prepared by the Mechanical Legion. From a perspective of civilization, the development speed of mechanical civilization is like a leap ship, which is incredibly fast, and in comparison, the development of the Black Spirit clan is not slow. After years of study, a group of scholars emerged from the Black Spirit clan and began to integrate the knowledge of various fields taught by the Legion. Due to the characteristics of the Black Spirit clan, only if someone learns a piece of knowledge, it can be popularized quickly. Moreover, with the resources and equipment generously provided by the Legion, the Black Spirits do not need to slowly accumulate productivity. As long as you learn knowledge, you can get tools to apply them. So in just 20 years, he entered the electrical era directly from the tribal era and completed a triple jump with extremely amazing efficiency, and the racial terrifying talent began to emerge. In his opinion, if the Black Spirit clan, Guanghui and Zuling are on the same starting line, the one that rules the universe now might be 4 cosmic civilizations. The talent of the Black Spirit tribe is almost entirely focused on learning and education. To put it more than anything else, this is a group that is qualified to reach the prosperous era of everyone is like a dragon, which is really a bit awesome. As for the Kundi people, they are still undergoing cultural transformation, but Han Xiao also let someone stuff some good things into it. Today, a trend of worshipping the mechanical divine cult has emerged within the Kundi tribe. Although the influence of the defeat in the war has not yet been officially transformed into believers, this trend has already occurred. Han Xiao looked at the scene of the planet for a while, and after a while, more than a dozen black dots flew from afar and quickly grew in sight, revealing figures of apostles' weapons. Behind these small black dots, a huge shadow like a mountain slowly approached. It was the giant Vajra, known for its size, whose head was just parallel to the gate of the Tongtian Tower where Han Xiao was. See the Lord. Yozu flew into the gate with more than apostle weapons and stopped in front of Han Xiao in one go. In recent years, Han Xiao has used all the apostle weapons quotas and expanded the apostle weapons team. Because of his specialties and skills, such as perfect mechanism, that enhance the upper limit of mechanical skills, his apostle weapons have far more than 12. Han Xiao looked at it and found that the weapons and armor of these apostle weapons in front of him were richer than they were 20 years ago. At the same time, in his perception, the fire energy source of the apostle weapons also grew a lot. Mechanical life has a growth potential and knows how to actively strengthen itself, especially the first generation of mechanical life, which contains the most pure mechanical fire energy and has excellent growth potential. With his current mechanical affinity, these apostle weapons are all independent and can be even more difficult to distinguish with ordinary Super A level, referring to Cole and Bioni. Yozu, Silver Flash, Crazy Sky Hunter, Red Fire Gang, Golden Supreme, Invisible Ghost, Tianjin Banner, Zi Tianling. You bring a group of troops and return to the Broken Star Ring headquarters. I may need you to fight. Han Xiao issued an order. I understand. Yozu responded. To him, Han Xiao's words were an oracle, and he could only obey completely. At the Breaking Star Ring border Stargate, a fleet with the mark of the Void Spirit sect slowly sailed out of the Stargate. Nowadays, Super A levels from all over the world are rushing to the Broken Star Rings. This fleet is dedicated to escorting a new student who joined the Void Spirit sect a few years ago to this star field. Red Devil, Talon was born in the Super A level of Liangyin Spin arm a few years ago. He was a wanted criminal for a long time and was recruited by the Zuling sect, and his case was removed. Now, with the support of the Zuling sect, he has a place in the Liangyin Spin arm. In the main ship's conference room, Some of the super A levels of the Void Spirit sect are in the room. Only Tolian is the main body, and the others are remote projections. Haha, it seems that I was the first to arrive. What did you arrive? Tolian looked around and said carelessly. It's almost done. Wait for us in Cisco. The Sun Hunter has a small figure, but his voice is like a cannon. What's the point of just waiting? Tolian's eyes flashed. Anyway, I'm idle, so I'm just looking for someone to discuss. Not long after he entered the Super A level, he was recruited by the Zuling sect. As a newcomer, he has never had a record of being able to show off. Now that he has reached the Broken Star Ring, he can't help but think about it. Don't make trouble with the Broken Star Ring. Sowery spoke lightly, his voice ethereal and ethereal. It's the Black Star's territory. Give him a face. In the past, Broken Star Rings, there were only 4 Super A levels, Herbert, Emmers, Austin, and Cisco, who were very remote and weak, and would not be taken seriously by his peak Super A levels. But now it's different. Black Star has risen strongly and has become a representative figure of the Broken Star Ring, representing the Empire to be in charge. The reputation of the peak Super A level is still somewhat influential. The average Super A level is willing to sell Black Stars for a while and restrain themselves in the Broken Star Rings and not cause trouble. Even if they're both peak Super A level, they don't want to provoke Han Xiao casually. When they heard the name of Black Star, several Super A-level people here became unnatural. They were all members who participated in the Lighthouse Star Battle, and they all suffered losses at the hands of Han Xiao. They came in a fierce manner and retreated in shame. The taste of time and space amber is not good, especially Diluan. Now, when he hears Han Xiao's name, he can't help but think of that feeling and shivering involuntarily. Haha. I'm afraid of being like this after being defeated once. Lord Saurier, you shouldn't be afraid of Black Stars. Tolian knew about this and couldn't help laughing sarcastically. As a former wanted criminal, he was not a restrained person. As soon as these words were spoken, many Super A-level people were a little embarrassed and snorted coldly. I'm not afraid of him, Sweer said calmly, but it's not time for me to meet him yet, so I advise you not to provoke him. I'm not stupid. Torian waved his hand without caring. Don't worry, I'm not so arrogant as to choose Black Star as the target. Then who do you want to compete with? Hey, I can't beat Black Star. Herbert is from the Empire, and it's not easy to provoke. Although Cisco is weak, he is his own person, so only those 2 neutral guys are left to me. A flash of excitement flashed in Torian's eyes. Austin is huddled in the Palace of Secret Arts. I should not be my opponent, but Emmy's... She is easy to deal with, and just treats her as my stepping stone, becoming my first Super A-level record. A small spacecraft with high warp speed is rapidly leaping into the universe, like white light drawing a shady curtain. The spacecraft has set up autonomous driving, and there are only 2 people in the cabin, namely Emeth and Hela. Hela sat upright, closed her eyes slightly, spread her fingers on her knees, and moved her fingers repeatedly, controlling a wisp of death energy to swim flexibly between her fingers, exercising her control over her supernatural powers. Opposite her, Emmers lay on the sofa, supporting her head with one hand and putting the other around her waist. The sliding cuffs exposed Sai Shuang's white wrists, and 2 long legs with beautiful curves stretched out from the fork of the black skirt, overlapping each other with a lazy posture. You are really hardworking. Even when you reach the Super A level, you are always exercising. Emmer's eyes moved with the death energy between Hela's fingers, and she couldn't help but sigh. Hela opened her eyes and said indifferently, Super A level is not the end. The road ahead is endless, and you cannot be satisfied with temporary achievements. I think you can take a proper rest. Do you know whether you combine work and rest? Emmy shook her head helplessly. She was very satisfied with this disciple in all aspects, but she was too strong. Against the backdrop, her teacher was simply a salted fish. There is time to rest in the future. Hala shook her head. After going back, I will definitely compete with Han Xiao to test my current strength, so I can't slack off. It's a little bit to improve. Don't worry, with my understanding of Black Star, he won't let you lose too badly, which will hurt your self-confidence. Emmy smiled lightly, then stroked his fingers, opened a virtual star map, and took a look at the route, and said, "We will have 2 days to reach the cross-star domain stargate of the ancient star desert. We can go directly to the constellation corridor, and then borrow the Black Star identity to walk the military fast channel of the Empire. It can save a lot of time and be able to return to the broken star soon." Before she finished speaking, the communicator put aside suddenly sounded, and the information of the telegraph popped up. "It's black again. Hey, it's old Aesop." Emmys turned his head and glanced at it. He thought it was Han Xiao's deathly serial call again, but found that it was Aesop's phone call. Sitting up, Emmers grabbed the communicator with force, answered the call, and Aesop's figure appeared on the screen. "What's the matter with me? Where are you now? When will you go back to Longtan?" Aesop asked. "It's still in the ancient star desert, and you're about to reach the Stargate. It's time to go, so hurry up." Aesop said calmly, "I predicted that in a while, a new student from the Void Spirit sect will come to Longtan to challenge him, and you need to come forward." Well, before Tolan took action, Aesop sensed the changes in the world line, and the old man's rogue ability took effect again. Emmer's eyes flashed, and she seemed to be smiling. "The freshman is looking for me at Super A level? I understand. I want to make a record and establish my authority again." "Haha, the 5 Super A-level Broken Star rings were selected, but I just chose me. Do you think I'm the easiest to bully me, right?" Longtan is now staying near the Sea Blue Star, watching over and helping the Black Star Army. But this is a challenge between Super A-level. He named Longtan to challenge him. Although the Black Star Army was an ally, it was difficult to intervene rashly before getting Emmy's permission. Moreover, such a small matter could be solved by herself, and she herself did not intend to ask Black Star for help. After hanging up the communication, Emmys found Hella staring at her. "What, are you interested?" Emmys glanced at her and immediately understood what Hella meant. "You are my teacher. Let me help this time." Hyla nodded, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She originally planned to go back to the Broken Star Ring and go directly to the Legion to find Han Xiao for good news. But when she encountered this kind of storm, she immediately changed her mind and decided to go to Longtan first. The opponent is also a freshman who is Super A-level, and there are not often such opponents. Just try out what level of combat effectiveness you are now. On one of the sub-islands of Long Tanfu Island, a group of newly recruited novice crew members are practicing in the square, and the current commander of the Longtan Field Force, Verna, was supervising. More than 20 years have passed since Longtan took root in Hylon. It has developed rapidly over the years. The area of floating islands has been expanding, and the troops and manpower have also increased significantly. Although its business is far inferior to the Black Star Army and the Warfield, compared with the scale of the Salted Fish, it is now considered a qualified Super A-level force. Correspondingly, the scale of Longtan's cadres has also expanded, and everyone's work has become more and more arduous. Verna took over Han Xiao's position and worked for Longtan until now, and has been doing her duty. Although she is gentle, she is also quite serious when she is stern, which makes this group of novice crew members who are trained there not be lazy and practice hard. Didi. At this moment, the miniature communicator on her wrist rang. It was Aesop's call. As soon as it was connected, Aesop did not turn around and directly ordered, "You gather the fleet and set up a defensive array." So suddenly, Verna muttered, without hesitation, and loudly called his subordinates to board the ship and gather the fleet to take off. Emmer specifically instructed that when she was away, Jenny and Aesop were the bosses, and the troops followed the command of the two. Under the command of Verna, Longtan's armed forces quickly assembled, surrounded the surrounding Longtan, and laid a tight defensive array. Originally, many crew members thought something was going to happen, but after a while, everything was calm and no new orders came from above. Why is there no movement? What are you doing now? Is it an exercise? Just as everyone was confused, a sudden change occurred. Buzzing, all the intelligence of the spacecraft emitted an alarm beeping at the same time, and a huge fleet appeared on the detection radar and approached quickly. The next moment, streams of light shot from a distance, hovering in the outer space of the Sea Blue Star, showing the original appearance of an armed fleet, and each spacecraft was marked with the Void Spirit sect. Zuling sect. Verna's face changed, and she was shocked. Even though she was like this, the other Longtan members were even more shocked. All the personnel immediately became nervous, and their nerves were tense, as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, Longtan is different from the Black Star Legion, a transcendent force that often deals with cosmic civilizations. They don't have many opportunities to get in touch with cosmic civilizations. When they see it suddenly, they will inevitably have a lot of thoughts. Not only Longtan, but Hylon Star's observation station was also alarmed. The observers rushed to the headquarters, and the information was uploaded quickly, skipping several layers in succession, and directly sent to the decision-making level where Bennett was located. People from a Zuling sect suddenly visited. Bennett was also surprised in Hailangsing's government building. As a civilized leader protected by the 4 levels of the peace treaty, the Black Star Army, the Red Empire, and Long Tanfu Island, he was not afraid of the Zuling sect being evil. But this uninvited and ostentatious attitude was very incompatible with diplomatic etiquette and clearly showed that the other party was not kind, which made him unable to help but feel worried. Thinking of this, Bennett issued an order without hesitation. Go and invite the Black Star clan. As soon as he finished speaking, his light noticed that 2 figures were quickly lifted out of the window. He turned his head to look at it. Nilo and Mia had disappeared from the sky and took the lead in checking the situation. At the same time, in the main ship of the Void Spirit sect, Tolian looked at the fleet that was waiting for the battle outside Longtan and curled his lips in disappointment. TSK, I thought I could scare them. Seeing their busyness, they seem to have known that we were coming for a long time. Is it because of the invisibility of the hidden power? Or is it the legendary Aesop's prophecy ability? Shaking his head, Torian simply refused to think about it. This sudden appearance was just his evil taste, and he was not really going to launch a sneak attack. In the end, he still had to come to the door to kick the house. He turned his head and looked at the fleet commander beside him and said, "Release the broadcast and announce my purpose." The fleet commander nodded and ordered his subordinates to do as they did. The Zuling fleet was coming in full force, and Longtan and Hylon were on guard. After some negotiations, the 2 sides reached a consensus. The Longtan fleet made way for a channel to allow Tolian to land on a spaceship. The spacecraft landed at the dock of Longtan's main island, and the hatch opened. Torian strode down the gangway and stepped onto Longtan's land. A group of Longtan warriors holding weapons were around, and everyone seemed quite nervous. There is no way. The other party's identity and purpose have been announced on the radio just now. Now Longtan does not have Emmys to take charge. Facing a super A-level person with bad visitors, most people are scared. Tolian glanced and said coldly, "Those who can manage the business come out to speak." The crowd became turbulent, and Aesop and Jenny came out with their men. Jenny had a blank expression on her face. "I am the chief manager of Longtan. The Dragon Lord is not at home. You're not the time to come. I don't care whether she is here or not. You just need to give me an answer. Do she dare to accept my challenge?" Tolian stood with his hands behind his back, posing as a proud master. "I can't make a decision." Jenny shook her head. "Then you bald guy, don't talk nonsense. Contact Emmers and let her reply to me." Tolian was not polite. He is different from most super A-level demeanor. Although he has gone ashore with a whitewash, he still has the banditry of a wanted criminal, arrogant, domineering, and speaking directly. Bald. Jenny was stunned, then furious. "My hairline is just a little taller. I'm so fucking not bald. Have hair." At this time, Aesop spoke lightly. "I have notified Emmys, and she said she would accept your challenge." "Oh, are you Aesop?" Tolian turned to look at him, showing an interesting look. "I have heard of your name, and everyone said that you are an immortal species with good abilities. How about it? Do you want to follow me? You are not qualified enough." Aesop smiled. Although he is not super A-level, his aura is much more calm than that of Tolian, a freshman, and he is more like a big boss. "Tisk." Tolian snorted coldly, ignored him, and sang, "Since Emmers agreed, I will wait here until she comes back. Why are you glaring? Why don't you arrange a room for me? At this moment, figures flew from the sea blue star and landed at this pier. Two of them are Nilo and Mia, and the others are all mechanical troops left by Han Xiao on Hylon Star. And there's also a dominant clone. When the people who saw the Black Star arrived, the long-tan soldiers around him immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Han Xiao's prestige left by Longtan has continued to this day. In the minds of many Longtan members, the allied Black Star is more reliable than their immediate boss, Dragon Zodiac. Han Xiao's consciousness had already descended on this clone. He pushed aside the crowd and looked at Tolian up and down. His tone was puzzled. What? Are you tired of living? He knew that the new student might cause trouble after level A, but he didn't expect that he would dare to run to his mother star like this. Is he looking for death? His current identity is different from the past. If he provoked him, he would not mind killing a super A-level void. It happened that the Empire asked him to maintain public order, and killing people to establish authority is the best use. It's you. Tolian glanced at him and said lightly, Hello, Hei Xing. I'm not here to target you today. The matter has nothing to do with you. Wow, this slutty attitude is crazy enough. I don't know how many people are as arrogant as you. Han Xiao complained in his heart. He has read all the information of the freshman super A-level shared by the Empire, and recognized that the guy in front of him was Torian, the Red Devil who joined Su Ling. He was also considered the #1 figure in his previous life. He said that he was strong or not, and was weak in the Super A level. However, he always had a confused self-confidence. His style was extremely ostentatious, and he was very capable of causing trouble. He had never been beaten to death and was lucky. Super A-level personalities are different, including bigwigs like Armored Kingdom and Dark Emperor, old foxes like Sorokin, salted fish like Emmers, Heber, men like him who can't even hide their handsomeness, even if they are low-key and high-profile, and ostentatious mountain cannons like Tolian. The dragon is my ally. Since she is not here, I will play with you. Han Xiao tilted his head. Forgive. Tolian raised his palm with an arrogant look on his face. I can't beat you. Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. I thought you were going to say something harsh to you. Could this be the most timid tone to say the most timid thing? I decisively admit defeat and block me directly. You are such a clever little ghost. Han Xiao originally planned to teach Torian a lesson, but he didn't expect that he was extremely bachelor and directly arrogant to surrender. Although Tolian was very beating, he was also sure that he knew that Hylon Star was the parent star of Black Star and did not dare to anger Han Xiao, who was at the peak of Super A, so he insisted on challenging Long Tan and refused to fight Han Xiao. Han Xiao didn't want to deal with such a hob-like behavior directly. There are rules for the challenges between Super A levels. Even though he was an ally, he couldn't let him overtake his duties. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space not far away, and the Palace of Secret Techniques jumped out of the void. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao was shocked. Austin? What's the fuck again? Why do you have everywhere? You can really join in the fun. However, this time Austin is not just here to make a fuss. After teleported by the Hall of Secret Arts, a small portal was created next to it. A small spacecraft flew out and landed at Longton Pier. Brush, the hatch opened. Her long white legs stepped out, and Emmys and Hella walked off the spaceship one after another. It's too late to go on a rush, so I asked Austin to help teleport. Emmer smiled and gestured to everyone. Han Xiao couldn't help but look up and saw that at the top of the Secret Arts Hall, Austin, who looked like a little baby, sat cross-legged in the air, raised his fingers, and waved it casually in front of his forehead, giving Han Xiao a teasing salute. Slutty, Han Xiao secretly complained. After a few greetings, Emmett then looked at Tolian and put away the smile on his face. You just want to challenge Long Tan? You know, and ask? Tolian hummed. Emmers nodded, suddenly took a step back, highlighted Hella beside him, and chuckled. I want to fight with me. Okay, beat my student first. She is also my Long-Tan person. Hella took a step forward and placed it in front of Emmers. Although Han Xiao's clone was also present, she didn't even look at him after landing, and her eyes were locked firmly on Tolian, with an indifferent expression and extremely focused. Tolian was a little surprised. He looked up and down, remembering the information about the Black Star Army that he had read not long ago, and was immediately dissatisfied. I recognize her as if she is a cadre of the Black Star Army, just a disaster level. Do you want her to seek death, or are you humiliating me? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surging death energy burst out on Hela, accompanied by strong energy fluctuations that soared into the sky. Rumble. The shock wave spreads violently, like a muffled thunder echoing. The ground on Longton Wharf cracks, and the crowds around were blown to the point of being swayed. Everyone hurriedly stood firm and looked at the field again, focusing their eyes on Hela, who was filled with red energy, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. This level of energy fluctuation, the new Super A level. Super A level. Tolian was moved. The freshman Super A-level students have been recorded in the record of advanced civilizations in recent years. He knows that everyone, but Hela is not in this information, which immediately disrupts his position. Hela has just entered the Super A-level and has been shown in front of people for the first time. Naturally, there is no information about her in high-level civilization. Until today, the goddess of death was truly born. Nello was shocked and overjoyed. Sister Hela actually reached the A-level level. Although he hadn't seen him for many years, Nilo kept remembering the kindness Hela gave him the death mark. When he saw that Hela finally took that step, he felt sincere excitement and joy, and could hardly help but share the news with the army cadres. Is she the Hela you often call? Mia asked quietly with a look of shock, and pulled Nilo. When Mia joined the Legion after Hela left, she often heard Hela's name from Nilo and other important Legion cadres. In her mind, Hela, the captain of the guard who was invisible to the dragon, was extremely mysterious. As the saying goes, my sister is not in the world, but there's a legend about my sister. Today Mia finally got what she wants. When she saw Hela herself, she felt that it was indeed better to meet her than to be famous, and gave her a big surprise. Looking at the aura of a strong man overflowing from Hela's body, Mia was instantly impressed, almost in line with all her imaginations of a strong woman in her mind. In her previous life, she was a follower of Hela. Now, she's the first time she meets, and she also looks at Mung Beans right. Han Xiao felt Hela's momentum and felt sincere relief. The goddess of death that I am familiar with is finally back. Didn't disappoint me. Austin was also stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face, which was the smile that was exclusively for the melon-eating crowd to watch the show. The sixth place in the Broken Star Ring is Super A-level. Hey, it's lively now. Just as everyone was shocked and sighed, Tolian's face collapsed. His expression was a little ugly. The situation was a little beyond his expectations. He thought his opponent would be Emmers, but he didn't expect a new Super A-level pop-up, and he was immediately fucked. Although Emmers is an old Super A-level, and may be stronger, the information records her detailed abilities, which is very important. Now that the opponent has changed to a new Super A-level with unknown abilities, it seems to him that it is even more difficult to deal with. He had read Hela's information, but it was the old information from more than 20 years ago. Now he has become a Super A-level person. Who knows what new abilities have been added? The information has not been updated. Tolian is not sure to win firmly, so hesitated. You don't waste my time. Do you dare to fight? Hela's eyes were shining with a sharp red light, and his body was surrounded by flooded energy, and his aura was impressed. She turned a blind eye to the surprises of people around her and focused on her goals. She always acted simply and decisively, didn't like nonsense, and would make arguing if she could do it. Okay. Torian simply stopped thinking about it and responded. Anyway, they're all Super A level, and everyone who wins is a record. Seeing that this is the case, he can only fight against Hela, so he is not picky anymore. At this time, Han Xiao stood with his arms around him and said lightly, "If you want to fight, stay away from Hylon Star. If any flowers and plants affect Hylon Star, Tolian, you don't have to leave today." I dare not." Tolian snorted coldly, timid and cool. He had a chance to attack Han Xiao's mother star. Otherwise, even if he chopped him up on the spot, the Zuling sect would have no reason to attack. The two sides reached a consensus, and everyone quickly pulled away and chose a space slightly farther from the sea blue star as the battlefield. There were only Hera and Tolyan in the field. They were facing each other from afar, and their momentum continued to rise. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the two of them, holding their breath to watch the battle. The next moment, the two of them moved instantly. Tolyan's body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, and bone spurs raised, breaking open the skin. A pair of curled demon horns grew on his head, 2 pairs of bat wing-like wings spread out behind him, and the tailbone continued to extend, splitting out 3 bone spur-like tails. The whole person's appearance turned into a demon-shaped red creature, with knotted muscles and bone spurs all over his body, and his skin was covered with mysterious patterns, which looked very ferocious. Is he a martial artist? Seeing this scene, Emmers raised her eyebrows slightly. No, he is a magician. At this time, a voice sounded next to him. Han Xiao's clone came over and slowly read out Tolyan's information. He has demonic bloodline, and his bloodline was sublimated in the process of becoming a super A-level. He just used the unique real name Jiefeng, which is now his red appearance, and the origin of the nickname of the Red Devil. He is a melee mage who is biased towards transformation and amplification. He has a rare Fartan. In contrast, his combat style is a bit similar to the Empire's Milizos. So that's it. Emmers nodded, turned to look over, smiled gently, and spoke in a playful tone. Long time no see. Are you okay? I'm very good. Han Xiao nodded and joked. Do you miss me? What do you miss you for nothing? Emmy smiled, turned his head, and continued to look at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Tolyan completed his transformation, charged forward fiercely, and headed straight for Hela. At the same time, a cluster of rich dark blue magic power surged out from him, turning into amplification spells one after another to bless him, and his body continued to grow. At the same time, colorful magic loops appeared on his body, constantly increasing his attributes. He didn't know what new abilities Hela had, but his superpowers would not change. According to information from 20 years ago, Hela was a medium-range combat-type superpower who controlled a certain kind of energy, so he chose to use his best close-fitting face prompt tactic. The real name of the Demon Clan Liberation brought him strong resistance and recovery, as well as various magic shields as magic tanks, which together supported the flesh. If necessary, he could also act as a long-distance magic cannon. Emmer's force field ability is mainly controlled, and its lethality is not outstanding. In his opinion, his fighting style restrains Emmers, and his chances of winning are not low. So Tolyan has the confidence to challenge Emmers. The opponent was coming with great force, but Hela did not retreat, but advanced. Dan Hong's death energy protected her whole body and dragged her long flame tail to meet her. Bang! The sound of collision seemed to be heard in the hearts of everyone, and 2 figures collided fiercely, and a dark red energy shock wave exploded at the center point. Tolyan, who competed for power, still blessed the amplification spell, had an absolute advantage, and Hela was directly rolled and was knocked away. However, even though there was an opportunity, Tolyan did not take advantage of the victory to pursue it, but suddenly stayed in place, as if he had discovered something strange. Hela did not stop, instantly stabilized her body, pointed forward, and the death energy spread out, turning into a red sea of light, shooting countless beams of death energy, shooting at Tolyan overwhelmed. Shield! Tolyan woke up like a dream. His gestures quickly changed, putting layers of magic shields like turtle shells on himself. Countless death energy arrows hit the shield, and layers of shields collapsed instantly and were broken. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot hit the shield and burst out with mental fluctuations. Every spectator was shocked. The explosion did not require medium, and it rang directly in his mind, and his brain was trembling. Hela's death energy has multiple damage, and it also contains both physical and mental attributes. Now, there is still some real damage, which is very difficult to defend. Tolyan was not passively beaten and kept rushing towards Hela. Although Hela was good at medium-range attacks, he did not adopt a vulgar and gamble method, but faced the attack head-on with an extremely tough attitude. The two of them kept passing by, and they ran away again and quickly fought hundreds of back and forth, fighting hard to solve. Hela has always been doing her best and will not hold back, and the intensity gradually exceeds the scope of competition. Godfather, Sister Hyla's situation seems to be not very good. Han Xiao was concentrating on watching the battle, and Nilo suddenly brought Mia over with her tone of worry. You're thinking too much. Han Xiao couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Isn't it? Sister Hyla was knocked away again and again. Her melee ability was obviously not as good as the other party, but she didn't take the opportunity to fight. Isn't this a bit? Nilo asked carefully. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Look at Tolian's body carefully. His condition is not as good as you think. Hearing this, Nero hurriedly observed carefully. The speed of Super A level was too fast, and it was difficult for him to see clearly. After a while, he barely saw the abnormal situation on Tolian's body and immediately felt refreshed. I saw that there was a dark red death energy on Tolian's body, which was full of corrosiveness, like a gangrene attached to the bone, constantly eroding his mana and body and unable to be removed. Although they have been a few years behind their entry into the Super A level, it is difficult for them to make any progress in a few years, so their hard power is actually at the same level. Don't look at me. I am an exception. Han Xiao patted Nilo's shoulder and made a guest appearance and said, in this level, Hela's superpowers have an absolute advantage. He has always been alive and is not worried about Hela at all, because among the people present, only he knows how powerful is the Super A-level Hela. Controlling death is the ability to be on the list of super high-risk superpowers. He knew very well that after reaching the A level, Hela's superpowers would undergo a qualitative change. There was too much information about Hela's abilities in my previous life. They were all tested by players' lives, and Han Xiao knew it well. First of all, when it reaches the Super A level, Hela has an exclusive passive ability. Every time the death energy hits the target body, a special state, death erosion, will be superimposed. Death erosion. There are 15 layers in total. The effect of the first layer is minus 20% of the enemy's recovery skills, and its defense is minus 15%. Up to 5th level, recovery ability minus 40%, defense ability minus 25%, and randomly eliminate a gain state on the opponent every 10 seconds. Up to 10th level, recovery ability minus 60%, defense power minus 35%, all attributes minus 10%, randomly eliminate the gain, and the cells begin to collapse, losing 0.8% of the blood every 20s. Up to 15th level, recovery ability minus 80%, defense power minus 45%, all attributes minus 20%, erase all gains, and lose 1% of health every 12s. After reaching the 15th level, Hela can release a special skill without cooling, detonate all death erosion, and make an instant death judgment immediately. The judgment conditions are very harsh and generally cannot be effective on targets whose level exceeds their own level. However, even if the judgment fails, it has special effects. It can directly evaporate 20% to 30% of the enemy's health, and at the same time, the target health limit is temporarily reduced by 8 to 12% after detonation. As long as you cool for a short period of time, you can add a new round of death erosion to the same target again, which is extremely terrifying. If you want to interrupt the superposition of death erosion, you must disperse the death energy in your body. If you do not have similar skills, you have to rely on your own resistance to endure it. The duration of death erosion depends on the target resistance. The higher the number of layers, the longer the holding time. For example, the first layer only lasts for 3 seconds, the second layer may last for 5 seconds, and the third layer may last for 8 seconds. If you insist on it, you can only gradually reduce the number of layers. For example, after the 8s of the third layer, the state will not completely disappear, but will fall back to the second layer. Recalculate the duration of a layer, and then decrease it layer by layer, which is extremely difficult to completely eliminate it. In addition to this core skill, Hela's death ability also has the passive attribute of blood-sucking. Every time she hits a target with vitality, she can turn 10% to 20% of the damage in her own blood, which is equivalent to plundering the life energy of a creature. The group battle is powerful. The more enemies, the faster she recovers her blood. Also, each time the death energy hits the opponent, there will be subsequent damage for 3 seconds, which is equivalent to 50%, 70% of this damage. Moreover, after Hela's transformation, there is a special power that is useless to players, but it is full of threats to others. That is, she can use the ability to die to deprive the living of cell vitality, reduce the upper limit of the number of cell divisions, and reduce the lifespan of others. Because of this ability, most super A levels in the universe are as evasive as snakes and scorpions, and not many people are willing to fight with her. If you hit me, I will reduce it for a second, then who dares to play with you? However, except for Han Xiao, no one in the universe knows this. Tolian, who was fighting with Hela at this time, also knew nothing about it. Bang, bang, bang. The two men fighting on the battlefield were getting more and more fierce, and the surging mana and the fierce death energy collided again and again, exploding energy shockwaves. Tolian might have just been in a competition, but under such a strong offensive as Hela, he could not hold back at all, and could only keep increasing his efforts. Now the situation is no longer under his control, and it has almost changed from a competition to a life-and-death duel. If you didn't know that the two of you met for the first time, I'm afraid that those onlookers would think that they had a deep hatred. Either you die, or I live. What a crazy woman! Tolian was very angry and took action with anger, becoming more and more fierce. Even if the magic shield can block most of the attacks, his body will occasionally be hit. As the death erosion continues to stack, he feels less and less wrong with the more he fights. Not only is the recovery power suppressed, but the effect of the amplification spell applied to itself seems to be getting weaker and weaker, and is becoming increasingly difficult for the body to accept the transformation of spell energy. Moreover, after stacking to more than 10 layers, he found that his cells were constantly being destroyed, and his injuries were rapidly aggravated, and he could only barely maintain his current state with his suppressed recovery. Her superpowers are too strong. Tolian's mood became heavier. Although he also caused some damage to Hela, these injuries recovered almost instantly. On the other hand, because the death energy was raging in his body, his condition became worse and worse. Compared with the two, the difference was determined immediately, and he was actually in a passive state. This newly emerged super A-level combat power is so powerful. Since that's the case, Tolian's eyes turned cold, and the magic energy condensed in his hands, and then balls of blood gushed out from his fingertips. The two mixed into a strange, purple blood flame. Austin, who was watching the game, suddenly his eyes shrank. As a master of magic, he recognized what kind of spell it was. The advanced forbidden technique unique to the demon clan, deteriorating blood. Not good. Austin's heart skipped a beat. This magic is a forbidden technique. It transforms the blood of the demon clan in a special way and turns it into a dirty and invasive inferior gene, thereby polluting other people's bloodlines and causing irreversible damage in genes. It is not powerful, but it is very insidious. It is a unique method of the demon clan. He knew very well that Tolian's use of this forbidden technique would not help the battle, but it could pollute Hela's genes. His intention was very sinister, and he was just a secret move. Hela's intuition also sensed the danger and hurriedly retreated. Tolian held up the purple flame and chased him hard, faster, and the distance between the two continued to shorten. Don't blame me. Tolian looked fierce. Because Hela is a cadre of the Black Star Army, he was worried about provoking Han Xiao and did not intend to do this, but now he has made a real fire. He is not ruthless and is determined to use damage. As a former wanted criminal who has slaughtered many surface civilizations for fun, he does not have any moral standards. Seeing that he could not shake Tolian away, Hela narrowed his eyes and swung his body suddenly. A high-concentrated death energy penetrated the magic shield and hit his chest. At this moment, Tolian's body suddenly discharged a large amount of spell energy. The cells eroded by severe death could not bear any amplification effects, and the gain state was completely broken and disappeared. What? Tolian's face changed drastically. However, before he could react, Hyla suddenly stretched out his hand, aimed at him from afar, and suddenly grabbed his 5 fingers. Death Reaper. The death erosion of 15 layers is directly detonated. Tolian's heart shrank suddenly, and a life-threatening intuition was warning in his mind. He felt that all the death energy in his body became restless, like a bomb ignited with a fuse, which quickly exploded in his body. The next moment, the severe pain penetrated his body and soul in an instant. Boom! In front of everyone, before his attack hit Hela, a large mass of blood mist exploded. Black and purple blood mist splattered out of every pore, as if a firework was exploded out of thin air, and the forbidden technique was directly interrupted. Brush. The next moment, Tolian flew out of the blood mist and retreated quickly, with a look of fear and horror on his face, covered in blood, and looked extremely tragic. Just in the moment, he felt the shadow of death. Since entering the Super A level, Tolian has never experienced the feeling of life being threatened, and this blow instantly awakened his memory and felt this feeling again. This evaporated more than 20% of his health. A Super A-level health amount was less than 2 or 3 million. This attack was a severe blow, with several negative states attached. The death energy detonated in his body almost completely collapsed the cells, which made Tolian feel scared. The power of Hela's superpower is beyond his imagination. At this moment, Tolian looked at Hela from afar, his eyes full of fear. Death Harvest caused him heavy injuries, but all death energy detonated and also cleared the number of layers of death erosion. Tolian's recovery ability immediately returned to normal. The injuries in his body gradually healed, and his blood volume slowly increased. However, the health limit has dropped by about 10%, and we cannot return to the fullest state. Hela would not sit idly by and watch his opponent recover. Taking advantage of Tolian being stunned by a blow, he immediately stopped his retreating momentum and turned to Tolian and launched a storm-like attack, with the energy of death covering the sky. Tolian didn't understand Hela's superpowers and was surprised and suspicious. When Hela was approaching, he hurriedly retreated, not daring to attack head-on like before. He only dared to throw spells from a distance, and constantly brushed himself with layers of shields, unwilling to be hit by death energy again. The situation immediately reversed, turning into chasing and running. Tolian ran away like a hugging his head, being chased by Hyla. The power of this move also shocked Austin. This newcomer is so fierce. Hey, why should I say it? He was worried that Hela would be given a foul blood, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, Tolian was severely injured. If it were me, Austin couldn't help but put himself in the battlefield, and found that it was a bit of a bad fortune. Although there were various spells to purify himself, the erosion of death energy continued. Even if it could purify 10 or 8 times, it would still be attached. The only solution was to try not to be hit by death energy. In this way, although some Super A-level players may not lose to Hela, they will definitely be timid and afraid of their weapons. Tolian on the court is in this state now. He was scared by Hela's sudden outbreak, and became extremely careful, becoming more and more defensive, and dared not waver. Fighting hard in close combat will lead to exposure of the body, and it is easy to get hit again. If you are a kite, you can't shoot someone. You are very passive and have no chance of winning. So he is in a dilemma. Tolian complained secretly. This time, he hit the iron plate. Hela ignored the opponent's psychological activities. Since Tolian defended, she attacked hard, using Tolian with a thick shield as a target for practicing, and manipulated the death energy to bombard it. Bang, bang, bang. The magic shields exploded into shattered light, peeling them layer by layer like peeling onions, looking like Hela unilaterally ravaging Tolian and pressing him to the ground to rub. However, although it looks embarrassed, Tolian, a super A-level mage, was not given for nothing. With the support of a large amount of mana, various magic shields continued to carry Hela's crazy attack. This has become a war of attrition. It's compared to who is stronger. Although he is passive, he is not without any chance of winning. It depends on whether the superpowers drain her strength first, or whether I will use up my mana first. Tolian was excited. The real name of the demon clan Jiefeng allows his cells to generate more power. He is a new student who is super A-level. He believes that his species undoubtedly has an advantage and has a stronger endurance. At this time, Hyla frowned slightly and discovered this. Well, the war of attrition is not good for me. The death power is powerful and consumes a lot. Hela does not have much energy recovery skills. The main way to recover is to kill people and absorb life energy. Now, it is a one-on-one fight, so naturally there are no miscellaneous soldiers turning into her nourishment. Not long after Hela entered the Super A level, she didn't have much time to learn more strength training methods. So the upper limit of strength is the main factor restricting her, and endurance is a shortcoming. His eyes flashed, and Hyla's gesture changed, and death energy gathered in his palm, turning into a vortex-like shape, displaying a new skill. Abyss of the Dead. A strange spiritual fluctuation spread out loud. Everyone present had a flash of eyes and found that the scene suddenly changed. Everyone around him disappeared. Only he was left, surrounded by an extremely dark space, with only a little faint light above his head, as if he was at the bottom of a deep well. Ah! Countless harsh screams suddenly exploded below. Everyone hurriedly looked down and saw a void under their feet covered with translucent gray biological faces, all kinds of species and appearances crowded and dense. Each face was filled with pain and horror, with extremely distorted and exaggerated expressions. His mouth opened and closed, making screams of different tones. His endless face was like an ocean, with an extremely strange sense of horror. This scene caused an impact on the hearts of many people, and it was a storm. These faces all come from the soul fragments of the person Hela killed. The essence is integrated into her superpowers to help her grow, while the residue of the soul fragments is deposited, forming this abyss composed of the dead. At this moment, these faces suddenly stopped screaming. Their eyes stared straight towards each other and repeated a sentence. Tens of millions and hundreds of millions of words overlap together to form a grand sound wave with ethereal echoes. Get into one with us. The next moment, countless tentacles suddenly rolled out from the sea of curious and terrifying faces. These tentacles were composed of pale arms connected like chains, constantly reuniting, stretching, and becoming thicker. One by one hand climbed onto everyone's legs, grabbed them tightly, and pulled them down. Let me go. Help. Don't catch that place. An extremely real sense of falling came, and many people screamed in fear and struggled hurriedly. And the next moment, the scene in front of me shattered and turned into fragments all over the sky. Many people who covered their eyes hurriedly opened their fingers and observed the surrounding environment from the gaps between their fingers. They found that they were still in their original place. Everything just happened to be just a fantasy. Everyone was scared and sweated. However, the spectators, such as them, were only affected by the aftermath. Tolian was the real target of the attack. I don't know what terrifying scene he saw, and he was stunned and stopped all movements, just like the sand value was cleared. When everyone looked closely, they were shocked to find that a phantom had grown on Tolian's body. This was his spiritual body, half of which was pulled out by Hyla from the air and was struggling wildly. If you can see the status bar, everyone will know that Tolian is in multiple negative states such as fear, out of control, and chaos at the same time. Death energy has spiritual attributes, and Hela also gains a special attack method for the spirit. Abyss of the Dead is a mental control technique that can pull out the target's soul. Both sides fight mentally, causing the other party to temporarily lose control of the body. Therefore, the shield was not replenished, and countless death energy directly hit Tolian's body, instantly exploding his body to pieces. Stop! Tolian's mental body was trying to get rid of the abyss of the dead. Seeing this scene, his eyes were so bitter that he could not help but his eyes were filled with tears. This is your own body. He could not control it, so he could only watch his opponent abuse his willfulness. Seeing that he was about to be beaten into a ball of rotten meat, he immediately became anxious. But Hela turned a deaf ear, as if she had made up her mind to beat Tolian in his sauce on the spot. Seeing this, Torian became terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting! Don't fight! I surrender!" He just wanted to make a comeback, but he didn't expect to fight to such a desperate situation. Hela narrowed his eyes and swung his body suddenly, and a stream of death energy ejected, directly knocking Tolian out, and the effect of Abyss of the Dead was lifted. Tolian's mind was free from control and hurried back to his body. The next moment, a tide of pain came from all over my body, and my spirits were even more depressed, and I was obviously severely injured. If such an injury is probably going to take several years to recover. Tolian's face twitched, and he hurriedly stepped back. While recovering from his injuries, he stared at Hela on alert, fearing that she would pursue him. Seeing this, Hela took the energy of death back into his body, glared at Tolian, and emitted a cold mental fluctuation, concise and concise. "Get out." Upon hearing this, Tolian became angry, but when he saw Hela's indifferent face, he immediately overwhelmed his anger and did not dare to attack. "Hela, right? I remember you." He gritted his teeth, turned around, and left, flying towards the fleet of the Void Spirit sect. It is impossible to say that it is not upset. Tolian originally wanted to win a first victory in the Super A-level game here and treat Emmers as a stepping stone, but he did not expect to meet a strong enemy here, which became someone else's stepping stone, giving others a record of becoming famous. This trip got nothing but a defeat. It was mentally hurt, and it took several years to raise it. It would take only a few years to steal chickens and lose rice, which made Tolian very angry. Even though he lost, Tolian had no face to say hello, and in front of He Xing, he didn't dare to say anything tough. What if He Xing took it seriously? So he simply retreated directly. The fleet of Zuling cult took over Tolian, turned around and jumped away in shame, and ran away very casually. "Don't you stop him?" Emmys glanced at Han Xiao. "If he loses, he won't make things difficult for him." Han Xiao shrugged. Tolian's weirdness combines arrogance and devotion, and does not give Han Xiao a reason to attack. Moreover, the damage caused by Hela is enough for Tolian to eat. The lifespan alone reduced has already caused Tolian to lose blood. When he knows the truth, he doesn't know how much he will regret today's decision. Since the other party is unlucky, Han Xiao is in a good mood and is too lazy to bother with others. Looking at Hela, who was flying back slowly, Han Xiao smiled and said to Emmers beside him, "The news of this battle will soon spread. Other forces will soon know that there is another new Super A level in the universe. It's finally your turn to have a headache." Emmers chuckled. "What's my headache?" "Ha! You became independent after becoming a Super A level. But now how likely do you do to keep Hela?" Emmy's mouth curled up. "People's ideas will change with their strength and status. Can you make a Super A level willing to play for you?" Since half and half, Han Xiao refused to argue. Even if she is independent, she is the same as our relationship and is an allies, and the worst result is a good thing. At this time, a portal appeared beside the two, and Austin flew out of it, smiling. "Black Star, congratulations, your cadres have been promoted to Super A level. Now there are 6 Super A levels with Broken Star rings. I think Cisco is going to be autistic. Hasn't he been autistic for a long time?" Emmy smiled. After the three of them chatted for a few minutes, Hela landed at the dock and walked over. Austin's eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to come forward to talk. He liked to meet new people the most. Hela and Austin also knew each other, but before today, due to the gap in strength, the two sides only had an impression, and now they finally communicated with an equal attitude. She responded a few words a little, as cold as ever. Austin didn't mind. After laying the foundation for friendship, she said goodbye to everyone and jumped away with the palace of secret techniques. The person who was eating melons and watching the show finally left. Han Xiao looked at the shrinking portal and couldn't help but complain. At this time, Hela turned to look at Han Xiao's clone, paused, and slowly said, "When I go back, I will have a good chat with you. I'll wait for you at the headquarters." Han Xiao nodded. He knew that what Hela was going to talk about was related to future plans, and for such an old friend, it was not suitable to talk about such a big thing with a clone. Hela nodded and walked away immediately. She felt that there was nothing to say about her clone. After all, a person with iron lump is not as handsome as a real person. At the same time, Bennett, who was waiting for news at the Hylon Star government building, finally received a report that the enemy had been repelled by Hyla and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After reading the battle report, the relaxation on Bennett's face gradually turned into emotion and relief. Has Hela also become a Super A level? Then why didn't we, Hylon, produce 2 Super A levels? What a low probability event. This is a blessing from the Blue Star. Bennett sighed and couldn't help but think of the old opponent who had been entangled for half his life and was in a complicated mood. Although you did a lot of wrong things, you bastard have cultivated 2 protectors for our planet, and they have made great merits. Because of the shining world, countless forces gather in the broken star rings. This star field is currently the most lively area in the universe and has attracted everyone's attention. Once any movement occurs, it will be transmitted to every corner of the universe as quickly as possible. Tolian's challenge was not kept secret. The intelligence of this battle spread rapidly along the well-connected quantum network channels, and in just a few hours, it detonated the entire broken star ring. The birth of every Super A-level person is a major event in the universe. After the Black Star, the broken star ring finally ushered in the 6th Super A-level person. The news came too suddenly, and no force was prepared. Everyone was urgently collecting Hela's past information to understand the sudden emergence of this new student who was Super A-level. Before this, because of his long-term practice, Hela did not have much record of activities in the universe and did not receive much attention. Her most representative identity was the Black Star's guard captain, but he has disappeared in the past 20 years. Now he has quietly entered the Super A-level field. His first appearance in the world, he showed his strength to the entire universe and achieved a convincing and solid record. Torian, who has joined the Zuling sect for several years, is not a weak person. He took the initiative to come to the door to play, but lost to Hela, which instead made the other party famous. This kind of shooting himself in the foot has always been popular. One freshman beat another freshman over A, which shows that her immediate combat power is very considerable at this level. And according to the survey, although Hela's promotion speed cannot catch up with Han Xiao's record, is still far higher than the average promotion time of the A-level promotion, which means that she still has potential, and her achievements obviously do not stop there. The Broken Star Ring is remote and has always been the bottom of the major star domains in terms of Super A-level. This situation has improved a certain extent after the birth of the Black Star. Hela's promotion has once again improved the status of the Broken Star Ring. However, compared to the birth of the Super A-level itself, what major forces pay more attention to is Hela's identity. This new Super A-level new star ring is not simple. Information shows that she's not only a member of the Black Star Army, but also a student of Emers. She's also related to the 2 big shots, and she is also from the Aquarium Star like Black Star. When I saw Hyla's birthplace, almost all the forces were shocked. Hylon Star, this small place that was still a surface civilization in the past few decades, has 2 Super A-levels suddenly appeared. What is special about this planet? It is so powerful that it is so powerful. I'm afraid it's not a bad luck. Even with historical figures, these 2 people are still the only couple of fellow villagers in the entire universe among all the Super A levels. These special identities are the important reasons for the shock of major forces. At this moment, everyone is concerned about the impact of the birth of this new Super A-level will have on the current situation. Given that Hela's current identity is still a cadre of the Black Star Army, all forces know that the Black Star Army will encounter an accident and may be separated. Hela may become independent, and what will Black Star do? With this idea in mind, everyone is watching the direction of things. Warfield, Heber. What? That Hela has entered the Super A-level. Chief Pioneer Frothers suddenly turn around and look straight at Xiao, who came to inform the news, looking stunned. Yes, just yesterday, she defeated Torian of the Zuling sect, and the news is true. Xiao smiled bitterly. The incident happened suddenly. When he just received the news, he was shocked and was stunned for a long time before he recovered. How could this happen? Frothers murmured to himself, looking in disbelief. Decades ago, the two of them fought with the Black Star Army on behalf of the Warfield, but they were stopped without deciding. He always regarded Hela as his opponent, but unexpectedly, he was once again left far behind by the opponent he thought was far behind. It was Black Star at the beginning, but now it is Hela. Frothersner was puzzled and couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that there is really any special Super A-level promotion technique on the Black Star Army? The threshold of Super A-level is still far from him, but his old opponent has already crossed it. The feeling of being surpassed by others is not good, and Frothers felt powerless. At the same time, in the palace of the Overlord, Heber was also talking about this topic with Sorokin's coming of consciousness. The important cadres of the Black Star Army have been promoted to the A-level. The biggest possibility is that they will have one more ally, which will lead to the expansion of the power and influence of the Black Star and the Broken Star Ring again, which is not good for us. Sorgen looked helpless. This sudden situation was not as expected, and he had no choice. It's someone related to Black Star again. Herber was a little unhappy and felt a lemon in his heart. Why is Black Star so lucky that he always recruits talents? I am obviously Super A-level. Why are there not such powerful cadres under my command? I don't have enough intelligence in my hands. If I want to curb Hela, I need to take some time to find her weaknesses. I will let my subordinates do this. Sorokin spread his hands. Let's wait and see before this. Let's do it. Herbert did not comment. Broken Star Ring, Star Pupil's Mother Star. One more. Looking at the news introducing Hela in the communicator, Cisco gritted his teeth and his 7 eyes were sore. After the Lighthouse Star incident, the clan situation in the Broken Star Ring was not good, and now there's another Super A-level friend in the local area of Black Star. Black Star serves for the Empire and stands on its opposite side. Although Herber is not a friend of Black Star, his position is also opposite. In addition, the other 3 Super A-level players in Broken Star Rings are more or less affair with Black Star. No local Super A-level players are on their side, and their local enemies have changed from 4 to 5. WDNMD. Is this broken place still allowed people to stay? Cisco's mentality exploded. The outside world is surging. In this environment, Hela set out from Longtan alone and set off for the headquarters of the Black Star Legion. This time, Emmys did not travel with her. She was forced to pull and kept in Longtan by Jenny, and was buried in dealing with the backlog of affairs, and could not get out of her. Hylon is very close to the headquarters of the Black Star Army. It didn't take long before Hyla arrived at the headquarters that she had been away from for a long time. Han Xiao, who had returned from the Shining World some time ago, was already waiting for her at the headquarters. As soon as he entered the Legion, Hela felt a different feeling. The Black Star Army already knew that she had become a Super A-level player. Everyone saluted her along the way, and all the members looked at her with awe and curiosity. She looked at her without squintingly, and first went to find Aurora, who had not seen for many years, and went straight to the cadre activity room. Many core cadres were waiting in the room early. Congratulations on becoming a Super A-level. As soon as Hela entered the room, everyone came up with a smile and expressed their congratulations. Thank you. Hyla nodded and responded one by one. Although she was cold, she was not unkind. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious. At this moment, a full voice suddenly sounded, overwhelmingly overwhelming everyone's voice, and his tone was extremely enthusiastic. "Captain, you are finally back. I miss you so much." Hardaway came out from the crowd, and a sexy side-sliding step flashed in front of Hyla, with a noticeable, pleasing look on his face and a loud voice. "Do you miss me?" Hella looked suspicious. She didn't remember that she had such a good relationship with Hardaway. "It's not just me. Over the past 20 years, all the guards have missed you all the time. Without your leader, we are very uncomfortable. We must be tired after walking so far on the road." "Don't stand, sit down and rest for a while. Don't be tired." Hardaway asked about his well-being. His attitude was so enthusiastic that he looked like a dog-like face. Everyone was shocked by his performance and looked at each other. "We remember that you didn't say that before." Sichuan Opera's face change is too real. Fording raised his eyebrows and reminded him playfully, "Is that so? How can I remember? You seem to say that Hella is incompetent. When she comes back, you have to challenge her to compete for the captain's position. Now that she is back, your chance has come." "Nonsense. I have never said such words before." Hardaway looked righteous and his tone was strong. "Hella, don't listen to these people talking nonsense. They are sow discord between us. I mentioned you privately. Which time wasn't you complimenting? Don't believe these guys who envy our friendship." He was shocked when he learned that Hella was super A-level and immediately wanted to slap himself in the face and take back all the words he said to Hella over the years. "They are all super A-level, so I still have to challenge their position? You think I'm stupid? What? Say I'm cowardly? Fart. What is a smart person called cowardice? This is called judging the situation." Everyone was shocked. They didn't even blink when they told lies. "It turned out that you were still thick-skinned. Is that true? Why am I so unbelievable?" Hella snorted. Just as he was chatting and fucking, Aurora walked into the room and screamed in surprise. "Sister, you're back and spicy." Hella turned his head and looked at Aurora. His eyes softened instantly. He quickly walked to Aurora, looked up and down at his sister who had not seen for many years, and asked a series of trivial questions that were accumulated in his heart. "How are you doing these years? Are you eating well? And are you sleeping well?" Although he knew that Han Xiao would take care of Aurora, after the budding and destruction, she had not been separated from Aurora for so long. Every day, she couldn't help but think about everything about Aurora. The two sisters greeted for a while, and then Hella was reluctant to part with Aurora for a while. She knew that Han Xiao was still waiting for her in the office. As he came to the Legion commander's office, Hella pushed the door open and saw Han Xiao, who had been missing for a long time. He was sitting behind the desk and smiling at him. "You are here." Han Xiao nodded with a smile. "Congratulations on entering the Super A level. I fulfilled my promise and came back only when I reached Super A level." Hyla nodded and sat down in front of Han Xiao. "I know you can do it, and you have never doubted this." Han Xiao looked up and down at Hella, and all aspects became more and more perfect. "I know you must believe me, too." The two looked at each other and smiled. "I'm happy to listen to you talk about your experience over the years. But if you talk about this later, let's talk about the serious matters first." Han Xiao pointed at the table, stared at Hella's eyes, and slowly said, "You are already Super A-level now. Tell me, what are your plans in the future? Do you want to go out on your own? If I choose to be independent, will you support me?" Hella asked back, "We are friends. I will not force you to serve me. If you choose independence, I will do my best to support you and provide you with all the resources you need to help you develop your Super A-level power." Han Xiao knocked on the table and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Hella did not answer immediately, and a rare look of hesitation appeared on her face. There was silence in the room. "Today I have some urgent matters. I wrote a little less, smiley face." Time passed by minute, and Hella thought silently, but Han Xiao was not in a hurry, with a smile on his face, waiting for her reply. After a long time, Hella slowly exhaled. "I choose independence." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Since that's the case, I'll let Zai Wei, Before he finished speaking, Hella added, "But it's not now." Han Xiao twitched his face and looked at her joking eyes and felt helpless and funny. "Xiaobian, how dare you tease me? If you like to speak halfway through your words, why don't you write a book? Hella sighed, saying a rare heartfelt words. I used to lack security and always wanted to catch up with you. So my only goal was to become stronger and stronger until I had enough self-protection. Now I finally became a super A-level, enough to protect myself in most cases, but I haven't figured out what to do in the future, so I just stayed in the Legion first. If I change my mind in the future, I will talk about it later. On the way back, Hella thought about this question: what should I do after mastering the super A-level power? She has no clue. In order to improve his strength, he has basically spent time in battle and has not experienced the scenery of the universe well. At least for now, Hella has not yet had the mood and ambition to form a personal force. And looking back on her experiences along the way, Han Xiao provided her with too much help. Without his recommendation, Emmys would not have accepted herself as a student. She didn't know when she could become a super A-level person. She has always received so much help from Han Xiao and owed a lot of favors, but her rewards were extremely meager. She was embarrassed to be independent as soon as she became a super A-level. Her strong personality determines that she is unwilling to owe favors all the time. Back then, Black Star started his own business after becoming a super A-level player, but he made great contributions to Longtan. With this qualification, Hella felt that his dedication to the Legion was far less than Han Xiao's contribution to Longtan, so he was embarrassed to follow Han Xiao's approach. The most important thing is that Hella knows how to kill and fight, but she doesn't know how to form and manage forces, nor does she want to spend energy on them. This aspect has inherited Emmy's talent. She would rather use this time to consolidate her power, and she is not interested in the power at the moment. In her opinion, with her combat power and intimate relationship with Han Xiao, she is considered to be one person and more than 10,000 people in the Black Star Army. If she wants to borrow power and stay at home, it is better than to work hard to form a new organization. What's more, the Black Star Army is the leader in the Broken Star Ring private organization and is no longer suitable to form a new super-level force, and she can't get much resources. After hearing Hyla's explanation, Han Xiao smiled heartily. Okay, then you can stay in the Black Star Army first. My promise will always be effective. If you want to go out independently one day, I will still help. Yes. Hyla nodded. You're already over A-level, and it is not appropriate to be my guard officer. In this way, I formally appointed you as the deputy commander of the Black Star Legion. Your status is only below me, higher than Loki. You are involved in the highest decision-making of the Army affairs. Your daily management powers cover branch arming, resource mining, mercenary coordination, etc. You can command some Army fleets, and you are named as the commander of the guard officer and do not assume the duty of the guard. With a few words, Han Xiao promoted Hyla and gave her great real power. After all, his value is different. Even if Hela himself cannot use power, he has to give it to him. On the one hand, he shows that he attaches importance to Hela and demonstrates the relationship between Hela and the Legion. On the other hand, he gives an explanation to the outside world to prove that he abides by industry rules. Han Xiao was in a very happy mood after leaving Hela. He assumed that there were many results, and Hela chose to stay, which was the best result. This is the first super A-level cadre owned by the Legion. It is a qualitative change. One force is in charge, or two super A-level cadre, which is a completely different concept. Originally, I was the only pillar of the Legion. Now that she has Hela, she can share a lot of things for me, and it will also help the Legion expand its influence. Han Xiao thought to himself, Deputy Legion Commander? Let's do it. Hyla didn't care much about her title. She suddenly put her hands on the edge of the table, leaning forward, and her eyes were bright. I'll talk about these things later. I have a request to fight me. Yes. Han Xiao agreed, but it's not today. You just return to the headquarters. Let's rest for a while before talking. I'll take more time with your sister. I'll also handle some chores. In a few days, I'll beat you again. Cough, cough, fight you. Okay. Hyla nodded and pressed her eagerness to try. After entering the A-level, she always wanted to see how big the gap between the two was. After chatting for a few more words, Hela left the room and went to communicate with Aurora. The two sisters had not seen each other for many years and had endless things to say. Watching Hyla leave, Han Xiao smiled secretly and was about to write the appointment letter when the communicator suddenly rang. After taking a look, it was Ulan Rueyer's call. The Empire contacted me at this time, probably because he came for Hela. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he thought for a while before he answered the call. HSN Law, what's the matter with calling me in your busy schedule? Han Xiao. I heard that one of your cadres has become a freshman and super A-level student. Congratulations. Ulan Rueyer nodded. Her name is Hela. Not only is she a cadre, but also an old friend. She and me. Oh, I almost forgot. You must have her information. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, pretending. Well, have you talked to Hela? You came so coincidental. I just finished talking to her. What's the result? What's her plan? She felt it was troublesome and didn't want to form a force for the time being. So she decided to continue to be with me and serve as my right-hand man. That's it. Ulan Riel paused, pondered for a moment, and said slowly, I have something I want to ask you. You said, if possible, I hope you can convince Hela to join the Empire. As expected, Han Xiao smiled, but didn't say anything. He had expected it. Because of his relationship with Hela, the Empire felt that there was a high probability that he would get a new Super A ally, so he came to the door and took the initiative first, wanting to strengthen his Super A-level team. Seeing that Han Xiao did not reply, Ulan Rueyer couldn't help but ask, what do you think? Do you have any ideas? No problem. I will try my best to convince her, but I can't guarantee success. Han Xiao did not comment. I understand. Ulan Riel nodded. She would not force her. At this time, Han Xiao changed his mind and said, by the way, you contact me. I have something to report to you. Didn't you let me maintain the security of the Broken Star Ring? I have an idea. Just take this opportunity to show it, but the movement is a bit big, and I need the support of the Empire. Tell me, Han Xiao said slowly. Because of the Shining World, the Super A levels in various star fields gathered in the Broken Star Rings, and the Super A levels that came accounted for at least 90% of the entire universe. Since this is the case, I would just take the lead and invite these people to gather together to hold a large-scale gathering of Super A levels in the whole universe. Please talk with them at one time to reach a consensus, not to cause trouble in the Broken Star Rings. Upon hearing this, Ulan Rueyer immediately calculated. This is almost equivalent to inviting all Super A levels in the entire universe. That's right, the noise is indeed too big. These people are iconic figures in various star fields. If they succeed, it will be enough to set off a public opinion craze that swept the entire universe. Maybe it will be recorded in history and become a major event worth remembering. As for what benefits Black Star can get from it, it is also obvious. The first is to save energy and solve the problem of star domain stability at one time. Whether it is negotiation or showing off its fist, anyway, use various means to make all foreign Super A-level abandon the idea of causing trouble and wait here for the Shining World to open up. The second advantage is that if all the Super A levels can be brought together to meet, the influence of Black Star, as the leader, will be greatly improved, proving that so many Super A levels will all sell his face. How sure are you to invite everyone? Ulan Riel asked in a pondering voice. Half. Really? Ulan Riel was suspicious. Most of the Super A-level people are smart people. They know very well that they agreed to your invitation to support you and help you expand your fame. There is no problem with the people of the Empire, but can you ensure that the people of Guanghui and Zuling give you face? I can't guarantee it, but Han Xiao smiled. I think my face should still be useful. As for those who can't be invited, I will ask the Empire for help. Okay, it's worth a try. I will let someone cooperate with you. Ulan Riel thought for a while, nodded in agreement with the plan, and expressed that he would provide help. Then I will thank the Empire in advance. Han Xiao smiled slightly, and suddenly his eyes flashed, saying, besides this, I have another thing. You said, I have considered the proposal for evolutionary blocks during this period. Han Xiao shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't plan to exchange evolution blocks for other things for the time being. In fact, I have read the list given to me several times, but there are no cosmic treasures that I particularly like. The Empire is full of sincerity. I'm very grateful. Unfortunately, my luck is not good, so I can only express regret. Ulan Riel was silent for a few seconds and slowly said, "It's okay. We won't force it. If you change your mind, please contact us at any time." After that, the two chatted for a few more times before hanging up the phone. Han Xiao played with the communicator, recalling the conversation just now, and nodded secretly. After thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to reject the Empire's proposal and retain the evolutionary block. The Empire wants to obtain ownership of the evolution block and completely control the business of the evolutionary totem, which is exactly what he wants to control. This is a contradiction of interests. Even if the Empire is dissatisfied, he must take this key business in his own hands. It is better to count on yourself than to count on others. You have a good relationship with the Empire, not because of personal relationships, but because of your usefulness to the Empire. This is the foundation of the Legion. Refusing to exchange, the Empire may be dissatisfied, but there is no possibility of breaking up because the Empire still needs him. Han Xiao first threw out this plan to convene all the Super A-level meetings, and then said the decision to evolve the block is also a small test, using this project to test the changes in the Empire's attitude. If you want to control a benefit, you must have matching strength. The Empire is indeed a well-deserved giant, but the Black Star Legion is also qualified to occupy this interest. When Hela returns, the Legion has more confidence. The fundamental reason for the suppression of Guanghui and Zuling is that the Empire prohibits the sale of totems to the outside world. But if one day the ban is lifted, does Guanghui and Zuling hope that the Empire itself will control the blocks? Or does an external ally control the blocks? The answer is undoubtedly. I would rather let an Empire allies control the profits of totem than I would like to have competitors themselves to control the totem business. Although nominally business is Empire, the ownership of benefits is essentially different. The Empire will definitely make some small moves in private. It depends on what they plan to do. Han Xiao shook his head. Anyway, the generals came to block the water and block the soil, and they would deal with each other when they saw the move. The next day, the Black Star Army publicly issued a personnel appointment. The sixth seat of the Broken Star Ring, the freshman who defeated Tolian, surpassed the A-level. Hela, who is not nicknamed yet, is about to serve as deputy commander of the Black Star Legion. Without a self-esteem, continue to serve in the Black Star Legion. Countless forces are closely monitoring the progress of the matter. As soon as the news came out, the entire Star Domain was shocked. Everyone knows that if the Black Star Army has doubled, its influence will inevitably skyrocket. Although Black Star can beat multiple ordinary Super A levels by one person, for interstellar citizens in the entire universe, the feeling of being a single core team and a dual core team is very different. Many forces with ulterior motives were hoping that Hela would split up, but the development of the situation was contrary to their imagination, and they were disappointed and disappointed. A Super A-level person actually succumbed to the power of Black Star and work for others? Can you have some backbone? Why don't you learn from your seniors? It's impossible to work. Start your own business. Damn it, I have to find a way to break them apart. And for the members and collaborators of the Black Star Army, this is perfect and great news. When the Legion was excited when he learned that Hela was staying, the family has an A-level backer, and their confidence has increased dramatically. The members of the Legion have become arrogant recently, and they can learn from their relatives without a teacher. The influence quickly reflected, and the Legion's attractiveness to high-end talents increased greatly. Seeing that Han Xiao seemed to have really cultivated a Super A level, many superpowers couldn't sit still and were all thinking about it. The most shaken one was some neutral Super A-level seeds, which became Super A-level and had a fatal attraction for them. Every time this time, Hardaway will be particularly happy. I'm just foresight, let go of my reserve early, join the Black Star Army, and become an old qualification. In the future, these guys will all be my younger brothers when they join in. It's great to throw away the moral integrity. Somewhere in the Broken Star Ring, the fleet of the Void Spirit sect, The main ship conference room was full of projections of Void Super A-level allies, and only Tolian, a real person, sat in the middle, and the scene was like a three-person trial. You mean that Hela's superpower is extremely lethal to life? When it explodes, it will hurt you with one blow. That's right, it hurts, and she can also hurt my spirit. At least she will have to recuperate for a few years. Talon gritted his teeth. Tolian was very angry when losing to Hela, and felt like he was full of confidence in landing, but was killed alone online. Not only did he fail, he also suffered trauma that was difficult to heal. He was mainly mentally damaged and needed to be adjusted slowly. Before he recovered, Tolian's control of spells would be reduced, and his strength could not reach its peak level. He couldn't swallow this breath. He took a few days off and contacted others today to report on Hela's ability. Sauer slowly shook his head. The Black Star Legion has obtained a new student with extraordinary potential, and its power has grown again. Hearing this, many people present were frowning. Among the three cosmic civilizations, the one who least wants the Black Star Legion to grow is the Zuling sect. After all, after suffering such a big loss in the Lighthouse Star battle, many of them have formed a grudge with the Black Star Legion. At this moment, the Sun Hunter suddenly glanced at the communicator and exclaimed, "He Xing sent me a message." "What did he say?" Sauer turned his head to look. He invited us to visit him." The Sun Hunter's tone became weird. Yes, what he invited. We're all super A-levels of the Zuling sect." As soon as this statement came out, except for Sully, the faces of the others present changed, full of surprise and confusion. Invite all the top combat powers of the Zuling sect? What is Black Star doing? Do you want to be beaten by a group if you feel itchy? If it were someone else, they would feel that they were looking for death, but the target was Black Star. Everyone here believed that he was really just literally itchy. "His Excellency Sui, do you think we want to go?" Someone couldn't help asking. Sauer was silent for a few seconds and said slowly, "Black Star invites everyone, which is beyond the scope of private affairs. It depends on the meaning of the Zuling sect. I guess I have to accept the invitation." "Why? Our Zuling and the Black Star Legion are not friends. Black Star thinks he has such a great face." Tolian was indignant. Sauer shook his head, his voice ethereal. "I probably understand what means Black Star will use. His reason is to maintain the stability of the Broken Star Ring. If he doesn't go, he will settle the score later." "Are we still afraid of him alone?" someone said angrily. "We are not afraid, but the Black Star Legion has a huge power in the Shining World. Su Ling should not want to offend him. Moreover, Su Ling has to consider Cisco. He lives in the Broken Star Ring and has no place to run. If Black Star wants to settle the score, he will be in trouble." Sui said calmly. But Black Star did not hide his goal. If we all responded to his summons, it would enhance his reputation and influence. The top leaders would not know this, and other Super A-level players from other forces were willing to be used by Black Star. Sun Hunter narrowed his eyes. The Empire must have made full efforts behind the scenes and support them with all their strength, and Guanghui may also agree. Sui said, "Will the Glorious Federation agree?" Tolian was puzzled. Sauer looked at him and said slowly, "Broken Star Rings are the territory of glory after all." At the same time, the Glory Federation also received an invitation from Han Xiao and immediately summoned many allies to discuss. Black Star wants to hold a Super A-level conference, and his heart is obvious. Do we need to achieve his reputation? Sierran had two arms wrapped around his arms and his other hands on the table, looking indifferent and disdainful. Although he is at the peak of Super A-level, he is not too arrogant to himself. Why do you think everyone else has to give him face? He is an important ally of the Guanghui Federation, also a member of the elderly group, and has a high status in the Super A-level circle, with a status equivalent to the Old Dragon, Khan of the Empire, or the Sun Hunter of the Void Spirit. Another Super A-level player turned his head and looked at the glorious President Badr and the elders present, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you decide or think?" Badr said slowly, "Maintaining the stability of the Broken Star Ring is not a bad thing for us. Even without the Empire, I don't plan to make trouble. The shining world is about to be developed, so there's no need to provoke extra conflicts. Anyway, I didn't plan to cause trouble, so there's no need to respond to Black Star? Someone asked. I'm still considering it. The chief elder took over the conversation and paused his crutch. At present, there is indeed no need to support Haitian and enhance his influence. It is contrary to our strategy of suppressing the empire over the past few decades. I think we can actually help Haitian. At this time, one person spoke and actually spoke for Han Xiao. In my opinion, the pressure over the years has been effective, and with some special reasons, it is only a matter of time for the empire to open the right of purchase. Hearing this, everyone looked at this person with different expressions. This person is named Hideous. He is a new student born in the past 10 years. He has not been a long time since joining Guanghui, and his status is average, and he has not shown any performance. Unexpectedly, he suddenly expressed his opinions today, and it seems that there are unknown information channels. You said there was a special reason to let the empire open up the right to buy the totem? What inside story do you know? Bedell was puzzled. It's just some trivial information. Heidi was clearly perfunctory and didn't want to say it out. Seeing this, Bedell was a little dissatisfied and knew that the question would not be a result. So he simply asked, "Then tell me why you should help Black Star." It's very simple. The evolutionary block is the core of the evolution's totem business. If one day the empire opens up the totem, our needs will be met. Then if the empire is allowed to master the block, we will not only have no chance, but also let the empire gain the big head of profit. In comparison, it's better to continue to let Black Star keep the block. So we can raise Black Star to improve his status and reputation, increase the bargaining chips for him, prevent him from being unable to withstand the pressure and being replaced by the empire to evolve the block. Heidi has said, "It sounds reasonable, but the totem has not been opened yet. What you say is empty talk. Now, helping the Black Star is against our suppression strategy and will only cause us trouble. If you can prove that the empire will definitely open the totem and tell the inside story you have, then your proposal will be meaningful." The chief elder has a clear mind. "I have a special informant. The news must be reliable." Heidi shook his head, still not planning to explain. At this time, the mechanic mansion, who had been playing soy sauce, tilted his head and said calmly, "Whatever you do, I will accept the invitation from Black Star." Everyone was shocked and looked at him one after another, and many people showed confusion. "Didn't you have a conflict with Black Star and have it resolved? It seems that your relationship is not good." Sierran asked. "That has nothing to do with you." Manison waved his hand casually. "I think this is a grand event, and I can do my best to promote it. I usually stay in their respective territory at the Super A level. I have this rare opportunity to gather in a star field and just meet together." Everyone looked at Manison's face, but could not see the thoughts from his face. They were confused and did not understand Manison's intention. Logically speaking, Manison and Black Star are competitors and should try their best to suppress them. Why would they help? No one knew what he was thinking. After glanced at everyone, Manison shook his head secretly. He was not worried that this matter would increase Han Xiao's influence. The normal change in reputation would not affect the two of them's status in the mechanical divine cult. The believers only focus on the record between mechanical technology and mechanics, and ignore everything else, so he was not afraid that Black Star would become more famous. However, Manison did not intend to help Han Xiao. He mainly wanted to indirectly improve the status of all Super A levels in the universe through this matter. Super A level, who masters personal power, is already a big shot in the universe, but he feels that the weight is not enough. In the eyes of advanced civilizations, their role is more reflected in strategic deterrence and self-killing, which has been like this for many years, and Manison wants to improve the situation. If we take this opportunity to gather a lot of Super A-level people, as long as we think of the power these people have, when they're united, advanced civilizations will be more afraid of them and pay more attention to them. This will have some hidden impacts. Generally speaking, good and bad are related to good and bad, but the benefits are more beneficial than bad for the military country. His eyes are no longer limited to his own acre of land, and he intends to seek more benefits for the class represented by the Super A-level people. In other words, Madison is consciously raising the ceiling of the entire industry, and it means to be a little more powerful than the world, but he is mainly considering interests in his bones. On the other hand, he didn't mind that the event was led by Han Xiao. Although the two were competitors, they also had similarities. That is, they were both mechanics. The popularity of Black Star can attract more talents to become mechanics, which is conducive to the spread of the mechanical divine cult. In this way, Madison, as the leader of the mechanics world, will also benefit from it. Of course, if he takes the lead, the benefits will be greater. However, Madison is not a stingy person. Since Black Star proposed it first, he is too lazy to grab it. Moreover, Black Star has reasons to maintain public security in the star field. He is famous, but he has no position to summon so many people. Compared with Void Spirit and Glory, the Super A-level Red Empire is very supportive. The Black Star will do something, and the means of exploiting benefits are really amazing. Milizaus was amazed. Hearing this, everyone present shook their heads and laughed. The Broken Star rings gathered in all parties, which was originally a bad thing that affected the stability of the star domain, but the Black Star saw an opportunity from it and took advantage of the opportunity to squeeze out oil from the cracks of the stones and turn bad things into good things. Everyone knows that Han Xiao's intention was not only to gain reputation and influence, but also to establish his position as a person who is a Super A-level talker in the Broken Star Ring. He stood out in the name of the entire star field, and his meaning was extraordinary. In the past, Black Star had a real and no name. Once this thing was done, it was to prove to the outside world that it was a formal leader in the star field. It happened that the Black Star Legion recently added a new room to Super A-level house, and it happened to strike while the iron was hot and took advantage of the situation. In this way, the Black Star Legion's status became more and more solid. Not to mention those long-term interests, the most significant impact is that the competitiveness in the war field will be severely damaged, and the infinite consortium that has been competing in various fields will be greatly affected. In the short term, it will be difficult to cause any trouble to the Black Star Legion. Black Star is really wild, and it's fun. Kant smiled. Today he turned into a cute little black pig, the size of a palm, standing upright, with his hind legs spread apart, sitting cross-legged like a human, and his two short upper hooves barely made an arm-hunting position. Imperial is publicly showing support, but I don't know what Heber will think. Bioni smiled. When Claudia heard this, he said lightly, "It's not that the Empire doesn't take care of him, but that he doesn't have the strength." In the war field, Herber and Sorokin's clones sat opposite each other. The Black Star Legion has added a new Super A-level. The Black Star indeed has movements. He wants to completely sit in the position of the Broken Star Ring. Alas, I have no choice but to be upright. If he succeeds, most of our achievements over the years will be lost. Sorokin shook his head helplessly. He knew that Black Star was not a guy who could easily miss the opportunity. As expected, taking advantage of the Legion's new Super A-level, he used this popularity to launch a set of combined punches. Because the incident was rushed, he had not even investigated Hellas' background, so he naturally could not fight back. Moreover, Black Star invited all Super A-level players to sell their faces or not, and he could not interfere with them alone, so he could only watch. But Heber did not answer immediately. He lowered his head and stared at the invitation, silently not knowing what he was thinking. "His Excellency, are you going to reject Black Star's invitation? I don't recommend this." Herber then glanced at him and said slowly, "Reason. The Empire's attitude is very obvious. It is to support Black Star's move. If you refuse to support it, it is against the Empire, which is not a good choice." Sorokin shook his head. "If everyone else in the Empire goes, but you don't go, it would be too out of place. By that time, it doesn't make much sense whether you go or not, and it's even more embarrassing not to go. You don't need to teach me." Herber snorted coldly. "What about you? Do you go?" "Of course I will go." Sorokin smiled slightly. "After all, Black Star and I are just commercial opponents, but there is no hatred, and I can't afford to offend him. He doesn't like to go out of place, and only by following the crowd can he hide himself. You are so thick-skinned." Herber can't help but complain. "Oh, it's a pity. It would be great if you and I were the ones who led to this event. Sorgen sighed. Maybe we know the reason for the super A level and don't think it's amazing, but to the outside world, it would be too glorious. Black Star responds with a call. If the Black Star Army is listed, this wave alone can make his market value soar. Now, if I participate in this event, I should be able to drink some soup and increase the market value of the Infinite Consortium by a small wave. Sorgen said intimately. Ignoring Sorokin, Herbert looked at the invitation again, feeling a little unwilling to see Black Star confirm the position of the leader of the star field. Unfortunately, after the lesson last time, he already knew that he was not an opponent and could not beat Han Xiao, so there was nothing he could do. Star Pupil God Clan. He even invited me? Cisco was surprised. In terms of flat chest, he didn't want to accept Han Xiao's invitation at all. But the problem arose, he dared not refuse. Black Star is so powerful now that the Cisco tribe is breaking the star rings. If Black Star loses its face, and people find excuses to call them every minute, what's wrong? Even though the two sides have a deep grudge, Cisco has endured humiliation over the years, developed in a low-key manner, and did not act any revenge. At this time, he dared not offend Han Xiao. I am so frustrated with this super A level. Move place. Must move. Cisco yelled in his heart, and his mentality exploded for the second time this month. The story of Han Xiao Guang's heroic posting was not announced to the outside world, but some rumors still spread. Logically speaking, it is difficult to leak news within these super A-level circles, but the situation is so strange. Many interstellar media in the Broken Star Rings got the news from somewhere and excitedly sent people to the Black Star Army to inquire everywhere, wanting to follow up and report and create a big news. The most intuitive manifestation is that the Black Star Legion headquarters recently has an additional beautiful scenery, that is, a group of paparazzi with amazing perseverance chasing the members of the army to ask questions. Han Xiao did not stop it either. The situation was obvious. It must be the Empire that quietly released the news. Since a grand event was to hold, it was inevitable to create momentum to maximize the impact. He originally wanted to do it himself, but the Empire snatched the work, which saved him trouble. There is still some time before the agreed meeting, and most of the Super A levels have not arrived yet. Han Xiao asked Suiya to prepare for this matter, and he was paying attention to the reactions of all parties' Super A levels to this. He had prepared some methods to convince some Super A level, but what he didn't expect was that the progress seemed to be smoother than expected. Most people bought his account, and it seemed that they didn't need to use the methods of preparation at all. It turns out that before I knew it, my face was already so great. Han Xiao sighed, secretly, feeling happy. After staying in the universe for decades, I finally developed the fruit of face to the stage of awakening. Since things went well, he was relieved. In addition to the well-known benefits of holding this grand event, he also had goals that others would never know. Legend. The source of legend is very complicated. One of the ways is to do various major deeds and gather most of the universe's Super A level to hold a tea party. Han Xiao estimated that 80% of the legends of the universe could be obtained, and even political assets might be possible. And you can also take this opportunity to touch all these Super A-level details and record everyone's attribute panels. While planning the plan, the door suddenly opened. Hala walked in, straight to the point, and didn't turn around at all. It's been 5 days I've had enough rest, come and do it. It's been 5 days since Hala came back. She has been looking forward to the competition, and today she finally came to her door again. Okay, then fight, but don't be at the headquarters. If the equipment is broken, it will be repaired. Let's go to the universe to fight a field battle. Hearing this, Han Xiao stood up. He agreed to Hela early, and there was no reason to refuse today. Talking about this book is also a game, The Master Huang Ting. The results are quite good. The author has made some urgent matters a while ago. It has been updated recently. If you're interested, you can check it out. Hela is the newly established deputy commander of the Legion, and the newly born Super A level has received countless attention recently. It is the time when she is showing her strength. The higher her reputation, the greater the benefit to the Legion. At this juncture, Han Xiao will not attack her reputation. Therefore, the two of them have a pure personal exchange, and Han Xiao doesn't need to defeat Hela to gain reputation, and he doesn't need to show off. After quietly leaving the headquarters of the Black Star Army, the two of them searched for a desolate planet. Han Xiao used a counter-detection device to isolate the energy detection from the outside world, forming a secret battlefield. Just here, the two landed on the lead gray land. Han Xiao raised his hand to open the secondary dimension barracks, and groups of mechanical warriors lined up, and the black machinery spread like a tide. The original body is in person and can use all the troops. It is extremely large in scale. Even if Han Xiao did not summon all the legions, it quickly covered the earth and the sky. Some of the apostles' weapons were lined up in line. They returned from the Shining World and were accompanying Han Xiao at this time, acting as the top combat power of the Mechanical Legion. Han Xiao called out a master clone. His consciousness descended, and then he kept his body away from the battlefield. After arguing, he had no intention of breaking his life. He came here to express his attitude, and he was cautious when changing his clone in person. Seeing this, Hela narrowed her eyes, said nothing, and agreed. Although she hoped that Black Star could do her best, she knew that her ability was a bit strange and did not want to cause hidden damage to Han Xiao. Moreover, even Black Star's clone was difficult to deal with, and there were a bunch of apostle weapons next to it. Hela is full of energy when entering the Super A level, but he also knows that the possibility of defeating Han Xiao is extremely low, and he wants to see how big the gap between himself and Han Xiao is now. Hela exhaled, and her eyes suddenly had red lights, and a stream of red death energy kept gushing out from her body, soaring into the sky, reflecting a bloody cloud of clouds in the sky. The red energy boiled and rolled, like a roaring sea, and was still expanding, and its momentum was competing with the overwhelming Mechanical Legion. "Are you okay? I'm going to go." Hela entered the state of fighting. His expression became calm and indifferent. Han Xiao closed the secondary dimension barracks, controlled his clone, and twisted his neck, released his mechanical force to bless the entire army. Then he looked down at the ground under his feet, shook his head helplessly. "A good planet. I'm going to suffer again." As soon as he finished speaking, Hela pushed his hands together and launched a fierce attack. Rumble! The death energy condensed in the air, slapped like an avalanche, as if the sky had fallen, covering all the mechanical forces ahead in the attack range. The outer armor of each mechanical warrior reflected a blood-red craze. Yozu looked up, slightly raised the Yozu spear in his hand, and paused gently to the ground. Bang! With him as the center, a circle of light blue phantom barrier suddenly popped up, and the area expanded rapidly, directly covering the entire mechanical army. The tsunami-like death energy hit the secret energy barrier, bursting out the sound of the sky and the earth breaking. A flash of light and a mixed red and blue energy shock wave suddenly swept out. Rumble! The earth cracks inch by inch. Dust is like a fountain. Rifts appear, cliffs sink, plates squeeze, ridges protrude, and the terrain around hundreds of miles changes rapidly. Hyla's expression changed, and Yozu could compete with her head, which was beyond her expectations. In her opinion, Han Xiao should be able to use Legion tactics to fight and win by quantity. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao's current apostle weapon has been strengthened to this level. Hyla's eyes were fixed, and she soared into the air. She raised her hand to press down. The power of the death energy that was eroding and impacting the phantom barrier increased again. The already barely stalemate of the phantom barrier suddenly appeared. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the barrier shattered into dust. After all, Hela is not a person like Cole and Bioni, and there's still a gap between the apostle weapons. The mechanical legions suddenly dispersed, each popping up the phantom shield. While preparing to resist the impact of death energy, they raised their muzzles and took a counterattack. The dense energy cannons were concentrated at Hela, and the light of the scorching eyes seemed to cut open the space, leaving trace trajectories. Such a fierce mechanical legion of fire offensive, not many Super A-level players are willing to take over, and Hela is no exception. Her figure moved rapidly in the air, avoiding attacks, and a steady stream of death energy surged out of her body, forming layers of tight protective covers, wrapping her body in it. From time to time, energy cannons bombarded on it, exploding gaps. Death energy can both attack and defend, and there are very few Super A levels without shielding methods. Power of the dead. The superpowers are actually a bit of a loss when dealing with a mechanical legion. Ordinary mechanical warriors are dead objects, and Hela's blood-sucking attribute cannot be triggered, which cuts off an important way to recover blood. Moreover, the mental damage of death energy is of no use to the mechanical legion, which loses another advantage. Only when facing a vital opponent can her superpower be exerted. After all, defense is not Hela's strength. The mechanical legion that has been strengthened many times has long been transformed. As soon as the legion battle started, Hela felt the pressure of overwhelming attacks. Han Xiao's artillery fire continued to penetrate the shield and shot on her body. His blood volume dropped in half, and his injuries gradually accumulated. However, Hela's recovery ability is not bad. Although it is not as good as Aurora, it is also extremely impressive. When her level is very low, she has a high-speed healing expertise. The power of the dead nourishes flesh and blood. Her normal recovery ability is plus 500%, and her recovery efficiency when using her strength is plus 1,000%, 2,000%. Now that he has entered the Super A level, Hela has also gained more recovery abilities. Even if the blood-sucking attribute is useless, the blood recovery speed is still extremely fast. He's the kind of guy who looks very crisp, but is actually very fleshy. This is in line with Han Xiao's lineage. For a while, she could withstand the concentration of the mechanical legion. Yes, it seems that I won't lose so quickly. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled with relief and continued to bury his head in the number of steps. After the battle started, he asked his clone to activate Charge of Charge, Endless Power, and began to wander around wildly, sweeping away from moving distance. Turn on this skill and enter the guidance preparation stage. The moving distance within the guidance stage is the effective distance. Before this attack is issued, the skills are in a continuous activation state. Only when the attack is launched will the skill start to calculate and cool down. Although the power depends on distance rather than speed, the name of the skill has the word charge, and it is not possible to stop and walk. The so-called sprint distance in the skill introduction means that you must keep moving after the skill is turned on. The speed doesn't matter. If you stop, it will start from scratch. Even if you continue to move later, the skill will only calculate the latest moving distance between the last pause and the attack. Once you rush, it is best not to stop. With the Mechanical Legion, Han Xiao can do this easily. Moreover, Charge Endless Power will only take effect on the next melee attack, so it will not affect his long-range shooting. Since the level exceeds Hela, after the fight, the panel combat information showed Hela's current complete attributes, and all abilities were clearly visible. Han Xiao was limiting the range while browsing the battle information. It is worthy of being a superpower with S-level potential, and its attributes are really good. After looking at it for a while, even Han Xiao was a little sad. Compared to his fake genius, who has his expertise everywhere, Hela is an authentic talent with a lot of expertise, many of which are unique personal abilities and the potential of super thug. As time goes by, as she grows up and her basic attributes become higher and higher, the effects of these specialties will become more and more perverted. Now it is far from the peak of her previous life. Even if she finally became a Super A level, she is still tender in Han Xiao's eyes. Hela's Super A level expertise is not as expected by Han Xiao. One chooses Supreme Power to greatly increase the strength of superpowers, and the other chooses Cell Reactor to greatly increase the strength value and greatly enhance the battery life. Although we have to let the water down to maintain Hyla's confidence, Han Xiao does not plan to let go too much and does not want to fight a protracted war. Although the Legion's intimidation was great, Hela would not be afraid for a while. What really made her dangerous was a group of apostles led by Yozu. All the apostles' weapons can stand on their own, which has been much stronger than when they hit enemies. Now they are beating Hela up, which immediately makes her frustrated. Bang, bang, bang. The death energy rays were defeated in the middle, and the red fireballs of the turret were shot in succession, spewing out countless dark energy beams, cutting off most of Hela's long-range attacks against the apostles' weapons. Zinyanki charged all the way, and occasionally there was a leak of death energy shot over, but he was constantly switching weapons and could not stop him from taking a step. He was loaded with countless high-tech melee weapons and was a weapon master, serving as the chief instructor of combat skills of mechanical civilization. As soon as he approached, the Jintian flag immediately rolled and jumped. The electromagnetic warrior, high circular chain blade, cutting axe, and other weapons switched like flowing clouds and water, making a set of combos like an armed warrior. The mechanical body was extremely agile, as beautiful as a battle dance. Hela had to condense the energy of death on her body, turn her body into a weapon, and deal with the attack of Zinyanki. Unfortunately, her melee ability is far less than that of a weapon master who can integrate countless weapon schools. She soon became stretched and basically only had to get beaten. Clang! The shaking battle axe made from alloy was blocked by Hyla, leaving a shallow blood mark. She suddenly raised her legs and stepped on the battle axe with one foot. Then the white, jade-like palm was hid out from the air, as if a flower was hidden under the leaves of one hand. A bunch of high concentration of death energy was sprayed out from the center of her palm, and the close sky flag was blown away from a distance. Before she could take a breath, the space behind her fluctuated, and the crazy sky hunter flashed, opened her huge mouth full of sharp metal teeth, and bit Hyla's neck. Get out! Hela reacted quickly, lowered his head and raised his hand, and turned around with an elbow. The elbow hit Kwang Tianhu's chin, and the death energy exploded, and a circle of shock waves exploded, causing the mechanical beast to fly out. At this moment, a purple figure rushed from above, wrapped in a twisted special force field, dragging the thunderous arc-like energy trajectory, and knocking Hyla away, knocking her to the ground. This is a purple, strong mechanical warrior full of nanobiochemical tendons, wrapped in lightning-like energy. It is Zi Tianling who has entered the state of overclocking and rampage, with strong combat power. Hela rotated like a gyro, stabilizing her body while spraying death energy to force her to retreat the apostle weapon, hoping to get a chance to breathe. But at this moment, a little cold light suddenly broke through the red curtain and lit up in Hyla's eyes. Brush! Hela hurriedly turned her head, and the cold light rubbed across her cheeks, leaving a faint blood mark. This cold light came from the tip of the spear, spewing a deep blue high-concentrated ghost light blade, and the one holding the war spear was Yozu. Among the apostle weapons, Yozu was the strongest, and Hela was not easy to deal with him. In addition, other apostle weapons disrupted the situation. She became more and more passive in the fight. The fierce battle between the two sides continued for a long time, and the surface of the planet was beaten beyond recognition, like an egg with a cracked shell. Lava flows through the cracks of the ground and sprays out from time to time. Countless areas of the Earth's crusts move and plates collide, causing severe earthquakes. Hoo-hoo. Blood fell from the sky, and Hela was covered in blood and looked tired. Her special tight combat uniform was full of holes, revealing large areas of fairness, with melee weapons inserted in her shoulders, abdomen, and thighs. Just looking at her appearance, you can tell how tragic the battle was. It's so tough. Han Xiao grinned secretly. Hyla has always been accustomed to going all out. Even if she competes with Han Xiao, she will fight to the death and will not hesitate to do anything. Han Xiao released a little water to make the mechanical troops restrained a little, so as to give Hela a chance to do her best. Only by maintaining the advantage of crushing under this premise and allowing her to play happily can Hela be convinced. At this time, Hyla pulled out the weapon and inserted on her body, and the bloody wound slowly gathered and recovered. She looked around the apostle weapon and suddenly took a deep breath and snapped her fingers. After a long battle, 15 layers of death erosion were stacked on all the apostle weapons, including Yozu, and they were detonated at the same time. Rumble. All the apostle weapons exploded with red light and were severely damaged. The core of death erosion is the attached highly corrosive death energy. Detonating these energy has nothing to do with vitality. So unlike the blood-sucking attribute, this ability can take effect on any target, and machinery is no exception. The instant death of mechanical life is equivalent to the extinction of the fire source, and the erosion of death energy also has a chance to do it. However, Hela will not lose his mind in the battle and will not attack Han Xiao's important combat power. Therefore, the determination of instant death is not triggered, but the basic effect is triggered, evaporating a large amount of health points of these apostle weapons. Under the severe injury, the apostle weapons, such as Yozu, revealed flaws. Hela took the opportunity to break away from the encirclement and headed straight for the dominant clone who had been wandering, like a red meteor, knocking away the mechanical warriors along the way. The last blow is right. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he could see the battle information. Hela was already at the end of his strength, and his health reached its bottom. Knowing that Hela can weaken its recovery ability, Han Xiao has never let his clone withstand the attack. Hela can be seriously injured by relying on the apostle weapons and the mechanical legion. At this time, he stopped wandering, controlled the clone, and turned his head and charged towards Hela. On the devastated Earth, 2 meteors, one black and one red, were colliding with their tail flames. Han Xiao did not hold back, and the power of charge of endless power was fully integrated into his fist and pounded Hyla's chest. Bang! It's like a rock breaks through the sky. A strong shock wave exploded instantly, blowing away all the smoke and dust around. A huge hole appeared in Hela's chest, penetrated from front to back, and all the organs were beaten into pieces. The blood in his body mixed with pieces of flesh and blood sprayed out, leaving no drops left. Hela's eyes instantly lost her spirit and fell down below, landing with a bang, smashing a big pit. The target has lost signs of life. Yozu glanced at it and was a little surprised. Master, did you beat her to death? Didn't it be just a discussion? Han Xiao glanced at him, lifted the Lord to come, and his body slowly landed beside Hela. Me, are we doing it too much? Many apostle weapons followed, looked at each other, and lowered their heads, as if they were children who had done something wrong, trembling with fear. Han Xiao didn't say anything. At this moment, a stream of gray energy suddenly gathered from all directions and merged into Hyla's corpse. Her eyes suddenly returned to their figure, but the dark red light turned gray-black. The next moment, her broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her flesh and blood proliferated, her organs reborn, and her wounds healed quickly. Her pale face slowly rosy. Hela sat up and took a few breaths. The light in her eyes suddenly disappeared. She immediately coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Han Xiao had expected it, and she smiled and reached out to pat her back gently. Does it hurt? Take a deep breath and slow down. Hela has the expertise of detective death, which he had seen long ago, and the panel was clearly written. He knew that Hela would not die at once, and it would be fine if he was injured, so he simply did not hold back and directly relied on the outbreak of charge, endless power, to beat her to death. He had already been familiar with Hela's temperament and was extremely strong. If he beat her up with all his strength, she would feel satisfied and have the potential to shake him. After a while, Hela stopped coughing, looking helpless. You are too heavy to do it. I've been killed by you. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. Isn't this what you want? Don't you like it? Hearing this, Hyla snorted without refuting. Hela was almost beaten to death once, and she was not dissatisfied with her. Since she was doing her best, she wanted to fight like this. Han Xiao did not hold back, and she was very satisfied. Moreover, after this competition, Hela had an intuitive experience of Han Xiao's combat power in the Super A level, and was secretly shocked. Unexpectedly, after entering the Super A level, I was beaten by the Black Star, and the gap was still so big. Hela was not disappointed with decadence, but this aroused her fighting spirit. I am worthy of being the person I want to chase. It's not that easy to catch up with you. There are challenges and difficulties, so that's fun. Hyla secretly encouraged herself. She has always respected the strong and cannot help but feel a deeper sense of awe. I lost, but the fight was very refreshing. It was worth it. Hyla smiled sincerely. She didn't have many hobbies, and fighting was one of them. Fist fighting madman. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed, touching her head. Can you still leave? Don't touch my head randomly. Go back. He shook his head to avoid Han Xiao's big hand, and Hyla was supported her knees to stand up, but she had just recovered from dying and was in poor condition and almost overdrawn her physical strength. Seeing this, Han Xiao put his big hand on Hyla's shoulder and helped her. Hela glanced at him, but did not refuse, allowing him to help him walk onto the spaceship, and took the initiative to get closer to Han Xiao's arms. After fighting this fight, the relationship between the two became better. Although they had friendships in the past, they were not people of the same level. Now they're both in the same rank, and their identities are equal, and their common languages are immediately increased. The relationship quickly heats up, and the awkwardness and barriers that have not been seen in 20 years have been eliminated. Hela enjoyed this feeling very much. In the past, she could only look at Han Xiao's back, but now, she should be considered standing next to him, right? The private discussions did not leak news, and the outside world did not know about it, so naturally there would be no trouble. The most curious thing about the Broken Star Ring is a phenomenon. More and more Super A-level arrivals here without any concealment, leading their respective fleets to the headquarters of the Black Star Legion. The local interstellar citizens of the Broken Star Ring were moved, and their eyes were all focused on these Super A-level and Black Star Legions, and they all smelled the smell of big news. As the big guys from all walks of life arrive at the Broken Star Ring, this star field becomes more and more lively. As the super energy world, each Super A-level attracts the attention of countless interstellar citizens and forces and can be said to be a special idol star. Excluding one's own deeds, another important source of fame that is Super A-level is the Veen card. Every big guy has his own deck. There are too many people playing cards in the whole universe, and they know these big guys as they like. This kind of psychology is very similar to the collection habit, just like the feeling of collecting cards from snacks. On this day, spacecraft circling in the distance of the Black Star Corps headquarters, most of which were media reporters who came from the news, and the entire media that broke the star ring came. These reporters squat here for several days, witnessing one super-class fleet after another entering the headquarters of the Black Star Army, and their surprise became more and more intense. How many people have come? 27. There are more Super A-level people entering the Broken Star Ring on the way. So many Super A-level people gather together. There must be big moves. Do you want a rebel? Everyone was itchy and wanted to rush into the headquarters of the Black Star Army to dig out the truth immediately. Since the first Super A-level Emmers arrived, all the paparazzi were driven out and were not allowed to enter the Black Star headquarters. They could only circle outside and watch. Curiosity could not be satisfied, and these reporters seemed to have turned into manic baboons and could not sit still for a moment. Although the Empire made a splash, it only revealed ambiguous news. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, it did not explain the reason why these Super A-level gathered in the Black Star Legion was to make the outside world speculate and discuss. It has to be said that this method, similar to the suspense of literary works, is very effective. The Broken Star Ring has received too much attention because of the Shining World issue. The news of the Super A-level gathering of the Black Star Legion has attracted the attention of the entire universe after it has spread. Everyone was filled with questions. About 80% of the Super A-level in the universe suddenly have a collective foundation. What is the purpose? The Super A-level circle is too far away for ordinary people. There is no insider news, and too many mysteries fill my mind. Among them, there's the most discussion about Black Star, and the whole universe's interest in Han Xiao has once again been raised. Why do all the bigwigs choose the Black Star Army as the meeting place? Why can Black Star respond to one call? Over the years, Han Xiao has implemented a low-key policy and has not much news. It was not until recently that a new show of popularity was created. Many people have had the illusion that Black Star has done some secret things secretly over the years, which has suddenly raised his status to this level. Not long ago, the Black Star Army had its second Super A-level position, and now it has gathered 70% or 80% of the entire universe. So there must be big moves. Almost everyone speculated so. At this moment, two fleets jumped from afar, one in front and the other in the scene. The outer armor was engraved with the marks of the Armored Kingdom and the Lord of the Void, and it was the fleet of Manison and Fuyui. Hurry up, record it quickly. Manson and Suri are actually here. Black Star has too much face. Two fleets crossed these media ships and landed towards the headquarters of the Black Star Corps. Many reporters rushed to record the process. Since they were unable to enter the venue, all these reporters could do was the Super A-level list that recorded the appearance and then waited for the news to come out. Two fleets entered the Legion dock, and Manison and Sowery's clones walked off the spacecraft. The two met old friends and quickly started to talk. You are here too. It seems that Su Ling has also supported Black Star this time. Manison smiled softly. Aren't you guys here? Sowery's tone faintly, his voice as if it was coming from the void, very ethereal. Glory is glory. I am me. The goal this time is different. Manison's tone was faint. You're not afraid of being dissatisfied with the glory. Sowery shook his head. What are your goals? Do you remember when the last time so many Super A-level gathered together? Forgot. I guess the three civilizations are about to forget, and just help them remember them. Manison's tone was casual. Fuyui paused and ignored it. This may not be a good thing for us. The more we pay attention, the more we fear it. Maybe it will be another peak sorrow. Good and bad always coexist. Although we, the Super A-level, belong to different forces, we are all the same class and have always been a mess. At this time, we act together, which has attracted the attention of the entire universe. I believe that other Super A-levels can see how much energy we have when we unite. If we can use this power, we can ask for more things. Manison said slowly. You haven't changed. You're still the same kind of rhetoric. Sui couldn't hear his emotions in his tone. Ancient people, mechanical tribes, infinite consortium. You have a lot of resources in your hands, but unfortunately, to your point, you can't do it alone. You have to use everyone. Let's talk about it. What kind of men will come out this time? It's just that I'm using each other. It's not just me who benefited. Every Super A-level has benefits. Isn't that good? Manison smiled. Anyway, you know me. Unless you have a way to help me complete the final divine transformation, don't come to me to do such a thing again. Sui waved his hand. Manison didn't mind, so he moved away from the topic. Then let's not talk about this first. The void specialty you gave me last time is good, so I'll give me some more. Yes, you can return the scepter of gods first. Are you dreaming? The two of them are fighting each other casually. At this time, more than a dozen Super A-level players who were waiting on the dock came over, basically Super A-levels of Guanghui and Void Spirit. These people came earlier. Because they had not arrived yet, they could only stay at the army headquarters and wait for a while. They had been living there for a while. Today, their respective leaders arrived and came here to pick them up. There is only one alien among them. That is Sorokin, standing alone outside the crowd, smiling. What are you here to pick us up? Manison glanced at him. Although this is the territory of Black Star, the two are important shareholders of the consortium. I should do to welcome you. Sorokin said earnestly. To everyone, this tone was like licking a dog and hugging his thighs, which was very consistent with their long-term impression of Sorokin. At this moment, Han Xiao walked over, attracted everyone's gaze, and said with a smile, Welcome to the Black Star Army. Come with me. The room has been arranged. Black Star. More than a dozen super A-level people turned their heads and greeted them. Their eyes were a little complicated and profound. Some people have only heard of the name of Black Star before, but have never actually met. However, they have known Han Xiao during this period of time when they stayed in the Black Star Army. In fact, most of the people present did not want to support the A-level players, but they were reluctant to come and visit because of the orders of the senior leaders of Guanghui and Zuling. However, even if everyone was reluctant, since they had reached their territory, they would not dare to be arrogant. Otherwise, they would have completely offended Han Xiao, and it would be unwise to anger a very capable peak super A-level player. Manison nodded to Han Xiao. I've met again. If I remember correctly, this should be my second time to come to your territory. Third times. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. You forgot the fight. Okay. Manison shook his head and laughed, not minding. Since the last wave of pieing, Han Xiao has not made any noise in the next 10 years. Manison has decided that Han Xiao has accepted the loss and will no longer challenge his position, so he has no prejudice. There have been more mechanics defeated over the years. As long as they are convinced, they will not continue to target. As the leader of the mechanical god cult, he still needs the qualities of the god of mechanical god. This is Saurier, the Lord of the Void. That's right, it's your first time meeting. Manison turned his head and introduced Saurier. It's indeed the first time I met, but I've been honored for a long time. Han Xiao smiled and stretched out his hand. It's an honor to meet Lord Xui. Xui held Han Xiao's palm and said, I often hear the name of Black Star. You're also a legendary figure. It's also my honor to see you. I heard that you still have Void bloodline. I think we will have many common topics. Businesses blew up each other, and Han Xiao led everyone back to their respective rooms. After Guanghui and Zuling lived in, there was only one Sorjin left beside him. His Excellency Haixing, your face really amazed me. So many big shots are here to support you. Sorjin seemed to be sincere in his praise, but he was hypocritical in Han Xiao's ears. Han Xiao curled his lips. I thought you wouldn't come. How is that possible? I'm also breaking the star ring to start business. You are the leader of this star field. How dare I not sell your face? I know you have some misunderstandings about me. We have some competition in business, but I am full of respect for you. Sorjin smiled. We may have a chance to cooperate in the future. Han Xiao knew that this guy's shameless skills were comparable to his own, and he was used to it. So he tickled. Has Hebron come with you? He said he wanted to come back on the last day. Haha, he is obviously very close to you, fighting with you like a child. Sorjin turned around and sold Hebron. If I understand. Han Xiao waved his hand, threw down the smirk boy Sorjin, turned around and left, thinking secretly. Except for the 3 major civilization allies who received the orders to support the show, the others basically have their own thoughts. For example, Sorokin, who came over and probably wanted to disguise himself with the flow and take the opportunity to socialize with these Super A levels. The old guy from Machine Kingdom seemed to have other plans. The Super A levels that came to the Black Star Legion can be divided into 3 categories. One is the Imperial allies belonging to his own people, Emmers, Austin, etc. The other 2 cosmic civilizations were ordered to support the show, and the third is other factions and neutral Super A levels. Most of these people are for making friends. However, the attempts of these people have little impact on the event, and Han Xiao doesn't care. In Han Xiao's view, the focus of this Super A level association is the waiting stage before the formal talks. These Super A levels have to wait for more than 10 days in their own territory, which has built a platform for communication to facilitate these Super A levels who cannot meet usually move around each other. Due to the restrictions of regions and camps, there is no such public occasion to bring so many big shots together. This allows everyone to PY together, and it is convenient for themselves to test so many Super A-level meetings for the first time. Not only yourself, everyone's network can be expanded a lot, which is conducive to strengthening the connections of the entire Super A-level circle. Han Xiao not only wanted to improve his reputation and maintain public security in the star field, but also to allow other Super A-level communication to communicate with each other and provide an opportunity to help these people get along well with each other. Although there may be conflicts and grudges between Super A levels, if the World Tree War breaks out, everyone will be comrades in arms fighting side by side, and he wants to do something good in advance. Moreover, if the Super A level class remains in a mess, it will also lead to some serious consequences. The superpower disaster has both the fuse and the general trend. I hope my talks can cause some changes, Han Xiao thought secretly. His Excellency the President, the Black Star Army headquarters has already occupied nearly 30 Super A-level people, and the final number is expected to be between 70 and 80. As the mother star of the glorious Federation, Bedell frowned and murmured as he listened to the report of the Chief Elder. Considering various factors, he chose to let his allies support him, but suddenly realized that so many Super A-level gatherings together, this power is too terrible. Just meeting him will shock the entire universe and trigger a frenzy of public opinion. His influence is really scary, a bit beyond expectations. There are too many Super A-level. Yes, in a few days, the headquarters of the Black Star Army may be the most dangerous place in the entire universe. The Chief Secretary General's face was not very good either. You misunderstood. Bedell looked up at him. I mean, there are too many Super A-levels in the universe. The Chief Elder's face suddenly changed. Vader stood up, came to the window, looked out the window, and slowly said the lifespan of Super A is long. If there is no accident, at least one can live for hundreds or thousands of years. And there are even super immortals who cannot see the end of their lifespan. Even if the probability of Super A is very low, according to the normal ratio of death to new life, the total number of Super A in the universe will only continue to increase 100, 200. One day, it will reach thousands. By that time, individual power will lose control. The Chief Elder's face became extremely serious. Are you talking about a new liquidation? Just like the peak tragedy. Vader shook his head. The peak of the peak is just an accident, but it reveals to us how to deal with the problem of Super A-level. Although the number of Super A-level is still under control, if you don't plan ahead, sooner or later, there will be a day when top individual powers are flooded. So liquidation of Super A-level is a must, but I don't plan to do this during my term. Well, the Shining World is very important to the entire universe, and now is indeed not the time to liquidate. The Chief Elder nodded. If there are too many individual powers beyond common sense, the order will be shaky. In his eyes, liquidation of Super A-level has nothing to do with personal grievances, but it is just to maintain the stability of the universe. However, this behavior will inevitably cause short-term turmoil and cause pain. Therefore, it is a hot potato for any cosmic civilization leader, and no one wants to do such dirty work during his term. In his opinion, this is like maintaining the ecological balance of the universe. It is not to eliminate Super A-levels, but to control the total number of Super A-levels and to maintain the ratio of individual power to collective power at a safe value. In peacetime, without foreign enemies, once this ratio is unbalanced, the consequences will be unpredictable. This is not the idea he suddenly came up with. In fact, many years ago, the three major civilizations had similar plans in private, but the Super A-level did not exceed control, so this plan has never been implemented. This is the common tacit understanding of the three universe rulers. I don't know if Black Star has this intention to hold this talk. Bedell thought of Manison's attitude, and paused slightly, pondered. The Machine Kingdom probably guessed the inevitability of liquidation, so he wanted to gather Super A-level to show his strength to us, or improve his status as Super A-level. TSK. Two scheming guys. I have to admit that he did have more fear of Super A-level, but it is impossible to start a liquidation now, so he can only turn fear into attention. Black Star, Machine Kingdom. Do you really want to integrate Super A-level power? Bedell's eyes were deep. As more and more Super A-level troops arrived at the headquarters of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao's territory became more lively. Without too many killings, 70 or 80 Super A-level troops gathered here. The Amethyst civilization, which governs this star cluster, gradually became nervous and secretly dispatched troops to make some defensive deployments. Not only the Amethyst civilization, but also all the star cluster-level civilizations under the power of the Broken Star Ring, but also the 3 cosmic civilizations garrisons in this star field have also begun to deploy secretly, and the fleets are acting quietly and preparing for the future. So many peak combat powers in the universe are enough to easily subvert the entire star domain. And those who master this power are independent individuals with free thoughts, who have uncontrolled risks, and these civilizations dare not be unpredictable. As for the Ghidorah civilization, which directly governs the galaxy where the Black Star Legion is headed, it is like facing a great enemy at this time, gathering the fleet and hoarding them all in the star area where the Black Star Legion is headed. The undercurrents from the outside did not affect many super A-level moods. With the last arrival of Herbert, the talks were held as scheduled. The meeting location was a main hall at the headquarters, with a dome of hundreds of meters high and dozens of floating thrones formed a circle, floating quietly in the air 5 meters above the ground. The door opened, and the Super A-level people who lived at the Legion headquarters these days were entering one after another. The highest was the Beast Zugarutan, and the shortest was the finger-sized Sun Hunter, each with its own characteristics. Everyone chose a seat one after another. The allies of the 3 major civilizations were clearly divided and gathered together, with the Super A-level of other factions sandwiched in the middle. After seated, everyone found that there were 3 empty seats connected together. Seeing that Han Xiao had not arrived yet, they chatted casually and looked at each other. During the waiting period, many Super A-level people walked around each other. In the past, some of them had only heard of names and had never met each other. Taking advantage of the opportunity brought by Han Xiao, these people met each other and made some new friends. Among them, the most visited are the peak Super A-level who has a high status and strong power in the circle, such as Manison, Sauer, Kant, Gruten, etc., while Claudia and a few other Super A-level did not come to break the rings and naturally did not attend the talks. At this moment, the ones who are being looked at are the newcomers in the circle. The newcomers who have been born less than 10 years ago are Super A-level, such as the glorious Hydeus, the silver shadow of the Empire, and the spirit of Tolian. After a while, 3 figures walked in, everyone stopped chatting, and their eyes turned to the door. It was Han Xiao, Hela, and Emmers. Han Xiao strode forward, came to the mechanical throne, slowly took off, turned around, and sat down, facing all the Super A-level. Meanwhile, Emmeth and Hela sat on the empty seat next to him. Many people looked at Hela, and their eyes revealed curiosity. Many people were interested in this freshman in the Black Star Army's Super A-level. Rumble. The door finally closed slowly. Han Xiao smiled, looked around, and slowly said, "There are all people here. I'm sorry to wait for a long time. Thank you for your praise. You're willing to participate in this meeting to support me." While saying polite words, he observed everyone. When speaking, some people sit upright with a solemn face. Some are expressionless and indifferent. Some are smiling and express their friendship. And some are lazy and leaning on the chair, careless. From this, some people's attitude can be seen. More than 70 Super A-level people present, including himself, are more than 40 allies of the 3 major civilizations, and most of the rest are solo, and a few are allies of the Superstar Cluster civilization. There are many people with multiple identities, such as many ancient people, several shareholders of the Infinite Consortium, and interstellar black market refugees, such as Beast Ancestor and Secret Master, have also come. They are all very important and worth noting. These people have a complex network of interpersonal relationships. Some have good relationships with each other, some have enemies with each other, some seem to be brothers, and some seem to be scheming behind their backs, while others seem to be in harmony with each other, but they actually help each other. Han Xiao also walked around during the days of waiting, made friends with everyone, and completed the test. He collected the battle information of everyone present. Only a few people were higher than their level and could not see the complete information. The abilities of others were completely controlled by him, and the intelligence gained a lot. And these people were still in the dark at this time, not knowing that their underwear had been completely seen. No matter what the reason you support me, I thank you for your arrival. At this time, Han Xiao finished speaking politely and got to the point. I believe everyone has already exchanged feelings, so I will save some saliva and will not introduce it to you. Everyone smiled politely, staring at Han Xiao, waiting for the following text. Han Xiao patted the armrest of the seat and said, I hold this meeting mainly to discuss with everyone the issue of breaking the star ring. Before he finished speaking, a discordant voice rang out. Can you represent the entire broken star ring? Everyone's eyes changed slightly, and they looked in the voice. The person who spoke was Ciaran of the Glorious Federation, and was also a member of the Ancient Man, with a disapproval on his face. Han Xiao's face remained unchanged and said with a smile, So many civilizations and organizations in the Broken Star Ring. Of course, I alone cannot represent the position of the entire star domain. Then why do you talk about this kind of issue? Ciaran questioned. Don't forget that our Guanghui Federation is the actual ruler of the Broken Star Ring. We are the only ones who can speak on behalf of this star domain, and it's not your turn. Guanghui's other allies did not stop Ciaran. They came to give face, but as competitors, they would not let Han Xiao achieve his goal easily. It is inevitable to make things difficult. Even if they don't stop it, they can't make him feel too good. I don't agree with this. Han Xiao said slowly. I'm a native of the Broken Star Ring. I'm also the strongest Super A level in this star field. Although I cannot represent the position of the entire star field, I still have the qualifications to speak for it in my private name. Moreover, I am not unilaterally announcing any government orders. Today I am just discussing it with you. The strongest Super A level in the Broken Star Ring may not be... Ciaran sneered. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and opened his arms slightly. Do you doubt my record? Don't worry, Herbert, Cisco, and Emmers have all been defeated by you. I will not deny the facts. As for Hela, she is just a freshman, and she is probably not your opponent. Hearing this, Herbert's face looked a little bad. He doesn't like outsiders to mention his defeat in front of so many Super A levels. Cisco glanced at Sierra coldly and glared at Han Xiao again. As the saying goes, he was quite annoyed that he would not reveal his shortcomings. Emmys didn't care. She seemed to be smiling, but was indifferent. Hela had no expression on her face, like a stone, deaf ears. Han Xiao. Then what do you think differently? It's very simple. There is another person who has never been defeated by you head-on. Austin. Ciaran shook his head. He is just too low-key and may not be your opponent. If you don't defeat him, you will not be able to sit in the strongest position in the star field. Austin was stunned, and why did he get involved with me? As soon as he changed his mind, he realized that people wanted to put him on the fire, which was suspected of being provoked. Although the other party probably knew that he had a good relationship with He Xing, he didn't have any money to try it. As long as he could leave a little bit of a knot in the relationship between the two, he would be profitable. I admit that the strongest position in the Black Star field is, and I believe I am not his opponent. Austin curled his lips. He could only say that it was impossible to compete with Han Xiao on the spot. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao nodded to Austin, and then asked Ciaran, Do you have any other opinions? It's gone. Ciaran saw that Manison winked, so he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Han Xiao glanced at him and saw that others had no objections and said in a deep voice, Okay, since everyone recognizes my qualifications to speak for the Broken Star Ring, let's get back to the topic. Since the Shining World is about to open, you are here to stand by. I can understand. But I believe everyone knows that so many Super A-level gatherings in a star field will bring many unstable factors. As the leader of the Broken Star Ring, I have a word. Please listen quietly. I am developing the Broken Star Ring and naturally shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the stability of the Broken Star Ring. I welcome you to come Broken Star Ring as a guest, but I have a small request. I hope that during your stay, you will not destroy the public security of Broken Star Ring and do not cause trouble. If everyone is willing to sell my face, I will be very grateful. At this time, Han Xiao changed his tone, and his tone was slightly deeper. But if someone regards my request as a challenge to me, I will never give up. Remember, the development of Shining World is still long, and I don't want to have an unhappy relationship with anyone. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. Everyone's eyes were different, indifferent, identified, serious, and solemn. Although Han Xiao was very polite, his essence was threats and warnings, and his meaning was domineering. No matter where you came from, if you met me, a local snake, it was the dragon who was plastered by me and the tiger who was lying by me. Otherwise, you would be unable to eat and take care of it. If you want to make trouble in the Broken Star Ring, you have to consider the consequences of offending me. Everyone here is a big shot in various regions, and there are many people talking about the star domain. Many people find this to be a bit harsh. However, today's Black Star has a status and strength that can suppress a star field and is already qualified to say such things, and no one thinks it is inappropriate. At this time, Austin smiled and said, I'm also a local super A-level in the Broken Star Ring. I don't want the star domain to get messy. What Black Star said is what I mean. So is me, Herbert reluctantly said. Immediately afterwards, Emmys and Hella also expressed their opinions. Seeing this, Cisco could only pinch his nose and agree. At this moment, the local super A-level support from the Broken Star Rings, saying that jointly maintaining the stability of the star domain is considered a disguised recognition of Han Xiao's leadership position. Han Xiao paused for a few seconds and saw everyone's reactions. He suddenly smiled. Of course, if you are willing to give me this face, I am willing to cooperate with you in the development of the Shining World. Now, the Black Star Army occupies the most territory in the Shining World. I believe I can provide you with a lot of help. Many people's eyes lit up. Everyone knows that the Black Star Legion is in the Shining World and the Great Cause, and everyone's goal is the Shining World. If you get the help of Han Xiao, you will naturally be able to get convenience. Before they came, they thought Han Xiao was just a deterrent this time, but they didn't expect to be willing to provide cooperation opportunities, which was a small surprise for them. We will remember your words, Manison said lightly. Guanghui doesn't want to see someone making trouble here. Seeing the Jiagua's statement, many super A-level spoke out. Since Black Star and the Machinery Kingdom have both said it, then no one should break the Star Ring and cause trouble. Wait for the Shining World to open up in peace. There is time in the future. Whoever dares to do something here is the enemy of all of us. Black Star, we have given you this face. Remember to fulfill the promise. Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. I'm very happy that we reached a consensus. At this moment, Manison suddenly changed his tone. Black Star took the lead in holding this talk for the stability of the star field, which is worthy of respect, but I want to say, you summon us not just for such a small matter. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He turned to look at him and stretched out his hand. If you have any opinions, just say it. Okay, then I'll just say it. Everyone looked at Manison with curiosity on his face, not knowing what he meant. Manison pondered for a moment and said slowly, the advanced civilization uses us, and we also use the advanced civilization. The friends here serve for different camps, fighting and fighting each other. This is normal. However, I think we should not be completely limited to the differences in the camps. That is the rules of the game set by the advanced civilization. Sometimes we should break out of this rule and plan for ourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed slightly and they fell silent. This topic has always been very sensitive. Everyone did not expect that Manison would speak out publicly on today's occasion, without shy away from the high-level civilization present. The moment we entered the super A-level realm, everyone was from the same class. Even if we belonged to different camps, we could not change the class essence of everyone. Manison looked around and continued, you understand that high-level civilizations need us and fear us. They don't want us to have too many personal relationships. It is rare to have such a large-scale talk like today. You have seen that just one meeting, we have caused storms in the entire universe. Now, there must be countless fleets of naval guns facing our direction. You understand that I'm not exaggerating. We don't need to emphasize our situation. Kant frowned and said, I don't think it's too early to talk about this topic. It's better to prepare early than not. Manison said lightly, so what did you do when you mentioned this? Want us all to form an alliance? Garutin said in a silence. I would like to remind you that all alliances are no different from rebellion. Suai interrupted, and he didn't say anything else. The pillars of the three major civilizations like them are basically safe, so he didn't want to worry about it. Everyone spoke, expressed their opinions, and argued fiercely. They didn't have many opportunities to talk about such things. The event organized by Han Xiao became a platform for exchanging opinions. Don't worry, the time is not yet ripe. All I want is a tacit understanding. As he said that, Manison looked at Han Xiao with curious tone. You are the organizer of this talk. After listening for a while, he did not stop us. So what is your attitude? Everyone turned to look at Han Xiao. Now Black Star has a good status in the circle, and his opinions are also critical. Han Xiao spread his hands and shook his head and said, I have no other opinion. I just think that Super A level is still too few. Yes, too few. Manison sighed. Han Xiao glanced at him. What we say is too little. It definitely doesn't mean the same thing. As Black Star said, the time is not yet ripe, and continuing to wait is what we should do. Sorokin said with a smile. Yes, we need more fresh blood. Manison nodded, then glanced at the freshman present at the Super A level, causing the mechanical body to give a virtual expression, and a bubble-smiled face appeared on top of his head. You old guy is so fucking cute. Han Xiao subconsciously thought of this. Hella couldn't help but turn her head to look at Han Xiao, and wanted to speak, but stopped. She didn't expect that this group of Super A levels would get together and talk about such a big topic. This talk gradually turned to a magical direction. For Hella and other freshmen, the topic of Super A-level discussions, these bigwigs were too far-reaching. They could only listen silently and had no right to interrupt. Will there be trouble when talking about such a topic openly in your own territory? Hella is secretly worried. Detecting Hella's gaze, Han Xiao threw a relaxed look at her. Emmys noticed the two of them being frowned, so he knocked Han Xiao hard, let him turn his head and look over, and whispered, You hold this meeting, but you actually have the same purpose, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't let Manison borrow your territory to say such a big thing. Everything is in the calculation. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Everyone argued for a while, and someone finally made a statement. Although we cannot form an alliance, our circle does need closer relationships. Kant said in a deep voice, the communication between each other should be more frequent. The shining world is a suitable reason. A neutral peak Super A-level spoke slowly. In the past, due to the limitations of the camp and the region, our intersection was limited. But now, everyone's forces will enter the shining world. This star field will become a platform for our communication, breaking away from the previous restrictions to a certain extent. So, we need a bridge and a messenger. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Han Xiao. In the explored universe, Super A-level forces cannot expand at will, and are restricted by advanced civilization and various rules, which divide this class to a certain extent. In the future, everyone present can enter the shining world, which is of far-reaching significance. Even if they only enter the branches of many super-level forces, it will also transcend regional restrictions to some extent, facilitate the communication of all super-levels, promote class unity, and give some of the forces of everyone the opportunity to be fully united. This requires a bridge to form the information and resource transfer core of the Super A class in the shining world, and glue everyone together like glue. Those who can do this must have a deep foundation in the shining world, and the Black Star Legion is the largest force in the shining world except the Empire. The only candidate for building a bridge is Black Star. More than 70 Super A-level stares at a person. Even if there is no malice, the pressure is very terrifying. Han Xiao took a deep breath and smiled slightly. If you need it, I'm happy to do this. In fact, this was originally one of Han Xiao's goals. Although the process was a little different, he still got what he wanted. Han Xiao has always allowed the Black Star Legion to lay the foundation in the shining world, and some of the deep-seated reasons are to obtain this qualification. Since he has become a member of the peak individual power, he must face this problem. Although the butterfly effect he caused has changed the plot, he has to make plans for himself in advance whether the World Tree War broke out before or after the super disaster. If it becomes a link for super disasters, you can gain more initiative. As the pinnacle of individual power, absolute loyalty to collective power does not exist unless one becomes a ruler. From the beginning, the two were mutually exploited, and Technician Han never thought of trashing any force. Children all know that eggs cannot be placed in one basket, and they must prepare other ways of retreat for themselves. Even if the chance of a cunning rabbit dead and a lack of cooking dog is very low, he will not ignore it. The interests of different classes cannot be truly unified, unless they are willing to be treated as chess pieces or they all turn into orange juice together. Complex problems can never be simplified. Friendship relationships often change, and only class interests are the most reliable covenant. Hello, Haixing is responsible. Everyone nodded to Han Xiao, smiled, and withdrew their gaze. I want to reach a tacit understanding with everyone. Madison looked around and said solemnly, that day really comes as long as someone raises his arms and shouts. I hope everyone will respond. You will see it. Saori said lightly. Everyone nodded and reached a consensus. They do not form alliances normally. Under normal circumstances, everyone still fights for their own camps. Once the time is ripe, everyone is willing to take action. Everyone talked a lot, and the talks were officially over 2 days and 2 nights later. Many Super A-level farewells and set off one after another to leave the Black Star Legion. Madison and Thuyui walked together on the way to the dock and talked softly. The content of this talk will inevitably reach the ears of the 3 major civilizations. Do you have no concealment? Aren't you afraid of angering the glorious Federation? Sui asked. Madison smiled. Even if there is no such talk, fear still exists. It's better to give them some pressure and increase our bargaining chips. With the Black Star, the light cannot be separated from me, and vice versa. The difference in the camp restricts us and restrains them. Everything is possible. Sully shook his head. When a tool has a different mind, even if it is very useful, it will be abandoned at any time. We are not a tool, Madison said calmly. Remember, we represent the pinnacle of individual power, and everyone is the treasure of this universe. Not only the embodiment of violence, but also a precious special gene bank. We represent the infinite possibilities of evolution, and we are never a small person at the mercy of others. If you want to abandon us, you will always have to pay a price. I understand. You are so anxious, and you are also to protect yourself. Sully glanced at him. Did you finally find that your power is too strong? Madison did not answer, and suddenly paused and sighed. What a pity. The strange god is gone. Although he is not a member of the same place, he is still useful. If he does not stand opposite to the 3 major civilizations, I don't know how much help it can bring to us. Suai's tone was inexplicable. You know that his lifespan is not much, right? What do you want to say? Haha, nothing, but he must know his lifespan more than anyone else. Suai smiled. After the talks, days passed day by day, and an abnormal phenomenon gradually emerged from the outside world. All Super A-level attendees were all in a low-key manner and unexpectedly without any conflict. Originally, so many Super A-level gatherings were full of unstable factors. Everyone thought it would affect the public security of the star field, and some Super A-level battles would break out. However, from beginning to end, these big guys were very restrained, keeping the Broken Star ring stable. The whole universe was surprised and suspicious about this, which caused a trend of speculation. The root of these Super A-level constraints must be the talks held by Black Star. What exactly did Black Star talk about to make so many Super A-level obedient? Public opinion continued to spread, and finally, Han Xiao arranged for someone to reveal insider information. Black Star summoned all foreigners to surpass, representing the Broken Star Ring, requiring everyone not to cause trouble and maintain public security in the star field. Once the news came out, the Broken Star Ring was in an uproar. The first feeling of countless local interstellar citizens is touching. Look, Black Star is so responsible. In order to maintain public order, he will risk gathering so many Super A-level to his own territory. He is simply a peace messenger with great love. A super A-level person who is willing to stand up and speak for us is a responsible person. Moreover, Black Star's approach is very effective. So many super A-levels were convinced, and there was no trouble, which fully demonstrates that Black Star has a huge influence when he responds to it. Such a person is a blessing for us to sit in the star field. For a time, Han Xiao's reputation in the Broken Star Ring began to rise rapidly, with a very good reputation. After doing such a deed, countless interstellar citizens don't mind letting Black Star endorse the Broken Star Ring. The power and identity of a leader in the star field were finally recognized by interstellar citizens, and the limelight was unparalleled, and the light of all local forces was suppressed. For the Black Star Army, this talk is like a man-made publicity event. Only by knowing things can one increase fame and status. This talk itself is also a deed worth remembering. So many super A-level gatherings are rare enough to be recorded in history. On the internet, more and more people think this is the first sign on the eve of the Shining opening and gave it a nickname, called it Conference of the Gods. You get 2 points of universe legend, cosmic legend, the Broken Star Ring talk. You have gained recognition from the star field. From now on, you are qualified to endorse the Broken Star Ring. Cosmic legend, the initiator of the Gods Conference. After many years, many super A-level gathered again. As the initiator of the event, you have been recorded in history. Meeting of Gods? Why not call it the Martial Arts Conference or the Huashan Sword Competition? At the headquarters of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao looked at the prompts on the panel and couldn't help but complain. Apart from a name, he was very satisfied with everything else, and got 2 cosmic legends and gained a lot. In addition, the mission of maintaining the stability of the star domain issued by the Red Empire was also completed, gaining billions of experience and gaining considerable contributions from the Red Empire. Now that Hela has become a super A-level, he is qualified to exchange the ultimate knowledge of the superpower system to the Empire, and his contribution has a new purpose. The more Hela owes him, the easier it is to tie it to the Legion. After completing the mission of the Empire, Ulan Riel called to praise it, but never mentioned many super A-level conspiracies. However, everyone did not hide it. It should be said that it was a clear conspiracy. Naturally, the 3 major civilizations would not be kept in the dark. Since they did not say this, Han Xiao roughly understood the Empire's attitude. The other party knew that it was useless to question his allies, and they both tacitly understood each other. There is no problem here. Han Xiao played with a pet robot the size of a palm and said to himself, "Then I will only wait for the Empire to sound the horn of the era." With so many super A-level examples, other forces did not cause trouble, and everyone was waiting for the Shining World to open. Han Xiao's behavior kept the situation in the star field stable, and everyone was concentrating on preparing, and days passed by day as they were waiting. A few months have passed, and finally the agreed day has come. On this day, the Empire officially announced that the Shining World was opened, and all the cross-star domain stargates leading to the Shining World were activated. At the same time, Han Xiao's panel popped up a prompt to open a new version. Players who have been away for a long time have finally been online. At the outer edge of the Broken Star Ring, a number of cross-star domain stargates with the Imperial logo stand between the starry sky, lined up in a row and extended far away. Each stargate is separated by an Imperial fleet to maintain public order, like a chain with blue gems crossing over the black velvet covered with diamonds. Opposite the stargate is filled with dense fleets, carrying the signs of different forces, almost covering every inch of space visible to the naked eye. The gathering team is so large that it is extremely rare even in history. Today is the day when the Empire opens a Shining World. These are all spaceships waiting to enter. In addition to civilizations and civil organizations from various star fields, there are also many interstellar citizens who can't wait to go to the Shining World. Some are for traveling, some are for adventure, and some are for seeking development opportunities and gold digging. Time passed minute by minute, gradually pointing to the time agreed upon by the Empire. The waiting time passed like years. Finally, The WAN channel rang the notification from the Empire and sent it to every spaceship present. Time has come, and in the name of the Red Empire, it is announced that the entire universe, the Shining World, has officially opened. The next moment, all the stargates were completely activated, and the vortex in the center of the stargate began to accelerate, forming a hazy and colorful blue wormhole, and it also flashed colorful light from time to time, and each stargate channel was open. All the spaceships moved, lined up in long dragons that seemed to be able to extend infinitely, entering the stargates one by one, and the scene was extremely magnificent. Not far from these civilian stargates is the VIP Channel Military Star gate dedicated to the Empire's allies. Black Star's car lined up, and a remote projection of many cadres stood in the command room, with their eyes focused on the figures in front of the window. Han Xiao turned his back to everyone. His eyes passed through the porthole, looking at the endless sea of ships not far away, and said softly, "Did you hear it? What did you hear?" "The sound of breaking out of the shell in the new era." Han Xiao smiled softly. In the field of view that only he could see, the panel was floating in front of him, and freshly released prompts were flashing. 4.0 version is enabled. Retrieve data. Retrieve data. Player forum is open. Welcome to the 4.0 version of Star C, Shining World. This day finally came. Han Xiao took a deep breath. This is an important turning point. Starting from 4.0, players have officially embarked on the stage of the battle between the stars and the sea, interfering with the historical process and becoming the notorious of the cancer of the universe and the fourth natural disaster. The power mastered by players has truly crossed a boundary, and its influence coefficient on the world has entered a new realm. The upper limit of level 150 and the stable B+ combat power is already a well-deserved backbone in the universe. Once the flame of chaos is ignited, it will sweep the entire universe. At this moment, Ziwia seemed to have received some report. She took out the communicator and took a look. Her pupils shrank, and she spoke in a deep voice. "Legislative Commander, the immortals of the Legion have appeared again." Han Xiao finally turned around, looked at everyone, and nodded slightly. "Bring them all over to me." At the same time, the Black Star Legion headquarters. Before the version update, many players went to the headquarters of the Black Star Army to go offline and then went online again. Countless white lights flashed by, and the empty hall instantly became crowded with people, and the bustling replaced the desertedness and became noisy like a vegetable market. "Shanghai, Huan Sanfei are here. I have bought 10 boxes of blue cows, brothers. I'll have fun. Have you fixed a bug that can't run naked?" It appears. The big ambitious guy who crosses the 4 versions. "I know. The pants take off the pants have been lurking and never left. Have you added any new functions? Since they're all so real, why not have a reproduction function? Reproduction offspring is the soul of the social system. Coach, I want to shoot. If it can reproduce, this is the masterpiece in the masterpiece." Countless players shouted excitedly, and in the corner of the crowd, a group of professional players went online one after another, and the 4 major Chinese families were basically there, including Guangdao, Fengyue, Meatbao, and others. Oh, the upper limit of the new version has been raised to level 150. The princes, generals, and ministers glanced at the panel and smiled. The upgrade fee is too large. Tai Ertzi couldn't help but twitch, feeling his liver a little hurt. The Black Star Legion's camp panel is still there, and the Legion has not gone bankrupt. Guangdao checked the camp interface as soon as possible. How could the Black Star Legion fall so easily now? Feng Yu couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Players in other star fields need to worry about whether the camp they belong to will disappear after the version update, and are afraid that the contribution accumulated in the previous version will be wasted, so a stable camp is the most popular. The players of the Black Star Army are not as worried now. After 3 versions, they already have a great trust in the leader of the camp, Han Xiao. At the end of the previous version, the Legion's position has gradually been consolidated, which has caused the Su Ling sect to be defeated, and has defeated the strange gods, and has mastered a super business called Evolution's Totem. Even players know that the Legion has entered the ranks of the advanced camp and will not fall so easily. The most important thing about the new version is to figure out what happened during the version update and the current cosmic situation, which has become a habit for players. Many players took out the communicator, opened the calendar, and took a look, and were immediately shocked. Wait, now it's 729th year of Xinghai Li. It was 709th year when we went offline. So, this version was updated for 20 years. I thought the span of 3.0 was long enough, and 4.0 was even doubled. It's scary, I actually stole my 20 years. Quang Dao's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Feng Yu, and a hint of excitement flashed in both of them. It was actually directly to 20 years later. This period of time is not short. What will happen to the Black Star Legion? Just as the two of them flashed through this excited thought, the communicator booze sound suddenly sounded in the hall, and each player received a new email, which was released by the internal programs of the Legion. Everyone hurriedly opened it, and virtual screens unfolded in front of them. All of Han Xiao's faces appeared, and the same video was played. In the picture, Han Xiao sat upright, only revealing his upper body, and his tone was very formal. Dear colleagues in the Legion, I am Black Star. Over the past 20 years, we have achieved countless achievements, especially in Shining World. The Legion is already seated in the territory of 10 galaxies. It is the efforts of every colleague to jointly create our glory today. Now, Shining World has entered the 4th phase of exploration and officially open to the public. The whole universe will pour into this star field. At this opportunity of change in the times, we should seize the opportunity and move forward bravely. Here, in the name of the leader of the Legion, I have issued a Shining World recruitment order to all my colleagues. The Legion needs everyone. Shining World needs everyone. The brief video ended here, and the eyes of many players present gradually widened, and they received a large amount of information. Now is the 4th phase of exploration. When we went offline, it seemed that the first episode was not over yet. Does the Legion have 10 galaxy territory in the Shining World? What's going on? What has the Legion done in the past 20 years? Countless people were so curious that they were itchy. Everyone didn't know that this video was a cutscene tailored by Han Xiao for players, helping them quickly understand the situation. At this time, Hao Ian suddenly realized something. By the way, the Shining World has reached the 4th phase of exploration. Then is our main mission still there? Hearing this, many professional players reacted. Their original main mission was still in the 1st phase of exploration, but now the version update has reached 20 years later. Will the mission be canceled? If it is gone, it will be a loss. Everyone hurriedly opened the panel and took a look. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They saw that the main mission of Shining World still existed, but the task requirements had changed, and they became the territory for building the Black Star Legion, and at the same time they explored several star clusters in the 4th phase. Although there are some changes, I still explore. Many players shook their heads, but were not so excited and even disagreed. They were curious about the information revealed in the video, but they were not so interested in the Shining World mission, because Legion players had tried this mission in the previous version. Although the exploration goal has changed now, in everyone's opinion, the method of the mission is still no different from before. The new star field is indeed quite fresh, but it lacks the opportunity to fight. In the previous version, many players were tired of the main line of the Shining World and would rather return to the Broken Star Ring to do the hiring mission than continue exploring. This situation is actually normal, because the main line of the Shining World that players of the 3.0 Legion are actually just semi-finished products, and only the Empire forces are clearing the land, so naturally there's a lack of struggle. But at this moment, everyone was suddenly stunned and suddenly realized something. Hey Xing just said, the Shining World is open to the public? So the forces in other star fields finally entered? Then, what about other players in the star field? Quang Dao came back to his senses, hurriedly searched the internet, and quickly confirmed the authenticity of the news. Not only that, the forces in various star fields also recruited a large number of superpowers as manpower and transported them to the shining world in batches. The greatest impact of the entire universe on players is that the cross-star domain channel is completely open. Compared with the previous version, players now have the need to cross the star domain. Everyone present reacted and hurriedly boarded the forum. As expected, all sections of the entire forum were sensational about this news at this time. The Mad Dagger understood instantly. His eyes burst out and he exclaimed, "This is the world server." All the players born in various star fields can finally come to the same stage and gather in the shining world. What does that mean? National war. The cross-star domain speculation made by Shanghai Daily has come true. All the players in the hall were in full excitement. Damn it, it turns out to be the world server. Haha, I knew that this day would be coming sooner or later. I can finally fight the national war. My big gun is already hungry. The next moment, everyone suddenly realized that the shining world is this version of the world server. But as Legion players, they had already entered the previous version in advance. One advantage is this. Many Legion players looked one after another and became ecstatic. My God, our last version was built in the shining world, leading the entire version. I cried. I thought the exploration was too monotonous, so I went back to the Broken Star Ring to hire it, and it was a loss of blood. We have such a big advantage, so this version would be great. Isn't it easy to beat the melon skins in other star fields? Wait, I'm afraid I'm going to have an 8-nation alliance. Brothers, Boss said, just call me the commander of the Legion. The players who ran from the Constellation Corridor to the Broken Star Ring were all grateful. If they hadn't followed the Black Star Legion at that time, how could they have such treatment now? On the contrary, players from other star fields were in a mess. In version 1.0, Black Star brings some planetary players into the universe in advance. Okay, let's bear it. In version 2.0, the Black Star Army became the guiding camp, allowing the Broken Star Ring players to lead again, and we endured it. Version 3.0, the Black Star Legion was born super A-level and was first connected to the cosmic civilization. If you are awesome, we will endure it anyway, and we will make a comeback sooner or later. But now it is 4.0. Is your Black Star Legion taking the lead again? You are dogs. Why are good things always your turn? Is there any kingly law? Is there any law? Are you fucking still short of people? Until now, everyone understood that in the last version, Black Star laid the foundation for them, and what a terrifying camp advantage they have. Many Legion players only think that the game experience is excellent, and it is a lot of comfortable. It is useless to envy players from other star fields and countries in such a reliable camp. There is only one in the universe. Now, Legion players' interest in the Shining World main line is unprecedentedly high. Originally, many people thought the exploration gameplay was monotonous, but now, the Shining World has become the player's world server, which will become the most chaotic and exciting star domain in the entire universe, with countless conflicts of interest. This is the complete experience of the main line of Shining World. Thinking of this, Quang Dao and others hurriedly searched the internet for the deeds of the Black Star Army over the years, and couldn't wait to figure out what specific advantages their camp has in the Shining World. As soon as he opened the Black Star Legion's resume, Quang Dao suddenly widened his eyes. He made many assumptions and was mentally prepared, but the first information he saw was completely different from what he imagined, which shocked him. What's the matter? Lao He has become a god.